Supreme God Emperor Chapter 70 to Chapter 126. Their own plans. Patriarch Diao is too polite. Mu Fengyuan cupped his hands and said, as the patriarch, Mu Linchen is muddle-headed and incompetent. He actually believed Mu Yun, that trash. Moreover, I heard that Mu Yun used a treacherous scheme to defeat young master Diao Yadong in one move. How is that possible? That's right. Mu Fengqing continued, Mu Yun is very cunning. I think he must have used a treacherous method to defeat Diao Yadong in one move. That's right. Diao Zhenyun snorted coldly and replied, Yadong, this child, was too careless. All these years, he has always been called a genius, which has also caused him to become somewhat blindly arrogant. This lesson is quite good. However, Mu Yun is such a scheming person. If he stays in Baiyun City, he will be a disaster to my Diao family. Diao Zhenyun clapped his hands, and there was a bang. His heart was burning with anger. Seeing this scene, Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing glanced at each other and revealed a smile. It was not that they had never thought of joining the Diao family. In the entire Baiyun City, the Mu family's opponent was undoubtedly the Diao family. Moreover, Mu Yun had just defeated Diao Yadong. It was most suitable for them to rely on the Diao family to defeat the Mu family. Then, they would take back the Mu family. At that time, the Mu family would belong to the two of them. This time, the two of you took away nearly 40% of the Mu family's alchemists and blacksmiths. I, Diao Jinyu, will definitely treat you with respect. Compared to now, the Mu family is already in chaos. Patriarch Diao, don't worry. I have already sent people to investigate. First Elder, just as the two of them were discussing, a slightly panicked voice suddenly sounded. Why are you in such a panic? What are you doing? Mu Fengyuan could not help but shout at the person who came. What is it? Speak. Yes. The person looked at Diao Zhenyun above and then looked at Mu Fengyuan. He swallowed his saliva and said, now, the Mu family's market is in chaos. Who knew that Miao Xianyu would lead the blacksmiths and alchemists of the Sacred Pill Pavilion to help the Mu family? And that Moyan used all the wealth of the Mo family trading company to support the family. What? Damn it. Hearing those words, Mu Fengyuan sat up in shock. His face was filled with anger. He would never have thought that the Sacred Elixir Pavilion would interfere in this matter. The Sacred Dam Pavilion had always been the middle power of the Baiyun City, and was even more neutral than the Baiyun Academy. They had never interfered in the affairs of the Baiyun City's clans. Great Elder, please calm down. Diao Zhenyun opened his mouth and said, the Sacred Dam Pavilion has always been neutral. I think this time, we are only temporarily helping the Mu clan, it will not last long. As for the Mo clan, I remember that this time, the Qi clan also has a grudge against the Mu clan because of Mu Yun. Clan leader Diao is very thoughtful. Moreover, recently, Qi Jingfeng from the Qi family seems to have refined a lower-grade profound weapon. As long as the Qi family joins our camp, defeating the Mu family is only a matter of time. Low-grade profound weapon, that was a lower-grade profound weapon master. Mu Fengyuan had been in charge of the Mu family's business for several decades, so he naturally understood the importance of an armament master and an alchemist to the family, let alone a low-grade profound armament master. That's great, that's great. Mu Fengyuan was completely relieved. This time, he had put all his eggs in one basket. He had to defeat Mu Linchen and Mu Yun and take back the Mu clan. In that case, Great Elder, Second Elder, please rest in your residence. We will slowly discuss how to deal with the Mu clan in the future. Okay. Looking at the departing figures of Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing, Diao Zhenyun narrowed his eyes and smiled. Clan leader, these two old things are definitely up to no good. They are definitely not wholeheartedly relying on our Diao clan. An old man beside Diao Zhenyun said. Of course I understand. Diao Zhenyun replied, if they are not wholeheartedly relying on us, why would I treat them wholeheartedly? This time, the two old foxes, Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing, came to our Diao clan with the purpose of using our Diao clan to get rid of the Mu clan. This is an opportunity. Once they succeed, the Mu clan will belong to these two old foxes. Now, their next generation, Mu Lang and Mu Qing, have been crippled by Mu Yun. In less than 30 years, the Mu clan will belong to our Diao clan. Clan leader is wise. Alright, I still have something to discuss with clan leader Wang. Look after the clan disciples and make sure they don't cause trouble. Diao Jinyun said as he got up and left. At the same time, on the other side, after a period of excitement, the crowd gradually dispersed. In the small courtyard where Mu Yun was. Big brother Yun, are you planning to go to the North Cloud Mountain Range? Little girl, do you still need to ask? I must get the spirit sealing grass. Qi Ming's father is a genius artificer and shouldn't be buried. Then I want to go with you. You? Yes. Qin Mingyao smiled. I am now at the 10th level of the physical body, the aperture gathering realm. The true yuan in my body is vigorous, and with the power of the ice phoenix spirit, I can even deal with an expert who has truly stepped into the 10th level of the spiritual aperture and opened the first aperture, Higu point. The 10th level of the spiritual aperture, to be precise, the 10th level of the spiritual aperture was more appropriate. After a martial artist reached the 10th level of the physical body, their body would be thoroughly tempered and they would begin to open their apertures. There were 10 apertures in the human body. Every time an aperture was opened, it would be enough to draw in a huge amount of true yuan from heaven and earth. The first level of the spiritual aperture was the opening of the Higu point. The Higu point was located between the thumb and forefinger. Once it was opened successfully, the strength of the martial artist's hands would explode, increasing their strength by more than 10 times compared to the 10th level of the physical body. Qin Mingyao actually said that she had the confidence to deal with an expert at the first level of the spiritual aperture realm. This indeed surprised Mu Yun. With such a beautiful bodyguard by my side, I, Mu Yun, would even dare to venture into a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, let alone the wind-leading cave. You only know how to be glib. Alright. Since Great Beauty Qin has spoken, I, Mu Yun, wouldn't dare to be glib. Mu Yun chuckled and said seriously, Yao when you break through to the 10th level, you must remember to completely merge your Dantian and the Ice Phoenix spirit into one. In the future, there will be endless magical uses. Yes. Although she didn't understand why Mu Yun said that, Qin Mingyao chose to believe her. Her life was saved by him, so why wouldn't she believe him? Mu Yun was deeply aware of this point. True essence was obtained by martial artists by absorbing the power of heaven and earth. However, the ice attribute power of the Ice Phoenix spirit was created by the Ice Phoenix itself. If the power of the true essence and the spirit were completely merged, then in the future, not a single strand of true essence in Yao's body would contain the ice-cold power of the Ice Phoenix spirit. When the two were completely merged into one, Qin Mingyao would be able to truly merge with the spirit. At that time, it would be easier for her to awaken the memories of her previous life and take a step forward on the path of becoming a powerful martial artist. At the same time, on the other side, in the Sacred Pill Pavilion, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yu tidied their clothes and looked outside through the window of the pavilion. Big brother, Qingling, Xia Yu, and the others have already arrived. According to my sources, Tang Mingyang, Tai Shanhu, and Bai Yuda have also brought people to North Cloud City. They will probably head to the North Cloud Mountain Range soon to investigate the wind-leading cave. Alright. Xiao Ming clenched his fists and said, this time, let the three of them fight it out. This wind leader cave is related to the tomb of a strong practitioner in the 5th layer of the spirit cave realm. Let them go in and explore it, it can be considered as exploring the way for us. That's right. Xiao Yu nodded. The two brothers had come here for the wind-leading cave in the North Cloud Mountain Range. Coincidentally, half a year ago, a disciple of the Sacred Pill sect came to North Cloud City to train and entered the wind-leading cave. He was lucky to not die and discovered that there seemed to be treasures in the cave. A martial artist at the 5th level of the Spirit Cave realm was a top-notch martial artist in a city with millions of people like North Cloud City. If such a martial artist appeared in the 4 major families, then the power of North Cloud City would definitely be reshuffled. I have a feeling that this wind-leading cave is an opportunity for me to enter the Spirit Cave realm. As long as I enter the Spirit Cave realm, I will have the chance to become an elite disciple of the Sacred Pill sect. It is not impossible for me to become a core disciple in the future. Xiao Ming smiled and said, when the time comes, grandfather will reward me with an earth weapon and I will even have the chance to become a direct disciple of the Sacred Pill sect. Hee. Big brother will definitely succeed this time. You brat, don't think about that Mu Yun. You have to set your sights higher. Mu Yun is considered a genius in North Cloud City, but in the Tianyun continent, she is nothing. I understand. At the same time, in an inn in North Cloud City, more than 10 figures were sitting at 2 tables. That was obviously the leader of the group. He was about 20 years old and held a folding fan in his hand. There was always a faint smile on his face, and he had the appearance of an elegant young master. Senior brother Tang, this time, Xiaoming is the inspector of North Cloud City. It is perfectly justifiable for him to come to the Sacred Pill Pavilion in North Cloud City, but for us to come here, hee. What are you afraid of? The elegant young man kept his folding fan and smiled. Xiaoyu is just an inner disciple. He is nothing. When I, Tang Mingyang, come here, even an elite disciple can't do anything about it. Of course. But this time, Ba Yude and Tai Shanhu have both reached the 10th level of the Aperture Gathering realm. It will be a little troublesome. At this point, Tang Mingyang frowned. He had also found out about the Wind Leader Cave by chance, but he did not expect that he was not the only one who knew about it. Senior brother Tang, don't worry. This time, there are 2 9th-level spirit detecting realm martial artists, Senior brother Yu Yang and Senior brother Yu Hai. The 2 of them together can fight against a 10th-level Aperture Gathering realm martial artist. Ba Yude and Tai Shanhu are nothing to worry about. If they really fight, we will not be at a disadvantage. Tang Mingyang understood that his disadvantage was that Tai Shanhu, Ba Yude, and Xiaoming had all stepped into the 10th level of the Aperture Gathering realm, but he was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Detecting realm. There was a gap between him and the 3 of them. However, he had gathered many experts by his side. He would not necessarily be at a disadvantage if he faced any of the 3 parties. At the same time, in the bustling market of North Cloud City, 2 figures were walking together. Chapter 71 Undercurrent in the Face of the Burly. Youth's question, Ba Yude appeared very calm. Xiaoming has already been in Baiyun City for some time. Tang Mingyang is also here. Moreover, he has the help of the 2 brothers, Yu Yang and Yu Hai. This time, it will be very difficult for you to win if you fight alone. How about, why don't I work with you? That's right. Haha, hearing Ba Yude's suggestion, Tai Shanhu burst into laughter and said, Ba Yude, everyone in the outer core knows that cooperating with you is like asking a tiger for its skin. Don't hide your thoughts from me. It's impossible to cooperate with you. I, Tai Shanhu, rely on my own strength. If I can get the treasures in the Wind Leading Cave, I'll get them. If I can't get them, then forget it. Let's part ways here. Ba Yude's face darkened as he watched Tai Shanhu leave. Xiaoming, Tang Mingyang, and the others were extremely prepared for this trip to the Wind Leader Cave. However, he was the last to receive the news, so he didn't have time to prepare. He had no choice but to work with Tai Shanhu this time. Who would have thought that Tai Shanhu would have such an attitude? If you don't cooperate with me, you will regret it. Ba Yude sneered as he watched Tai Shanhu leave. Baiyun City was still as peaceful as before, but those who were attentive noticed that Baiyun City had changed. Firstly, there seemed to be some turmoil within the Mu family. However, this turmoil was quickly quelled. Secondly, there were many warriors coming and going in North Cloud City these days. They seemed to be preparing for something. Gradually, this place became a hot topic among these people. Wind Leader Cave, this place, which had been discussed time and time again as a dangerous place, once again became a hot topic in Baiyun City. Have you heard? It is said that the Wind Leading Cave is the place where an expert of the 5th layer of the Spirit Cave realm lost his life. There is a huge treasure hidden within. I've also heard about it. No wonder every time a martial artist enters the Wind Leader Cave, they all die without a burial ground. 5th layer of the Spirit Cave realm. Even the patriarchs of the 4 great clans are only at this level. What do you know? I heard that even the disciples of the St. Pill sect have stepped forward. Among the crowd, discussion spread throughout Baiyun City. Humph. Inside the tavern, Xiaoming's face was ashen as he snorted and said, this time, only Tang Mingyang, Tai Shanhu, and Ba Yude knew about it. But this time it is spread throughout North Cloud City. It must be them. Calm down, big brother. Xiaoyu continued, this time, the news of Baiyun City spreading might not be a bad thing. Let them go and snatch it. If they fish in troubled waters, their chances of success might be higher. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiaoming gradually calmed down. This time, the treasure left behind by the expert at the 5th layer of the Spirit Cave realm in the Wind Leader Cave was crucial to whether or not he could step into the Spirit Cave realm. Thus, there was no room for error. Since things have come to this point, this is the only way. Xiaoyu, send someone to keep an eye on the Wind Leader Cave. This time I will see who will emerge victorious. Yes. Baiyun City, Mu family. Godfather, what are you doing? Great Elder Mu Fengyuan and Second Elder Mu Fengqing had betrayed the Mu family with their respective direct descendants. Mu Shan and Mu Yu had also been summoned back by Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was puzzled when she saw many figures ready to go on the Mu family's martial arts field as if a great battle was imminent. Kid, you are quite calm. Do you know that Baiyun City is in an uproar now? Oh? Looking at Mu Yun's puzzled and proud expression, Mu Linchen explained, recently, it is said that there is a tomb of a 5th layer Spirit Cave realm expert in the Wind Leader Cave of the Baiyun mountain range. Thus, many families in Baiyun City are sending people to the Wind Leader Cave. Do you understand what a martial artist at the 5th level of the Spirit Cave realm means? I know, the strongest expert in Baiyun City. Kid, you make it sound so easy. Mu Linchen smiled bitterly and said, that's right. Godfather's current cultivation is at the 5th layer Spirit Cave realm. He has opened the Qihai Point and Guanyuan Point. He is only one step away from entering the 6th layer. This is also why our Mu family is one of the 4 major families. So, Godfather, you mean that our Mu family should also explore the Wind Leader Cave? That's right. If we can obtain any treasures from it, it will be able to make up for the losses caused by Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing's betrayal. This is not appropriate. Not appropriate? Seeing Mu Yun shake her head, Mu Linchen was stunned. Godfather, first of all, whether there is a treasure in the Wind Leader Cave is only a rumor. Secondly, even if there is a treasure, with our Mu family's current strength, how can we obtain it under the Diao family and the Wang family? Moreover, this time, Baiyun College and the Sacred Elixir Pavilion will also send out experts. At that time, I am afraid that not only will our Mu family gain nothing, but we will also suffer a devastating blow because of the Wind Leader Cave. Mu Yan's words were not false. If the Mu family sent out their elites and ended up with nothing, it would undoubtedly be one disaster after another. However, Mu Linchen understood that the greater the danger, the greater the possible benefits. I know what Godfather is thinking, but this time, our Mu family did not say that we will not send anyone, but we do not need to send so many people. Oh? You little rascal, tell me, who should we send? Me. You? Hearing Mu Yan's self-recommendation, Mu Linchen widened his eyes and smiled bitterly. He did not look down on Mu Yun, but this trip to the Wind Leader Cave was too dangerous. If Mu Yun was alone, it would not be worth it if Mu Yun was not able to obtain any treasures and ended up losing her life. Hee, Godfather, don't worry. I understand this trip to the Wind Leader Cave. Since ancient times, treasures have spirituality. Those who are fated will obtain them. If I cannot obtain them, I will not force it. Mu Yun said confidently, but if Godfather is hot-headed and sends out a large number of Mu family elites, we will suffer great losses. Taking a step back, even if we obtain the treasures, our Mu family will not be able to recover in a few years. Do you think that in a few years, Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing, those 2 old farts, will let our Mu family go? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mu Linchen frowned and did not speak again. Slowly, looking at the hundreds of warriors on the martial arts field, Mu Linchen said, Mu Qianquan, take 100 people to the East Market Square to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos. Mu Qianyun, take 100 people to the various branches of our Mu family in Baiyun City and carefully investigate and protect them. Mu Shan and Mu Yu, you two take the remaining 200 Mu family warriors and carefully investigate the various towns below Baiyun City. Warn them not to step into the Baiyun mountain range in the next few days. Yes, Patriarch. Mu Qianquan and the other 3 were the 4 experts of the Mu family who were loyal to Mu Linchen. They could only obey Mu Linchen's orders and did not question them. On the other hand, they also felt that Mu Yun's suggestion was correct. The Mu family was now in a precarious situation and could not take any risks. As for me, I will stay in the Mu family's headquarters. If anything happens in Bayun City or the towns below, you must inform me immediately, understand? Yes. The sound of footsteps could be heard as the four of them led hundreds of warriors and dispersed from the various gates of the Mu family. Seeing that Godfather had listened to his suggestion, Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what treasures there were in the wind-leading cave, he was not tempted. All he needed was the spirit-sealing grass. Of course, he could not explain this to his godfather. If there was a chance to obtain the treasures, he did not mind taking them away. You brat, Godfather will listen to you. I know you want the spirit-sealing grass, but you can't force anything, understand? Yes. Oh, there's one more thing. Mu Linchen instructed, I see that you and Qin Mengyao are in love with each other. Qin Shiyu and Old Master Qin are also very satisfied. The two of you should prepare to get married soon. Huh? What's with the huh? You're not young anymore. Why? Are you unwilling? Mu Linchen glared at him and said, hurry up and get married while I can still control you so that I don't have to worry about you. Moreover, the family Qin will definitely send people to the wind-leading cave this time. I will discuss it with Old Master Qin. When the time comes, you will follow the family Qin team into the wind-leading cave. Huh? Hearing this, Mu Yun opened her mouth. It was not easy to persuade Godfather to give up, but he did not expect that Godfather would arrange for him to accompany him. He had to go to the wind-leading cave alone. Otherwise, he would not be able to use many of his hidden techniques. It was too risky to go with the family Qin team. It seemed that he had to think of a way. Time passed bit by bit. In the past few days, Qi Ming had been refining mortal weapons in the East Market Square. From inferior-grade mortal weapons to superior-grade mortal weapons, Qi Ming became more and more familiar with them as he practiced. Although he had successfully refined superior-grade mortal weapons in the battle with Qi Yun and surpassed Qi Yun, he was still inferior to Qi Yun in terms of refining weapons. However, recently, he had been refining weapons in the Mu family's East Market Square, which gave him more opportunities to hone himself and made rapid progress. Miao Xianyu was not idle either. She led a few alchemists from the Sacred Elixir Pavilion in and out of the Mu family's East Market Square. As for Moyang, his improvement in strength had stabilized his position as the successor of the Mo family trading company. Now, he was developing business with the Mu family. Recently, Mo Hai had been taking a detour whenever he saw him. Seeing the performance of the three disciples, Mu Yun was very satisfied. On this day, the originally bustling streets in Bayun City suddenly became quiet. Everyone knew that it was because some people could no longer wait and had begun to head to the wind-leading cave in the Bayun mountain range. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. No one was willing to fall behind, so many people in Bayun City quietly began to leave and head to the Bayun mountain range. Godfather, there's no need. I'll go to the family Qin myself. At this moment, outside the Mu family's main gate, Mu Linchen grabbed Mu Yun and walked toward the family Qin. Chapter 72 Wind Link Tunnel. Facing Mu Linchen, an expert at the 5th tier of the Spirit Cave realm who had opened the Guanyuan Meridian and Sea of Breath Meridian, Mu Yun could only obediently follow Mu Linchen to the family Qin. At this moment, dozens of martial artists had gathered at the entrance of the family Qin's mansion. Even the weakest among them was at the 7th level of the condensed prime realm. After all, only after reaching the 10th level of the physical body realm and the 7th level of the condensed essence realm could one be considered to have truly stepped onto the martial path. After taking Mu Yun to the family Qin, Mu Linchen left with peace of mind. The leader of the family Qin group this time was Qin Mingyao's second uncle, Qin Wushuang. Because Qin Mengyao had always been treated like a pearl in the family Qin, Qin Wushuang was also full of smiles when he saw the future son-in-law of the family Qin, who was gradually gaining fame recently. At this moment, within Bayun City, almost all forces, big and small, began to focus their attention on the trip to the Wind Leader Cave. After all, an expert at the 5th level of the spiritual cave stage was enough to attract the attention of the entire North Cloud City. On this day, many martial artists from North Cloud City could be seen gathering in the North Cloud mountain range. Mu Yun was among these warriors at this moment. Originally, he had wanted to take the opportunity to leave the family Qin team, but Qin Wushuang was too pedantic. He insisted on chatting with him all the way. Qin Mingyao stood at the side, holding back his laughter as he looked at Mu Yun's sorry state. This time it could be said to be Mu Yun's most embarrassing moment. Fortunately, before they reached the Wind Leader cave, Mu Yun cleverly found an excuse to leave the group. In private, Mu Yun arrived at the perimeter of the Wind Leading cave. Looking at the warriors who were secretly observing the perimeter of the cave, Mu Yun shook her head slightly. In his previous life, before he became the late king, he had seen too many scenes of such treasures appearing in the world. However, none of the cultivators who had rushed to the location of the treasure trove had a good ending. Mentor Mu, you're really here. Just as Mu Yun was secretly observing the terrain, a surprised voice sounded. Moyang? Hee, master, I didn't want to come. Moyang chuckled. I was forced to come here by my father. I have no interest in this Wind Leader cave. Looking at Moyang's playful expression, Mu Yun shook her head. Moyang was only at the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm. Under such circumstances, he was completely useless. He would only be cannon fodder. Kid, you're my disciple. Since you're here, follow me and learn from me. No problem. Seeing Mu Yun's cautious expression, Moyang giggled and followed Mu Yun into hiding. He really didn't expect to gain anything from this trip. The Mo family trading company originally didn't intend to come, but they couldn't resist second uncle and Mo Hai's strong suggestion, so his father had no choice but to send people over. But this didn't mean that the Mo family agreed to this trip. This time, the ones leading the team were his second uncle Mo Ying and Mo Hai. He was only here to broaden his horizons. Alright, kid, just listen to me. Looking at Moyang, a smile suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's heart. The mighty team gathered around the Wind Leader cave. Qin Wushuang had no choice but to give up after he failed to find Mu Yun. On the other hand, Qin Mingyao was still worried about Mu Yun and had been inquiring about Mu Yun's whereabouts. And in these few days, Mu Yun brought Moyang along to hunt demonic beasts in the North Cloud Mountain range. On one hand, it strengthened Moyang's sword intent. On the other hand, it was also honing his 8 Desolation Life and Death Seal and Heaven Mending Swordway. On this day, finally, the practitioners from various large families and powerhouses around the Wind Leader cave couldn't take it any longer. When one person stepped into the Wind Leader cave, a group of people stepped into the Wind Leader cave. On this day, Mu Yun and Moyang were hiding on a towering tree 1,000 meters away from the Wind Leader cave, secretly observing the crowd. Master, family Qin, Diao family, and Wang family's men have already entered the Wind Leader cave. Do you think Don't be anxious, wait a little longer. Leaning against a branch, Mu Yun chewed on a strand of wild grass as she spoke unhurriedly. Ah? Seeing Mu Yun's knowing look, Moyang went into a daze and didn't open his mouth. Slowly, after some time, Moyang couldn't help but ask again, Master, that Xiao Ming, Tai Shanhu, Tang Mingyang, Ba Yuda, these St. Pilsek's disciples have also entered. You stinky brat, what's the hurry? Patting Moyang's head fiercely, Mu Yun lectured, don't you understand the logic of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Now that the orioles have just entered, you're already so anxious? Yes, Master's lecture is right. Seeing Mu Yun's indifferent look, Moyang finally put his heart at ease. This time round, he originally didn't intend to obtain any treasures. He was only here to broaden his horizons. The current him had incomparable worship and faith towards Mu Yun. Towards Mu Yun's words, he chose to trust her unconditionally. When night fell, Moyang's head was knocked by a punch as he stood up groggily. Master, what's the matter? Opening his eyes in a daze, Moyang rubbed his eyes as he looked at the dusky surroundings. He had not expected that after being in a daze for a while, night had already fallen. Did you see that? Her gaze fell downwards as Mu Yun chuckled, that Xiao Ming, Tang Mingyang and the others have already come out. Among the 4 great families, Diao family, Wang family and family Qin have lost quite a number of people. Looks like this trip to the Wind Leader cave, to them, is not very fruitful. Ah? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Moyang jolted awake. In that case, those fellows who had entered the Wind Leader cave had already come out. Didn't that mean that those treasures had already been obtained by them? Then wouldn't he and Mu Yun who were guarding this place be for naught? Master. What's the matter? Since they have come out, aren't we just waiting for them to come out? Moyang said in bewilderment. Don't tell me, Master, you want to take advantage of the situation? Moyang shrunk his neck and said, Master, you should understand that with our cultivation level, it's impossible to intercept and kill any of their forces. Idiot. Slapping Moyang's head, Mu Yun scolded, Let me ask you, what is the main purpose of Master's visit this time? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Moyang was stunned and then looked at Mu Yun in bewilderment. Spirit sealing grass? That's right. Mu Yun said seriously, they have already explored this Wind Leader cave. I'm afraid that even if there is any danger, with their methods, they should have gotten rid of it. Our main purpose of entering now is to get the spirit sealing grass. Mu Yun said carefully, this time, as long as we get the spirit sealing grass, I can refine the spirit sealing pill and then return to Baiyun City to cure Qi Ming's father. The Mu family will have a lower grade profound weapon master out of nowhere. At that time, the Diao family and the Wang family will not be a match. Hearing his master's words, Moyang's face was full of admiration. Brilliant. Really brilliant, Moyang looked at Mu Yun seriously. However, Moyang suddenly thought of a problem. Master? Yes. What if there is some spiritual treasure of heaven and earth in the Wind Leader cave, or a profound level martial technique, or a profound level weapon? Don't you feel that it's a pity at all? What's there to pity? Hearing Moyang's words, Mu Yun laughed and pointed at her head. Here, Master, there are many more things that are more valuable than profound level weapons, profound level martial techniques, and level 4 pills. Hearing Mu Yun's confident words, Moyang felt a wave of admiration in his heart. Brilliant, really brilliant, Moyang had never seen Mu Yun's strong confidence in his life. Even the principal of the Baiyun Academy wouldn't dare to say that the amount of knowledge in his head was more than the amount of knowledge in the head of an expert at the 5th layer of the spirit cave realm. Alright, let's go. Go? Yes. Mu Yun said matter-of-factly, now that the martial artists in the Wind Leader cave have come out, it's time for us to collect the spirit sealing grass. Oh. Looking at Mu Yun's departing figure, Moyang muttered in his heart. Could it be that Instructor Mu had something strange in his heart that made him think that it was more valuable than the treasure left behind by a level 5 spirit cave realm expert? Although he had doubts in his heart, Moyang still followed along. No matter what, he still chose to believe in his master. Ugh. Just 10 meters into the cave and looking at the mess, Moyang suddenly could not help but fall to the ground and vomit continuously. At this moment, the cave was filled with scattered corpses. Around the corpses, there were even some black wriggling worms that were constantly wriggling and starting to gnaw on the corpses. Master, what are these? They're so disgusting. Black worms. Mu Yun said calmly, these worms live by devouring corpses that have just died. Wherever there are martial artists' corpses, they will be there. It seems that this Wind Leader cave is not as simple as a tomb left behind by a level 5 spirit cave realm martial artist. Mu Yun's words were not groundless. He had seen too many tombs left behind by martial artists who had died. Demonic beasts like the black worms would not be attracted by martial artists below the level 5 spirit cave realm. The owner of this tomb was definitely not just at the level 5 spirit cave realm. It was not simple. Not long after, as the two gradually sneaked into the cave, there were more and more corpses inside. Facing the rotting and unbearable corpses, Moyang's tolerance grew stronger and stronger. Master, the spirit sealing grass. After turning a corner in the cave, Moyang suddenly exclaimed when he saw the green leaves on the ground. He could not help but walk towards the grass. Be careful. Seeing Moyang suddenly walk forward, Moyang took a step forward. His palm formed into a claw and grabbed Moyang to his side. Master? Chapter 73 Green Shadow Sect Don't move. With one hand holding Moyang, Mu Yun said in a deep voice. Seeing Mu Yun's cautious expression, Moyang froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. That's not spirit sealing grass. Mu Yun continued, it's the life sealing grass. It looks like the spirit sealing grass, but once you're infected, the poison will spread throughout your body. When that happens, you won't even know how you died. Hearing Mu Yan's words, Moyang shuddered and immediately retreated. Only then did he take a closer look at the large patch of fate-sealing grass. There were more than a dozen corpses on the grass patch, and their bodies were covered with wounds that looked like blades. At this moment, the blood from those wounds had already dried up, and the surface of the corpse was white. It looked extremely terrifying. On the contrary, the bottom of the fate-sealing grass seemed to be dyed red. From now on, stay close to me and don't move. Yes. The two of them continued to move forward, but they did not notice that the corpses that had been devoured by the black worms were actually slowly wriggling. The cave seemed to stretch on endlessly, but the strange thing was that around the cave walls, there were some shiny stones that emitted light, making the cave not too dark. Master, we've been walking for almost an hour, but we haven't found any treasures. Instead, we've seen more than 100 people die here. Yes, this Wind Leader Cave is said to be a cave left behind by a martial artist at the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm. However, from the looks of it, it isn't that simple. Oh? Seeing Moyang's surprised expression, Mu Yun shook her head helplessly. Are you stupid? Mu Yun reprimanded. If it was really a tomb left behind by a 5th-layer spirit cave realm expert, how could it be so dangerous? Moreover, even some martial artists at the 3rd and 4th level of the spirit cave realm lost their lives here. Oh my ass. You little brat, can you stop asking so many questions? Otherwise, I'll stuff you into the life-sealing grass and suck out all your blood essence. As they continued forward, Moyang closed his mouth and looked ahead in amazement. Dong, suddenly, without any warning, a thumping sound could be heard from the deep tunnel ahead. Dong dong, as the two of them moved forward, the thumping sounds became louder and louder. It was only at this moment that Mu Yun realized that something was wrong. Along the way, the entire cave was filled with corpses. But now, the number of corpses had suddenly decreased. Dong dong dong, Xianxia frowned, and the thumping sounds grew louder and louder. Then, a ray of dim light suddenly lit up in the empty tunnel. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew from behind. Dodge. Pulling Moyang behind her, Mu Yun bluntly threw out a punch. Bang, a low thud resounded as a figure crashed into the wall of the cave, sinking deep into it. Ah! With a loud cry, Moyang fell to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Master, this is a corpse. The corpse can actually move. It's a zombie. Nonsense, can't I see it? To think that you're my student. Stand up. Seeing Moyang fall to the ground in a sorry state, Mu Yun scolded. Although this was what he said, Mu Yun knew that he had also been afraid when he had first seen these things back then. Yes. For some reason, after hearing Mu Yun's words, Moyang felt a burst of courage and immediately stood up. These are called blood corpses. They use an evil method to suck a martial artist's blood essence dry and then control the corpse to kill. The more corpses there are, the more the blood corpses will be infected and their combat power will be stronger. So, don't be afraid. The strength of these corpses is not as strong as when they were alive. Although she said so, Mu Yun's brows were tightly knitted together. She had seen the method of refining blood corpses before, but she did not expect such a situation to occur in the small Baiyun city. I understand. Moyang took out the green tower sword. Looking at the dozens of blood corpses behind him, a burst of fighting spirit erupted. Kill! With a low shout, Moyang charged forward. Ding ding ding, when the long sword struck the blood corpses, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Moyang's expression changed drastically. Even if they were blood corpses, their defense did not need to be so abnormal. Master. Where is she? After being repelled by a first-level spiritual cave realm martial artist's blood corpse, Moyang felt a tumble in his chest. He turned around to look at Mu Yun, but Mu Yun was nowhere to be seen. I'll leave these blood corpses to you for practice. Master will eliminate the mastermind behind the scenes. In the deep cave, Mu Yun's words drifted in the air, leaving behind only a Mo Yang, who seemed to have been dried by the wind. F***ck. Master, seeing Mu Yun disappear in a flash, Moyang felt that the sky was about to collapse. But at this moment, he could not care less about that. At the entrance of the cave, the corpses that were originally lying on the ground were already surrounding him. Fight. It was too late to run. Moyang could only wave the green tower sword and kill with all his might. Although these blood corpses were all stronger than him when they were alive, their movements were a little slow now. It was just that their defense was amazing. But Moyang had comprehended sword intent after all. When he swung his sword, his aura was shocking. It was not conventional. At this moment, he had completely swung his sword intent. He felt that the green tower sword and himself were becoming closer and closer. Gradually, they were indistinguishable. Kill. Gradually, Moyang's eyes turned red from killing. On the other side, Muyun quickened her pace. She channeled all the true essence in her body and quickly chased into the depths of the cave. Although that green light was dim and only appeared for a moment, she still caught it. She believed that with Moyang's 5th level Qi condensation cultivation, it would not be a problem for him to block those blood corpses for a while with his sword intent. But the most important thing was to eliminate the mastermind behind the scenes. These blood corpses would not appear for no reason. At this moment, thinking back to the news that spread more and more in Baiyun City, Muyun gradually understood. Perhaps some people were secretly adding fuel to the fire, resulting in such a popular scene. Stop right there. A dagger appeared in her hand. Muyun aimed at the dark green figure that suddenly appeared in front of her and threw it. Poochie. A poochie sound was heard. The green figure in front of her swayed and finally stopped. Who are you? Muyun shouted when she stopped 10 meters away from the green figure. Kiki, those spirit cave realm martial artists in front could not discover me, but you actually discovered me. An 8th level physical body realm core gathering realm is indeed impressive. Looking carefully, Muyun realized that the green figure was a figure covered in a green cloak. He was about 1.7 meters tall and wore a mask on his face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Seeing this outfit, Muyun suddenly had an ominous premonition. Green Shadow Blood Palace. You are from the Green Shadow Blood Palace. Hearing Muyun's words, the green-cloaked person stared at Muyun with a face full of shock. How do you know about the Green Shadow Blood Palace? The green-cloaked person said in surprise, the Green Shadow Blood Palace was destroyed 5,000 years ago. There is no Green Shadow Blood Palace now, only our Green Shadow Blood sect. Brat, I see that you know quite a lot. The green-cloaked person stared at Muyun and said, why don't I refine you into a blood corpse? You will definitely be a great help. The Green Shadow Blood Palace was destroyed, the Green Shadow Blood sect, 10,000 years had passed. It seemed that many things had changed. In the past, Muyun found out about the Green Shadow Blood Palace when he was traveling in a minor kiliocosm. The Green Shadow Blood Palace specialized in refining blood corpses. This kind of blood palace was extremely terrifying. As long as there were corpses, the Green Shadow Blood Palace could continuously refine blood corpses and rely on blood corpses to fight. As long as there was fighting, there would be killing. There would always be an endless stream of corpses. He had seen the horror of the Blood Palace back then and deeply understood the feeling of abhorrence. Imagine if one's relatives and friends were killed and refined into blood corpses. Then, they would turn around and kill one's relatives. If he didn't kill them, he would be the one to die. This was a kind of torture to one's mind. Hee, brat, I didn't expect you to know so much despite coming from Baiyun City. It seems that your background is not simple. I am very interested in you. Ha, shameless boasting. You are just at the first tier of the spirit cave realm. You have only opened up the Higu point and gathered the vital essence. How dare you speak so arrogantly? You are the one who is shameless boasting. Hearing Muyun's provocation, the green-cloaked person sneered and said, the first tier of the spirit cave realm is enough to kill you. I am afraid it will be very interesting to refine you into a blood corpse. Back then, in the Green Shadow Blood sect, only martial artists at the 10th tier of the spirit cave realm could be called lord. You are just a little martial artist at the spirit cave realm. How dare you call yourself lord? 10th tier of the spirit cave realm. Hearing Muyun's words, the green-cloaked person was even more surprised. You even know about the 10th tier of the spirit cave realm. It seems that you are from an extraordinary force. Although you are only at the 8th tier of the physical body realm, your strength is much stronger than some of the disciples of the Sacred Pill sect. I am getting more and more interested in you. I am not interested in you. Waving her hand, Mu Yun looked at the green-cloaked person and felt goosebumps all over her body. However, a sharp sword slowly appeared under her hand. The green tower sword. At this moment, Mu Yun was holding the green tower sword in her hand. However, this green tower sword was refined by Mu Yun with the strengthening and auxiliary contracts. Although it was a high-grade mortal weapon, in terms of strength, it was definitely not inferior to ordinary low-grade mystic weapons. Kill! With a low shout, Mu Yun swung her sword. Ding! The green-cloaked person stretched out his palm. His 5 fingers were as dry as tree branches and appeared gray. He clenched his fist, and the green tower sword brought forth a spray of blood. With a swoosh, fresh blood spurted out. As fresh blood spurted out, both of them were shocked. Mu Yun was surprised that even a martial artist at the first tier of the spirit cave realm who had opened the Higa meridian should not be able to block his sword. At least the palm should be chopped off. However, this green-cloaked person only had a bloody scar on his palm. The green-cloaked person was even more shocked. As a member of the Green Shadow Blood sect, he knew that although he was at the first tier of the spirit cave realm, his physical body was not considered strong. However, no matter what, he was still at the first tier of the spirit cave realm. Chapter 74 Tripod. This sword is not as simple as an ordinary weapon. I didn't expect such an unfathomable blacksmith to appear in this small North Cloud city. The green-robed man subconsciously thought that to be able to refine such an exquisite and sharp profound weapon, one must at least be a profound weapon master. You flatter me. With a long sword in hand, Mu Yun did not dare to be careless. The green-clothed man in front of him was at the first level of the spiritual cave realm. Most importantly, he was a member of the Green Shadow Blood sect. This made Mu Yun not dare to be careless. If his guess was correct, this fellow should be a descendant of the Green Shadow Blood Hall from back then, and he should have re-established the Green Shadow Blood sect. He deeply understood how terrifying the Green Shadow Blood Palace was back then. It had almost wiped out all the warriors on a continent. Hee hee, kid, I'm getting more and more interested in you. The green-robed man chuckled. Not only do you know a lot of secrets, but you also have such a weapon in your hands. If I refine you, perhaps there will be even more unexpected gains. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun leaned forward and swung the green tower sword in her hand. Sword of replenishing shadow. Another figure seemed to suddenly appear in front of Mu Yun. It was an illusory figure. It was unknown what kind of power it was made of, but it was illusory yet real. Not only that, the illusory figure also held an illusory sword in its hand. It followed Mu Yun's figure and charged towards the green-robed man. Kiki. His martial arts skills are also extraordinary. With a chuckle, the green-robed man's hands turned into claws, and claw prints jumped out. With 2 thuds, he charged straight towards Mu Yun. After I kill you, I want to see how that phantom will deal with you. Dream on. Seal fragment. With a low shout, Mu Yun suddenly struck out with her left hand. 3 fragmented seals formed the shape of a triangle in front of her to protect her body. The green palace sword in her hand pierced through the center of the triangle, attacking and defending at the same time. Bang bang, 2 explosions sounded. The green-robed man shattered the seal in front of Mu Yun without any obstruction. Hee hee, after all, I'm only at the 8th level of the fleshly body realm. With a ferocious smile, the green-cloaked man broke through Mu Yun's defense in an instant. He was extremely pleased with himself. But in the next moment, a cold aura suddenly came from behind him. This was the intuition of someone who had walked on the edge of life and death for many years. Without another word, the green-robed man abandoned Mu Yun and turned around to throw a punch. Martial artists at the 10th level of the spiritual cave realm had opened 10 apertures in their body. Each aperture was located in a different part of their body. As for martial artists in the first layer of the spirit cave realm, they opened the Higu point between the thumb and forefinger of both hands. This allowed their hands to be filled with true essence, and their strength would increase by more than 10 times. The green-robed man threw out a backhand punch. A terrifying force reverberated in the cave for a long time. Drip, in the quiet cave, the sound of clanging and dripping could be heard. Huff, huff. The green-robed man was panting heavily. He seemed to be extremely angry. He turned around and looked at Mu Yun. His eyes were about to spit fire. You have really angered me. Tisk. Seeing that only half of the green-robed man's palm was still connected to his arm, Mu Yun clicked her tongue. She understood that although the green-robed man was at the first layer of the spiritual cave realm, the people of the Green Shadow Blood sect had always focused on refining blood corpses. They did not care much about training their own bodies. But gradually, as the green-robed man's palm slowly reconnected with his arm, Mu Yun's expression instantly changed. Damn, this is even possible. Mu Yun did not remember that the Green Shadow Blood Hall had this technique. Could it be that it was created by the people of the Green Shadow Blood sect? This is the external incarnation technique of my Green Shadow Blood sect. We will use a corpse that we are satisfied with to execute it. You broke one of my palms and destroyed my incarnation. Today, I must sacrifice your flesh. External incarnation? Before Mu Yun could think further, the green-robed man had already charged forward. But this time, the green-robed man's fingernails were like wild grass. In the blink of an eye, they grew to over a meter long. The surface of the fingernails was grayish-white, but the edges were as thin as a cicada's wing. Furthermore, there was a bit of sawtooth on them. Die. The 5 fingers were like sickles as they scraped towards Mu Yun's head. The cracking sounds that came from piercing through the air made Mu Yun feel a gust of cold wind surge through her entire body. Overflowing sky seal. With a flip of her palm, Mu Yun struck out 2 seals. Ding-ding sounds rang out as the 2 overflowing sky seals collided with the green-robed man's fingernails. The green-robed man's figure was blocked for a moment. Once again, Mu Yun struck out with her sword. Supplementing wind sword. When Mu Yun's sword was unleashed, the entire cave, which had originally been calm and tranquil, was filled with the sound of wind and cranes screaming in the wind. Chaotic cries rapidly spread throughout the cave. It was as if the wind was gathered by a force at this moment, emitting a violent power. You're courting death. Seeing that Mu Yun still dared to trick him, the green-robed man's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. His 10 fingernails were like cutting knives as they rushed towards Mu Yun. Crack, crack, crack. However, at this moment, cracking sounds rang out. The green-robed man's 10 fingers were instantly broken. Even his fingers were flattened, leaving only his empty palms. Inside the cave, a terrifying howl could be heard. Bastard, you bastard. Looking at Mu Yun, the green-robed man's eyes were filled with horror. She was clearly only at the core assembly realm, but she could unleash such a powerful force. Who exactly was this fellow? Why are you cursing so loudly? Won't you stop before you die? Mu Yun frowned as she held the green tower sword in her hand. Don't worry, I will let you die a quick death. She raised her hand, and the green tower sword was about to strike down. Wait, wait. With his 10 fingers crippled, the green-robed man knelt on the ground and wailed, Don't kill me, don't kill me. I have the treasure of the cave's owner. Treasure? That's right. Seeing that Mu Yun was tempted, the green-robed man hurriedly said, I discovered this cave by accident, so I stayed here and spread the news in Baiyun City to attract people here for me to refine blood corpses. However, there is indeed a treasure in here. What treasure? A cauldron. As the green-robed man spoke, he trembled as he took out a pendant from his chest with his severed fingers. Mu Yun flicked her sword, and the pendant landed in her hand. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a small cauldron under the pendant. However, this cauldron was really too small. It was only the size of a thumb, but when she touched it, she felt that it weighed dozens of kilograms. Where did you get it from? I got it from beside the corpse in this cave. Although it is small, it is very exquisite. However, I don't know what it is. Of course you don't know. Mu Yun chuckled. Because you are not an alchemist. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion, and the small cauldron in Mu Yun's hand suddenly enlarged. The originally exquisite small cauldron suddenly enlarged and became as tall as a person. The cauldron was 3-legged and round. It was covered with simple green patterns, and there seemed to be traces of light shining in the patterns. Seeing the green 3-legged cauldron, the green-robed man was stunned, and a vexed expression appeared on his face. You don't have to be vexed. You can't use this three-legged cauldron even if I give it to you. Only an alchemist can understand the principle behind it. As Muyun spoke, she walked forward and carefully observed the three-legged cauldron. The cauldron is a treasure. I have already given it to you. Can you let me go now? In your dreams. There was originally spirit sealing grass in this wind leader cave. Let me ask you, where is it now? Speak. The green-robed man trembled and said, most of the spirit sealing grass was wasted when I refined the blood corpses. However, this herb still has some use, so I only kept one stalk. One stalk? Seeing the green-robed man's trembling appearance, Muyun couldn't wait to raise her sword and behead him. Alright, now tell me, why did you come to Baiyun City? Muyun asked after taking the only stalk of spirit sealing grass from the green-robed man. I am, whoosh. Poochie, just as the green-robed man was about to speak, there was a piercing sound. Immediately after, the green-robed man's neck was pierced, and blood sprayed in front of Muyun. Whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, 2 gusts of wind passed by Muyun and floated out from the depths of the cave. Looking at the 2 figures, Muyun stood still on the spot. The 2 people just now were so powerful that they made her feel suffocated. Even her adoptive father, Mu Linchen, did not have such a strong pressure. Oh no. Without much time to think, Muyun sped out. He suddenly remembered that Moyang was still outside the cave. Putting away the three-legged cauldron, Muyun left the cave in a flash. However, as Muyun left, the green-robed man whose neck was pierced gradually wriggled. Slowly, as though he was shedding his skin, a person walked out of his skin. This person had a fair complexion and was naked from head to toe. His entire body was as tender as a baby's. Kiki, LV Shan, you've taken a big tumble this time. The fair-skinned man had just stood up when a sarcastic laughter rang out. Feichi, if it were you, you would also look like this. Stop making sarcastic remarks. I've lost my clone, but I can cultivate it back in a few years. The most important thing is that three-legged cauldron. That's a treasure. When I return and hand it to Lord Envoy, it will be another great merit. LV Shan, oh LV Shan. Although you and I are both sect guardians, our intelligence is really not on the same line. Although that fellow is only at the 8th stage of the core assembly realm, his swordsmanship is superb and his senses are sharp. Do you think I scared him away? He rushed out because I ran outside and was worried that I would harm that fellow outside. LV Shan was shocked. He knew that Feichi was at the 2nd stage of the spiritual cave realm. How could he not be a match for that fellow? How could it be? You don't have to guess. We were only ordered to investigate this wind leader cave. Lord Envoy's plan is far more than this. We'd better return as soon as possible. Feichi, do you know what Lord Envoy wants to do? Ambush at the cave entrance. Hearing Feichi's crazy words, there was no fear on Lu Shan's face. Instead, his face was filled with madness. Occupying the southern Cloud Empire and using it as a base to invade the entire Tianyun continent seemed impossible to any sect. But for the Green Shadow Blood sect, it was very possible. The Green Shadow Blood sect did not use living people for war, but corpses. As long as it was a battle, there would definitely be casualties. At that time, they could refine blood corpses to continuously strengthen themselves. War was what everyone in the Green Shadow Blood sect yearned for the most. Only war could bring them strength. That's good, that's good. Lu Shan's face revealed a crazy smile. This way, I'm afraid that in less than a year, my external avatar will be refined again. At that time, I will use this kid's body as my external avatar. Strange laughter came out from the gloomy cave, and the 2 figures gradually disappeared. At the same time, on the other side, Moyang was facing close to 100 blood corpses. He was bitterly holding on. At the start, it was still fine. But after all, he was only at the 5th tier of the Qi condensation realm. His Qi strength was still weak. Gradually, he could not hold on any longer. Damn it. Seeing figures constantly rushing in from outside the cave entrance, Moyang could only grit his teeth and continue to hold on. Master has already been in there for a few hours. I wonder how he is doing. Io, young man, not bad. Even at the brink of death, you still remember to think of Master. Just at this moment, sword light suddenly flashed. Poochie! 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 The 7 or 8 blood corpses standing in front of Moyang fell to the ground. Sword will? Seeing that sword, Moyang's heart trembled violently. Teacher Mu, you have comprehended sword will? Did I say that I don't know sword will? Seeing Moyang's shocked expression, Mu Yun pursed her lips. Sword will was only the most basic concept of a swordsman's comprehension. A strong swordsman, after comprehending sword will, would also comprehend sword force and even have his own sword heart. Right now, Moyang could not comprehend these. God, Master, you are really a god. Looking at Mu Yun, Moyang's eyes were practically shining stars. Sword essence, in the entire Baiyun city, until now, only he, Moyang, had comprehended sword intent. Who would have thought that Mu Yun, who had always kept a low profile, had actually comprehended sword intent as well? Since you still remember your master, I'll teach you some real skills. Alright. For some reason, Moyang felt a sense of security the moment he saw Mu Yun. Watch carefully. As she spoke, Mu Yun had already swung her sword. It was still the replenishing shadow sword, but this time, Mu Yun's shadow appeared in the middle of the blood corpses. With a wave of her hand, the sword in the shadow's hand was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, chopping off the heads of the surrounding blood corpses. Sword intent. Seeing this scene, Moyang was stunned. They were both sword intents, but Moyang could clearly sense that Mu Yun's sword intent was more than 100 times stronger than his. This was not a difference in realm, but a difference in instincts. In terms of pure sword intent, Mu Yun was much stronger than him. If his sword intent was like an immature baby, then Mu Yun's sword intent was like a burly man, shocking people with surging waves. There are also differences in sword intent. When you first comprehend sword intent, it can only be said to be sword intent mastery, then initial mastery, great mastery, and finally from sword intent to sword momentum. At that time, the sword will follow the person, and the sword will follow the heart. This is the true heart of a swordsman. Sword intent mastery, initial mastery, great mastery, great mastery. Hearing these new words, Moyang felt as if he had been enlightened. He thought that he was already unparalleled in Baiyun City after comprehending sword intent, but today, Mu Yun had opened up a new world for him. Sword intent mastery, now I'm only at sword intent mastery. Moyang kept muttering to himself, and the sharpness in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Kill. 2 figures shuttled back and forth between the caves. Sword chi scattered in all directions, and they were carefree and happy. Strong. In the shadows, 2 dark shadows slowly wriggled, and a low voice sounded, "This person's physical body is at the 8th level, and he's proficient in alchemy. He has a divine weapon in his hand, and he actually comprehended sword intent. He's really strong. That's why I didn't act rashly. If he's a descendant of some sect elder or sect master in the Tianyun continent, we'll bring trouble to the sect if we spend a lot of effort to kill him." The other voice said, "You also understand that if our green shadow blood sect wants to rise, we have to start with some empires. It's extremely disadvantageous to offend those sections." Understood, but this person needs to be reported to the special envoy. Pay attention. Yes, it's more important to report to the special envoy now. The 2 illusory figures disappeared as if they had never appeared in the first place. Phew, time slowly passed, and finally, the 2 figures sat on the ground. "Master, it's finally over." "Yes. It's over." Mu Yun revealed a bitter smile. Back then, when he was at the 8th level of the core gathering realm, he was able to challenge spirit cave realm martial artists. After facing enemies several times his size, he didn't even blush or pant after killing them. But now, just a few dozen slow-moving blood corpses made him pant. It seems that there are still some problems with this body. It needs to be solved. The main purpose of the 10 levels of the physical body was to refine the body. If there was even the slightest problem with the body, when he stepped into the spirit cave realm, he would face the problem of being incomplete at every level. Let's go. After resting for a moment, Mu Yun pulled Moyang and walked towards the cave entrance. He only had 1 stalk of spirit sealing grass on him. If he wanted to refine the spirit sealing pill, he could only succeed and not fail. Even if it was a top alchemist, it was impossible to guarantee that any pill's refinement would be flawless. Therefore, he had to be prepared. He pulled Moyang out of the cave. The sun was setting in the west, and the entire Baiyun mountain range seemed to be dark. However, just as they walked to the cave entrance and looked around, Mu Yan's face turned cold. It seems that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. There is still a poisonous snake lurking behind the oriole. She pursed her lips and said, "Haha, I knew it. Mu Yan, it's impossible that you didn't come here for the spirit-sealing grass." As soon as Mu Yan finished his sentence, a cold laugh could be heard. Xiao Yu. Behind Xiao Yu, Xiao Ming and the others walked out in unison. There were only 7 or 8 people left in the original team of more than 10 people. They didn't leave but had been waiting here. "Kid, hand over the spirit-sealing grass, and I'll let you go." Just as Xiao Yu finished speaking, a muffled voice sounded. The person who came was burly and had a full beard. His eyes were wide open, and he exuded an aura of anger. "Tai Shanhu, you're really shameless." However, just as Tai Shanhu appeared, a few more figures walked out from the side. The person in the lead was tall and thin, with high cheekbones and dark eyes. "Bayuda, I knew you wouldn't give up so easily. Alright, the 3 of us are here. Tang Mingyang, you don't have to hide anymore. Come out." Xiao Ming stepped forward with a smile on his face. The surroundings had originally calmed down, but rustling sounds were heard, and another 7 or 8 people walked out. At this time, there were already 30 to 40 people gathered at the cave entrance. Among these 30 to 40 people, the lowest cultivation was at the 6th level of the meridian condensation realm, and the highest was Ba Yuda and the others, who were at the 10th level of the physical body convergence realm. "They're really all here." Looking at the other 3 people, Xiao Ming sneered. "Tang Mingyang, Tai Shanhu, Ba Yuda, I know that the place where the inner sect disciples are sent out for the trial this time is not Baiyun City. Pfft, Baiyun City is not your home. I can come whenever I want. What can you do?" The first to speak was the muscular Tai Shanhu. He looked at Xiao Ming with disdain. "You're Mu Yun, right? Your reputation has been heard everywhere in Baiyun City recently. I won't make things difficult for you. I really need the spirit-sealing grass, so give it to me." The spirit-sealing grass only has one use, and that is to refine the spirit-sealing pill. Since you need it so urgently, I'm afraid you need a spirit-sealing pill, right? You can refine it? Of course I can. Mu Yun chuckled and said, "Not to mention one, I can even refine 10 pills. But I won't refine it for you. Are you playing with me? So what if I'm playing with you? I refine pills based on my heart. I'm not in a good mood, so I won't refine them." As a dignified immortal king in his previous life, he had never been afraid of these things. Now, he was even less afraid. After being reborn, Mu Yun wanted to be free and unrestrained. He wanted to be able to repay favors and take revenge as he pleased. The feeling of being tricked by someone made Mu Yun very unhappy. "You're courting death, so don't blame me." Seeing Mu Yun's smug look, Tai Shanhu swung his vinegar-sized fist. "He's done for." Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu said excitedly and expectantly, "Tai Shanhu's punch can even kill a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, let alone a core-gathering realm martial artist. Looks like we don't have to teach him a lesson. How dare you bully me, Mu Yun? Even if you're the heavenly king, you'll still have to lie down." Seeing Tai Shanhu rushing forward, Mu Yun was fearless and brazenly faced him. In the eyes of Xiao Yu, Xiao Ming, and Ba Yuda, this scene was madness and idiocy. But in Moyang's eyes, it was bravery, boldness, and fearlessness that a swordsman should have. Bang, he punched out, and the 2 figures collided. 2 seals shot out from Mu Yan's hands and wrapped around Tai Shanhu's arms. It was the life and death seal of the 8 desolation seal of life and death, the life and death seal, 1 life and 1 death, extinguishing life and breaking death. Dong dong, in the next moment, Iron Mountain whose majestic body was pushed back a dozen steps with a loud bang. Then, Tai Shanhu's tanned face flushed red. In the end, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How could it be? Seeing Tai Shanhu retreat and Mu Yun still standing in the same place, everyone present was instantly dumbfounded. There was a difference of 2 levels between the physical body 10th level and the physical body 8th level, but these 2 levels were worlds apart. Chapter 76 Feng Tian Cauldron. Oh my god. Seeing this scene, Moyang, who was at the side, almost jumped up in excitement. Who was this person in front of him? It was his master, Mu Yun, the trash Mu Yun who had been popular in Baiyun City for 10 years, but now, with a single punch, Tai Shan who was in the 10th tier of the aperture conjuring realm, was forced to retreat. Just this move alone was enough to cause an uproar in the entire Baiyun City. If Mu Yun had used a sword to repel Tai Shan who was sword intent, he might not have been so surprised. However, Mu Yun had used her fists and seals. Good, very good. Wiping off the blood on the corner of his mouth, Tai Shan whose face became more and more gloomy. He had been careless just now. Otherwise, he would have been able to take Mu Yun's life with just one punch. Cracking sounds could be heard as Tai Shan whose 1.8-meter tall body suddenly grew taller. His chest heaved up and down as he began to tremble. Being at a disadvantage in this punch could be said to be a great humiliation. At the aperture fusion realm, it could be said that one would begin to accumulate energy in the body's 7 meridians and 8 meridians, stabilizing their true essence. Once one entered the spirit cave realm, they would be able to open the 10 apertures in their body one by one and lay a solid foundation. Primordial Thunderbolt Palm. Taking a step forward, Tai Shan whose muscular body bulged. One could see a strong wind blowing between his palms. Streaks of blood actually appeared. Boiling true yuan directly slapped towards Mu Yun. Scram. Seeing that Tai Shan who was using his real skills, Mu Yun was not afraid at all. He had obtained the 8 Desolation Seal of Life and Death from Dongfeng Yu, and it was a genuine upper-tier martial art. This time, Mu Yun mobilized the true essence in her body and completely formed the last seal, 8 Desolation Heavenly Seal. The 8 Desolation Heavenly Seal covered the heavens and the earth. Even if Mu Yun used all the vital essence in her body for this seal, in terms of strength, she was not as strong as Tai Shan who. However, this seal used every trace of vital energy in Mu Yun's body. Even the tiniest trace of vital energy formed an important part of the seal. 2 palms against 2 palms. This time everyone understood that Tai Shan who would not show mercy, and Mu Yun would not be careless. Bang, a low sound of collision rang out. The 2 figures did not separate. Their palms faced each other, and a powerful shockwave, with the 2 of them as the center, actually shattered the ground within a 10-meter radius. On Tai Shan whose palm, the wind and clouds surged and the blood was viscous. On the other hand, on Mu Yun's palm, there were 2 illusory imprints that were greenish-gray. Xiao Ming, Tang Mingyang, and the others had never seen the martial skill he was using. However, Mu Yun's palm was able to block Tai Shan whose attack. Regardless of the outcome, it was enough to prove how powerful that martial skill was. Tang Mingyang was moved, Ba Yuda was moved, and Xiao Ming was even more moved. A top-notch yellow-ranked martial technique was not that attractive to them, who were about to enter the spirit cave realm. However, in the future, they could rely on this martial skill to recruit trusted subordinates of the sect. If one wanted to gain a foothold in the sect, they needed martial skills, elixir pills, and divine weapons. This kind of palm imprint is extremely rare even in our sacred pill sect. 1 imprint is a world, and 1 palm is a universe. It has endless changes and boundless power. That's right. If we obtain it, Mu Yun's physical body is at the 8th level. To be able to block Tai Shan whose attack is enough to prove the power of this martial skill. The 3 of them spoke at the same time and looked at the field. Dong dong, suddenly, a low thumping sound rang out. The 2 figures, who were originally in a deadlock, were instantly broken with the thumping sound. Tai Shan who was the first to be unable to bear it. He spat out another mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground with his arms hanging down. The 8 Desolation Sky Seal covered the sky and earth. It was not difficult to seal Tai Shan whose arms. If Mu Yun was also at the 10th level of the aperture congregating realm, this moment of deadlock would not have happened. Do you still want the spirit sealing grass? In his previous life, he had seen too many self-righteous sect geniuses. They always thought that they were the best in the world. Even if they had opponents, they would only be the few genius disciples in the sect. Only by ruthlessly defeating such a person would one be able to completely defeat him. He lost. Taishan who lost. Even the mixed thunderbolt palm was defeated. This was a scene that no one had ever imagined. In the deadlock, they thought that Taishan who would gradually gain the upper hand and eventually defeat Mu Yun. Who would have thought that Mu Yun would severely injure Taishan who, awesome, seeing this scene, Moyang really wanted to jump up and roar. He wanted to return to the academy and tell Miao Xianyu and Qi Ming about this scene. Their mentor Mu was simply a monster among geniuses. Clap clap, after a long silence, clapping sounds were heard. A figure walked out from the group. Good, good, good. Baiyun City's genius mentor, Mu Yun, defeated the Sacred Pale Sect's inner disciple, Taishan Hu. An 8th-level core congregating realm cultivator defeated a 10th-level aperture congregating realm cultivator. Amazing, amazing. The person who spoke was Xiaoming. This time, they did not expect Mu Yun to be the last person to appear in the exploration of the Wind Link Cave. The reason why they had set up an ambush here was that they all knew that even if most people failed, none of them would give up. Therefore, they were all waiting. However, they did not expect that Mu Yun would appear in the end. What was even more unexpected was that Mu Yun did not lower her head when facing the four of them. Instead, she fought Taishan Hu head-on. In the end, she won. This was simply a slap to the Sacred Pale Sect's disciples' faces. You flatter me, Xiaoming. If you want to spar with me, I don't mind deigning to teach you a lesson. You, haha. At this moment, another loud laugh was heard. Xiaoming, don't keep us in suspense. I think we should kill him first. Tang Mingyang, what do you think? Why are you dragging me into this? Hearing Ba Yuda's words, Xiaoming's face darkened. He looked at Tang Mingyang and Ba Yuda with a dissatisfied expression. Xiaoming, you don't have to keep us in suspense. Taishan who is injured. If the three of us kill this guy, I don't believe we can't find out any secrets. That's right. From what I know, the guy in the Wind Link Cave is a direct disciple of our sect. He escaped from the sect because he stole the sect's Feng Tian Cauldron. Feng Tian Cauldron. Feng Tian Cauldron. Hearing Ba Yuda's words, Tang Mingyang and Xiaoming were obviously shocked. You don't know? Cursing in his heart, Ba Yuda's face twitched. He thought Tang Mingyang and Xiaoming already knew about this, but he did not expect them to not know at all. The Feng Tian Cauldron is a supreme-grade profound artifact. It's extremely convenient to use it to refine elixirs and weapons. I didn't expect the sect to not hear about it all these years. Haha. I knew it. Ba Yuda, you old fox, would not be willing to take the risk for a level 5 spiritual cave realm expert. So that's why. Humph. Hearing the two of them talking, Ba Yuda's face turned ashen and he was speechless. The Feng Tian Cauldron, hearing Ba Yuda's words, Mu Yun nodded her head inwardly. So he obtained the Feng Tian Cauldron. No wonder it was so strange. Not only could it refine elixirs, but it could also refine weapons. Such a cauldron was indeed rare in the Tianyun continent. I wonder if this guy encountered the Feng Tian Cauldron in the cave. As they spoke, the three of them had already gathered their gazes on Mu Yun. Seeing the three of them looking at her like wolves, Mu Yun's heart turned cold. No matter what, the three of them would not let her go today. If they knew that the Feng Tian Cauldron was on her, the three of them would probably rush up and tear her to shreds. But after all, there were 2 level 10 physical body realm experts, 1 level 9 spirit detecting realm expert, and 20 to 30 cultivators behind them whose cultivation was not lower than level 6 meridian condensing realm. This battle would be difficult. Most importantly, once the battle started, Moyang would be the first to be threatened. Master, I know you're worried about me, but as your disciple, I'm not afraid. Moyang suddenly spoke with a firm tone. Good, this is my disciple, Mu Yun. However, these dregs are not worthy of trapping you and me. As her voice fell, 2 clangs sounded at the same time. 2 green tower swords were unsheathed at the same time. Sword chi was abundant. It's not appropriate for so many people to bully the master and disciple. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, a cold voice drifted over. A snow-white figure glided through the air, and a cold aura quickly filled the air. Qin Mengyao was dressed in a long white dress. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her temperament was refined, but her eyes were fixed on the people opposite Mu Yun with killing intent. You actually hid it from me. What do you take me for? Qin Mengyao turned around and looked at Mu Yun. There was a trace of dissatisfaction on her face as she spoke angrily. No, it's just a coincidence. I wanted to call you, but there were too many people, and I didn't have the chance. Mu Yun scratched her head and smiled bitterly. You brought your precious disciple and didn't even tell me. How dare you say you didn't? I really didn't. I shouldn't have cared about you. I should have let them tear you into pieces. There's no need to be so cruel. Seeing the two of them turning a blind eye to the people around them, Moyang couldn't help but smack his lips. This was a real massacre. It wasn't a joke. Master, mistress, cough cough. Finally, Moyang couldn't help but tug at the corners of their clothes. Shut up. Shut up. After being yelled at by the two of them, Moyang opened his mouth and froze on the spot. Enough. Finally, Tang Mingyang and the other two couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Now is not the time for the two of you to flirt. Why don't I send you to hell to be lovey-dovey? With a low shout, Tang Mingyang was the first to be unable to take it anymore. With a whistling sound, his palm struck out. Crackling sounds rang out. The wind from Tang Mingyang's palm was mixed with traces of black gas, emitting a nauseating smell. Venomous and evil palm. This Tang Mingyang actually managed to learn this martial skill without anyone noticing. As expected, he has ulterior motives. You two don't have to make sarcastic remarks here. It's not like I don't know about your hidden methods. Tai Shanhu, who had been adjusting his breathing with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. Big guy, you won't die so easily. You're fine now. Chapter 77 Lin Ming. If I'm defeated by a trash with a mere level 8 physical body, I, Tai Shanhu, will not have the face to stay in the sacred elixir sect. Tai Shanhu did not care about their teasing. If you don't make a move now, I will. After all, there is only one heaven-sealing cauldron. As he spoke, Tai Shanhu's body grew taller again. His muscles bulged like the roots of a tree. It was as if thunder was exploding in his body, making crackling sounds. I think you're courting death. On the other side, when Qin Mengyao saw Tang Mingyang rushing over, she was worried that she had no place to vent her anger. She let out a cold shout and actually began to tremble faintly. Immediately after, Qin Mengyao stretched out her jade-like hand. A wisp of cold air floated in her palm and turned into an ice bead in the blink of an eye. That ice bead instantly left Qin Mengyao's palm and flew towards Tang Mingyang. Bang! The next moment, with a bang, the ice bead turned into ice shards and quietly exploded. Wisps of snowflakes danced in the air and contaminated the black gas. Crack crack crack, a series of cracking sounds rang out. The black gas was actually stuck to the ice shards in an instant. It fell to the ground and turned into fragments. At the same time, Tang Mingyang's hands were also stuck by the ice shards. The blood flow froze and stopped abruptly. Oh no! Seeing this, Tang Mingyang immediately wanted to turn around and retreat, but Qin Mengyao would not give him the chance. Since you dared to attack Big Brother Yun, you should be prepared to die. Qin Mengyao's cold voice rang out. The speed at which the ice shards stuck to Tang Mingyang became faster and faster. Finally, with two explosive sounds, Tang Mingyang's hands were already shattered. Ah! A blood-curdling scream sounded out as Tang Mingyang knelt on the ground. His arms were bent, and a pained expression appeared on his face as he gritted his teeth. His arms didn't bleed because his hands had been completely shattered. Instead, it was instantly stuck by ice shards, and the wound froze, becoming as clear as snow. With one strike, both of Tang Mingyang's hands were crippled. The strength displayed by Qin Mengyao was more than 10 times more terrifying than Mu Yun's. You defeated Tang Mingyang in one move with a 10th-layer physical body. Qin Mengyao, you are indeed not simple. In the crowd, Xiao Ming's eyes flashed. On the other side, Tai Shanhu, who wanted to run out, suddenly froze in place, not knowing whether to continue or stop. The situation instantly became awkward. Tang Mingyang's hands had turned into powder. It was not like the injuries that Tai Shanhu had suffered from Mu Yun. This was something that he would never be able to recover from in his lifetime. Papa, Right at this moment, a clapping sound was heard. The originally silent scene turned to the young man who was clapping. The young man was dressed in a long grey robe, and there was no smile on his extremely ordinary face. No one would be able to recognize such a young man on the streets. However, when her gaze landed on the young man, Mu Yun's heart trembled. Spirit Cave stage, seeing the young man's slightly protruding perlicue and his powerful hands, Mu Yun understood that this person was a martial artist at the first layer of the spiritual cave realm. At the first layer of the spiritual cave realm, one would open the Higu acupoint between the thumb and forefinger of both hands, increasing the strength of both hands by 10 times. Compared to the 50,000 kilograms of strength at the peak of the 10th layer physical body, a martial artist at the first layer of the spiritual cave realm who had opened the Higu acupoint would have a strength of more than 50,000 kilograms. This was also the terrifying aspect of a spiritual cave realm expert. Using the true essence in the body to open the 10 major acupoints, the opening of each acupoint would cause an earth-shattering change in a martial artist's strength. Therefore, there was a saying, 10 heavenly layers of the spiritual cave realm, each layer would change the sky. It was enough to see the powerful difference between each layer of the spiritual cave realm martial artist's transformation. The difference between the 10th layer physical body and the 10th layer spiritual cave was even more like the difference between heaven and earth. Seeing the ordinary-looking young man speak, Qin Mengyao frowned. Seeing the young man, Qin Mengyao said disdainfully, "You are only at the first layer of the spiritual cave realm and have opened the Higu acupoint. Do you think that by standing out, you can support them?" Clap clap, the young man clapped his hands again and said with a smile, "Qin Mengyao, family Qin's eldest daughter, is destined to not live past 20 years old." However, after Mu Yun cured the cold poison in her body, her cultivation soared. As expected. Xiaoming's words are indeed true. Xiaoming, a cold light flashed in Mu Yun's eyes. Others might not know about the cold poison in Qin Mingyao's body, but he was very clear about it. The people in front of him might not know about the strength of the Ice Phoenix spirit, but in the entire Tianyun continent, or in the top sacred pill sect, some people might be able to see some clues. At that time, with his current strength, if some people wanted to forcefully take Qin Mingyao away, he would not be able to stop them. What did he say? Qin Mingyao also felt that something was wrong. Currently, only she and Mu Yun knew about the strength of the Ice Phoenix spirit. If it was discovered by a powerful force, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hee. I'm not too sure now, but in a few days, the results will be clear. At that time, what will appear in front of you will be a broader world. The ordinary young man looked as if he was looking at a piece of gold, and his face revealed a scorching expression. It was the kind of madness an alchemist would have after seeing a divine pill successfully refined by his own hands. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Seeing the madness on the young man's face, Qin Mingyao's face turned cold. The love between her and Mu Yun had just begun, and she would not allow anyone to break it. Hee, I'll take this opportunity to test your strength. I'm also looking forward to it. Senior brother Lin Ming, be careful. This woman is not simple. Don't worry, it's just a 10th level physical body. She can't hurt me. Lin Ming's extremely ordinary face revealed a trace of a smile, and his figure dashed out. Qin Mengyao was already unable to restrain her anger. Anyone who wanted to destroy her relationship with Mu Yun must die. Mu Yun was even more intolerable. Xiaoming, do you know that parrots love to gossip? Therefore, it is destined to not live for long. Mu Yun's face turned cold. Holding the cyan steel sword in her hand, she rushed toward Xiaoming. Kill him. At the same time, Xiaoming, Tai Shanhu, and Ba Yuda immediately attacked. Tai Shanhu and Ba Yuda were both 10th level physical bodies. In addition to Xiaoming, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit detecting realm, and more than a dozen 7th and 8th level martial artists, they instantly surrounded Mu Yun. Moyang, watch carefully. This time, Master will tell you what the real sword essence is. At this moment, Moyang felt that a ball of fire was brewing in Mu Yun's heart. This fire was about to erupt. Ding, a sword was drawn, and it was the replenishing shadow sword. Mo Yang felt that this sword was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. It was familiar because he had comprehended the sword essence because of Mu Yun's sword. However, it was unfamiliar because Mu Yun's sword was completely different from the one before. Ding ding ding, in an instant, the sound of swords clanking rang out. Mu Yun's body flipped in the air, and the light of the green tower sword suddenly appeared. Everyone's movements seemed to have completely slowed down under this sword. Puff puff puff, in an instant, 5 figures fell to the ground. Blood spurted from their necks, and their vitality dissipated. A sword reaped 5 lives. Furthermore, it was under the siege of Ba Yuda and Tai Shanhu. Mu Yun was only at the 8th level of the core assembly realm. It was simply a miracle to be able to do this. Do you think this is the end? Xiao Ming, I will make you regret your big mouth. Mu Yun took a step forward. Martial artists below the 9th level could not stop him at all. Gradually, he rushed toward Xiao Yu, who was at the back. Don't you want your spatial ring back? I'll give it to you now. Can you take it? Mu Yun shouted, and his long sword had already been drawn. How dare you? Mu Yun, quickly stop him, stop him. Seeing Mu Yun rushing toward Xiao Yu, Xiao Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He stared fixedly at Mu Yun, wishing he could spit fire. However, any martial artist at the 8th level of the physical body realm who approached Mu Yun would be sent flying by Mu Yun's sword. Even martial artists at the 9th level of the spirit detecting realm were cleverly dodged by Mu Yun. Seeing that Mu Yun was targeting him, Xiao Yu's face turned pale. Earlier, he had clearly seen Mu Yun send an 8th stage core gathering martial artist flying with a single strike of his sword without even blinking. Perhaps only Big Brother could withstand Mu Yun, who was at the 8th level of the core assembly realm. How exactly did this fellow cultivate? Wasn't he once the most famous trash in Baiyun City? Trash, what are you thinking about? Didn't you say that sooner or later, you would make me kneel and return the spatial ring to you? Mu Yun shouted loudly and jumped up. At this moment, seeing Mu Yun jump up, Xiao Yu's legs were already trembling. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, his pants wet. No. Seeing that Mu Yun was merciless and still swung her sword in the end, Xiao Ming's face was extremely sinister. Plop, in the end, accompanied by a plop, a head fell to the ground. Xiao Yu had completely lost his life. These two brothers had been scheming ever since they entered Baiyun City. It wasn't excessive to kill them. Good, very good. Mu Yun, your death is here. Xiao Ming straightened his body and shouted while enduring his grief, Ba Yuda, Tai Shanhu, as long as you help me kill Mu Yun, I will ask my grandfather to repay you with an inferior grade profound artifact when we return to the sect. Is this true? Is this true? Xiao Ming's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty gaze, and he almost roared, if I go against this, I, Xiao Ming, will never be able to step into the 10th level of the spirit cave in this lifetime. Alright. Seeing Xiao Ming's crazy expression, Tai Shanhu and Ba Yuda chuckled. The reason why they were able to let Mu Yun kill her way over was because they did not want to consume too much of their energy. But at this moment, an inferior grade profound artifact was enough to make them determined to kill Mu Yun. Hee, Xiao Ming, if you had said this earlier, no matter what treasure this fellow has, I would not have fought with you. I have always admired the inferior grade profound artifact that your grandfather refined. Ba Yuda smiled slightly. He did not care about Xiao Yu's death. 3 pieces of trash. They are still trash together. Facing the 3 of them, Mu Yun did not care at all. It was as if he could treat Lin Ming indifferently even if the one standing in front of him was Lin Ming. Stubborn bastard. With a sneer, Ba Yuda took the initiative to attack. A black bead appeared in his hand. The bead glowed with a bloodthirsty black light, shining brightly. Ba Yuda, you even took out your life-stealing smoke cloud pearl. It seems that I have to show my true abilities. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios Repel, the large saber was full of nicks. It did not look like it had been cut, nor did it look like it had been deliberately made. However, it was so natural. Supreme-grade mortal weapon, Storm Blood Saber. Ba Yuda chuckled. Tai Shanhu, if you had taken out this saber just now, I'm afraid that kid wouldn't have been able to hurt you. One must always be on guard against others. Who knows what will happen to the 2 of you? Tai Shanhu admitted to this frankly. In the beginning, he only wanted to test Mu Yun and show a flaw so that they would think that he was no match for Mu Yun. Now, the temptation of an inferior-grade mystic weapon was enough to make him go all out. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto Mu Yun almost instantly. However, all of this seemed to be nothing in Mu Yun's eyes. Moyang only felt that Instructor Mu Yun, who was in front of him, looked so calm as if everything was under his control. The 8th level of the physical body, the core formation realm, condenses the vital essence in the body into core essence. The 9th level of the physical body, the spirit detecting realm, has spiritual eyes, clear mind, and reaction speed increased by more than 10 times. The 10th level of the physical body, the aperture gathering realm, has the 10 major acupoints in the body become illusory in preparation for stepping into the 10th level of the spirit cave realm. Trash. Everyone knows this. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to memorize it? Xiaoming said disdainfully when he saw Mu Yun speak out of the blue. That's right. Everyone knows this, but there's still something you don't know. Haha. Don't boast shamelessly. Mu Yun, if you want to die, I'll help you. Have a taste of my storm blood saber. Saber, it's a good saber, but it's a waste in your hands. Shaking his head, Mu Yun's green tower sword's gleam was erratic. Wisps of sword aura gradually swayed along with his hand. Sword aura that could be swayed. Ba Yuda, Xiaoming, and the rest were dumbfounded. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a monster. Too many unbelievable things had happened to him. Xiaoming, why are you still in a daze? Lin Ming suddenly shouted. Don't tell me you don't want that 3rd-grade elixir. I understand, senior brother Lin Ming. Yu Xiaoming finally stopped hesitating. At this moment, killing Mu Yun, taking away Qin Meng Yao, and letting the inner sect elders of the sect come was the most important thing. As long as he could appraise Qin Meng Yao's extraordinariness, he would be able to obtain a grade 3 pill. At that time, breaking through to grade 9, grade 10, or even reaching the spirit cave realm wouldn't be impossible. After making up his mind, Xiaoming no longer had any intention of holding back. Moreover, if his grandfather knew that Xiaoyu was dead, he would definitely blame him. Thinking of his grandfather's angry face, Xiaoming felt a chill run down his spine. Mu Yun, die. Immediately after, Xiaoming's anger turned into killing intent and completely enveloped Mu Yun. On the other hand, when Ba Yuda saw Lin Ming appear, he understood that Xiaoming had Lin Ming's support this time. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves, there was nothing he could do. He could only help Xiaoming kill Mu Yun. The 3 disciples of the Sacred Pill sect instantly displayed their strongest moves and charged towards Mu Yun. At this moment, Moyang, who was hiding at the side, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Whether it was Xiaoming, Ba Yuda, or Tai Shanhu, they were all disciples of the Sacred Pill sect. Even the Nanyun Empire could only bow down to the Sacred Pill sect. Needless to say, the small Baiyun city. When he saw these inner sect disciples, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. However, at this moment, his master was wielding a sword and moving forward. He killed and fought as he pleased. This was how a martial artist did things. Repaying favors and taking revenge as he pleased. However, Moyang understood that as a 6th-stage meridian condensing realm cultivator, he would only cause trouble if he went forward. Therefore, he had been watching Mu Yun's every move and moved carefully. Good timing. Seeing the 3 people taking the lead to attack while the other 10 people stood around, ready to attack at any time, Mu Yun wasn't angry. Instead, she was happy. With a flick of her wrist, her long sword was already out. Replenishing Shadow Sword. Replenishing Wind Sword. Replenishing Cloud Sword. The first 3 moves of the Heaven Mending Sword principle were still perfected in Mu Yun's hands. Every move combined with the explosion of sword essence and the remaining sword aura was enough to affect the surrounding 10 people and force them to set up a defense. On the other hand, Xiaoming, Tai Shanhu, and Ba Yuda were extremely depressed. Mu Yun was really too strange. It was hard to imagine how a mere 8th-stage core gathering realm cultivator could have such terrifying physical strength. During the battle, Tai Shanhu and Mu Yun exchanged a few moves, but the result was a tie. Tai Shanhu had already entered the 10th stage, and his physical strength was close to the peak of the 10th stage. However, he couldn't gain any advantage over Mu Yun. D***it. How did this guy do it? Tai Shanhu's expression was ugly. In the inner sect, he was recognized as a strength-type martial artist. In terms of strength, there weren't many people who could convince him. What made the three of them even more distressed was that Mu Yun's sword moves were always 3 moves, but they were still unable to break through these 3 moves. Bang! Suddenly, in the midst of the stalemate battle, there was a bang not far away. Lin Ming's thin figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ground below with a bang. Senior brother Lin. Seeing Lin Ming lose and spitting out a trace of blood, Xiaoming panicked. First stage spiritual cave realm. Lin Ming, right? If you appear in Baiyun City again, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Qin Mingyao's figure slowly descended, and his expression was cold. Let's go. At this moment, Lin Ming couldn't say anything about saving his face anymore. He lowered his head and shouted, then immediately fled. As a first-stage spiritual cave realm cultivator, he wasn't a match for Qin Mingyao. It was a great humiliation. But now, it wasn't a matter of humiliation anymore. It was a matter of life and death. Seeing that Lin Ming actually fled, the three of them looked at Qin Mingyao as if they were looking at a cold-blooded killing god. They immediately abandoned Mu Yun and followed closely behind. These guys aren't that strong, but they run really fast. Qin Mingyao came to Mu Yun's side and snorted with a pout. Little girl, you're still trying to show off. Quickly sit down and regulate your body. I'm fine. Qin Mingyao still wanted to explain, but Mu Yun didn't give her the chance to speak. Her fingers pinched Qin Mingyao's perlicule. Qin Mingyao couldn't bear the pain and cried out. The power of the spirit in your body is strong enough to allow you to mobilize the power of the ice phoenix in your body and fill your Higu acupoint. Then, you'll temporarily reach the first stage spiritual cave realm, and you'll be stronger than ordinary first stage spiritual cave realm martial artists. However, this will also damage your Higu acupoint. When you step into the first stage spiritual cave realm in the future and open your Higu acupoint, you'll be severely injured. As Mu Yun spoke, she pressed Qin Mingyao onto the ground and sat down cross-legged. Then, her hands wandered around Qin Mingyao's various acupoints. At the beginning, Qin Mingyao blushed when she saw Moyang at the side and wanted to refuse. But gradually, as Mu Yun's hands wandered around, the chaotic power of ice in her body actually flowed like a stream and stabilized. Only then did Qin Mingyao become well-behaved. But when this scene landed in the eyes of Moyang at the side, it was really not suitable for children. Finally, with a low snort, cold air suddenly spurted out from between her hands. Her originally swollen and bloodless palms gradually regained their redness. The power of the ice phoenix spirit is indeed powerful. As expected of a divine beast. Mu Yun exhaled and placed her hands behind her back. Stinking brat, stop laughing. Turn around. Mu Yun looked at Moyang with a straight face and reprimanded, how much of Master's sword moves did you understand? 1 point. Moyang said with a face full of black lines. At least you know what's good for you. Don't think that you're a genius just because you've comprehended sword intent. You have to know that in the entire Southern Cloud Empire, or even the entire Heavenly Fate continent, there are countless swordsmen who have comprehended sword intent. Master's teachings are right. Moyang did not dare to refute this point. Ever since Mu Yun taught him swordsmanship, taught Qi Ming to refine weapons, and taught Miao Xianyu to refine pills, Moyang realized that Mu Yun's knowledge was too rich. It was as if there were only things that he could not ask, and there was nothing that Mu Yun did not know. It's time to go back. With the spirit sealing grass in hand, Mu Yun made a solemn vow. This time, he only wanted to obtain the spirit sealing grass in order to refine the spirit sealing pill. Together with the spirit building pill, he could cure Qi Yu Feng. And now, not only did he obtain the spirit sealing grass, but he also unexpectedly obtained the sacred pill Sex Heaven Sealing Cauldron. This heaven sealing cauldron could be big or small, and it could be used to refine pills and divine weapons. It was simply tailor-made for him. Let's go. The three figures left together, Baiyun City, Mu family. Yuner, do you know how many people the Diao family and the Wang family have lost this time? More than a dozen 9th and 10th level fleshly body experts, and even the spirit cave realm elders and deacons were injured. Seeing that Mu Yun had returned, Mu Linchen laughed heartily. he was very happy in his heart. This time, it was fortunate that he had listened to Mu Yun's suggestion and caused the Mu family to be almost unharmed. Moreover, he had also warned Qin Shiyu, old Master Qin, that the family Qin's losses were not great. On the contrary, the Wang family and the Diao family had the attitude of wanting to obtain the treasure as if it was their own. In the end, their efforts were in vain, and they even went for wool and came home shorn, losing many experts. Seeing her godfather's happy expression, Mu Yun wondered how her godfather would react if she told him that she had obtained the real treasure. "You brat, you should explain to me now. Why did I hear from old Master Qin that you were not with them at all?" "Ah? Cough cough. You should ask Yaoer about this matter." "I'm with her." Mu Yun laughed. She immediately avoided Mu Linchen and entered the Mu family's alchemy room. "Brat, Yaoer." Could it be? Seeing Mu Yun's embarrassed look, Mu Linchen laughed. The haze of the past few days was also swept away. Chapter 79 Investigation. The structure of the heaven-sealing cauldron was different from ordinary alchemy furnaces and crafting furnaces. Although the structure below was very similar, there was an ingenious array formation set up inside the pill furnace. This allowed the pill furnace to change according to the different attributes that were placed inside. As expected, this should be cloud gold iron. I didn't expect that cloud gold iron would actually exist in the heavenly fate continent, and that someone would be able to refine it into such an ingenious pill furnace. It was not impossible for Mu Yun to refine a cauldron that could not only refine pills but also refine weapons. It was just that his current strength was too low, and he had no suitable materials at all. It's a pity that cloud gold iron was used to refine this pill furnace. It's really a pity, but it's still not bad. After calming down a little, Mu Yun began to ignite the fire. This time, he used the alchemy fire of the monster core of a monster beast, and not the ordinary fire of good wood. After all, if he wanted to refine the spirit-building pill, according to his judgment, the spirit-building pill should be a kind of pill between the second and third grade pills. However, this pill came from the Zhu Tian painting after all, so he had to be careful with it. From the green fault sword to the way of the heaven patching sword, it was enough to prove that what was displayed in the execution of the heavens painting was even more profound than what he had seen in the myriad macro worlds. This was enough to shock Mu Yun. However, before refining the spirit-building pill and the spirit-sealing pill, the frost poison in his body had to be removed first. When he was removing the cold poison from Qin Mingyao's body, some of it had also contaminated his body. Thinking of Yaoer's anger when facing Lin Ming, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and shook her head. The spirit-sealing pill was a piece of cake for Mu Yun. Even a stalk of spirit-sealing grass was enough for her to succeed. What Mu Yun really cared about was the spirit-building pill. According to the execution of the Heaven's Scroll, the spiritual elixir was used to build the foundation of a martial artist and reconstruct the spiritual altar. The so-called beer was the meridians. Mu Yun's action was to seal all of Qi Yufeng's meridians with the spirit-sealing pill, and then consume the spirit-building pill to restore him to his peak in one fell swoop. Mu Yun decided to refine a few ordinary medicinal pills first so that she could familiarize herself with the miraculous effects of the heaven-sealing cauldron. After a few bone-forging pills came out of the furnace, Mu Yun gently exhaled. The heaven-sealing cauldron has the ability to seal the pill spirit. It can capture all of the pill spirit's qi and then feed it back into the pill spirit with its pill fire. Interesting. Holding the few bone-forging pills in her hand, Mu Yun was in a good mood. These few medicinal pills were much stronger than the ones he refined before. Generally speaking, alchemy furnaces were dead. Only alchemists and weapon refiners could bring alchemy furnaces to life. However, this heaven-sealing cauldron was unexpectedly able to change itself according to the pills and metals that were thrown into it, allowing the pills and weapons refined from it to have even more special effects. If that's the case, the spirit-sealing pill and spirit-building pill should be fine. Nodding, Mu Yun began to immerse herself in refining pills. For an alchemist, the greatest happiness was to be able to turn medicinal herbs into medicinal pills in their hands. That kind of process made Mu Yun very intoxicated. Baiyun City, inside the main hall of the Diao family. At this moment, in the main hall of the Diao family, figures were moving back and forth. They seemed to be in a hurry. Diao Zhenyun, Wang Dongyu, Mu Fengyuan, Mu Fengqing, and the rest sat in order with solemn expressions. At the highest seat, a figure closed his eyes and did not speak. His fingers tapped lightly on the table as if he was thinking about something. Faintly discernible banging sounds could be heard from outside the hall. Weak wails begging for mercy also continued to spread. Everyone, don't be nervous. Elder Xiao is here this time to understand some things. Lin Ming, who was standing at the side, smiled and said. Although it was small, the smile on Lin Ming's face was a little stiff. After he said that, he kept turning back to look at the elder beside him. Xiao Mingyu, the inner sect elder of the Sacred Pill sect, was Xiao Ming and Xiao Yu's grandfather. He was also a supreme-grade profound weapon refiner. All of the inner sect disciples of the Sacred Pill sect revered Xiao Mingyu. A weapon refiner who could refine supreme-grade profound weapons was a well-known existence in the entire Southern Cloud Empire. Haha. I've heard of Elder Xiao's great name. It's just that Elder Xiao's sudden visit has made me feel overwhelmed. Diao Jinyun was the first to speak. Even though he was at the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm and had already opened the Guanyuan meridian of the 5th meridian, he still felt an immense pressure when facing this elder. It was an absolute pressure. Haha. Yes, Elder Xiao's presence brings light to our humble dwelling. Wang Dongyu also replied awkwardly. This time, Xiao Mingyu's sudden visit had really caught them off guard. I'm here to ask you 3 questions. First, give me all the information about Qin Mengyao from her birth until now, including any differences in her behavior. Second, collect all the information about Mu Yun from her birth until now. Third, I want to know everything about Qi Ming, Moyang, and Miao Xianyu. Send them to me within a day. Qin Mengyao, Mu Yun, Qi Ming, Moyang, and Miao Xianyu. Among the 5 of them, it wasn't difficult to find information about Qin Mengyao and Miao Xianyu. It was just that Mu Yun, Qi Ming, and Mo Yang were all once unknown and no one cared about them. Now, if one wanted to find information about them, where would one find it? If you find it, I, Xiao Mingyu, will do my best to help you resolve the pressure that the family Qin and the Mu family have brought you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Mingyu opened his withered palm and 3 gourds appeared. Thousands of elixirs flowed out of the gourds. Most of them were grade 1 and grade 2 elixirs, but there were also many grade 3 elixirs. Looking at those elixirs, Wang Dongyu, Diao Jinyun, and the others breathed heavily and their eyes turned red. With thousands of grade 1, grade 2, and even grade 3 elixirs, it was possible to dominate Baiyun City, let alone defeat the family Qin and the Mu family. No problem, no problem. Seeing the thousands of elixirs, Diao Jinyun breathed heavily and almost roared, give all the information about the 5 of them to Elder Xiao within a day. Elder Xiao, please wait for a moment. Before Diao Jinyun finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. How could Wang Dongyu not understand? He hurriedly followed. During this period of time, because of the help of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion and the others, the Mu family's power increased after losing the Great Elder and the Second Elder. Moreover, after the trip to the Wind-Leading Cave, the 2 families lost many experts. On the other hand, the Mu family didn't send anyone at all. In the end, it was a big loss for them. Brother Diao, do you think Xiao Mingyu is willing to take out so many elixirs? Even if it's to avenge his grandson, it's not necessary to go to this extent, right? Wang Dongyu was a little confused. Brother Wang, you're wrong. Diao Jinyun said with a smile, if Xiao Mingyu wants revenge, he can just kill the family Qin and the Mu family directly. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he investigated these people. If I'm not wrong, Xiao Mingyu probably wants to recruit these people. Qi Ming, at such a young age, can forge an upper-grade mortal weapon. His talent is extraordinary. Miao Xianyu, needless to say. Moyang has comprehended sword will. You and I should understand what this means. Diao Jinyun continued, more importantly, I also feel that something is wrong with Qin Mengyao. That's right. Mu Yun too. In just a few months, he actually discovered so many geniuses. I was confused by him in the past. Let's take care of this matter now. With Xiao Mingyu's reputation, he won't lie to us. No matter what, this matter won't do us any harm. All right. As the 2 patriarchs talked, they had already begun to arrange these tasks. In the hall, Xiao Mingyu heard the sobbing outside and couldn't help but frown. Bring him in, Xiao Mingyu ordered. Outside the door, 2 disciples carried a figure full of scars into the hall. That person's clothes were tattered, and there wasn't a single part of his body that was intact. His entire back was a mess with blood and flesh mixed together. It was a tragic sight. It was Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, let me ask you. Do you know why this punishment is? Looking at his grandson, Xiao Mingyu snorted without a trace of pity. Because of my incompetence, my younger brother was killed. Wrong, you're very wrong. Xiao Mingyu couldn't help but scold, I hit you because you're stupid. Mu Yun is at the 8th layer of the core gathering realm, and you're at the 9th layer of the spirit detecting realm. Even with Tai Shanhu and Ba Yuda besieging her, you couldn't subdue her. That's stupid. The situation isn't right, but you still don't know when to stop for the sake of your own face. That's stupid. You caused your younger brother's death. That's also stupid. Grandson knows his mistake. What do you know? Xiao Mingyu couldn't help but shout again, if you weren't my only grandson, I would have killed you. If you knew, you wouldn't have died. Idiot. Master, please calm down. Lin Ming served a cup of tea, and a smile appeared on his ordinary face. Lin Ming, Qin Mingyao's body is indeed extraordinary. This disciple has already experienced this. Qin Mingyao's body doesn't only contain true origin, but also a powerful ice force. The ice force is the qi of heaven and earth. This Qin Mingyao is definitely not an ordinary person's fortuitous encounter. Xiao Mingyu analyzed, on the continent, beasts are divided into 4 ranks, demonic beasts, spirit beasts, heavenly spirit beasts, and saint beasts. In the entire Tianyun continent, heavenly spirit beasts are already considered powerful existences. As for saint beasts, they only exist in legends. It is said that there is a saint beast called the Kuanping that can swallow the sun and moon. There is also a saint beast called the vermilion bird that feeds on fire. The vermilion bird's fire in its body is even stronger than some heavenly flames. Master, you mean, that Qin Mingyao's body may have fused with the essence of a saint beast or its inheritance. This kind of thing is mysterious, but it's not like it hasn't happened before. Once such a character appears, their name will shake the continent, and they will step into the void and become a god. Become a god, it can be said to be a legendary existence. This word, for them, was too far away. Chapter 80 Auction Pill Recipes. Hearing Xiao Mingyu's words, Lin Ming trembled with excitement. If Qin Mingyao really had the power of the sacred beast spirit in his body, he would be a pillar of the sacred pill sect. Then, the rewards that the sect would give them would be unimaginable. Even his master was so shocked, one could only imagine. Lin Ming, check on Qin Mingyao in the next few days. I want to confirm what is hidden in her body. Xiao Mingyu narrowed his eyes and said coldly. He already had a plan in mind. With the temptation of over 1,000 pills, Wang Dongyu and Diao Xinyun's enthusiasm was completely aroused. In less than half a day, scrolls of files were placed in front of Xiao Mingyu. At night, the moon hung high in the sky. Xiao Mingyu put down the last scroll beside him and let out a long sigh. Lin Ming. Master. Pass down my orders. Send 5 second-grade alchemists and 3 low-grade profound artifact masters from the sect to Baiyun City to help the Diao and Wan families refine artifacts until the 2 families are completely defeated. Yes. Although he didn't understand the meaning behind his master's words, Lin Ming could only obey Xiao Mingyu's words. Haha, the heavens are helping me, the heavens are helping me. After Lin Ming left, Xiao Mingyu laughed heartily and said, Qin Mingyao is indeed an extraordinary person who possesses the bloodline of a sacred beast. This time I, Xiao Mingyu, may be able to become an earthly blacksmith after making a great contribution to the sect. Xiao Mingyu laughed out loud, a crazed look on his face. Grandpa, that Mu Yun is very important to Qin Mingyao. We can totally, of course, I understand what you're thinking. But when we forced the family Qin and the Mu family into a corner, Qin Mingyao had no choice but to beg me. I wanted her to enter the sacred elixir sect wholeheartedly. Xiao Mingyu's face darkened as he sneered. 3 days later, Mu Yun finally walked out of the pill room. It was just that his appearance was truly unflattering. There was not a single part of his body that was intact. His hair was messy, his clothes were tattered, and his entire body was covered in mud. Yuner, are you alright? Seeing that Mu Yun had stayed in the room for 3 days, as if she had stayed in the mountains for 3 months, Mu Linchen widened her eyes in surprise. Haha, however, when she looked at Mu Linchen, Mu Yun laughed loudly. She did not reply to her at all. Instead, she laughed maniacally and left the Mu family. It's over, it's over. This child has gone crazy from practicing alchemy. He's gone crazy. Mu Linchen put down everything he was doing and ran after him. In the East Market Square of Bayun City, inside the blacksmith shop where Qi Ming's family lived. Ever since Qi Ming acknowledged Mu Yun as his master, he brought his father from the family's West Lane City to the Mu family's East Lane City. Qin Mingyao, Qi Ming, Moyang, and the others gathered in the hall. Their faces were filled with worry. At the side, Qi Yufeng sat in his wheelchair, his face full of anger. This is too much. This is too much. The Diao family and the Wang family are simply insane. Moyang could not help but curse. Damn it. They actually invited Xiao Ming's grandfather, Xiao Mingyu. That old man is a supreme-grade profound weapon master. He even invited so many alchemists and blacksmiths in the Sacred Pill sect. How shameless. Yes, and the Qi family. I didn't expect the Qi family to join in because I won against Qi Yun. Qi Ming was also uneasy. Most importantly, my grandfather is preparing to withdraw the manpower from the Sacred Pill Pavilion. After all, the alchemists and blacksmiths in the Sacred Pill Pavilion cannot stay in the Mu family to help. What should we do? Sigh. Qi Yufeng sighed and said, it's a pity that I'm a cripple now. I can't help mentor Mu. Qi Yufeng was indeed blaming himself. After all, Mu Yun had helped Qi Ming achieve such great success, but he could not repay her. Who said that you're a cripple? As they were talking, a figure with a strange smell walked into the blacksmith shop. Mu Yun. Master, you're finally here. Mentor Mu. Seeing Mu Yun's arrival, a trace of relief appeared on their faces. At this moment, Mu Yun was their backbone. Big brother Yun, what did you mean just now? Have the spirit sealing pill and the spirit building pill been successfully refined? Qin Mingyao walked forward and asked curiously. Of course. When have I, your man, ever failed in refining pills? Mu Yun chuckled and opened his palm. 2 pills of completely different colors appeared in his palm. One of them was the spirit sealing pill. It was completely black. The other was the spirit building pill. It was completely green and emitted a faint fragrance. This is the spirit sealing pill. Mu Yun pointed at the black pill and said, the spirit sealing pill can seal all your meridians. After consuming this pill, all your meridians will be broken. That feeling, I can take it. Before Mu Yun could finish her sentence, Qi Yufeng interrupted her. I'm tired of living in a wheelchair for more than 10 years. Very good. This is the spirit building pill. It will reconstruct all your meridians. Also. Mu Yun stopped talking. Also what, Mentor Mu? It's a secret. Qi Ming, take your father to consume these 2 pills first. After some time, you will naturally understand. Also, you can tell me what happened in the past few days. Yes, master. Seeing Qi Ming push Qi Yufeng into the shop, Mu Yun smiled. In the past few days, the Qi family, Moyan had just opened his mouth when screams suddenly sounded in the blacksmith shop. The entire neighborhood was shocked. Yes, continue. Master, is it really okay? Why don't you try? Mu Yun teased. No need, no need. Moyang waved his hand and said, the Qi family recently joined forces with the Diao family and the Wang family. I heard that Xiao Ming's grandfather, Xiao Mingyu brought a few alchemists and blacksmiths to help the Diao family and the Wang family. Recently, the Wang family and the Diao family took out hundreds of 1st and 2nd grade pills. I heard that they are going to auction 3rd grade pills. They also took out many ordinary weapons and even profound weapons to sell. Moyang narrated word by word with Qi Yufeng's screams. In the end, Qi Yufeng's screams finally stopped, and Mo Yang had finished speaking. I see. Xiao Mingyu, the Qi family, interesting. With a creak, the door of the blacksmith shop opened and a figure walked out slowly. Moyan did not even raise his head. He swallowed a mouthful of water and complained, "Qi Ming, how's your father? That scream just now almost shattered my eardrums." "Haha. Thank you for your concern, little brother Mo. He's fine now." Puff, hearing this, Moyang spat out another mouthful of water before he could swallow it. "Uncle Qi. You stood up?" Moyang stood up from his seat and looked at Qi Yufeng in a daze. "Thank you, Mentor Mu," Qi Yufeng said and was about to kneel down. Get up. Mu Yan pulled Qi Yufeng up and smiled. "I saved you for 2 reasons. Firstly, you're the father of my precious disciple. Secondly, it's rare to see a talented blacksmith like you. After more than 10 years of neglect, I want to see how much potential you have. Thirdly, hee. I hope you can join the Mu family. I'm willing to join the Mu family. I'm not done yet." Mu Yun chuckled and said, "Join the Mu family and become the guest elder of the Mu family. The Mu family will pay you the salary that a profound armament master should receive. Furthermore, I am willing to provide you with the refining methods of various profound armaments." "This? Master, how is this recruiting an elder?" "This is simply, not only would he be given the salary of a blacksmith, but he would also be provided with refining methods." This was simply more charitable than the Bayun Academy. "Shut up. You talk too much." "Thank you, Master." Hearing this, Qi Ming knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. He deserved these 3 kowtows. "Alright, I won't say any more nonsense. This time, the Diao family and the Wang family have Xiao Mingyu's help. We should also express our gratitude." "What gratitude?" Hee. "What gratitude? Aren't they selling elixirs? I want to see if the elixir or the formula is more expensive." "Ah?" Moyang widened his eyes. "Master, don't tell me you want to sell the formula?" "Why not?" Mu Yun smiled. "Even 100 elixirs can't compare to a formula. I don't believe that Xiao Mingyu can take out many elixirs. But a formula is too precious. If he takes it out, brat, Master's mind is full of elixir formulas. Are you afraid that Master will run out of tricks?" Mu Yun patted Miao Xinyu's head and smiled. "Let's go and give them a surprise." The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Mingyu had just woken up when a series of hurried knocks sounded on the door. "Master, this is bad." Mu Yun actually took out 3 elixir formulas for auction. One is a first-grade elixir formula, one is a second-grade elixir formula, and one is a third-grade elixir formula. "Oh? It's just 3 elixir formulas. What's there to be surprised about?" Xiao Mingyu waved his hand and said impatiently. "But these 3 elixir formulas have brought a lot of spirit stones to the Mu family. I'm afraid, just 3 elixir formulas can't affect the overall situation. I don't believe that those 1,000 elixirs can't defeat the Mu family." Grandpa, this is bad." Seeing Xiao Ming running all the way, Xiao Mingyu said impatiently, "What's the matter now?" "That Mu Yun." Mu Yun released the news that 10 elixir formulas will be auctioned tomorrow. Moreover, all 10 elixir formulas are second-grade elixir formulas. Second-grade elixir formulas, Xiao Mingyu was stunned. Second-grade elixir formulas. The entire Diao family probably couldn't take out 10. Second-grade elixir formulas. Where did Mu Yun get so many elixir rooms? Damn it. Xiao Mingyu's anger rose. This Mu Yun was really a thorn in his side and a thorn in his flesh. I'd like to meet him. On this day, the sacred elixir pavilion was bustling with people. Yesterday, the 3 elixir formulas that Mu Yun took out were praised by the sacred elixir pavilion and were considered to be effective. Today, the Mu family was going to take out 10 second-grade elixir formulas for auction. The entire Bayun city was already in an uproar. Hee. Master, you don't know. The third-grade elixir formula yesterday was actually bought by a third-grade alchemist invited by that old thing Xiao Mingyu for 900,000 low-grade spirit stones. 900,000 low-grade spirit stones was enough for the entire Mu family's net income for a year. Translator, Transin editor, Transin crazy auction this time. The Diao family and the Wang family probably couldn't sit still and would participate in the auction. Selling pills was not an ability. The most direct way to make money was to take out the pill formulas and sell them directly. Moreover, pill recipes were a piece of cake for Mu Yun, who was an immortal king in his previous life. He could think of tens of thousands of pill recipes for grade 2 elixir pills. Xiao Mingyu, I want to see what you can do. The auction house became more and more lively, and more people came. Finally, a few figures appeared outside the Sacred Pill Pavilion auction house. It was Xiao Mingyu and the others. Xiao Mingyu, Wang Dongyu, Diao Zhenyun, and a few alchemists and blacksmiths brought by Xiao Mingyu. I want to see what this Mu Yun can do. Xiao Mingyu stood in front of the crowd with his hands behind his back. He didn't believe that a brat from Baiyun City could take out so many second-grade pill formulas and third-grade pill rooms to auction. Ignoring Xiao Mingyu, Mu Yun walked forward and greeted Wang Dongyu and Diao Zhenyun. Hehe, Patriarch Wang, Patriarch Diao, I didn't expect the two of you to come here. I'm really surprised. Wang Dongyu and Diao Zhenyun were old foxes after all. When they saw Mu Yun greet them, they knew that Mu Yun was trying to anger them, so they didn't take it to heart. Young Master Mu is indeed the young patriarch of the Mu family. He has such achievements at such a young age. Diao Zhenyun chuckled. You flatter me. Compared to the young patriarch of the Diao family, young Master Diao Yadong, I'm still far behind. Diao Yadong was defeated by Mu Yun in front of everyone. Now, the entire Baiyun city knew about it. Mu Yun's words were simply a provocation. Patriarch Diao, why are you so angry? Wang Dongyu chuckled and said, young Master Mu Yun has been known as trash for 10 years. Now that you've taken the title of trash, it's naturally worth celebrating. Patriarch Wang really knows how to talk. Mu Yun replied with a smile, I'm a piece of trash. I led a group of trash and defeated a group of geniuses. Oh, it seems that Wang Yunqi was defeated by Miao Xianyu. Xianyu Yunqi Xianyu Yu, I Xianyu. I wonder if she was able to refine second-grade pills. You, Mu Yun, you good for nothing. If it weren't for the Mu family, an illegitimate child like you wouldn't even have a place in Baiyun City. Diao Zhenyun finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Mu Yun had defeated Diao Yadong. Recently, Diao Yadong had been dispirited and listless. He had been drinking all day long and had completely lost his fighting spirit. It was all thanks to Mu Yun. You called me trash? So what if I scold you? Diao Zhenyun snorted, this sacred Dan pavilion belongs to the sacred Dan sect. If I want to come, you can't control me, right? Nothing. Diao Zhenyun, you old fox. Come and buy the pill formula if you have the money. After saying this, Mu Yun directly entered the auction hall. From the beginning until the end, he treated Xiao Ming as heir and didn't pay any attention to him. Brat, let's see how tough you can be. Xiao Mingyu was furious. Within the sacred elixir sect, regardless of whether it was the inner sect disciples or some of the elite disciples, they all had to be polite to him. This Mu Yun, a small ant in Baiyun City, actually ignored him. Let's go. Leading the crowd, Xiao Mingyu walked into the auction hall. Everyone, quiet down. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked up to the auction stage in the hall. Mu Yun clapped his hands, indicating for the crowd to quiet down. Everyone, today, I, Mu Yun, am willing to take out 8 second-grade pill formulas and 2 third-grade pill rooms for auction. These pill formulas have been appraised by the Sacred Dam Pavilion. I don't think anyone has any doubts, right? Of course, who wouldn't believe in the Sacred Dam Pavilion? That's right, a penalty of 10 times for each fake formula. If we lose, the Sacred Dam Pavilion will repay us tenfold. Young Master Mu Yun, don't worry. Everyone understands the credibility of the Sacred Dam Pavilion. Let's start the auction quickly. All right. Hearing everyone's solemn words, Mu Yun smiled slightly. Below the stage, Wang Dongyu, Diao Zhenyun, and the others didn't understand what was going on. The reputation of the Sacred Dam Pavilion had never had any problems in the past few decades in Baiyun City. What was this brat up to now? Since that's the case, I, Mu Yun, have something to say today. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Mu Yun said, "Today, I, Mu Yun, will auction the pill formulas. If anyone from the Wang and Diao families wants to buy them, all the prices will be doubled." If the Wang and Diao families bought them, the price would be doubled. This was simply blatantly. Tell Diao Jinyun and Wang Dongyu that they could forget about getting any of the pill formulas. Mu Yun, you bastard. This is the Sacred Dam Pavilion, not your Mu family. Mu Yun, don't go too far. Do you think my Diao family cares about your broken pill room? As soon as these words came out, no matter how good Wang Dongyu and Diao Jinyun's tempers were, they couldn't bear it. I haven't finished speaking yet. Looking at Wang Dongyu and Diao Jinyun with contempt, Mu Yun sneered and said, anyone who buys the pill formulas this time is not allowed to have any relationship with the Diao family or the Wang family. If I find out, the Sacred Dam Pavilion will take responsibility. I have already added this rule to the Sacred Dam Pavilion's auction rules. Mu Yun's words were obviously aimed at the Wang and Diao families. How could the two not see it? It seems that the conflict between the Mu family, the Diao family, and the Wang family is getting more and more intense. You just found out? It's said that some time ago, the two Mu family elders, Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing, led nearly half of the Mu family's alchemists and blacksmiths to betray the Mu family and join the Diao family. No wonder Baiyun City has been shrouded in dark clouds recently. It seems that the relationship between the Wang family, the Diao family, the family Qin, and the Mu family is going to change. I'm afraid Baiyun City is going to change. Anyway, it's none of our business. Even if the situation changes, as long as we can buy a second-grade pill formula, it's enough for our family to survive in the chaos. In Baiyun City, the famous families were naturally the four great families. Below the four great families were second-rate families like the Qi family and the Mo family. There were also some third-rate and fourth-rate families that survived in the cracks between the four great families. The entire market in Baiyun City, including some of the subordinate towns, was not completely controlled by the four great families. These second-rate and third-rate families were also very important. This time, I hope everyone will abide by the rules. Otherwise, everyone knows the power of the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Mu Yun's words could be said to be a threat, but it was true. Once the rules of the Sacred Pill Pavilion were violated, the family in Baiyun City could be said to be on the verge of extinction. The Sacred Pill Pavilion could be said to be the backbone of the entire Baiyun City in terms of the sale and purchase of divine weapons, pills, and other materials needed for cultivation. In other words, without the Sacred Pill Pavilion, Baiyun City would almost collapse. The auction began. The first pill formula was called the Spirit Expelling Pill. The Spirit Expelling Pill was the opposite of its name. It was the accumulation of spirit power for a 7th-stage meridian condensing martial artist to enter the 8th-stage meridian condensing realm. In the end, the Spirit Expelling Pill was bought by a third-rate family for 700,000 low-grade spirit stones. The auction continued. As the second-grade pill formulas were taken out for auction one after another, Diao Jinyun and Wang Dongyu finally could not sit still. The Spirit Expelling Pill, 100-grain pill, and Qi Nourishing Pill. Just hearing the effects of these pills was enough to make people go crazy. If elixir pills were gold, then elixir recipes were simply a gold mine. Gold would always run out, but gold mines could produce an endless supply of gold. Each pill formula was a gold mine. How could they not be envious? Look at how useless you are. Even if these pill formulas are bought by them, you can just snatch them when the time comes. Useless. Seeing Diao Jinyun and Wang Dongyu's expressions, Xiao Mingyu could not help but shout. As the patriarchs of two great families, these two fellows really did not have the bearing of a patriarch at all. They could not accomplish anything, but they were good at spoiling things. Seeing Xiao Mingyu's appearance, Diao Jinyun and Wang Dongyu were angry but did not dare to say anything. The second-grade pill formulas might not be much in Xiao Mingyu's eyes, but in their eyes, it was a new annual income for the family. Hundreds of thousands of low-grade pill formulas were enough to earn back the profits generated in a year. Now, we are going to auction the third-grade pill formulas. As the deacon of the Sacred Pill Pavilion walked to the center, everyone's eyes were focused again. Mu Yun auctioned 8 second-grade pill formulas. The lowest was 600,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the highest was 1 million low-grade spirit stones. These 8 pill formulas brought him and the Mu family close to 6 million low-grade spirit stones. This was simply the income of the Mu family in 3 to 5 years. This is a third-grade pill. After being appraised by our sacred dam pavilion, we are unable to determine whether or not it is a third-grade pill. However, I believe that after I introduce it to everyone should know the value of this pill formula. The deacon said carefully, the effect of the aperture convergence pill is to guarantee that a martial artist in the 5th level of the physical body realm, regardless of talent, will definitely step into the spirit cave realm within 10 years. What? Hearing the deacon's words, everyone suddenly stood up. A martial artist in the 6th level of the meridian condensing realm will be able to step into the aperture gathering realm within 5 years. A martial artist in the 7th level of the origin condensation realm will be able to step into the aperture gathering realm within 3 years. A martial artist in the 8th level of the core gathering realm will be able to step into the aperture gathering realm within 2 years. Furthermore, this effect is based on the fact that you can enter the spirit cave realm even if you don't eat or drink. Heavens, hearing the deacon's words, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. The aperture convergence pill was a pill to nurture a spirit cave realm martial artist. What did a spirit cave realm martial artist mean? For example, second-rate clans like the Chi family and the Mo family would definitely have at least one spirit cave realm martial artist in their family. Once a third-rate clan had a spirit cave realm martial artist, it would be enough to rise to the ranks of second-rate clans. As for first-rate clans like the Mu family and the Diao family, they would have more than one spirit cave realm martial artist in their family. The aperture convergence pill could be said to be able to directly produce a spiritual cave realm expert in the clan. Moreover, it was inevitable. Although it was only a tier 3 pill, it was more valuable than all the tier 2 pill formulas added together. This pill formula has been personally appraised by Grandmaster Miao Qing. If it's ineffective, Grandmaster Miao Qing is willing to use her own finances to compensate the Sacred Pill Pavilion 10 times more. Jade Bone Pill. Since Grandmaster Miao Qing was the witness, there was no need to say anything more. It could only be said that the aperture convergence pill formula was truly effective. The reason why I can't determine whether it's a grade 3 pill or not is because the effect of this aperture convergence pill is comparable to that of a high-grade grade 3 pill. However, the medicinal ingredients used to refine this aperture convergence pill are comparable in value to those used to refine grade 2 pills. What? Hearing the deacon's words, the hall exploded again. A pill formula that was better than an ordinary third-grade pill actually required the same amount of medicinal herbs as some second-grade pills. This. If it wasn't for Grandmaster Miao Qing personally testifying, everyone present would have suspected that they were dreaming. Since the herbs required to refine this aperture convergence pill belong to the category of second-grade elixirs, and its effects are more powerful than third-grade elixirs, the starting price for this aperture convergence pill will be 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. 1 million, hearing this number, the faces of some of the smaller clans dimmed. Such a number was accumulated by a small family for decades. They simply couldn't take out such a sum. Moreover, even if he took it out, the pill formula of the convergence aperture pill would probably be snatched away by someone else. To be able to auction off such a pill formula, only those second-rate and first-rate clans could do it. 1 million. As soon as the deacon finished speaking, someone immediately spoke up. He was the patriarch of a second-rate clan, the Feng clan. The Feng clan was mainly involved in martial arts in Baiyun City, so they were quite famous. Feng Wuxing, 1 million, isn't that too little? The one who spoke was a burly middle-aged man with a full beard. He laughed and said, 1,500,000 low-grade spiritual stones. This is the patriarch of the Miao family, Miao Qianxing. The Miao family is one of the top second-rate families. It seems that we have to fight for it this time. Hearing Miao Qianxing's words, Feng Wuxing's lips twitched as he sat down. Compared to the Miao family, the Feng family's foundation was still inferior. 3 million. However, just when everything was silent, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The entire hall was silent. 3 million, 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones had soared to 3 million. Perhaps only the 4 great clans could do such a leap in price. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw that the person was dressed in a long black robe and wore a black hat. His voice had clearly been altered so that no one could tell whether it was a man or a woman. 3,500,000. At this moment, the Qi clan patriarch could not help but ask. The Qi clan was one of the top clans among the second-rate clans. They had always produced and sold mortal weapons. What the Qi clan lacked now was a spiritual cave realm expert and the income from pills. In each of the 4 great clans, the sales of divine weapons and elixirs were the most important sources of income for the clans. What the Qi clan lacked was income from alchemy. Once they could make up for that, within the next 5 years, the Qi clan would most likely become the 5th largest clan. 5 million. However, just as the Qi clan's clan chief Xianxia finished speaking, the black-cloaked man from before spoke up once more. 5 million. Only the 4 great clans would dare to raise the price from 3.5 million to 5 million. At this moment, everyone could not help but look at the black-cloaked man. They wanted to know who he was. 5 million. Is there a higher bid? Hearing the price of 5 million, the auctioneer was stunned. 5 million. In the past few decades, no pill or weapon had been auctioned at such a high price in Baiyun City. At this moment, Diao Jinyun and Wang Dongyu were silent. They had no choice but to remain silent. If they were to buy it at 5 million, the price would be 10 million. 10 million low-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Even the Wang clan and Diao clan, who were part of the 4 great clans, would not dare to take such a risk. In the end, the mysterious black-cloaked man bought the aperture-assimilating pill at the price of 5 million low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, many people could not help but sigh. The aperture-assimilating pill could almost guarantee the rapid rise of a clan within a few years. It was impossible for anyone not to be moved by it. It represented the birth of a spiritual cave realm martial artist. How could anyone remain calm? Therefore, after the aperture-assimilating pill was auctioned off, the entire auction house was still in an uproar. Cough, cough. Everyone, please be quiet. Next, we will be auctioning the last pill formula of a 3rd-grade pill. The auctioneer walked up to the auction stage again and coughed. I hope everyone can remain calm after I announce the formula of this pill. First of all, this pill has been appraised by Master Miao Qing. It is a top-notch 3rd-grade pill formula. Therefore, the starting price is 3 million low-grade spirit stones. 3 million? It's a man-eating pill. 3 million? This starting price is too high. That's right. It seems that only the second-rate clans and the 4 great clans can compete for it. Hearing the discussions in the crowd, the auctioneer said again, everyone may not be able to accept this price now. Let me explain the use of this 3rd-grade pill formula. As everyone knows, our North Cloud City is close to the North Cloud Mountain Range. All the herbs and iron ore we obtain are obtained from the North Cloud Mountain Range. When you enter the North Cloud Mountain Range, you will more or less encounter ferocious beasts and be attacked. It is common to lose an arm or a hand. Once a martial artist loses an arm or a hand, he is almost completely crippled. Therefore, this pill is called the Jade Bone Pill. It is a 3rd-grade pill that can allow martial artists to regrow their severed limbs, improve their blood circulation, and grow their bones. Moreover, the regenerated bones and flesh are more than 10 times stronger than before. Jade Bone Pill. Flesh and bones, regrow a broken limb. Oh my God, did I hear wrongly? Instantly, the hall was filled with exclamations. This pill was far more valuable than the aperture-assimilating pill. Thousands of martial artists came and went in the North Cloud Mountain Range in a year. More than half of them would lose an arm or a leg even if they managed to escape the mountain range. Such martial artists could only be crippled in the future. The Jade Bone Pill was also very useful in other cities, but it was definitely not as popular as it was in North Cloud City. 3 million low-grade spirit stones was not expensive. It was worth it, very worth it. The patriarchs present were all calculated people. 3 million low-grade spirit stones to buy an alchemy room. Even if they hired a 3rd-grade alchemist to refine the pill in the future, they could earn 500,000 or even 1 million spirit stones from a single pill. This kind of transaction was simply too worthwhile. Alright, 4 million. Feng Wuxing, bid 4 million. Buying back this kind of pill formula is simply buying back a mountain of gold. Feng Wuxing, you still want to buy it for 4 million? My Miao family bid 5 million. 5,500,000. At this moment, the patriarchs present could not help but bid. This jade bone pill was too much of a necessity. Third-grade pills were very precious, but one also had to look at their value. The value of this jade bone pill definitely exceeded that of most third-grade pills. Aperture assimilating pill, jade bone pill. Master, I want to refine these pills in the future. Miao Xianyu could not help but say when she saw the usually calm patriarchs in the auction hall become crazy. The pill formulas for these 2 grade 3 pills were really too precious. They couldn't help but be tempted. Don't worry, I will teach you in the future. But right now, if you can refine the 5 second grade pill formulas that I gave you, I will pass on better pills to you. Really? Miao Xianyu's eyes lit up when she heard Mu Yan's words. For a true alchemist, a pill recipe was the most attractive thing. Even Grandmaster Miao Qing was astonished when she saw the pill formulas of the 2 third-grade pills. After appraising that there was no problem with the pill formulas, Master Miao Qing decided to buy the pill formulas herself. However, she was too embarrassed to ask for it directly when Mu Yun was willing to give it to her. 6 million. At this moment, the price of the jade bone pill had risen to 6 million low-grade spirit stones in the auction hall. 6 million low-grade spirit stones represented the total annual income of the 4 major families. However, this price did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Diao Zhenyun and Wang Dongyu, who were standing next to Xiao Mingyu, could not sit still anymore. A pill like the jade bone pill was a fatal temptation to both of their clans. If it was bought by some of the top second-rate clans, their clan would be surpassed in less than 2 years. 7 million. Diao Zhenyun finally could not help but say. According to Mu Yan's agreement, he would have to pay 14 million low-grade spirit stones for the jade bone pill. However, he could not care less about that now. With the Diao family's means, they could earn back 14 million low-grade spirit stones in less than 2 years with the help of the jade bone pill. 8 million. Wang Dongyu could not help but make a move. The temptation of the jade bone pill was too great. You. Xiao Mingyu's face turned pale when he saw Diao Zhenyun and Wang Dongyu making a move. However, before he could say a word, a shout suddenly sounded. I bid 9 million. The entire auction hall fell silent when the shout came out. 9 million was a sky-high price. However, when Xiao Mingyu saw the person who bid 9 million, his face turned pale. Master Gu Hua. Elder Gu Hua. Xiao Mingyu was speechless as he stared at Gu Hua. Elder Xiao, I'm sorry. Gu Hua looked at Xiao Mingyu and apologized. Gu Hua, a third-grade alchemist, was a famous alchemist in the Sacred Pill sect. He was also one of Xiao Mingyu's assistants. He had helped the Diao and Wang families defeat the family Qin and the Mu family. However, who would have thought that Master Gu Hua would be tempted by the jade bone pill and was willing to pay 9 million low-grade spirit stones? Elder Xiao, I know why you invited this old me here. However, this time, this old me is determined to get the pill formula. Xiao Yuner, Master Gu Hua, are you sure you want to do this? Looking at Gu Hua, Xiao Mingyu couldn't help asking. This Gu Hua was clearly an alchemist that he had invited. At this moment, he clearly knew that Mu Yun was against him, but he still went to buy Mu Yun's medicinal pills. He was simply openly making an enemy out of him. Master Gu Hua nodded his head without hesitation. He could still hold himself back from the convergence aperture pill, but this jade bone pill, he really couldn't hold himself back. Flesh regenerated from bones and broken limbs regenerated. This was simply a miraculous pill. Humph. Seeing the crazed look on Gu Hua's face, Xiao Mingyu coldly snorted and flicked his sleeves, his face ashen. Mu Yun, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. Seeing all the martial artists in the auction hall go crazy, Xiao Mingyu's hatred for Mu Yun grew stronger and stronger. 10 million. However, while everyone was still in shock after hearing the price of 9 million, an indifferent voice sounded again. It was still that black-robed man. 10 million, in addition to the previous 5 million, the black-clothed man had already paid 15 million. In the entire Bayun city, apart from the 4 great clans, no one else could afford to spend 15 million to buy the pill formulas of 2 third-grade pills. Looking at the black-clothed man, Mu Yun also felt a little surprised. They were definitely not from the Mu family, nor were they from the family Qin. He had already spoken to the Mu family Qin, so these pill formulas were not a problem. Logically speaking, it couldn't be the Diao family and the Wang family. What he said about doubling the price was just a temporary decision. Logically speaking, Wang Dongyu and Diao Xinyun shouldn't have arranged people in advance. Moreover, with such a large purchase, even if the 2 families ordered their subordinates to do it, they wouldn't dare to make such a rash decision. 10 million, Gu Hua smiled bitterly and shook his head. 10 million low-grade spiritual stones were equivalent to 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. He could afford 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, but it would make him feel strained in the future. Forget it, forget it. Looks like it's not meant to be with me. Gu Hua shook his head, but the disappointment on his face could not be concealed. In the end, when the price reached 10 million, the entire auction hall fell silent. 10 million low-grade spirit stones, that was 10 million low-grade spirit stones. With this 10 million, the Mu family would probably rise to the top in the next 3 years and become the #1 family in Bayun City. However, what made everyone even more curious was, who exactly was that black-robed man? 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, honorable guest. No one raised the price again, and the presiding deacon made the final decision. The black-robed man had bought the Convergence Aperture Pill and Jade Bone Pill at a price of 15 million. It could be said that he had made a mistake by being extravagant. Miss, 15 million low-grade spirit stones for these 2 third-grade pills, it's not worth it, right? Beside the black-robed man, a woman who was also covered in a black robe said. That's nothing. That black-robed person's voice was sweet and pleasant to listen to. She said softly, my father wants me to marry this illegitimate child. Of course, I have to come and take a look. Although the Mu clan is considered as one of the top clans in the Southern Cloud Empire, it is impossible for me, Xiao Yuner, to marry a trash for no reason. Moreover, this fellow is an illegitimate child. His identity is unclear. Won't I be bullied when I go to the Mu family in the future? Bully, hearing her miss's words, the maid's mouth under the black robe twitched. The Xiao clan was a famous ancient martial arts clan in the imperial capital's Southern Cloud City. If her miss were to marry that illegitimate child, it was not certain who would bully who. Let's go. Follow me to take a look at the Convergence Aperture Pill and Jade Bone Pill. I want to see if this Mu Yun really has such means or if he is just fooling people. Xiao Yuner took a step forward and left the main hall. As the auction ended, the auction hall gradually quieted down. Hee, Clan Leader Diao, Clan Leader Wang, the auction has ended. Are you still reluctant to leave the Sacred Elixir Pavilion? Seeing Wang Dongyu and Diao Xinyun still sitting in their seats, Mu Yun chuckled and said. Humph, Mu Yun, you're such a smiling wolf. Stop pretending. Ah? Clan Leader Diao, that's not right. It's just that your Diao clan's economic strength is not enough. It has nothing to do with me, right? You, seeing Mu Yun's serious look, Diao Xinyun wanted to slap him to death. Cough cough, Clan Leader Diao, actually, I still have the pill formula for the 3rd-grade elixir. If you can agree to one of my conditions, I, Mu Yun, will give it to you with both hands. What condition? Almost subconsciously, Diao Xinyun immediately spoke. It's simple. Drive Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing out of the Diao clan and cut off all contact with them. What do you think? Nothing. Before Diao Xinyun could speak, Xiao Mingyu suddenly shouted from the side. He was really angry. This Mu Yun clearly knew his identity, but she had always skipped over him and only talked to Wang Dongyu and Diao Xinyun, ignoring him. This was simply the most direct insult. Clan Leader Diao, how can you control your subordinates? I am the young clan leader of the Mu clan. How dare such a subordinate be so arrogant? Looking at Xiao Mingyu, Mu Yun curled her lips and said disdainfully. Mu Yun, this is Elder Xiao, an inner elder of the Sacred Pill sect. Don't be rude. Oh. So it's Elder Xiao. Sorry for the disrespect. Although I've never heard of him, he should be very famous since he's an inner elder of the Sacred Pill sect, right? Hee hee. In the corner of the hall, Xiaoyuner couldn't help but giggle when she heard this sentence. Miss, what are you laughing at? Hee hee, don't you feel that this guy is very funny? Xiaoyuner giggled and said, look at him. He obviously knows that Xiao Mingyu, but he pretends not to know. What an interesting guy. Ah. Hearing her miss's words, the servant girl was shocked and said, Miss, don't tell me you like this illegitimate child? I think your butt is itching again. Xiaoyuner snorted and said, a month ago, father suddenly told me to get engaged with him and marry into the Mu clan. I was also very surprised, so I came to take a look this time to understand first. When this guy comes to Nanyun City, I will make him give up. Humph, this guy has been in Nanyun City for 10 years and is only in the 8th layer of the core gathering realm. He is simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Xiaoyuner's future husband, will be above millions of people. At least, he will be the #1 genius in the Nanyun Empire. Looking at the lively atmosphere in the auction hall, Xiaoyuner snorted and said. Mu Yun, the jade bone pill and the convergence aperture pill didn't come from you, right? Xiao Mingyu looked at Mu Yun and probed. No. Mu Yun laughed and said, I dreamed of it in my dream and remembered it when I woke up. Bastard, according to Xiao Mingyu's understanding, it was impossible for Mu Yun to have these pill formulas. But where did he get them from? There was only one answer. It was very likely that there was a strong person behind Mu Yun. Most likely, that person was at least a 6th rank alchemist. Could it be Mo Wen? That was not very likely. According to the information he knew, although Mo Wen was a 6th rank alchemist, he was also surprised by Mu Yun's outstanding performance in Nanyun City. He even did not hesitate to lower his status as a 6th rank alchemist to ask for advice and address him as a brother. This was enough to prove that Mu Yun had already met such a strong person before Mo Wen arrived in Nanyun City. This was also why he had only asked the Wang clan and the Diao clan to attack the Mu clan these few days and did not do it himself. If there was really a strong person behind Mu Yun who taught him alchemy, weapon refining, and cultivation, it would be very troublesome. Otherwise, he would have killed Mu Yun with a slap long ago. The 4 big clans of Nanyun City were really nothing in his eyes. Very good. You are very good. Mu Yun, I am more and more interested in you. Xiao Mingyu knew that it was impossible to get anything out of Mu Yun, so he simply gave up and left the hall with a flick of his sleeve. Wang Dongyu and Diao Xinyun also did not dare to delay and hurriedly followed. Sai, Clan Leader Wang, Clan Leader Diao, when you have saved enough money and want to buy the pill formulas, come and find me at any time. Looking at the backs of Wang Dongyu and Diao Xinyun leaving, Mu Yun continued. Clap clap, suddenly, there was a clap behind her. Mu Yun turned around and 2 figures appeared in front of Mu Yun. The 2 of them were about 1.7 meters tall, but one of the black-robed men was obviously of noble status. He stood very close to the front with his head raised and his chest puffed out. Hee hee. 2 beautiful ladies, what can I do for you? Those 2 pill formulas, are there any problems? Looking at the 2 of them, Mu Yun chuckled and asked. Xiaoyuner did not expect that Mu Yun would recognize her gender before she even opened her mouth. She subconsciously asked, how did you know I was a lady? However, the moment she opened her mouth, she was completely exposed. Mu Yun only smiled and did not speak. Wearing a black robe from head to toe, making it impossible for others to see her gender. She is obviously trying to hide her gender. She is most likely a woman. Moreover, the faint virgin fragrance on her body is difficult to conceal. Unless it is a man who is so effeminate, he would have such a faint fragrance. Naturally, Mu Yun said this in her heart. There is no problem with the pill formulas, but I really want to know if you wrote this pill formula? After being recognized, Xiaoyuner simply took off the black hat on her head. Her long hair flowed down, and a wisp of ink spread out like a waterfall. What appeared in front of them was an extremely delicate and pretty face. She had a small cherry mouth, an oval face, and a pair of eyes that kept blinking, revealing a trace of craftiness and quickness. When the black robe fell, it revealed a figure unique to a young girl. Her slim waist and perfect figure curves were fully displayed. Gulp, Xiaoyuner put down her hat and black robe and wore a black dress. Her charming appearance was like a blooming black lotus. Useless. Mu Yun slapped Moyang's head and scolded him, exasperated that he did not live up to her expectations. Hee hee. Xiaoyuner could not help but laugh when she saw the appearance of the master and disciple. My name is Xiaoyuner. I have seen your pill formulas. They are very suitable and magical. You are indeed the son of the Mu family patriarch. The son of the Mu family patriarch. Hearing this, Mu Yan's pupil shrank. Chapter 84. Conjecture in mind. Who are you? Mu Yun asked vigilantly almost immediately. Who am I? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Xiaoyuner pursed her lips and looked angry. In the entire southern Cloud Empire, there was actually someone who didn't know Xiaoyuner. This Baiyun city was really a godforsaken place. They were actually so uncultured. Our young miss is the daughter of the Shao clan's patriarch. Don't tell me you don't know about the Shao clan? Shao clan, Mu Yun shook her head again. You, forget it, Huan. I just want to know, where did you get these jade bone pills and convergence aperture pills? Xiaoyuner's eyes flashed with excitement. I'm sorry, I'm auctioning my alchemy room in the sacred elixir pavilion. I have no obligation to tell you where the pill formula came from. Waving her hand, Mu Yun took Qin Mingyao's small hand and left gracefully. Seeing that Mu Yun actually ignored her, Xiaoyuner's brows furrowed into a knot. Miss, I think this fellow is just refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Just beat him to death and directly interrogate him. The servant girl called Huan couldn't help but say angrily. I really underestimated him. Xiaoyuner snorted. I want to see how extraordinary this guy is. Ever since she was young, her father had always doted on her. But this time, her father suddenly told her to marry into the Mu family. The Mu family and the Shao family were both famous in the Nanyun Empire. Marrying into the Mu family was indeed a good match. However, her father told her that the person she was marrying was Mu Yun. Who was Mu Yun? She had no idea at all. After some investigation, she found out that Mu Yun was actually the illegitimate son of the current patriarch of the Mu clan, Mu Qingyu. In the southern Cloud Empire, illegitimate children were even worse than concubines. However, no matter how much she objected, her father, who had always doted on her, was determined to not listen to her at all. With no other choice, she secretly left South Cloud City and came to Baiyun City. She wanted to see who exactly this Mu Yun was. Why would Mu Qingyu, the patriarch of the Mu family, suddenly think of an illegitimate son who had been abandoned by the Mu family for 10 years? And why would her father allow her to be engaged to this illegitimate child? This fellow, it seems that I really underestimated him. Seeing Mu Yun's departing figure, Xiaoyuner gritted her teeth. With her appearance, she would be welcomed wherever she went in the southern Cloud Empire. Even if Mu Yun did not know her identity, her attitude towards her was too cold. Wasn't he curious? Miss, what should we do? Huan, who was at the side, said gloomily, I think this fellow is a blockhead. Miss, you should go back. Otherwise, if the patriarch finds out, you will be grounded again. So what if I'm grounded? Xiaoyuner snorted. I can't possibly marry an illegitimate child for no reason, right? Of course, I, Xiaoyuner, still have the final say in my marriage. As they walked out of the Saint Elixir Pavilion, Qin Mingyao saw Mu Yun frowning and asked, Brother Yun, what's wrong? Nothing. Waving his hand, Mu Yun sighed and said, Yao, do you know about the Shao family? I know. The Shao family is a big family that is as famous as your Mu clan. They are very famous in the entire southern Cloud Empire. Hearing Mu Yun's doubts, Qin Mingyao smiled and said, Brother Yun, are you thinking about that Xiaoyuner? Looking at her, she seems to have rushed over from southern Cloud City. Could it be related to you? This was also what Mu Yun was worried about. It could be said that the previous Mu Yun only had memories of his mother's gentleness and virtuousness when he was a child. However, those memories were very vague. As for his father, the previous Mu Yun harbored feelings of hatred. It seemed that ever since his mother passed away, Mu Yun had been thrown aside by the patriarch of the Mu clan, Mu Qingyu, who did not even bother to look at him. However, if that Mu Qingyu suddenly remembered that he had such a son, and just happened to think of this son at the moment when the clan needed him, then, the situation would be very different. For example, a marriage alliance. Back then, his foster father had asked him to marry Qin Mengyao in order to strengthen the relationship between the family Qin and the Mu clan. Mu Yun deeply understood that the bigger the clan, the more complicated the relationship between them. A marriage alliance was the best way to strengthen the relationship between the clans. I hope I'm thinking too much. Rubbing his head, Mu Yun hugged Qin Mengyao in his arms and said with a smile, "Now you are a rich woman. In the entire northern Cloud City, I'm afraid that no one has as much wealth as me. What do you want to do now?" "I don't want to do anything. I just want to be with you." "Be with me? What do you want to do with me?" Mu Yun chuckled. The smile on his face became more and more sinister, and his hands began to misbehave. Qin Mengyao said shyly, "You are always so dishonest. This time, you have auctioned so many pill formulas. The Mu clan can be said to have become the richest clan in northern Cloud City in one fell swoop. There will be no shortage of guards and alchemists. In addition, with Qi Yufeng, the alchemy master, it can be considered as making up for the loss caused by Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing's betrayal of the Mu clan. But what?" Mu Yun smiled and said, "But in this way, we will completely offend the Diao clan and the Wang clan, and also offend Xiaomingyu, right?" "Yes. Even if we don't do this, the Diao clan and the Wang clan have completely become enemies with the family Qin and the Mu clan. As for Xiaomingyu, you and I killed his precious grandson, Xiaoyu. Didn't he come to northern Cloud City this time to take revenge? Whether we offend him or not, the result will be the same. It's just that I don't understand why Xiaomingyu didn't directly take action. Instead, he indirectly helped the Diao clan and the Wang clan." This was also what Mu Yun had always been puzzled about. With Xiaomingyu's strength and realm, it was somewhat difficult to overturn the Mu clan, but it was still very easy to kill him. It was just that this old thing used such a stupid method. "I hope this guy doesn't do anything stupid." Clenching his hands slightly, Mu Yun muttered to himself in his heart. At the end of the auction, the entire northern Cloud City was in an uproar. Although Mu Yun took out 10 pill formulas for auction under the guarantee of the Sacred Pill Pavilion at the beginning, most people were skeptical. When Mu Yun really took out 10 pill formulas, everyone still felt like they were in a dream. For a time, the streets and alleys were discussing the 10 magical pill formulas. It's just 10 second grade and third grade pill formulas. Is there a need to be so surprised? In a restaurant, Xiao Yuner was wearing a long green dress. Her beautiful face attracted the attention of many warriors in the hall. "Ah, miss, didn't you say that the 2 third-grade pill formulas were special and were of the highest quality?" "Huaner, I think you've been talking more and more recently." "I don't dare, miss." Just as the two of them were talking, a few figures entered the hall together. "Xiaoming, what is your grandfather thinking? Why didn't he just kill Mu Yun and Qin Mengyao? With your grandfather's means, it should be easy to kill them without anyone knowing, right?" A few figures entered the main hall together, and a low voice sounded. Looking carefully, those few people were Ba Yuda, Tai Shanhu, Xiaoming, and the others. Originally, they were like fire and water, but Xiaoming's grandfather was an inner sect elder after all. This time, he came to Baiyun City, so they didn't dare to disobey. What do you know? That Mu Yun will die sooner or later." Xiaoming's face was gloomy, and he couldn't help but shout. Okay. Let's talk about this in a private room. There are people coming and going in this hall. It won't be good if the news is leaked. Why go to a private room? With a beauty here, the hall is much better than a private room." However, just as they were about to enter the second floor, Xiaoming glanced at a corner of the hall, and he couldn't move his feet. "Let's sit here." Xiaoming strode over with large strides and directly arrived before Xiao Yuner's table before sitting down. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Yuner's graceful figure, and he couldn't move his eyes away. Ever since he entered Baiyun City, he had been happy a few times. However, the quality of Baiyun City wasn't very good. Compared to the outer sect female disciples of the sect, it was too inferior. The only thing that could make him restless was Qin Mengyao. Unfortunately, Qin Mengyao was either at family Qin or Mu Yun's side. How could he have a chance, at this moment, seeing Xiaoyun, a living beauty who wasn't inferior to Qin Mengyao? He was no longer willing to go to the private room on the second floor. Bastard, where are your eyes looking? Seeing the lecher who suddenly appeared in front of her, Huaner shouted. Hee, aren't beauties used to look at? Xiaoming chuckled, but his eyes fiercely glared at Xiaoyun's chest, and said, not to mention that the master is beautiful, the servant girl is also so beautiful. Ladies, I am Xiaoming, an inner sect disciple of the Sacred Pill Pavilion. I wonder if I can sit down and drink a few cups of wine. Drink? I'm afraid I'm drinking your blood, Huaner said coldly. Huaner. However, seeing Xiaoming sit down, Xiaoyun stopped Huaner and said with a shy smile, Sacred Pill Sect? That's one of the most powerful sects in the Tianyun continent. I also want to enter. Sure. Seeing Xiaoyun's shy appearance, Xiaoming's eyes almost spat fire. Little girl, as long as you accompany me for a night, I guarantee that you can enter the Sacred Pill Sect. Really? Of course. At the side, Bai Yuda, Tai Shanhu, and the others could only smile bitterly when they saw the scene. This Xiaoming, relying on his grandfather's status, who knew how many outer sect female disciples had been bedded by him. The beauty in front of him looked beautiful, but she looked like a love-struck fool. She would probably become Xiaoming's plaything in bed tonight. It's just that, just what? Don't you want to enter the Sacred Pill Sect? Of course not. Xiaoyun suddenly said with difficulty, it's just that I'm already young Master Mu Yun's person. I'm afraid I can't leave Baiyun City, Mu Yun, it's Mu Yun again. Hearing Xiaoyun's words, Xiaoming clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. He was so angry that his teeth itched. How could there be so many beauties throwing themselves at the former trash now? This Mu Yun was really lucky. Chapter 85 Divine Power Stop. Seeing that Xiaoming actually wanted to grab her miss's hand, Huaner finally couldn't help it. She reached out with her hand. She didn't seem to use much strength as she clamped down on Xiaoming's arm. With a flip of her hand, a chopstick directly stabbed into Xiaoming's arm. Cries of agony rang out as fresh blood flowed down the table. Xiaoming, right? The embarrassment on Xiaoyun's face disappeared and was replaced by a sly smile. She said, I'm Mu Yun's woman. You dare to touch me? This little servant girl will kill you. She dares. Xiaoming snorted. My grandfather is Saint Pill Sect's inner sect elder, Xiaoming Yu. She dares to touch me? Crack, as soon as Xiaoming finished speaking, a cracking sound rang out. A blood-curdling scream shook the entire restaurant. Huaner wasn't polite at all. She bent her palm and Xiaoming's arm was immediately fractured. I don't care who you are. You deserve to die for being disrespectful to my young miss. Huaner, forget it. This guy is just ignorant. Spare his life. Xiaoyun waved her hand casually. As the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, if someone were to stare at her chest like this on any other day, their eyes would have long been dug out. However, she suddenly had a mischievous thought. Xiaoming, I don't care if you're an outer sect disciple or an inner sect disciple of the Sacred Pill Sect. I'm Mu Yan's future woman. If you dare to touch me, you'll die. But since you didn't know, I'll spare your life. Xiaoyun leisurely turned around and left the restaurant with a delicate fragrance. Xiaoming, are you all right? Only now did Bai Yuda, Tai Shanhu, and the others dare to step forward. That maid from before was too powerful. She was at least in the spiritual cave realm, so how could they dare to interfere? Mu Yun, it's Mu Yun again. Xiaoming's eyes were red, and he couldn't help but shout, if I don't kill him, it'll be hard to vent the hatred in my heart. Xiaoming's face turned ashen and he left angrily. In the secret chamber of the Diao family, Xiaoming sat cross-legged, his face alternating between green and white. He had always thought of himself as a prodigy. His grandfather was an inner sect elder of the Sacred Pill Sect and a famous supreme-grade mystic weapon master. He was not even 20 years old yet and was considered one of the best in the inner sect. But all of this changed completely after meeting Mu Yun. Therefore, he must kill Mu Yun. Hidden Spirit Pill, a third-grade pill. It stimulates the potential within a martial artist's body and allows them to break through their limits. Looking at the light green pill in his hand, Xiaoming's breathing gradually became heavy. Previously, he had been at the 9th level of the spirit detecting realm, but after the battle at the Baiyun mountain range, he had coincidentally broken through to the 10th level of the aperture condensing realm. And now, he was preparing to swallow the hidden spirit pill, cross the 10th level, and enter the 10th level of the spirit cave. In this way, if he squeezed out his own potential, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens if he wanted to take a step forward in the future. However, Xiaoming couldn't hold it in any longer. He wanted Mu Yun to die immediately. With a gulp, he swallowed the hidden spirit pill. Xiaoming's face suddenly turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body began to tremble. His eyes kept widening, and even blood began to flow out of his eye sockets. "Hold it in, you must hold it in." His voice was a little hoarse, but Xiaoming still sat in the same spot, not moving at all. He supported himself with his hatred for Mu Yun. Even if he had to exhaust his body's potential, he would make Mu Yun be consigned to eternal damnation. At the same time, in the Mu family, a realm upgrade was also going on. Mu Yun had already reached the 8th level of the core gathering realm, and the next step was the 9th level of the spirit detecting realm. In fact, there was not much difference between the core gathering realm and the spirit detecting realm in terms of strength and vital essence reserves. The 9th level of the spirit detecting realm allowed a martial artist to have a clear mind and be connected to all things. Moreover, their thinking and reaction to things increased by more than 10 times. Most importantly, their mind was agile and their reaction was fast. One could imagine that in a battle between martial artists, if one could react the moment the opponent made a move and respond to it, it would undoubtedly allow one to erupt with even stronger combat power in the battle. And the 10th level of the aperture condensing realm was another threshold for martial artists in the physical realm. There were 10 levels of the physical body, and the aperture condensing realm was the last level. Above the 10th level of the physical body was the 10th level of the spirit point realm. The aperture condensing realm was to nourish the meridians in the body with vital essence, making the final preparations for the 10th level of the spirit point realm and the opening of the 10 major apertures in the body. The current Mu Yun's physical body was already completely different from half a year ago. Under her slightly fair skin, the lines of her powerful muscles were clear, as if they were cut by nature's uncanny workmanship. Among martial artists, there was no lack of martial artists with prominent muscle lines all over their bodies. And those martial artists looked muscular, but it was not the body type that martial artists should have. For martial artists who truly combined strength and physical body perfectly, the muscles all over their body gave off a special feeling of flexibility and affinity. Moreover, it was not the appearance of explosive muscles, but rather restrained in the heart. The 8th level of the core gathering realm, the vital essence condenses into a core and gathers in the dantian. The 9th level of the spirit detecting realm, the mind is clear, and the thoughts are clear. The 10th level of the aperture condensing realm, using the core essence to open the apertures and step into the 10th level of the spirit point realm. Silently reciting in his heart, Mu Yun sat on the ground and mobilized the vital essence in his body. At the same time, a corner of the chart of celestial extermination in his mind opened involuntarily. And in the chart of celestial extermination, a wisp of aura quietly fell and rushed into Mu Yun's body. It was a vast and seemingly long-lasting power that entered Mu Yun's body, causing Mu Yun to feel an incomparably vigorous aura. Vitality, mental energy, perception. For a moment, feeling the power spiraling and swimming in his body, Mu Yun could not help but stretch his body. He did not know where the chart of celestial extermination came from, but Mu Yun knew that if it were not for the chart of celestial extermination, he would have died several times already. Moreover, although the chart of celestial extermination did not display a powerful explosive force every time he broke through, it benefited him greatly every time the chart of celestial extermination displayed an explosive force. Gradually, as the power flowed into Mu Yun's body, there was an earth-shattering change in his body. Finally, when all the power completely dissipated, Mu Yun could clearly feel that his essence, qi, and spirit had undergone an unprecedented change at this moment. However, just as Mu Yun was about to retract the aura in his body, a strange change occurred. A buzzing sound was heard, and in a moment, the chart of celestial extermination in Mu Yun's mind opened again. But this time, there was no martial technique, elixir formula, or weapon formula. There was only a drop of water. In Mu Yan's eyes, it was a drop of water. However, that droplet of water looked very different. It did not seem to be real water, but a kind of gas that had gathered after being extremely condensed. Ding dong, with a ding dong, the drop of water accurately dripped into Mu Yan's mind. Boom, there was an explosion, and then Mu Yan felt that the world in front of him had undergone an earth-shattering change. That drop of water flowed into his body and suddenly turned into thousands of streams, flowing towards Mu Yan's limbs and meridians in all directions, impacting every meridian in Mu Yan's body. This is divine power. Stunned on the spot, Mu Yan's entire body suddenly trembled. Divine power, it was the most mysterious existence in the myriad worlds. The great thousand worlds were divided into thousands of worlds, from a continent with an area of tens of thousands of miles to a world, then 3,000 small worlds, and thousands of myriad worlds. The journey of a martial artist was long and boundless. However, whether it was the 10 levels of the physical body or the 10 levels of the spirit cave, they corresponded to the strength of a region. As for divine power, it was an existence that even Mu Yan in his previous life looked up to. Even as one of the strongest celestial kings in the myriad worlds in his previous life, Mu Yan only had respect and yearning for divine power. However, divine power was simply too ethereal and legendary. Even in the myriad worlds, where countless martial artists and various races gathered, very few people knew about it. The reason why Mu Yan could sense the divine power in that droplet of water was entirely because of an adventure he had once gone through. Originally, he did not believe in the existence of divine power at all. However, after witnessing the strength of that power, Mu Yan finally understood that even celestial kings were not the peak of the world. Divine power was the power produced by divine power. This power had completely surpassed the restraints of all the rules and was not in the world at all. At this moment, feeling the fluctuation of divine power, Mu Yan was naturally extremely excited. The power of this drop of divine power was almost 1,000 times thinner, but it was still divine power after all. To the current Mu Yan, it was simply like a gold mine. Such dense divine power is completely impossible for me to dissipate. However, there are a lot of ways that I can use it. He hurriedly absorbed the divine power that was dissipating in his body. Gradually, Mu Yan's body completed another transformation. 9th level of the spirit detecting realm. With this upgrade, Mu Yan could clearly feel the changes in the things around him. From the ants on the ground to the patterns on the leaves in the courtyard outside the house, as long as Mu Yan wanted to, he could completely see through it. Is this divine power? Mu Yan was dumbfounded. To think that such a thin amount of divine power could still produce such a powerful and mysterious effect. As expected of divine power. After thinking carefully, Mu Yan could not help but laugh. He was really a little stupid. Back then, he was the celestial king in his previous life, but now, he was only a disciple of the Mu family with a physical body 10th level. There were thousands of mountains and rivers between them. In his previous life, this drop of divine power could at most allow him to consolidate his strength. However, the power in this drop of divine power was an ocean of treasures to him now. I can't waste so much power. After thinking carefully, Mu Yan hurriedly mobilized his vital essence to gradually dissolve the divine power in his body and quietly gathered it in his palm. Gradually, droplets of liquid began to seep out from his palm. Mu Yan hurriedly took out a ceramic bottle and collected the liquid. After busying himself for half a day and collecting more than a dozen bottles of liquid, Mu Yan finally felt at ease. More than a dozen bottles of divine power that had been diluted countless times. This kind of power could be said to be a miraculous medicine for the improvement of one's realm, the change of one's aptitude, and the recovery of physical injuries. Maybe I should give it a try. Spirit liquid. As the patriarch of the Mu family, Mu Linchin had too many things to do. Especially during this period of time, the tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones that Mu Yan had obtained from the auction needed to be allocated and used in various businesses of the Mu family. As the patriarch of the Mu family, he had been too busy. Today, Mu Linchin finally had the chance to sit down and rest for a while. He meditated in his own courtyard and comprehended the realm. Although economic strength was important for a family's prosperity, what was more important was the most powerful military force. Without the protection of martial power, no matter how strong one's economic strength was, one would be nothing more than a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. And now, he was the pillar of support for the Mu clan, at the fifth layer of the spiritual cave realm. This was also the reason why the Diao clan and the Wang clan did not dare to openly offend each other. The first layer of the spirit cave realm was the opening of the Higu point in both hands. It was located between the thumb and forefinger, giving one immense strength. This kind of increase in strength completely surpassed the limits of the physical body. It was mainly based on the power of true essence. The second layer of the spirit point opened the Naguan meridian. The Naguan meridian was located at the elbow and directly connected to the arms. Using the strength of the hands, the Naguan meridian increased not only strength but also toughness. The third layer of the spirit cave realm was the opening of the Zhusanli acupoint. Once the Zhusanli acupoint below the knee was successfully opened, the four limbs would be connected. The body would be as light as a swallow and the speed would be as fast as lightning. As for the fourth layer of the spirit cave realm, it was the opening of the Yang Lingquan acupoint. Unlike the Zhusanli acupoint, which was located on the outside of the calf, the Yang Lingquan acupoint was located on the inside of the calf. The third and fourth grades could be said to be linked together. Once they were successfully opened at the same time, the martial artist's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The fifth level of the spiritual cave stage was an extremely important stage. The fifth layer required the opening of two acupoints. Guanyuan acupoint and Qihai acupoint. These two major meridians were the places where a martial artist's true essence would erupt. Once they were successfully opened, the martial artist would have a qualitative change in the 10 realms of the spirit point. This breakthrough was in no way inferior to the breakthrough from the physical body realm to the spiritual cave realm. To a martial artist, this was of extraordinary significance. At this moment, Mu Linchen was at the fifth layer. He had broken through the Guanyuan acupoint. However, he was stuck at the Qihai acupoint and was unable to move forward. If there were no accidents, it would be very difficult for him to break through to the fifth level in this lifetime. Even so, he still couldn't give up. Even if there was only a sliver of a chance, he had to give it a try. After all, whether he was strong or not was related to the Mu family's standing. Dong dong dong, Mu Linchen had just reached the optimal state of cultivation when he was disturbed by a series of knocks on the door. He frowned unhappily. Who? Dad, of course it's me. It had to be said that in the beginning, Mu Linchen was still not used to calling Mu Yun father. However, when he thought about how the Mu Yun in his heart had already become one with him, and how Mu Linchen treated Mu Yun, his feelings were indeed greater than that of a foster father and foster son. Gradually, Mu Yun no longer held any grudges. With a bitter smile, Mu Linchen said helplessly, "Come in." Sigh. With a response, Mu Yun had already broken through the door and entered. "I hope I'm not disturbing you, godfather. What do you think?" "Hee, then I'll apologize to you first." Mu Yun chuckled. There was no sign of apology on his face as he said, "Godfather, I want to hear from you about the strongest cultivators of the Baiyun city's 4 great families." Kid, why are you interested in this?" Mu Linchen was slightly taken aback and said, "Since you'll have to come into contact with them sooner or later, it's best to know now." "I'll tell you. Baiyun city's 4 great families. Our Mu family is a branch of the Mu family in the capital. In fact, the Mu family in Baiyun City and the Mu family in South Cloud City are basically separated. The clan will not even consider the life and death of the Mu family in Baiyun City. As for the Mu family, I'm at the 5th level of the spirit cave realm and have only opened the Guanyuan acupoint. I might only be at this realm for the rest of my life." At this point, Mu Linchen couldn't hide the gloominess on his face. In the family Qin, the strongest is Patriarch Qin. He's at the 6th level of the spirit cave realm and has already opened the Mingmen acupoint and the Xianxia acupoint. He's the strongest cultivator in Baiyun City. It's just that Patriarch Qin is old, and his martial strength is no longer the same as before. The current head of the family Qin, Qin Jiming, is also your future father-in-law. He's at the 4th level of the spirit cave realm. There's also the head of the Wang family, Wang Dongyu, and the head of the Diao family, Diao Zhenyun. Both of them are at the 5th level of the spirit cave realm and are slightly stronger than Godfather. They've already opened the Sea of Breath acupoint. Mu Linchen sighed and said, "Now, Patriarch Qin is still around and can still support the family Qin. The marriage alliance between our Mu family and the family Qin is stable, but if, then the Mu family and the family Qin will be attacked crazily by the Diao family and the Wang family. This was true. At the 5th level of the spirit cave realm, one had to open the Guanyuan acupoint and the Sea of Breath acupoint. The opening of each acupoint was a leap in strength. Mu Yun deeply understood that the current Mu Linchen was still lacking compared to Diao Zhenyun and Wang Dongyu. However, a cultivator's talent determined how far a cultivator could reach in their lifetime. A youth who could cultivate to the 10th level of the physical body realm at the age of 14 or 15 might not be able to reach the 10th level of the spirit cave realm in his lifetime because of his talent. And the current Mu Linchen was stuck at the 5th level of the Guanyuan acupoint because of his talent. He was unable to open the Sea of Breath acupoint. Foster father, do you trust me? Of course. Then absorb this drop of spirit liquid into your body and refine it. As she spoke, Mu Yun took out the porcelain bottle used to collect divine power and dripped a drop onto Mu Linchen's palm. This is a spirit liquid that I obtained by chance. It should be of some help to foster father's cultivation, Mu Yun hurriedly explained. Divine power was probably unheard of in the heavenly fate continent, so Mu Yun could only name it a spirit liquid. If others knew about this divine power and spread it, he would definitely die without a burial place. This thing was a rare existence in the thousands of great worlds back then. Although it was diluted thousands of times, its effect was something that Mu Yun had seen. It would definitely not disappoint him. After all, there was still a huge gap between the immortal king realm and the spirit cave realm. Mu Linchen was slightly puzzled, but after seeing Mu Yun's determined and hopeful expression, he nodded. Sitting on the ground, Mu Linchen held the drop of divine power in his palm and quietly absorbed it into his body. Standing at the side, Mu Yun's breathing gradually quickened. He wanted to do a test to see if this divine power was only effective on him, or if it could improve everyone's aptitude. Seeing Mu Linchen absorb the drop of divine power into his body, Mu Yun also stood at the side, motionless. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, the sun rose and set in the west. Night slowly fell. Phew, suddenly, a soft cry sounded in the small courtyard. Mu Linchen, who had his eyes closed, opened them. How is it, foster father? Mu Yun was looking forward to it. Yuner, tell me, where did you get the spirit liquid? Mu Linchen asked seriously. Why? It's not effective? No, it's not. Mu Linchen stood up excitedly and laughed. This drop of spirit liquid is simply a miraculous medicine. It's even stronger than 3rd grade and 4th grade elixirs. Foster father, you have already opened your Sea of Breath meridian. Moreover, I can clearly feel that my aptitude seems to have undergone a complete change. It's even possible for me to reach the 10th tier of the spirit ascension realm in my lifetime. Mu Linchen's body trembled. He pulled Mu Yun like a child. I got this by accident. I only have one bottle. Mu Yun shook the porcelain bottle in his hand and said awkwardly. Only one bottle, Mu Linchen said cautiously. Yuner, don't let others know. Otherwise, it will bring you a lot of trouble. This spirit liquid of yours is simply comparable to a 4th grade elixir. Mu Yun already had a plan in his heart. These drops of divine power were extracted from his own body. They had already been diluted, so the effect on Mu Linchen was not very strong. It seems that I can extract more next time. Mu Yun made up his mind and said silently in his heart. Foster father, if that's the case, then you should find a few core disciples and some loyal guards. You want to, that's right. Mu Yun nodded and said, the core disciples are the hope of our Mu family's future growth, and the loyal guards are the defensive force that the family needs now. I understand, Yuner. You are more daring than me in this regard. Mu Linchen laughed involuntarily and said, you should also understand that this drop of spirit liquid is comparable to a 4th grade elixir. You are willing to take it out so generously. There's nothing to be reluctant about. The family's interests are the most important, Mu Yun reminded. Foster father, remember to choose the most important ones, even if their aptitude is lower. Brat, I have been the patriarch of the Mu family for 10 years. I am still confident about this. Mu Linchen laughed heartily. He was in a good mood and walked out of the courtyard. Mu Yun was also a little surprised by the change in his mentality. Unknowingly, he seemed to have regarded the Mu family as his own home. In his previous life, he was an orphan. In this life, Mu Linchen was his foster father, and the Mu family was also his home. In a courtyard of the Mu family, about 30 Mu family disciples, ranging in age from 7 to 10 years old, stood one by one. Behind these 30 over disciples of the Mu family stood dozens of tall and straight Mu family guards. Some of these guards were members of the Mu family, and some were hired by the Mu family. At this moment, dozens of people stood in the courtyard with different expressions on their faces. They were all summoned back by the patriarch in a hurry and did not know what had happened. Looking at the dozens of people, Mu Yun exhaled slightly and said, "Foster father summoned you here because he believes in you. I, Mu Yun, naturally believe in you too. I will not say anything unnecessary. I summoned you here today to give you a chance to change yourselves. This chance will change your lives and improve your aptitude. It will allow you to improve yourselves in the next 3, 5, or even 10 years. This opportunity only requires you to do your best to protect the Mu family. I only want your promise and will not restrict you in any way." Too weak. Opportunity, what opportunity? Now, everyone, listen to me. I've obtained some miraculous medicine. All you need to do is refine it, and it will be enough to change your aptitude. Now, one by one. Mu Yun said as she walked into the house. A miraculous medicine to increase one's aptitude? It can't be, right? Such a good thing, and young patriarch actually doesn't have any conditions? Just a verbal promise to protect the Mu family to the best of his ability without any restrictions? What kind of opportunity is it? What kind of divine pill is it? Young patriarch must be joking. As guards, they deeply understood that they were only being paid to protect the Mu family. When it came to risking their lives, everyone would have their own thoughts. This was a common problem among all the great clans. It was unlikely that a guard with a different surname would wholeheartedly protect the family. Only by using powerful martial strength or powerful financial resources could they be recruited. However, Mu Yun said that there were no restrictions. How could such a good thing happen to them? I'll go first. When Mu Yun walked into the house, a shout suddenly sounded. A guard with a different surname directly entered the house. He wanted to see if such a good thing was real or not. Haha, not long after, a burst of laughter came from the room. The guard who had entered earlier walked out laughing. First layer of the spiritual cave realm. I never thought that I, Han Gung, would be able to step into the first layer of the spiritual cave realm in my lifetime. The man laughed heartily as his face was filled with ecstasy. First layer of the spiritual cave realm? What a joke. That's right, Han Gun has been stuck in the 10th layer of the Aperture Fusion realm for 10 years, but he actually managed to break through in one step. This, for a moment, everyone was stunned. Han Gung was an old guard of the Mu family. All these years, he had been stuck at the 10th level of the physical body realm. Due to the limitations of his talent, he had been stuck at the 10th level for 10 years, unable to make any progress. But this time, he had suddenly stepped into the spiritual cave realm. It could be said that he had reached the heavens in a single bound. In the Mu clan, spirit cave realm guards would not only receive better treatment, but they would also receive the attention of the patriarch and receive more benefits. It could be said that he had reached the heavens in a single bound. Let me. Seeing that Han Gung's realm had increased, some people could not help but rush in. Half a day passed, and there were still dozens of people standing in the small courtyard. However, at this moment, their faces were completely different from before. Excitement and fanaticism that was uncontrollable. Now, everyone, you, Mu Yun Yang, Mu Yun. Mu Yun chuckled and said, "My foster father has already consumed this drop of spiritual liquid, so you can rest assured that there won't be anything fishy about it. Furthermore, I won't ask you to do anything. Whatever you did before, I will still do in the future." Studio Mu Nmu Hun Mu of, Mu Yun was Mu Yun. In fact, to the family, guards who did not share the same surname were specially isolated. They did not expect that Mu Yun would be willing to take out such a miraculous medicine for them to consume. Young clan leader, I, Han Gung, don't like what you're saying. I'm a rough man who only knows martial arts. I've been in the Mu clan for more than 10 years, and the Mu clan is also my home. If anyone dares to offend the Mu clan and the young clan leader, I, Han Gung, will definitely be the first to stand in front of the young master. That's right. We have been in the Mu family for more than 10 years. Mu family is my home. My wife was introduced to me by team leader. That's right. Moreover, patriarch and young family leader treat us so well. We can't do anything to betray the Mu family. Otherwise, we won't be able to practice martial arts wholeheartedly. Hearing Mu Yun's words, dozens of guards spoke in unison. Mu Yun smiled and did not say anything when she saw everyone's encouragement. She understood that even if she raised everyone's cultivation to Spirit Cave Realm level 10, some of them would still have ulterior motives. She only needed the majority of them to remain loyal to the Mu family. At the same time, in the Diao family, Xiao Mingyu led some sacred elixir sect martial artists, alchemists, and blacksmiths to stay in the Diao family. At this moment, in a room in the Diao family, Xiao Ming's body was flushed red. His body trembled, and he finally calmed down. Spirit Cave Realm Level 1. Opening the Higu point between the thumb and forefinger of both hands. My strength has increased tremendously. This time, Mu Yun, I will make you die. As his sinister words spread, Xiao Ming put on a black suit and left quietly. As night fell, the Mu family was brightly lit. A figure quietly slipped past the guard's inspection and sneaked into the Mu family. It should be here. Looking at the small courtyard in front of him, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up as he dashed into the courtyard. Who is it? Suddenly, a shout was heard. Immediately after, 6 figures flew out. They were so fast that Xiao Ming was caught off guard. Assassin! Before Xiao Ming could resist, the 6 guards flew out and surrounded Xiao Ming in the middle. With a loud shout, the entire Mu family was filled with voices. Looking at the 6 people surrounding him, Xiao Ming was stunned. Almost all of them were in the Spirit Cave Realm. There were even experts in Spirit Cave Realm Level 2. Since when did the Mu family's guards become so strong? Who are you? Looking at the black-cloaked man in front of him, Han Gung shouted coldly. He happened to be on duty tonight. These days, the patriarch had instructed him to pay special attention to the young patriarch's residence to prevent anyone from plotting against him. He did not expect that there would really be someone who wanted to harm the young patriarch. Humph. Looking at the 6 people, Xiao Ming knew that his assassination would not succeed. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Where do you think you're going? Han Gung's face turned cold. He was on duty tonight. If an assassin appeared, the drop of spiritual liquid that he consumed during the day would be wasted. At the same time, the other 5 people also rushed out and surrounded Xiao Ming. Facing 6 cultivators of the same level or even higher than him, Xiao Ming was no match for them. He was at a disadvantage when he tried to resist. Stop. At this moment, a shout was heard. Mu Yun opened the courtyard door and walked out. Mu Yun. Xiao Ming. Hearing the black-cloaked man speak, Mu Yun smiled playfully and said, I don't know if I should say that your courage is commendable or stupid. Coming to the Mu family to assassinate me, hee hee. Humph, so what? I was discovered today because I did not think it through. I have already stepped into the first level of the spiritual cave realm. You are no longer my opponent. If we fight one-on-one, I will kill you like killing a dog. Oh? I know you are trying to provoke me. This method is very stupid, but you must be unwilling to let me capture you like this. You want to fight one-on-one? Come on. Young Patriarch. Young Patriarch. Hearing Mu Yun's response, Han Gung and the others were slightly worried. After all, Xiao Ming was at the first level of the spiritual cave realm. They knew that Mu Yun had already stepped into the 9th level of the physical body realm, the spirit detecting realm. However, the difference between these 2 realms was not something that could be crossed so easily. Move aside. Mu Yun smiled slightly. Her tone was filled with an unquestionable tone. Right now, he really wanted to know just how strong he was. Xiao Ming's arrival tonight was considered a stepping stone for him to understand his strength more clearly. Yes. Hearing Mu Yun's order, Han Gung and the others gradually dispersed. At the same time, some of the Mu family's guards gradually rushed over and gathered together. Mu Yun, why do you have such a good reputation and all the beautiful women are yours? Isn't one Qin Mengyao enough? You even have another one outside. Xiaoming said furiously, today, I will settle the grudge of killing my brother and the grudge of you blocking my path. Another one outside. Hearing this, Mu Yun was a little confused. However, now was not the time to think about this. Gale martial kill. With a low roar, Xiaoming bent his body and charged straight at Mu Yun like a cannonball. With the Higu acupoint on both hands opened, a casual punch was more than 50,000 pounds of force. Xiaoming was confident that he could defeat Mu Yun with just his strength alone. Bang, a loud bang sounded, and Xiaoming was dumbfounded. Too weak. You are really too weak. Grabbing Xiaoming's fist with one hand, Mu Yun shook her head slightly and sighed. You reached the first level of the spiritual cave realm with the help of the elixir. Your strength is too weak. Throwing a punch straight at Xiaoming's chest, Mu Yun shook her head. I don't believe it. I am at the first level of the spiritual cave realm, and you are only at the 9th level. How can you be my opponent? With a cold expression, Xiaoming rushed up again. Seeing Xiaoming's ridiculous attack, Mu Yun shook her head. Xiaoming was really too weak. He was only at the first level of the spiritual cave realm. He was not a challenge to her at all. I didn't expect you to be so weak. Relying on elixirs to increase your strength isn't the way of a martial artist after all. Mu Yun shook her head again. Seal break, meridians break. Sky seal, end life and end death. Life and death seal, seal end life and desolation. 8 desolation sky seal, seal heaven and destroy earth. With a flip of her palm, Mu Yun transformed a few times. 4 seals that contained the aura of extermination surrounded her. What are you doing? What am I doing? Since you want to kill me, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. With a sneer, the 4 seals in Mu Yun's hands suddenly shot out. Bang 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 bang, 4 bangs sounded at the same time, and a scream spread indifferently. Seeing this scene, Han Gung and the others were stunned on the spot. During this period of time, they had indeed seen Mu Yun's changes. From the previous trash, she had become a rumored genius. All kinds of mysteries shrouded Mu Yun. However, they did not expect Mu Yun to be able to change to this extent. A 9th level spirit detecting realm cultivator defeated a 1st level spiritual cave realm cultivator. Moreover, it was so simple and effortless. Was Mu Yun really still the previous Mu Yun? Young clan leader. If it was said that Han Gung and the others had called Mu Yun young clan leader previously, they felt that it was unworthy of the title. However, this time, this sentence came from the bottom of their hearts. Mu Yun was worthy of it. Throw him out. Turning around and returning to the courtyard, Mu Yun said indifferently. Yes. Han Gung did not consider Xiaoming's identity. He only needed to follow the young clan leader's orders. Seeing Xiaoming's miserable state, Mu Yun's heart gradually turned cold. Based on his previous character, if Xiaoming had the intention to kill him, he would definitely kill him immediately. Chapter 88 The outbreak of conflict. Currently, he was still one step away from being able to truly support the Mu family. Hence, he still needed to endure for a while. However, he still needed to teach them an appropriate lesson. The next day, early in the morning, a large group of people gathered outside the Mu family's gate. Xiaoming lay on the ground. He wanted to move but couldn't. Mu Yun's attack yesterday had cut off all his vitality. Even if he wanted to resist, he was powerless. Xiaoming was quite famous in Bayun City recently. Many people in the crowd recognized him and pointed at him. Get out of my way. Suddenly, as more and more people gathered, a shout could be heard. Tomorrow. Seeing the figure lying on the ground, Xiao Mingyu's heart trembled as if it was dripping blood. One of his grandsons had already died, so he couldn't afford to lose another one. You're really stupid. Looking at Xiao Mingyu wanted to send him flying with a slap, but in the end, he endured it. No matter what, the Mu family is one of the 4 great families in Bayun City. How is it possible for you to use pills to raise your realm and assassinate Mu Yun? Even if you kill Mu Yun, can you escape unscathed? Of course I won't forget your brother's death, but how could you be so stupid? After saying these words, Xiao Mingyu's face revealed a pained expression. He was not hurt because of Xiaoming's weakness, but because of Xiaoming's stupidity. Grandpa, even though that is the case, you are still my grandson. To treat you like this in North Cloud City is not only insulting me, it is also insulting the entire Sacred Pellet sect. With a cold shout, Xiao Mingyu took a step forward and threw a punch at the Mu family's gate. Bang, the strong impact spread out, and the Mu family's gate was instantly shattered into pieces. Mu Yun, come out and take a hit from me, Xiao Mingyu. Xiao Mingyu stood alone outside the Mu family's gate, looking insufferably arrogant. Haha. I didn't expect Elder Xiao to come to my Mu clan personally. What a rare guest. The door exploded open, and a figure walked out slowly with a chuckle. It was Mu Yun. Elder Xiao is indeed an outer sect elder of the Sacred Pill sect. Since you entered through the main entrance, the Mu family naturally welcomed you warmly, unlike some people who refused to leave through the main entrance and climbed over the wall in the middle of the night. They were dragged out like a dead dog. How dare you? Oh? Elder Xiao, why are you so angry? I'm not talking about you. If Mu Yun saw that he had smashed the door and immediately jumped out to scold him, Xiao Mingyu could immediately take action and subdue Mu Yun. But now, Mu Yun's face was full of smiles. She didn't look like she was angry at all. Instead, she was smiling. Little bastard, today, I don't want your life. If you can withstand one of my attacks, I will forget about what happened today. Haha, hearing Xiao Mingyu's words, Mu Yun suddenly bent over and laughed loudly. Take a hit from you? Xiao Mingyu, you old thing, I've already given you enough face. Mu Yun suddenly shouted coldly, this Xiao Ming doesn't know what's good for him. He wants to kill me and the Mu family. He's extremely stupid. I didn't kill you. Do you think I'm afraid of you, Xiao Mingyu, an elder of the Sacred Pill sect? Get lost. Mu Yun's attitude suddenly took a 90-degree turn, causing everyone present to be instantly dumbfounded. You're courting death. Who was Xiao Mingyu? He was an inner sect elder of the Sacred Pill sect and a supreme-grade mystic weapon master. He had a high status. How could he endure being scolded by Mu Yun? However, he was angry and embarrassed at the same time. He could only blame Xiao Ming for being too stupid. But Xiao Ming was his grandson after all. He couldn't tolerate such a thing happening. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Mingyu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew up. Flying Eagle Poisonous Dragon Claw. As soon as he shouted, Xiao Mingyu's 5 fingers turned black. A murderous aura rushed towards Mu Yun. Elder Xiao, Yuner is the young clan leader of the Mu family. It's unreasonable for you to attack him in public. At this moment, a dull voice sounded. Mu Linchen suddenly appeared and stood in front of Mu Yun with an indifferent expression. Mu Linchen, level 5 spiritual cave realm. You actually opened the Sea of Breath Meridian, Anne. Seeing Mu Linchen, Xiao Mingyu was taken aback. He clearly remembered that Mu Linchen was at level 5 spiritual cave realm, but he only opened the Guanyuan Meridian. When did he open the Sea of Breath Meridian? Level 5 was a watershed for spiritual cave realm martial artists. And the Sea of Breath Meridian was the most important. This Mu Linchen really hid his strength well. Mu Linchen, your Mu family humiliated my grandson. How should we settle this debt? That's funny. Then, your grandson came to my Mu family in the middle of the night and wanted to kill my son. How should we settle this? Humph, I can't be bothered to reason with you. I only know that someone must pay the price for my grandson's humiliation. Is that so? Then let's see if you have the ability. Mu Linchen smiled coldly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Almost 100 people suddenly appeared behind him. Among the 100 people, the lowest cultivation was at level 1 spiritual cave realm. There were even a few people who were close to level 5 spiritual cave realm. Seeing the 100 people, the crowd burst into exclamations. Almost 100 spiritual cave realm martial artists. When did the Mu family become so strong? That's right. I remember that Honggung was only at level 10 aperture gathering realm. He was stuck in this realm for 10 years, but he actually stepped into the spiritual cave realm. Not only that, their auras have changed. It's as if they have become like a pack of wolves. Seeing the appearance of the 100 people, Xiao Mingyu was stunned again. Was this the Mu family he knew? Almost 100 spiritual cave realm martial artists. Even if Xiao Mingyu was at level 6 spiritual cave realm and had opened the gate of life meridian, he did not dare to act rashly. Humph, Mu Linchen, you will pay the price for what you did today. The next time you threaten my son, you will also pay the price. Mu Linchen's eyes flashed as he said proudly. After absorbing the divine power, he had changed his aptitude. The increase in his cultivation had also caused a change in his mental state. When facing people like Xiao Mingyu, he could not retreat. He could only advance. Miss, I didn't expect the Mu family to have over 100 spiritual cave realm martial artists. They really can't be underestimated. At the same time, in the crowd, a master and a servant watched the commotion without batting an eyelid. This Baiyun city is just a small place. It's already extremely difficult to cultivate a spiritual cave realm martial artist. This Mu family has never heard of so many spiritual cave realm martial artists. It's really strange. Xiao Yuner was also puzzled. After all, Baiyun City was just a remote city in the southern Cloud Empire. It was indeed extraordinary to have such a family. Interesting. It seems that this Mu Yun is not simple. Ah? Miss, shouldn't this be Mu Linchen's credit? Idiot, Mu Linchen has been in charge of the Mu family for more than 10 years. However, the Mu family has always maintained its original state. During this period of time, Mu Yun suddenly rose to prominence and so many spiritual cave realm martial artists suddenly appeared in the Mu family. It's most likely related to Mu Yun. Oh. In the end, Xiao Mingyu only said a few harsh words and left angrily. Today, he did not expect so many experts to suddenly appear in the Mu family. It surprised him greatly. When he returned to the Diao family, Xiao Mingyu immediately summoned Diao Xinyun, Wang Dongyu, and the others. Everyone, the elixir that I gave you previously did not defeat the Mu family. Instead, it allowed Mu Yun to take out the elixir formula and bring the Mu family to a higher level. Therefore, I, Xiao Mingyu, have decided to attack the Mu family directly. Attack the Mu family directly. What Xiao Mingyu meant was to directly attack the Mu family. But, Elder Xiao, with our strength, we only have a slight advantage at most. It's not possible to completely defeat the Mu family. Humph, how can you achieve great things if you're afraid of everything? Xiao Mingyu shouted. If the Mu family and family Qin join forces, the Wang family and Diao family can share the limelight with them. In addition, I brought some experts with me. It's not difficult to defeat the Mu family and family Qin. And this time our main target is the Mu family. No matter how good the family Qin's relationship with the Mu family is, it's impossible for them to do all they can to help the Mu family. Most importantly, Xiao Mingyu paused and said, I've already reported to the upper echelons of the sect. Core members will arrive in a few days. When that time comes, the Mu family will only be a quagmire. Upper echelons of the Sacred Pale sect? Core members, to Wang Dongyu and Diao Xinyun, Xiao Mingyu was already an upper echelon of the Sacred Pale sect. Then, who was the upper echelon of the Sacred Pale sect that he mentioned? Prepare carefully for this period of time. After this incident, the Mu family will definitely be on guard. However, we have to catch them by surprise. Xiao Mingyu said in a low voice, this time, the Diao family and the Wang family will benefit the most from the destruction of the Mu family. In addition, I'll give the two of you 1,000 mortal weapons so that you can become the two great families of Baiyun City. 1,000 mortal weapons. This temptation was even greater than 1,000 spirit pills. After swallowing a spirit pill, it would be completely digested. It could be said to be a one-time use item. However, a mortal weapon was different. A powerful mortal weapon could even accompany a warrior for a lifetime. Xiao Mingyu made up his mind. The two clan leaders, Diao Xinyun and Wang Dongyu, had already begun their preparations. At the same time, in the Mu family, some of the upper echelons of the Mu family sat in the hall with solemn expressions. Mu Linchen was the first to speak. This time, we fell out with Xiao Mingyu, and Xiao Yu was killed by Qin Mingyao. It can be said that the Qin family and Mu family have completely offended Xiao Mingyu. With his personality, he will definitely make a move on our two families. Therefore, we have to take precautions. Clan leader, why would we be afraid of him? Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing betrayed our Mu family, which made our Mu family more united. Xiao Mingyu came to Beiyun City alone. What kind of experts could he bring? Although he is a supreme-grade Xian weapon master, Master Qi is not inferior to him. Recently, young clan leader and Master Qi have been together. Master Qi has already begun to forge supreme-grade Xian weapons. Master Qi was Qi Yufeng. That's right. Young clan leader's spiritual liquid has greatly increased the overall strength of our Mu family. Even the Wang family cannot compare. Chapter 89 Plan. Everyone, listen to me. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, an aged voice sounded from outside the hall. Old Master Qin. Seeing the figure walking into the hall, Mu Linchen smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly went up to greet him. Everyone, I understand your feelings. This time, Xiao Mingyu is obviously targeting the family Qin and the Mu clan. Our two clans must join forces. Qin Shiyu said with a hoarse voice, that Xiao Mingyu is in the 6th level of the spiritual cave realm and has opened the gate of life meridian. Furthermore, he is an elder of the sacred elixir sect and has many tricks up his sleeve. This old me knows that I am not his opponent. Moreover, Xiao Mingyu is a supreme-grade Xian weapon master. He must have some confidants in the sacred elixir sect. If he sends them here, the situation will be even more troublesome. After all, Qin Shiyu had been in charge of the family for 2 generations. She could be considered the strongest person in the entire Beiyun city. She was also the most respected family head. Hearing this, everyone gradually quieted down. During this period of time, the Mu family had indeed been constantly improving. However, even after joining forces with the family Qin, they were only on par with the Wang family and the Diao family. However, with the addition of Xiao Mingyu's status as an elder of the St. Pil sect and his identity as a top-grade Xian weapon master, the outcome was very different. Then, according to old Master Qin, are we just going to sit and wait for death? Of course, we can't just sit and wait for death. However, we can make perfect preparations. Qin Shiyu chuckled, Xiao Mingyu is a top-grade Xian tool master. Don't you have one in your family, Qin? As soon as Qin Shiyu finished speaking, everyone looked at Qi Yufeng. The current Qi Yufeng was able to refine upper-grade profound armaments after a period of recovery. His status could be said to be the first in Beiyun City. Since Mr. Qi is able to refine high-grade profound armaments, I'm afraid that with the help of that brat Mu Yun, he will be able to refine supreme-grade profound armaments soon. On this point, Qin Shiyu was not making wild guesses. Back then, Qi Yufeng was able to refine high-grade Xian weapons at a young age. For a time, he was known as the #1 refining genius in Beiyun City. If it wasn't for that incident, Qi Yufeng would have been able to refine top-grade Xian weapons by now. He could even refine the earthly tools that everyone yearned for. I'm confident that I can refine a top-grade Xian artifact within half a month. Qi Yufeng was full of confidence and high spirits. Seeing Qi Yufeng's confidence, Qin Shiyu looked at Mu Yun with admiration. More than 10 years of decadence had been cured by Mu Yun. His mentality had changed so quickly. This Mu Yun was really something. Since that's the case, we can do our best to promote the Mu family. The Qi family can't even provide a supreme-grade profound weapon master. When the time comes, there will be more and more martial artists seeking refuge with the Mu family. That's right. That's right, and it's not just the warriors. Some of the weapon refiners will also join our Mu family. If we choose from these people, they will be a powerful force for our Mu family. Right now, the Mu family did not lack money. What they lacked was strength. Moreover, the Diao clan and Wang clan will definitely make a move against our 2 clans in the near future. We can set a trap for them. Generate a game? What kind of game? Mu Linchen was puzzled. Hee. Mu Yun is almost 20 years old. It's time for Yaoer to talk about marriage. Why don't we set up a wedding ceremony? Wedding ceremony? That's right. Qin Shiyu smiled. On the day of the wedding, our family Qin and Mu family will gather together. The Wang clan and Diao clan will definitely think that our 2 clans will let down their guard and will definitely make a move. When the time comes, it's indeed a way, but, Mu Linchen looked at Mu Yun and Qin Mengyao worriedly. After all, their wedding was a big deal. If they used this as bait and let the Wang clan and Diao clan make a move, even if they won, it would have a negative impact on their wedding. Hee. Godfather, I can accept this. If we catch them off guard, the Wang clan and Diao clan will definitely panic. When the time comes, as long as we get rid of the Wang clan and Diao clan, it will be useless no matter how many experts Xiao Mingyu brings. Grandfather, I can also accept this. But, Mu Linchen, why are you so timid when doing things? You're not even as good as the two children. Qin Shiyu frowned and said, you have to know that this time, we've completely fallen out with Xiao Mingyu. If he doesn't die, we will. Alright. In the end, Mu Linchen made up his mind. This time, it was time to make a decision. At the same time, the Diao clan and Wang clan were also secretly making preparations. Recently, the people in Baiyun City noticed that the atmosphere in the entire city had become extraordinarily different. The transactions in some shops and markets had become very different from usual. Half a month later, the Mu clan released an explosive piece of news. The guest elder of the Mu clan, Qi Yufeng, had successfully refined a supreme-grade Xian artifact and decided to auction it. Not only that, Qi Yufeng also released news that he was preparing to recruit some disciples. As long as they were suitable, he was willing to train them. The Mu clan would bear all the training costs. Then, after another 10 days, the Mu clan released another explosive piece of news. A month later, the young patriarch of the Mu clan, Mu Yun, would be holding a wedding with the family Qin's daughter, Qin Mengyao. When this news came out, all the young geniuses in Baiyun City suddenly burst into tears. Qin Mengyao had always been recognized as the #1 genius beauty in Baiyun City. Unfortunately, she had a tragic life. However, when her cold poison was cured, it reignited the hope of those sighing geniuses. They all admired Qin Mengyao. However, when this news came out, it destroyed the hope in their hearts. Challenge Mu Yun, what a joke. They clearly saw Xiaoming's sorry state at the Mu clan's entrance that day. They originally thought that it was the Mu clan's guards who attacked, but later they heard that it was Mu Yun who beat him up. The former trash was now a genius. In the entire Baiyun City, only Wang Qingfeng could be compared to the current Mu Yun. Wang Qingfeng, the eldest young master of the Wang clan, the #1 genius in Baiyun City, and the head of the 3 great teachers in Baiyun Academy. Recently, there was news about Mu Yun everywhere. As for Wang Qingfeng, everyone had neglected him. In a secret room in the Wang clan, Wang Qingfeng sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. Phew. After a while, Wang Qingfeng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. The first level of the spirit cave realm, the peak of the realm. It's still difficult to break through to the second level and force the Naguan acupoint with the vital essence of both hands. Wang Qingfeng stood up helplessly with some dissatisfaction on his face. A month ago, he broke through to the first level of the spirit cave realm. During this month, he had been trying his best to break through to the second level, but he had been unable to do so. However, I entered the spirit cave realm step by step. I'm not like that trash Xiaoming, who still thinks that he's an inner disciple of the Sacred Pill sect. He's just a piece of trash. Dong dong dong, suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a voice came in. Young master, I just received news that in a month, Mu Yun will be holding a wedding with family Qin Mengyao. What? Hearing this, Wang Qingfeng suddenly stood up. His face was filled with shock, anger, and hatred. His face gradually changed shape due to his emotions. Mu Yun. Your wedding will become your funeral. As the sinister words fell, the corners of Wang Qingfeng's mouth gradually raised. If on the day of Mu Yun's wedding, he could turn his wedding into his own wedding, it would be a very interesting thing. At the same time, in the Diao clan's hall, Wang Dongyu, Diao Zhenyun, Mu Fengyuan, Mu Fengqing, and the others gathered. Xiao Mingyu was also among them. However, there were more than a dozen spirit cave realm martial artists standing beside Xiao Mingyu. Most of these people were at the 3rd or 4th level of the spirit cave realm. The person in the lead was tall and thin. His face was sallow and emaciated, and his eyes were turbid. However, when he stared at people, it was as if there was a fishbone stuck in their throat, making them feel uncomfortable. This is Elder Gunyu. He is a good friend of mine in the St. Pil sect. This time, he is here to assist me and help you defeat the Mu clan and family Qin. Hearing Xiao Mingyu's words, Wang Dongyu and the others greeted him politely. However, Gungyu's face was like a dead fish. He smiled slightly, but it was uglier than crying. This time, the Mu clan will be holding a wedding at this time, and we can take this opportunity to defeat the Mu clan and family Qin in one fell swoop. Xiao Mingyu began to say, the wedding will be held in 10 days. In these 10 days, you must be fully prepared. At that time, if any of you have any problems, don't blame me for falling out with you. Of course. Wang Dongyu said, Elder Xiao, there is one thing that I don't understand. If this wedding is just a trick by the Mu clan to lure the enemy, what should we do? Humph, trash. Before Xiao Mingyu could say anything, Gunyu, who had a dead fish face, sneered and said, even if they set an ambush, with the Diao and Wan clans and the experts I brought, the Mu clan and family Qin are nothing. Yes, yes. Wang Dongyu wiped his sweat and did not say anything else. These days, he had witnessed Xiao Mingyu's viciousness. Gunyu looked as stiff as a mummy, but his way of doing things was more than 10 times more vicious than Xiao Mingyu's. These two people were existences that he could not afford to offend. It's settled. Elder Gung will discuss the details with you. You may leave first. Xiao Mingyu waved his hand impatiently. Soon, only Xiao Mingyu and Gunyu were left in the hall. Gunyu, you greedy bastard. Tell me, why did you come this time? Looking at Gunyu, Xiao Mingyu felt a chill run down his spine. This guy was famous in the Sacred Pil sect for being vicious and merciless. He did not intend to let Gunyu interfere, but Gunyu had volunteered. There was definitely something fishy going on. Xiao Mingyu had always been wary of Gunyu. If Gunyu had done something to his plan, it might cause his plan to fail at the last moment. Ambush hehe, Xiao Mingyu, don't think that I don't know what you're up to. That Mu Yun is the illegitimate child of the Mu clan's patriarch of the Southern Cloud Empire. Half a year ago, she was still a trash. In just half a year, she rose up. You and I know what this means, right? If I say that he doesn't have any treasures on him, even if everyone in the world believes it, you won't believe it. He destroyed the Mu family on the surface to avenge your grandson, but in reality, it was for Mu Yun. Do you think I don't know? Phew, hearing Gunyu's words, Xiao Mingyu secretly let out a sigh of relief. He originally thought that Gunyu knew about Qin Mengyao, but he didn't expect Gunyu to mention Mu Yun. Xiao Mingyu heaved a sigh of relief. Haha. Elder Gung, don't worry. I only want that Mu Yun to die. As for what you can get from her, it all depends on your own ability. I, Xiao Mingyu, will not interfere. I hope so. Looking at Xiao Mingyu's excited expression, Gunyu was puzzled, but she still nodded. Now, in Baiyun City, other than Mu Yun, who else could make Xiao Mingyu go through so much trouble, avenge his grandson? Others might believe it, but he, Gunyu, would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. He knew Xiao Mingyu too well. Xiao Mingyu would never invite so many alchemists from the Sacred Pil sect just because his grandson was killed. What was the reason? The news about the upcoming wedding between the young patriarch of the Mu clan, Mu Yun, and the eldest miss of the family Qin, Qin Mengyao, spread more and more widely. In the end, the Mu family and the family Qin family used their actions to tell the entire Baiyun city that the news was true. The family Qin hall was already decorated with lanterns and colored banners in preparation for the wedding. On the other side, the Mu family was even more ostentatiously decorating the Mu estate. On this day, a figure passed by outside the Mu estate. He could not help but raise his head to look at the jubilant atmosphere of the Mu estate. Mu Yun, why? Why can you marry Mengyao? I, Wang Qingfeng, am the #1 genius in Baiyun City. You defeated Diao Yadong in the past and became famous, but you didn't challenge me. This time, I will let everyone in Baiyun City understand who is truly worthy of Mengyao. Looking at the Mu estate, Wang Qingfeng muttered to himself and turned to leave. The Mu family's wedding would turn into a funeral. The day of the wedding was getting closer and closer, but on the contrary, the entire Baiyun city didn't seem to be filled with joy because of the wedding of these two families. Instead, it was somewhat gloomy. Even the weather had become dark. On this day, it was Mu Yun and Qin Mingyao's wedding, but the sky was unusually dark. However, the Mu family and the family Qin did not care about this at all. They continued to prepare for the wedding. The wedding procession set off from the Mu family and arrived at the family Qin. All the prominent families in Baiyun City expressed their gratitude. However, the Diao family and the Wang family closed their doors and did not leave their mansions. Even the outside of the gates was deserted. This attitude was expected by everyone. After all, the Diao family and the Wang family had always been at odds with the family Qin and the Mu family. They had been fighting in Baiyun City for decades. It could be said that a large part of the reason for the marriage between the family Qin and the Mu family was that they wanted to completely join forces to resist the Wang family and the Diao family. After the wedding, the descendants of the Mu family and the family Qin's direct descendants drank heartily in the Mu family until the middle of the month. The sky became darker and darker, and it even drizzled Mau Mau. A figure shuttled through the night and left the Mu family. He passed through the streets and finally landed in the Wang family's mansion. How is it? Most of the people from the Mu family and the family Qin are dead drunk. Only a dozen guards are scattered in each courtyard to be on duty tonight. Very good. Keep a close eye on them. We will act immediately. When he heard the news, Wang Qingfeng could not contain his excitement and walked into the courtyard. He came to his father's side and whispered a few words. Wang Dongyu was ecstatic. He looked at the hundreds of Wang family warriors in front of him with shining eyes. Everyone, today is the day that the Wang family completely dominates Baiyun City. What you need to do is to kill everyone from the Mu family and rob them of all the treasures that you can find. Remember, you must act fast. You must collect all the treasures of the Mu family before the Diao family. Yes. The low voice echoed in the air. Heavy rain poured down from the sky. At the same time, in the Diao family, many figures walked in the rain. Their destination was the same as the Wang family, the Mu family. At this moment, the Mu family's gate was decorated with lanterns and streamers. 4 guards stood at the gate. Their faces were flushed as they laughed and chatted. They knew nothing about the danger in the rainy night. Swish 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 swish, swish 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 swish. Arrows pierced through the night sky and pierced the throats of the 4 guards. Plop plop plop. The 4 guards died instantly. Then, thousands of figures rushed out from the rainy night. The soft footsteps were completely covered by the sound of the rain. There was no sound at all. Kill. The moment they rushed into the Mu family's courtyard, everyone was stunned. The entire Mu family martial arts field was empty. There were only a few dozen tables. Swish swish swish. At this moment, swish 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 swish. Arrows pierced through the air and shot towards the thousands of figures in the field. Screams rang out continuously. The Wang and Diao family warriors were shocked by the sudden attack. The scene instantly became chaotic. Don't panic. Kill. This time, Diao Jinyun and Wang Dongyu had brought the elites and experts of the Wang and Diao families. After nearly 100 people were killed, the 2 of them gave the order to mount an effective defense and gradually counterattack. Clap clap clap, there was a round of applause. In a corner of the martial arts field, figures rushed out in a line. The people in the lead were Qin Shiyu, Mu Linchen, and the others. Mu Yun walked in front. Looking at everyone, she clapped her hands and smiled. Patriarch Diao and Patriarch Wang's presence is a great honor. Looking at Diao Jinyun and Wang Dongyu, Mu Yun smiled slightly. Mu Yun, you are indeed cunning. You actually set up an ambush for us. You cunning bastard. How dare you play tricks? Wang Dongyu and Diao Jinyun flew into a rage out of humiliation. Cunning? Mu Yun smiled sinisterly. You are the cunning ones. Kill. With a command, the family Qin and Mu family warriors held their divine weapons and charged forward instantly. At this moment, the Mu family's gate was already tightly shut. Brat, you are courting death. Diao Jinyun and Wang Dongyu could not hold it in any longer. They immediately burst out and rushed out. Let me. However, before the 2 of them could come into contact with Mu Yun, Grandpa Qin's dejected demeanor was replaced by arrogance from head to toe. 7th level spiritual cave realm, how was that possible? Previously, Patriarch Qin was only at the 6th level of the spiritual cave realm. Now, he had opened the Xianxia meridian and stepped into the 7th level. How could this be? Originally, Qin Shiyu should have gradually aged and died as he grew older and his lifespan shortened. However, now that he had entered the 7th level of the spiritual cave realm and opened the Xianxia meridian, it was equivalent to gaining lifespan again. The 7th level of the Xianxia meridian was connected to the Dantian. It gathered vital energy and nourished the Dantian. It was also nourishing the life of a warrior. Damn it! Seeing Qin Shiyu attack, Diao Zhenyun and Wang Dongyu instantly retreated. They were no match for Qin Shiyu. Old thing, there is no stage for you here. However, at this moment, a shout was suddenly heard. A ray of light descended from the sky. Xiao Mingyu. Seeing the person who came, Mu Linchen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Although Xiao Mingyu was a supreme-grade mystic blacksmith, he was only at the 6th level of the spiritual cave realm. Previously, he had advanced with Mu Yun's help. Now, he was only a step away from the 6th level. Facing Xiao Mingyu, he indeed wanted to fight to increase his strength. The scene instantly turned bloody. This battle concerned the life and death of the family Qin and the Mu family. It also concerned the life and death of the Diao family and the Wang family. Once the two sides declared war, the only way was to fight to the death. However, as the battle progressed, the warriors of the Diao family and the Wang family became more and more shocked. They were equipped with middle grade, upper grade, and even supreme grade mortal weapons that Xiao Mingyu had given them. They originally thought that they would have a huge advantage against the warriors of the Mu family and the family Qin since they were in the same realm. However, they did not expect that they would be evenly matched. Unknowingly, the warriors of the Mu family and the family Qin each had a mortal weapon. Even the spiritual cave realm warriors were equipped with mystic weapons. Hehe, are you dumbfounded? Bastards of the Wang family and the Diao family, the young patriarch asked Master Qi to equip us with better mortal weapons and mystic weapons. Just wait to be slaughtered by us. Grandsons, how dare you lay your hands on your grandfathers? I'll let you know the power of the Mu family. The warriors of the Mu family seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they charged forward without regard for anything else. Faced with such a situation, even with the help of Xiao Mingyu, it was difficult for them to resist for a while. Under the nurturing of the spiritual liquid, each of their talents had been greatly improved in the past month. When a warrior cultivated, their talents were predestined. However, divine power could change a warrior's talents. Mu Yun, come here and die. At the same time, Wang Qingfeng saw Mu Yun in the crowd and came forward with his sword. Wang Qingfeng, you are an advanced teacher of the academy. Mu Yun is also an advanced teacher of the academy. How can you attack? Today, there is only the family and not the academy. Mu Yun must die. Only in this way can today's wedding be yours and mine. Wang Qingfeng stared at Qin Mingyao with burning anger. However, suddenly, an arm appeared on Qin Mingyao's slender waist and hugged her. Teacher Wang, you're thinking about someone else's wife. Your character isn't very good. You're courting death. How could Wang Qingfeng bear to see his goddess in the hands of others? He raised his sword, moved forward, and stabbed at Mu Yun. Wang Qingfeng was extremely proficient in every move. A fierce battle on a rainy night. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun took the lead and stepped forward. When it comes to swordsmanship, don't you know my sword will? Mu Yun's sword intent is nothing. Under the suppression of the realm, you're just a piece of trash. Whether you're a piece of trash or not isn't determined by your mouth. Mu Yun chuckled and unsheathed her Qingfeng sword. She completely fell out with the Wang and Diao families. This time, it was related to the survival of the Mu family. All the concealment was no longer concealment. Kill! With a low shout, Wang Qingfeng rushed forward. The long sword in his hand was like a part of his body. It stuck to Wang Qingfeng's hand like a shadow. A sharp murderous aura was released. Get lost. Mu Yun raised her hand. Her Qingfeng sword seemed to slash out casually, but it carried a soft sword aura as it approached Wang Qingfeng. You told me to get lost. Get lost first. Wang Qingfeng raised his sword. The sword aura was like a rainbow as it soared into the sky. Ding ding ding, a series of sword cries rang out. The long sword between Wang Qingfeng's fingers fell to the ground. His fingers were already badly mutilated. One slash, how was this possible? Looking at Mu Yun, Wang Qingfeng was dumbfounded. He cultivated bitterly for a few months, went all out, strengthened his foundation, and broke through to the first level of the spiritual cave realm. He was only one level away from the second level of the spiritual cave realm. However, he wasn't a match for Mu Yun slash. This was something he couldn't accept. He was the #1 genius in Baiyun City, the #1 instructor. What was Mu Yun? She was just a piece of trash who relied on Qin Mengyao. How is it? Do you still want to compete? Yes. Wang Qingfeng's badly mutilated hand suddenly clenched. A loud explosion sounded from his hands. He wasn't good at swordsmanship. However, Mu Yun's physical body was at the 9th level of the spirit-detecting realm. You're courting death. Seeing that Wang Qingfeng still wanted to continue, Mu Yun sneered. Bang, a low bang sounded. This time, Mu Yun did not hold back at all. All of her strength exploded out. His body had been nourished by his divine power during this period of time, and his body had become almost perfect. His strength, every punch, every move, could be said to be a perfect combination of explosive power. Kacha kacha, with a series of cracking sounds, Wang Qingfeng revealed a pained expression and couldn't help but grimace. Pain, the heart-wrenching pain spread from his hands to his arms. All he could feel was that his hands were trembling. The opened Naguan acupoint seemed to be collapsing. No. At this moment, Wang Qingfeng felt a sense of powerlessness erupt from every part of his body. He had never felt so helpless as he did now. The difference between a genius and a piece of trash is just a single thought. However, it's just a single thought of someone else. Looking at Wang Qingfeng's dead fish-like expression, Mu Yun smiled disdainfully. There was no pity in her heart. The Mu family was now his home. He would not allow anyone to destroy it. Feng hearing Wang Qingfeng scream, Wang Dongyu's face turned pale. However, he was blocked by Qin Shiyu and could not get away. Qin Shiyu had broken through to the 7th level, so there was no pressure at all for her to deal with him and Diaoshenyun. Mu Fengyuan, Mu Fengqing, you two old things, kill Mu Yun immediately. Now. Wang Dongyu's eyes almost popped out as he said fiercely. Hearing Wang Dongyu's words, Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing looked at each other and surrounded Mu Yun. Seeing the two of them, Mu Yun only found it funny. The two of them were also members of the Mu family. At this moment, they were obeying an outsider's orders and attacking her. For their own interests, they betrayed the family. This kind of person deserved to die. Yes. Facing Mu Yun, Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing were filled with anger. If it were not for Mu Yun, they would still be the first and second elders of the Mu family. They would not be as timid as they were now. Moreover, the taste of living under someone else's roof made them feel even more bitter. Go. Looking at Mu Yun, Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing could be said to be united against a common enemy. Mu Fengyuan was originally at the 3rd level of the spirit cave realm. He had opened the Zusanli acupoint, and the acupoints in his hands and legs gathered true essence. His body was flexible and changeable, and his attacks were strange and varied. Mu Fengqing was also at the 2nd level of the spirit cave realm for many years. His palms and arms were filled with explosive power. This time, they could only participate in this operation and could not fail. Moreover, last time, Mu Yun wanted to use a 3rd-grade pill room to exchange for Wang Dongyu and Diaoshenyun's lives. This made the two of them feel a fatal danger. This operation had to succeed. With this thought, the two of them attacked from both sides and closed in on Mu Yun. If you want to kill my husband, you have to see if I agree or not. Qin Mengyao, dressed in bridal attire, suddenly attacked from the side. 2nd level of the spirit cave realm, Qin Mengyao's ice phoenix spirit had awakened, and her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. In less than half a year, her realm had increased repeatedly. Now, she was on par with Mu Fengqing. Second brother, I'll stop her and kill Mu Yun immediately. Stop? Do you think you can stop her? Qin Mengyao sneered, and a threatening cold aura erupted from her body. If one looked carefully, one could see that layers of cold aura were spreading around her body, causing the surrounding air to show signs of gradually freezing. Seeing this scene, Mu Fengyuan was greatly surprised. He could even feel that Yao Mingyao was constantly using that special power in her body. Even his movements were beginning to be affected. I can't let her continue to use it. Mu Fengyuan calmed down and instantly attacked. Iron Eagle Claw. His fingers turned into claws, and Mu Fengyuan's hands were as hard as iron. There were faint signs of tearing through the air. Ice Soul Divine Shield. Qin Mengyao was not to be outdone. She raised her hand, and an ice shield appeared in front of her. It was not the power of true essence, but the natural ice attribute power. Bang bang, Mu Fengyuan clawed twice in front of Qin Mengyao, but only 2 scratches appeared on the ice shield in front of Qin Mengyao. Not only that, Mu Fengyuan felt that a layer of frost had appeared on his body because of the cold aura that came into contact with it. Immediately after, he felt that his palm had cracked and blood was seeping out. What kind of power is this? Seeing that his palm had cracked, Mu Fengyuan's face turned pale, and he looked cautiously at Qin Mengyao. At the same time, Mu Fengqin was already entangled with Mu Yun. After all, he was a veteran expert in the 2nd level of the spiritual cave realm, and was different from Xiaoming and Wang Qingfeng. In the 2nd level, he had already accumulated power for decades. Whether it was combat skills or personal strength, he was much stronger than Xiaoming and Wang Qingfeng. He did not care about Mu Yun at all. After all, he had been training in martial arts for more than 10 times longer than Mu Yun. Little bastard, you forced me to betray the Mu family. Today, I'll kill you. I forced you? Humph. Mu Yun shouted, all these years, as the 2nd elder of the Mu family, you have abused your position for personal gain. How much public funds have you embezzled from the Mu family? You even left the Mu family. Not to mention the Mu family's cultivators that you took away. The wealth that you took away is enough for you to die 1,000 times. Nonsense, shut up. At this moment, thousands of cultivators were fighting in the Mu family's martial field, and the battle had already reached its climax. Mu Fengqin saw that Mu Fengyuan's situation was not right, and he knew that he needed to kill Mu Yun immediately. Mu Yun was the mastermind in all of this. If he killed him, the Mu family would not be able to rise again in the next 10 years. And Mu Linchen would not have an heir, and the Mu family would still belong to him and his elder brother. As soon as he said this, Mu Fengqin looked at Mu Yun with bloodthirsty eyes. Another fool who doesn't know his place. Seeing that Mu Fengqin was ruthless and wanted to take his life, Mu Yun no longer held back. Kill. A thunderous strike, coupled with the 8 Desolation Life and Death seal, struck out with 4 seals at the same time. At the same time, Mu Yun's sword of heaven mending appeared. The sword of wind mending, the sword of cloud mending, the sword of shadow mending, and the sword of heaven mending shot out at the same time. If it was said that Mu Yun had scruples every time he attacked before, then this time, he had completely displayed his strength. After all, if the people of Baiyun City discovered his extraordinary strength, it would only bring trouble to him and the Mu family. And this time all the trouble had appeared at the same time. The people who wanted to kill him and the enemies who wanted to harm the Mu family were all here. He was unscrupulous, displaying his full strength and fighting to his heart's content. I am the Supreme. Mu Yun suddenly shouted as he exchanged blows with Mu Fengqin. He put his palms together and a righteous aura gushed out from between his palms. And within that righteous aura, there seemed to be a sonorous aura that exploded. Dong, dong dong, in an instant, Mu Yun's palms were filled with a golden light. Every time his palms collided with Mu Fengqin's face would turn a shade paler. What martial technique is this? After being pushed back by Mu Yun's 3 consecutive palms, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Mu Fengqin's mouth. He only felt that Mu Yun's 3 palms were like a golden-headed man with an iron arm that he could not defend against. The martial technique that will kill you. At this time, Mu Yun did not care about any secrets. The people who wanted to harm him in Baiyun City were all here. And in tonight's battle, it was either you die or I die. What he had to do was to put down everything and fight. In this battle, he could use all the martial techniques that he was familiar with in his previous life. Glazed jade body technique. With a low shout in his heart, Mu Yan's entire arm became as white and flawless as white jade. Ding ding, their palms collided and produced a ding ding sound. Mu Yan looked at Mu Fengqing and licked his lips as a sinister smile appeared. Prepare to die. However, no matter what, Mu Fengqing could not admit defeat when facing Mu Yan. He could only fight. How could he, a second-layer spiritual cave realm expert who had immersed himself in martial arts for dozens of years, admit defeat when facing a ninth-layer spiritual cave realm expert who had just risen? Glazed fist. With a low shout, Mu Yan punched out with a loud bang. In one exchange, Mu Fengqing was instantly defeated and retreated rapidly. The battle continued, but in the end, the sound of two people vomiting blood rang out at the same time. Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing fell into a pool of blood together and looked at their opponents in horror. If you want to take everything from me, then you have to be prepared to be taken away by me. Handing over the treasures in the entire Mu clan, only her foster father cared about her. As for Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing, Mu Yan only had resentment in her heart and did not dare to voice it out. But this time, after killing the two of them, Mu Yan felt a sense of relief in her heart. Her mind had become clear. Her body buzzed as the yuan dan in her dantian spun continuously. Dense true yuan spread out and surged to every part of her body. 10th layer aperture gathering realm. In the end, the true yuan dispersed to every part of her body, each performing their own duties and quietly waiting for Mu Yan to guide more dense true yuan into her body. 10th layer aperture gathering realm meant that the true yuan in the body would disperse to the 10 acupoints in the body, waiting for the martial artist to absorb more true yuan and successfully open the acupoints. Every time an acupoint was opened, the martial artist's strength would increase greatly. This was the strength of the spirit cave realm. 10th layer physical body realm martial artists used their flesh as their foundation, while spirit cave realm martial artists used their acupoints as their foundation, turning their body into a large vessel to absorb more true yuan and gather it in their body. 10th layer aperture gathering realm. As long as Mu Yan absorbed more true yuan, she could step into the spirit cave realm. 10th layer spirit cave realm was not only powerful in terms of physical strength, but more importantly, the explosive power of true yuan. The rain became heavier and heavier, and the battle on the Mu clan's martial field became more and more intense. Blood flowed from the courtyard to the streets outside. However, it was late at night. Even if someone saw the blood and heard the screams, they did not dare to approach. This was a reshuffle of the 4 great clans in Baiyun City. The winner would become the true overlord of Baiyun City. As the battle progressed, the Wang clan, Diao clan, and the martial artists brought by Xiao Mingyu discovered some problems. In terms of divine weapons, the mortal weapons and profound weapons in the hands of the family Qin and Mu clan's martial artists were not inferior to theirs. They were even better than what Xiao Mingyu had given them. In terms of martial skills, they only felt that they were being suppressed, but they could not grasp the main points. What made them vomit blood the most was that the family Qin and Mu clan's martial artists were clearly about to exhaust their true yuan, but when they instantly swallowed a drop of liquid, they could erupt with powerful combat strength. In fact, in the middle of a battle, when he saw his opponent on the verge of death, after swallowing a drop of that liquid, his injuries would instantly scab over. This kind of battle was beyond their expectations. Even with the warriors brought by Xiao Mingyu, they couldn't afford to drag on such a battle. Shuttling through the crowd, Mu Yan's green steel sword was unconventional. Every strike almost took away a life. However, Mu Yan, who was in the crowd, felt a sense of crisis from the bottom of her heart after she finished off a 10th stage aperture congregating realm martial artist with a single sword strike. Dodge, almost subconsciously, Mu Yan turned over and knelt on the ground. Whoosh, a sword of true essence pierced through the air and pierced through Mu Yan's hair, cutting off her bun. A few strands of hair fell to the ground. That was close, he was so close to losing his life. Who are you? A tall and skinny man wearing a long gray robe suddenly appeared in front of him. The man's expression was gloomy and his expression was stiff. Even his movements appeared to be incomparably stiff. The person who will kill you, hee. The gray-robed man let out a chuckle and looked at Mu Yan with a bloodthirsty and greedy expression. Looking at the person in front of him, Mu Yan felt even more pressured. The person in front of him gave him the feeling that he was even more terrifying than Xiao Mingyu. He was almost the same as Xianxia. Seventh stage spiritual cave realm, an expert who had opened up the Xianxia meridian. You can't kill him. Qin Mingyao's delicate body moved forward. Cold air covered her fingertips, and her icy voice pierced through the clouds. A little girl at the second stage of the spiritual cave realm dares to compete with me? The gray-robed man chuckled. However, the power in your body is strange. Mengyao, don't. Mu Yun wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Cracking sounds came from Qin Mingyao's body. An icy aura gushed out like a torrential river. However, this river water was suffused with a dense chill. Nine Heavens Ice Technique. A delicate shout sounded, and a blurry shape of a flood dragon appeared in front of Qin Mingyao. A terrifying cold light descended from the sky. Interesting. This kind of power is rare. It's a pity that your realm is too low. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The gray-robed man revealed a playful smile. Gongyu, don't mess around. I'll leave Mu Yun to you. This little girl is mine. At this moment, Xiao Mingyu broke away from Qin Shiyu and immediately rushed over. However, Qin Shiyu would not give him the chance to break away. Oh? So you're here for this little girl. Don't worry, I won't touch her. However, this Mu Yun is mine. Gongyu chuckled. He looked at Mu Yun and licked his lips again. Gongyu, it seemed that he was another elder of the Sacred Pill sect. However, it was obvious that Gongyu was not like Xiao Mingyu, who focused on refining weapons. He was a genuine LV7 spiritual cave realm expert. You've been a piece of trash for 19 years, but your cultivation soared in half a year. You have a LV10 physical body. At your age, there are indeed many ants in the Sacred Pill sect. However, there is no one else in the Sacred Pill sect who can reach this level in half a year. I really want to know what kind of fortuitous encounter you had. It's impossible to say that you don't have any treasures on you. Are you going to hand them over yourself, or do you want me to pull out your tendons and pull out your bones to interrogate you over and over again? Before Mu Yun could answer, Qin Mingyao said first, I think the one who should pull out your tendons and pull out your bones should be you. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Mingyao flew up into the air and stepped on the frost dragon. As he stepped out, the frost dragon, which was dozens of meters long, roared and rushed out. Wave-breaking ice. Qin Mingyao flipped his palm, and the frost dragon rolled a few times before pouncing towards Gongyu. The power in your body is very strange. However, the difference between our realms is too great. You are not my opponent. Gongyu shook his head as he spoke. With a flick of his finger, a stream of true yuan suddenly jumped out. The true yuan continued to condense and gradually spread. Finally, it reached dozens of feet long and turned into the shape of a male lion. When one reached the LV7 spiritual cave realm and opened the Xianxia meridian, the amount of true yuan in one's body would reach a terrifying level. Furthermore, with the accumulation of this amount, there would be a qualitative change. Little girl, you are not my opponent. Gongyu smiled coldly and pressed his finger down. Bang, with a loud bang, the frost flood dragon beneath Qin Mingyao was defeated in an instant. The result of a LV7 spiritual cave realm against a LV2 spiritual cave realm cultivator was obvious. Qin Mingyao spat out a mouthful of blood. His face paled as he swayed and fell. Yower! Mu Yun flew out and caught Qin Mingyao. Looking at Qin Mingyao's trembling body that was as cold as a freezer, Mu Yun's face revealed a pained expression. Don't force yourself. I just don't want anyone to threaten you. Fool, I should be the one saying that. Scratching Qin Mingyao's nose, Mu Yun put him aside, smiled, and stood up. Yuner, don't be rash. On the other side, seeing that Mu Yun seemed to want to challenge Gongyu, Mu Linchen shouted, Mu Qiankuan, Mu Qianyun, Mu Shan, Mu Yu, the four of you, protect the young master. Yes. Swoosh, 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 4 figures leaped out of the battlefield and stood around Mu Yun. The 4 of them were Mu Linchen's personal guards. In this month, they had swallowed the spiritual liquid several times and had reached the LV4 spiritual cave realm. Since Mu Yun had set up this trap, how could he not be prepared? The diluted divine power was his biggest trump card to improve the Mu family and family Qin. However, Gung Yu was at the LV7 spiritual cave realm, and the four of them were no match for him. Mu Yun did not move. He was thinking about how he could face Gung Yu with his current strength. Thousands of martial techniques and cultivation techniques jumped around in his mind, and Mu Yun was constantly checking, for useless soldiers and crab generals want to stop me? What a joke. Gung Yu revealed a playful smile and looked at them as if he was looking at corpses. The four of you, stop him for a moment. I will deal with him. Haha, hearing Mu Yun's words, Gung Yu laughed loudly. Stop me for a moment? With just them? They are not worthy. However, I would like to see what methods you have to stop me. Speaking of this, Gung Yu was even more curious about Mu Yun. The more unbelievable Mu Yun was, the more excited he was. Mu Qianquan and the other three surrounded Gung Yu tightly and used all kinds of methods. However, even if the four of them cooperated well, they were still unable to move an inch when facing Gung Yu. Gung Yu was only defending and did not counterattack, but anyone could see that as long as he wanted, the four of them would immediately be defeated. At this time, Qin Shiyu and Xiao Mingyu were neck and neck. Mu Linchen blocked Diao Jinyun and Wang Dongyu alone, and some of the LV3 and 4 spiritual cave realm experts from the family Qin and Mu family were also blocked by the people from the Sacred Pill sect brought by Xiao Mingyu and Gung Yu. They could not spare any manpower to deal with Gung Yu. If not for the fact that Gung Yu's target was only Mu Yun, Qin Shiyu would have been defeated by him and Xiao Mingyu. What should I do? Mu Yun frowned, and his thoughts gradually became chaotic. He had martial techniques, but he did not have any that were suitable for him to use now. He could only blame his cultivation level for being too low. What? After thinking for a long time, you still can't think of a way? Looking at Mu Yun, Gung Yu chuckled and said, Kid, I advise you to surrender and hand over your treasure. As long as you hand it over, I can immediately help you kill all the people from the Wang and Diao families. Are you serious? Really? Alright. With a loud shout, Mu Yun threw his palm, and a green figure rushed towards Gung Yu like a green lightning bolt. Humph. Gung Yu naturally knew that Mu Yun would not hand over his treasure so willingly, and he had already secretly made preparations. He grabbed with his palm, and the green figure immediately stopped abruptly. With a slap of his other palm, Mu Qianquan and the other three were sent flying. They were unable to retaliate and were immediately severely injured. This is Heaven Sealing Cauldron. Heaven Sealing Cauldron. Gung Yu's exclamation alarmed Xiao Mingyu on the other side. Chapter 93 Great Death Reaper. Looking at the Heaven Sealing Cauldron, the greed in Xiao Mingyu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Not only could the Heaven Sealing Cauldron be used to concoct pills, it could also be used to refine weapons. Furthermore, it could be used to attack and defend. It was a top-grade divine weapon. It was a pity that it had been stolen by a core disciple of the Sacred Pill sect decades ago. It had disappeared for decades, and now it had appeared here. Gung Yu looked at the Heaven Seal Cauldron in her hand and asked, Is this the reason why you've been constantly breaking through? Of course not. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth revealed a trace of mockery as she said with a smile, Looks like Elder Gung Yu indeed doesn't know much about the Heaven Sealing Cauldron. Understand? Throw it away. Upon hearing Mu Yun's words, Xiao Mingyu's expression suddenly changed. Throw it away? Too late. With that, Mu Yun turned around and picked up Qin Mengyao from behind her. Then, she dashed in the opposite direction of Gung Yu as fast as she could. Boom, 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 a deafening explosion filled the eardrums of everyone present. The entire Mu family martial arts field tumbled and the ground shook. The powerful shockwave even spread to the surrounding streets and slowly dispersed. Even the boundless rain seemed to have been interrupted at this moment, and it was completely silent. What's going on? The numerous cultivators who had been caught in a white-hot battle were shaken to the point of bleeding from their ears and noses by this earth-shaking explosion. Waves of pain came from her back, and blood flowed down her back. Seeing that Qin Mengyao in her arms was only slightly shaken, Mu Yun smiled. Big brother Yun, are you okay? I'm fine. Mu Yun shook her head and said, The one who's not fine should be him. Following Mu Yun's gaze, there was a huge gully that was more than 10 meters deep in the middle of the martial arts field. Rainwater mixed with blood flowed into it. Is he dead? Die? Impossible. Gang Yu was at the 7th level of the spirit cave realm and had opened his Xianxia meridian. In this instant of explosion, it was enough for him to use his true yuan to form a true yuan armor to protect himself. However, if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Cough cough, in the gully, a clear sound of coughing blood could be heard. Gang Yu was indeed not dead. The heaven-sealing cauldron. Since you have the heaven-sealing cauldron of the sacred pill sect, you deserve to die. Gang Yu flashed out and stood at the side of the ravine. His clothes were ragged from head to toe, and his long hair hung loosely on his shoulders. He was in a sorry state. Upon closer inspection, his arms were drooping, and blood was dripping into the rainwater on the ground. What a humiliation! He, who was in the 7th level of the spiritual cave realm and had opened the Xianxia acupoint, was reduced to such a sorry state by a trash in the 10th level of the physical body realm. What a humiliation! Although Mu Yun had relied on the heaven-sealing cauldron to trick him, this kind of trick could still hurt him. How could he establish himself in the sacred pill sect in the future? Use. Mu Yun sneered when he saw Gang Yu standing not far away. Although he didn't expect the heaven-sealing cauldron to kill Gang Yu, he was surprised that Gang Yu was still intact after the heaven-sealing cauldron exploded. Xiao Mingyu, I know that you want that girl. I won't compete with you. However, Mu Yun is mine. You go and delay the others. Today, I will make sure that he suffers a fate worse than death. All right. In Xiao Mingyu's eyes, 10 Mu Yun couldn't be compared to 1 Qin Mingyao. Diao Zhenyun, Wang Dongyu, today is an opportunity for your families. It's up to you whether you can seize it. Xiao Mingyu rushed towards Qin Shiyu again. Among the two families, only Qin Shiyu was at the 7th level of the spirit cave realm. However, Qin Shiyu was old. Although Xiao Mingyu wasn't as strong as Gang Yu, it wasn't a problem for him to hold him back and exhaust him. On the other side, Wang Dongyu and Diao Zhenyun gritted their teeth and rushed out again. Now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. With the Mu family's current reserves, if they didn't destroy the Mu family tonight, the Diao family and Wang family wouldn't be able to rise again 3 years later. Kill. After the bombardment, the fierce battle began again. However, the 4 families, Xiao Mingyu and Gang Yu had brought over 2,000 warriors. Now, there weren't even 1,000. There was no need to elaborate on the intensity of the battle. Mu Yun, no one can help you now. Gang Yu's teeth were stained with blood as he sneered. Other than the heaven-sealing cauldron, what else do you have? I know that the heaven-sealing cauldron needs 3 months of accumulation to trigger this explosion. Do you have any other trump cards? I have plenty of trump cards. However, I don't know if you can withstand it. Shameless boasting. I'll show you the power of a 7th level spirit cave realm warrior. Only then will you understand what it means to be strong and what it means to be an ant. As Gang Yu finished speaking, he bent his fingers and a surge of vital essence gathered. A strong sense of oppression enveloped the entire Mu family's martial arts field. Even the ground began to tremble under the influence of this power. North Underworld capturing claw. With a low shout, Gang Yu's fingers suddenly expanded. This expansion wasn't the actual expansion of his fingers, but the eruption and extension of vital essence. The overwhelming oppression swept towards Mu Yun. Heaven-sealing change. With a roar, Mu Yun placed the heaven-sealing cauldron in front of her without thinking, wanting to resist the powerful vital essence oppression. Ant-like thing. This kind of resistance is futile. As he spoke, Gang Yu suppressed the vital essence with his 5 fingers and slammed his palm down towards Mu Yun. Bang, a roar that wasn't inferior to the previous explosion surged out. However, this time, the destination of the power was Mu Yun and didn't spread out. After the roar, a deep hole that was dozens of feet deep appeared in the ground. However, Mu Yun's figure had disappeared. Ant-like thing. Insignificant. Without the heaven-sealing cauldron, how can you withstand my palm? Gang Yu sneered as he looked at the bottomless hole in the ground. Originally, he planned to force Mu Yun to reveal the secret on her body through coercion and bribery. However, he didn't expect Mu Yun to be so unyielding. Facing him, this 7th level spiritual cave realm martial artist actually had thoughts of resisting. She even wanted to use the heaven-sealing cauldron to kill him. If I kill you, I won't be able to get your secret out of you. However, there must be something on your body that I can't let you investigate. As Gunyu spoke, he walked towards the deep hole in the ground. Miss, this fellow won't die just like that, right? In the rainy night, two beautiful figures stood on the wall of the Mu family's courtyard with umbrellas. The majestic raindrops fell on the umbrellas and scattered in all directions. Not a single drop fell on the two of them. It's hard to say. Gunyu is at the 7th level spiritual cave realm and has opened the Xianxia meridian. The Xianxia meridian connects to the Dantian and can be said to be the most important step for a martial artist to nurture the Dantian. His vital essence is incomparably strong. This Mu Yun is only at the 10th level of the physical body realm. Furthermore, she had an epiphany during the battle. She hasn't even stepped into the spiritual cave realm. Whether he can withstand it or not will depend on his ability. Ah. Huaner opened her mouth and exclaimed, if that's the case, won't he die without a doubt? Although he looks weak, he has a lot of backbone. It's not worth it for him to die like this. However, the two of us won't be able to save him. Gunyu is at the 7th level of the physical body realm and is too strong. If I'm not wrong, he should still have some tricks up his sleeve. Xiao Yuner's pretty face contained a trace of anticipation. For some reason, she felt that Mu Yun would not die. A miracle might happen. What kind of miracle? Could it be that Mu Yun killed Gunyu? How was that possible? When this thought appeared in her mind, Xiao Yuner immediately felt that she had gone crazy. Since ancient times, no one had been able to kill a 7th level spiritual cave realm with a 10th level of the physical body realm because it was simply impossible. Brat, come out and die. Gunyu shouted and extended his hand into the cave, wanting to grab Mu Yun who was in the cave. Ding! Suddenly, a ding sound rang out and a pillar of light shot up into the sky from the hole. Suddenly, it seemed to give people an illusion that every star in the starry sky hidden under the curtain of rain was shining brightly. That light only lasted for an instant before disappearing. However, it was so bright that everyone knew that it was real, and not an illusion. Immediately after, a figure flew out from the hole with a loud bang. Mu Yun, however, Mu Yun's appearance had changed greatly. His black hair had turned into a mix of black and silver, and his eyes were filled with silver light. However, at this moment, the aura in his body seemed to have increased tenfold, or even tenfold. A powerful aura was constantly circulating in his body. Did you just ask me to come out and die? A pair of silver eyes landed on Gunyu below. Mu Yun's eyes were filled with lust. His state of mind seemed to have changed. Gunyu, since you want me to die, I'll kill you. This is the great death abduction technique of the 3000 Great Tao. I've spent 50 years of my life to fight with you. I'll let you see who dies. As Mu Yun spoke, the vital essence of heaven and earth surged wildly with every move he made. In an instant, the stars shone in the dusky sky. Waves of vital essence of heaven and earth descended from the sky under the guidance of the power of the stars. The majestic aura was like the sky had turned into the sea. The waves rolled and rushed towards Gunyu. Billions of stars. How vast is it? Ant, who is the ant? You're the ant. With a shout, Mu Yun slapped down. Boom, the surging power of the stars surged down like Qin Mingyao's power of ice. However, the power of the stars was more than 100 or 1,000 times stronger than Qin Mingyao's power of ice. This was the true power of heaven and earth. Impossible, the great death abduction technique. What great death abduction technique? Ah, along with a miserable scream, Gungyu's figure disappeared in the vast light and was completely gone. Gunyu, who was at the 7th level of the spiritual cave realm, was completely dead. Wang family and Diao family, this is the outcome of those who dare to resist. Mu Yun spoke again and pointed his finger at Xiao Mingyu. A long star arrow pierced through the air and went straight for Xiao Mingyu's chest. In 2 moves, 2 martial artists at the 7th level of the spiritual cave realm were completely dead. They had no power to fight back. In an instant, the entire Mu family martial field was dead silent. Chapter 94 Kitaichi went in with a palm strike. Gunyu was reduced to ashes, and with a finger, Xiao Mingyu was reduced to ashes. This kind of power had already far exceeded their understanding. Bang! After releasing 2 moves, Mu Yun's body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Yuner! Master! Brother Yun! Everyone exclaimed and immediately surrounded him. Yuner, how are you? Seeing Mu Yun's aura fluctuating from head to toe, as if she was about to lose her life at any moment, Mu Linchen was filled with self-blame. In the 10 years in the Mu family, Mu Yun had always been bullied and humiliated. However, as her adoptive father, he only protected Mu Yun's life. He had always felt guilty towards Mu Yun because of the Mu family's trivial matters and because he was wary of the first and second elders' attitudes. However, during this period of time, when Mu Yun was rising, he was most concerned about the Mu family. Hee. I'm fine. I won't die yet. Godfather, we can't let those 2 old foxes escape. Don't worry, no one can escape. Mu Linchen's eyes were filled with ferocity. He stood tall and proud. Chief Shepherds, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Seeing Gung Yu and Xiao Mingyu dead, Wang Dongyu fell to his knees and said, Chief Shepherds, please don't threaten us. Yes. Wang Dongyu hurriedly nodded. Gung Yu and Xiao Mingyu were dead. With the strength of their 2 families, it was wishful thinking for them to resist the Mu clan and family Qin at this moment. Kill. However, the only response he got was Mu Linchen's roar. The sound of battle rang out, and the Mu family warriors instantly attacked. During this period of time, they had already treated Mu Yun as the young clan leader from the bottom of their hearts. If it wasn't for Mu Yun, none of them would have undergone such a drastic change. At that moment, seeing Mu Yun expending several tens of years of her lifespan to kill Xiao Mingyu and Gung Yu, they were completely enraged. Leave no one alive. Hearing the order, the Mu clan members rushed out together. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, as soon as the people from the Mu family dashed out, a series of air-rending sounds could be heard. In the rainy night, bright quintessent swords tore through the air. Chi-la! 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 Poochie! In the blink of an eye, the dozens of people who had rushed out had their heads separated from their bodies. They were all dead. Who is it? As dozens of lives were lost, Mu Linchen stepped forward and shielded Mu Yun behind him as he looked ahead. After all, he was at the 6th layer of the spirit cave realm, so his perception was stronger than others. Haha. I didn't expect Gung Yu and Xiao Mingyu to be killed. Looks like this North Cloud City is quite interesting. A chuckle could be heard as a figure appeared in the sky. This person had a feathered crown on his head and was standing in the air. He was dressed in silk and satin. His face was fair and there was a slight smile on his face. He gave off an aura that made him very approachable. Sorry to disturb everyone. I am the eldest direct disciple of the Sacred Pill sect, Beiyai Wenchen. The young man stood in the air and bowed slightly with a face full of smiles. Beiyai Wentian, hearing this name, many of the people present revealed puzzled expressions. Greetings, young Master Beiyai. Greetings, young Master Beiyai. Seeing the young man standing with his hands behind his back, the remaining Sacred Pill sect martial artists all knelt on one knee and buried their heads between their thighs. Oh? You recognize me? Beiyai Wentian laughed involuntarily and said, since that is the case, you should know that the Sacred Pill sect's rules are not to interfere with the power struggles between the empires. Now, what are you doing? Spare us, young master. Forgive us, young master. Hearing Beiyai Wentian's words, the dozens of people kept kowtowing until their heads bled, but they did not dare to stop. Forgive us? All right, then I will use your lives to atone for your sins. Beiyai Wentian's voice was still as gentle as ever. However, he raised his hand and pointed his finger at Lin Feng. Bang bang bang, seeing the dozens of people's heads explode like watermelons, the people present did not say a word. This Beiyai Wentian was so ruthless. What was the first direct disciple of the Sacred Pill sect doing here? Wendian, you are really easy to talk to. Why are you wasting time? After the dozens of people's heads exploded, a laughter came from the sky, and a flowing light suddenly approached the crowd. The person who came was wearing a long silver robe and was sitting on a flying boat. The silver robe fluttered without any wind, and the rainwater was automatically deflected when it was 1 meter away from the silver robe. It was obviously an extraordinary defensive divine weapon. Emo Shuran, what are you doing here? I am here to watch the show. The silver-robed man laughed and said, only your first direct disciple is allowed to watch the show, but I am not allowed to come. Looking at the crowd below, Emo Shuran stared at Qin Mengyao, who was standing in front of Mu Yun. It's her? She might have the ice phoenix spirit in her body? Being stared at by Emo Shuran, the coldness in Qin Mengyao's eyes intensified. Help me up. Mu Yun panted and struggled to stand up, looking at the two people in the sky. That Beiyai Wenchen was flying in the sky, so he was obviously an eminent god expert. It was impossible for a martial artist at the 10th level of the spirit cave realm to fly in the sky. Only those who had surpassed the 10th level of the spirit cave realm and stepped into the 10th level of the eminent god realm could do so. Emo Shuran, on the other hand, had to rely on the spirit boat, so he obviously had not crossed the 10th level of the spirit cave realm. Just by looking at his attitude towards Beiyai Wenchen, the first direct disciple, one could roughly tell that this guy should be at the 8th or 9th level of the spirit cave realm. Qin Mengyao, right? Hehe, I am Emo Shuran. You might be my junior sister in the future. Let's get to know each other in advance. Who is your junior sister? Get lost. Looking at Emo Shuran, Qin Mengyao's face was as cold as ice. Don't be so fierce. I am the sect master's direct disciple. The sect master knows that you have the ice phoenix spirit in your body, so he asked me to come and pick you up. Emo Shuran laughed and did not care about Qin Mengyao's coldness. Emo Shuran, you talk too much. At the same time, a clear and cold voice sounded again. With a flash of light, a figure appeared in the rainy night like a ghost. The person who came was wearing a long black dress and a veil covering her face. Her graceful figure was faintly discernible in the rainy night. Lin Xinyu, even you are here. Lin Xinyu. Seeing the person who came, Beiyai Wenchen and Emo Shuran had different expressions. Lin Xinyu, in the blink of an eye, three figures appeared in the sky. However, the powerful auras of these three people did not spread out. Instead, they gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. May I know why the three of you are here? Looking at the three people, Mu Linchen was the first to speak. Just now, dozens of people from the Mu family had died because of Beiyai Wenchen. As the patriarch, he naturally could not ignore it. It has nothing to do with you. Beiyai Wenchen made a grabbing motion with his hand, and a majestic true origin rushed towards Qin Mengyao. Seeing that Qin Mengyao was caught by Beiyai Wenchen's sudden attack, Mu Linchen and Qin Shiyu immediately moved to stop him. Interesting. Seeing that the two of them actually moved to stop him, Beiyai Wenchen laughed involuntarily. However, as he gently waved his hand, majestic true origin surged out, and Mu Linchen and Qin Shiyu were instantly pushed back like leaves without any resistance. Mu Linchen was at the 6th level of the spiritual cave realm, and Qin Shiyu was at the 7th level. However, in front of Beiyai Wenchen, they were like children. Come here. Beiyai Wenchen grabbed Qin Mengyao, and Qin Mengyao's figure was bound and thrown onto Emo Shuran's spirit boat by Beiyai Wenchen. Yaoer, Mu Yun struggled to take a step forward, but she fell to the ground on her butt. Seeing Mu Yun below, as well as Qin Mengyao's expression when he looked at Mu Yun, Emo Shuran chuckled and said, Hehe. Wentian, interesting. It seems that junior sister has someone in her heart. She probably won't take a fancy to you. Someone in her heart? Just kill him. As he spoke, Beiyai Wenchen raised his hand. How dare you? Kill him, and I'll immediately die in front of you. Die in front of me? You don't have the right to negotiate with me, at least not now. Beiyai Wenchen shook his head and pointed at Mu Yun. Bang, an ear-piercing bang sounded, and Mu Yun's figure was directly hit by the true origin finger. She had no ability to fight back at all. No, looking below, Qin Mengyao's face was covered in tears, and her body was trembling. It was as if some kind of power was gathering in her body, and it was about to explode at any time. Be careful. Suddenly, the woman called Lin Xinyu shouted in a low voice. Buzz, however, in the next moment, an ear-piercing buzzing sound rang out, and the icy power around Qin Mengyao, who was bound by Emo Shuran, exploded. Boom, a powerful icy aura spread out, and the entire Mu family's courtyard was as cold as an ice cave. Disperse, all of you disperse. Mu Linchen ordered and hurriedly ordered his subordinates to disperse. Such a powerful icy aura was definitely not something they could withstand. What kind of monster was hidden in Qin Mingyao's body? Kill you, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, the icy aura around Qin Mingyao's body was impregnable. An icy blue dress formed on the surface of her body, and her beautiful face was filled with despair. Amidst the despair, there was a poignant feeling. Mu Yun was dead, the person who changed her was dead, so how could she live alone? However, before she died, she had to at least make these people pay a price. As expected of the Ice Phoenix divine spirit, it's really powerful. Seeing this scene, Bai Wenchen was also stunned. Qin Mingyao's body transformed into an icy blue dress. Around her body, an illusory figure suddenly appeared. The phantom was dozens of feet tall, and its entire body was icy blue. Its body was full of feathers, and its expression was lively. Ice Phoenix. Heavens, it's really the Ice Phoenix divine spirit. Junior sister's luck is so good. Seeing the huge phantom, Emo Shuran could not help but exaggerate. Can you shut up? Lin Xinyu frowned and shouted, she's angry. Let's think of a way to stop her. Otherwise, you and I will both die. There's no need. Although we can't withstand the power of the spirit, how could that brat Bai Wenchen not have come prepared? It looks like there's going to be chaos in the sect this time. A genius who possesses the Ice Phoenix spirit. Those old antiques are probably going to explode. Quickly dodge. As Emo Shuran spoke, an icicle approached the two of them. Lin Xinyu reacted quickly, and the two of them immediately retreated. A battle between the strong. A large hole suddenly appeared where the two of them were. It was a hole that was completely pierced by icicles. Around the hole, ice and snow spread, and it was bone-chilling. What the hell, so strong? What do you think? The Ice Phoenix is an ancient divine beast. Be careful of your little life. Didn't you see that Bai Wendian has become cautious? Lin Xingyu's eyes were filled with fear as she stared at Qin Mingyao. Was the Ice Phoenix spirit really that strong? Qin Mingyao, with my current strength, it is indeed difficult to suppress you. However, before I came, Master had already given me a way to suppress you. Bai Wendian said as his palm shone brightly, and a mark slowly appeared. On the mark, a large word was engraved. As soon as the word appeared, Bai Wendian's palm turned completely red. A scorching flame aura surged out majestically. This is, the sect master's personal mark was actually given to him. Emo Shuran and Lin Xinyu were stunned. With this mark, even if Qin Mingyao had the ability to reach the heavens, it would be difficult for him to resist. Bang, a loud bang rang out as Bai Wendian's palm slammed down. Dong, a low sound rang out. Everyone only saw that the icy aura around Qin Mingyao was gradually decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the cold aura around Qin Mingyao completely dissipated and disappeared without a trace. Her figure fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Qin Mingyao's face was deathly pale. In the end, she was still not strong enough. Seeing Mu Yun die in front of her eyes, she could not do anything. From today onwards, you are a direct disciple of the Sacred Pill sect. Such an honor, do you know how many people dream of it? If it falls on you, even if you are deeply grateful, it will not be enough for you to repay. Bai Wendian's voice was cold as he looked at Qin Mingyao and shouted. I don't care. Staring at Bai Wendian, Qin Mingyao replied coldly. Even if one day I become the first direct disciple of the Sacred Pill sect, the first thing I will do is to kill you. Sure, as long as you have the ability. Bai Wendian did not get angry because of this. Instead, he joked. Kill him. In the entire Saint Pill sect, there were countless people who wanted to kill him and take his place. However, all of those people had died at his hands. The Saint Pill sect was one of the strongest sects in the Tianyun continent. Dream on. Is it difficult to kill you? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. A figure could be seen floating in the hole that was dozens of feet deep. Mu Yun, looking at that figure, everyone held their breaths. It was actually Mu Yun. Hee, are you surprised to see me? Looking at everyone's surprised gazes, Mu Yun chuckled with a trace of contempt in her eyes. How could it be so easy to kill him? You're not dead? You didn't die, how could I die? Looking at Bai Wendian, Mu Yun replied coldly. However, at this moment, Mu Yun looked the same. However, her silver hair had turned white. Not a single strand of black hair could be seen. "Brother Yun, don't worry, I'm fine." Looking at Qin Mengyao, Mu Yan's eyes revealed a rare trace of gentleness as she chuckled. "Your hair, don't you feel more handsome after changing colors?" Holding Qin Mengyao in her arms, Mu Yan's face was full of smiles. "Mu Yun, you're only capable of this much." Bai Wentian said disdainfully, "What else can you do to deceive a little girl?" "What am I doing? Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." In the next moment, Mu Yun raised her palm. With a crack, a bolt of lightning suddenly landed beside Bai Wentian. Boom, an ear-piercing roar sounded. A deep pit that was dozens of meters deep suddenly appeared where Bai Wentian was. Courting death. He did not expect Mu Yun to actually dare to attack him. Bai Wentian gnashed his teeth in hatred. "Courting death? You appeared here today. If I can't kill you, I'll be courting death." Mu Yun shouted coldly. Her white hair danced in the wind, and her killing intent was overflowing. Putting Qin Mengyao aside, Mu Yun stood on the spot. A powerful aura suddenly appeared. "Kill." Almost at the same time, two figures rushed out together. Mu Yun's aura erupted from her entire body. The power of the stars above the ninth heaven flashed, and the sound of thunder and lightning could be heard. Around Bai Wentian's body, spiritual qi surged. The sound of gushing water was like the sound of spring water, erupting forth. The power that the two of them displayed in an instant was like the descent of gods, making everyone feel suffocated. "Oh my god!" Seeing this scene, Xiaoyuner exclaimed that Bai Wentian is a soul conduit realm expert. It's not strange for him to have such powerful strength. But that Mu Yun, how did she do it, miss? I don't know why, but I feel that this Mu Yun is not simple like her father. Think about it, the shepherds led the Mu family to become one of the strongest families in the southern Cloud Empire. How can this Mu Yun be so simple? The master and servants' faces were filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of secret technique did Mu Yun use? She was actually able to erupt with such powerful strength. What surprised them the most was that the vast power of the stars and the fierce power of the lightning was simply not something that a human could control. But Mu Yun could control it perfectly. Could it be that father agreed to the marriage between the Mu family and the Xiao family because of this? At this moment, Xiaoyuner's heart was beating like a drum. She had always thought that the Lang Jun who was worthy of her, Xiaoyuner, was at least a genius in the southern Cloud Empire. Mu Yun was obviously not one of them. But today, when she saw Mu Yun, she felt that there were endless possibilities. This feeling had never appeared in her heart before. At the same time, the battle between Mu Yun and Bai Wentian had reached its climax. Their battle was no longer limited to the Mu family, but the entire Baiyun city. In the alleys of the big city, the two figures moved back and forth. The powerful explosive power almost destroyed every place they went. The shepherds, Qin Shiyu looked at the battle between the two with anxiety in her eyes. No matter what, Bai Wentian was a soul conduit realm expert. Although Mu Yun had obtained such powerful strength, she had only relied on the secret technique and not her own strength. I also don't know what's going on. Seeing the anxiety in Qin Shiyu's eyes, Mu Linchen shook his head and sighed. Yuner is completely different from before. I knew too little about him before. Mu Linchen felt extremely guilty at this moment. He was too incompetent as Mu Yun's adoptive father. He asked himself, if Mu Yun was his biological son, would he still be like this? Yuner, looking at the angry figure fighting in the sky, Mu Linchen gritted his teeth. Great Master Qin, the Diao family and the Wang family must not survive today. Understood. The two nodded. In an instant, the Mu family and the family Qin clansmen rushed out and killed the Diao family and the Wang family. Originally, the Diao family and the Wang family were able to resist the family Qin and the Mu family with the help of the warriors brought by Xiao Mingyu and Gung Yu. Now that Xiao Mingyu and Gung Yu were dead, the people of the Sacred Pill sect would not help the Diao family and the Wang family. Without the people of the Sacred Pill sect, the Diao family and the Wang family could not resist the attacks of the family Qin and the Mu family. After all, Xianxia had stepped into the 7th level of the spiritual cave realm, and Mu Linchen had also relied on the spiritual liquid to step into the 6th level of the spiritual cave realm. Diao Jinyun and Wang Dongyu were only at the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm. The battle was developing in a one-sided direction, damn it. At the same time, in the sky, the battle between Mu Yun and Bai Wentian had reached a stalemate. Bai Wentian was furious. He had never thought that he would be pestered to this extent by a martial artist at the 10th level of the physical body realm. It was a great humiliation. Spiritual sword cross/slash. In midair, a shout suddenly sounded. Bai Wentian drew a cross with both hands. Between heaven and earth, a majestic true yuan gathered and lit up the entire night sky. The cross/slash was like a judgment from heaven and earth. It shone on everyone and made them feel helpless. Child's play. Mu Yun chuckled and pointed her finger continuously. Gradually, in front of her, true yuan slowly leaked out bit by bit. The true yuan floated out bit by bit and gradually spread out. However, as Mu Yun pointed with her finger, the true yuan actually carried traces of the lightning attribute, followed closely by the righteous energy. This was the righteous energy that came from heaven and earth, not the martial artist's own Dao. Boom, a loud bang sounded. The cross/slash collided with the righteous energy in front of Mu Yun, and a powerful aura suddenly exploded. Wisps of heaven and earth chi suddenly exploded. The entire Baiyun city suddenly exploded at this moment. As if an earthquake had spread, Baiyun city completely fell into chaos. Figures rushed out from their homes and looked at the strange changes in the sky. After the explosion, a strong aura fluctuation slowly spread out. The two figures were still standing in the sky. However, if one looked carefully, Mu Yan's clothes were ragged, but her aura was healthy. On the other side, Bai Wentian's clothes were torn, and drops of blood were dripping from his arm. It was clear that Cloud Herder was superior in this move. Damn it! Looking at Mu Yun, Bai Wentian was full of murderous intent. He really could not understand. With his level 1 spirit realm cultivation, he could not do anything to Mu Yun, who was an ant with a level 10 physical body. How could a level 10 difference be possible? Now, do you have anything to say? Mu Yun said indifferently, her voice cold. Her hands slowly moved, and wisps of true yuan gathered again. This true yuan did not come from her body, but was extracted from heaven and earth. Within the true essence, the power of thunder and lightning surged violently. The power of the stars and the overwhelming righteous energy perfectly merged together, fusing into one. And the one who received all of this was Mu Yun. Heaven and earth are vast. Who else but me? Of all things, only I am good and evil. Mu Yun shouted in a low voice, and the majestic power gathered in front of her to form a circular halo. Chapter 96 Mu Qingyu damn it. Seeing Mu Yun's attack coming, Bai Wentian's face changed when he felt the powerful killing intent within the attack. I can only use that move. Bai Wentian's face turned cold, and the killing intent in his heart intensified. No matter how Mu Yun was able to reach such a level of strength, she would definitely pose a great threat to him in the future. The heavenly net is boundless, the stars are dots, my position is supreme, who else but me? With a low shout, an aura that was not inferior to Mu Yun's suddenly exploded from Bai Wentian's body. It was a tyrannical power from the ancient times. It was hard to imagine that Shi Yan at the spirit realm could have such power. Has this guy gone mad? He actually dared to use the power in his body. Is he courting death? Lin Xinyu could no longer maintain her composure. The reason why Bai Wentian was able to become the #1 direct disciple of the Sacred Pill sect was not only because of his extraordinary talent, but also because of the great desolate power in his body. However, she had heard her master mention that this power was too strong, and it was not something that the current Bai Wenchen could control. However, Bai Wentian's current actions were clearly courting death. Oh. Seeing Bai Wentian's actions, Mu Yun frowned slightly and revealed a trace of surprise. She giggled and said, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. You actually have such a soul essence in your body. No wonder you are so arrogant. It's a pity that you met me. Mu Yun suddenly struck out with her palm. Boundless true origin energy gushed out, and a murderous aura filled the sky. Buzz, however, just as the two of them were about to collide, a buzzing sound rang out. Heaven and earth seemed to have completely stopped at this moment. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Wendian, you have been angered. Under the rain, a shout rang out. At this moment, the boundless rain actually stopped abruptly because of this shout. Sect Master! Sect Master! Sect Master! Seeing the illusory figure, Bai Wendian, Mo Shuran, and Lin Xinyu kneeled down in unison, not daring to raise their heads. Mu Yun, right? However, that illusory figure's gaze only landed on Mu Yun. She nodded and said, you should know that Qin Mengyao possesses the Ice Phoenix's divine soul. However, you should also understand what this spirit means. That's right. Mu Yun knew what this meant. Once Qin Mengyao's soul was discovered by others, some almighties would act to seize it. Then, Qin Mengyao's life would be in danger. However, why should he trust the clan leader of the Saint Elixir sect? Why should I believe you? Simple. The illusory figure nodded and smiled. Because you have no other choice. Either I kill you and take away Qin Mengyao, or you agree and I take away Qin Mengyao. Is there no other choice? Mu Yun laughed bitterly, her white hair fluttering in the rainy night. Even so, I still have to give it a try. As Mu Yun spoke, energy exploded around her body. The stars in the sky shone once again. Bang, however, before she could raise her hand, the illusory figure in the sky waved her hand casually. The stars in the sky quickly dimmed, and rain poured down. With a wave of her hand, she controlled the power of heaven and earth and destroyed all of Mu Yun's actions. Why? Still not giving up? Looking at Mu Yun, the illusory figure said indifferently. Giving up? Dream on. Ignoring the surrounding people's obstruction, Mu Yun's white hair became even more dazzling. Her white hair that was glowing stood upright. Traces of vital essence of heaven and earth were extracted from her hair and poured into Mu Yun's body. Eh? Seeing Mu Yun's action, the illusory figure in the sky was slightly stunned. He had never seen such a magical method. Open! With a loud shout, Mu Yun's tall and straight body grew slightly taller. The violent energy almost broke every meridian in her body. At this moment, Mu Yun looked like a wooden bucket filled with water. The water was already overflowing, but Mu Yun was still holding on and squeezing the water. You're overestimating yourself. Seeing Mu Yun's crazy action, the illusory figure in the sky sneered. He raised his hand, and a dazzling golden palm print descended from the sky. Get lost. Looking at the palm print, Mu Yun's hair and beard fluttered. Her ferocious expression was like a giant ape that had gone berserk. Boom, Mu Yun's figure collided with the palm print. The tyrannical energy spread in all directions. The entire Mu family was almost destroyed. Puff, the aftermath of the explosion spread. A figure retreated from the explosion and landed on the ground with a thud. Mu Yun. Hee hee. You've surprised me. However, you've already had a dispute with Wendian today. Otherwise, I would have taken you in as a disciple of the Sacred Pill sect. The illusory figure looked at Mu Yun and said condescendingly. He originally thought that Bai Wendian would be able to take away Qin Mengyao, but he didn't expect to encounter a variable like Mu Yun. What was even more unexpected was that he had used 1/10 of his life origin to subdue Mu Yun. It wasn't that simple. Old thing, I have a lot of abilities. If I don't die today, I will definitely flatten your Sacred Pill sect in the future. Oh? Is that so? The illusory figure choked and said, since that's the case, I'll let you die today. Sect Master, please show mercy. Just as the illusory figure was about to make a move, a figure blocked in front of Mu Yun. Grandmaster Miao Qing. Seeing the figure, the illusory figure was stunned and put down his palm. Grandmaster Miao Qing, I naturally have to listen to your words. However, if we don't get rid of Mu Yun, she will definitely be a big problem in the future. Moreover, if we don't get rid of Mu Yun, the spirit power in Qin Mengyao's body will be burdened by love, and it will be difficult for her to awaken her strongest power. Hearing the illusory figure's respectful tone and attitude towards Grandmaster Miao Qing, everyone present was stunned. Wasn't Grandmaster Miao Qing a third-grade alchemist? Was a third-grade alchemist worthy of the Sacred Pill sect's sect master's attitude? I naturally understand. However, this man has taught Xianxia, and I owe him a favor. I hope Sect Master can spare his life. It's okay to spare his life, but it's necessary to cripple him. The illusory figure spoke and immediately made a move. He pointed his finger in the air, and a ray of light that was invisible to the naked eye rushed towards Mu Yun. Saint Wu Yi, this is the Nanyun Empire's territory after all. Mu Yun is my son after all. In an instant, a figure as fast as lightning blocked in front of Mu Yun and dispersed the ray of light. The voice immediately followed. Lord Patriarch. Seeing the person who came, Mu Linchen and the other disciples of the Mu family looked serious and hurriedly bowed down. Mu Qingyu, Saint Wu Yi's expression tensed up. The illusory figure stood on the spot and did not make a move again. I didn't expect even you to come. The small Nanyun Empire is not in my heart. However, today's matter ends here. I'll take Qin Mengyao away. As for your son, my disciple will naturally take his life personally. The illusory figure placed his hands behind his back and said arrogantly. Then, he waved his hand, and Qin Mingyao's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Beiyai Wenjun looked at Mu Yun fiercely and left angrily. Mo Shuran and Lin Xinyu did not delay any longer and followed closely behind. The battle that seemed to be unstoppable came to an abrupt end because of Mu Qingyu's arrival. The ending was somewhat inexplicable and confusing. Disperse. Mu Qingyu waved his hand and looked at the crowd. However, with a wave of his hand, the bodies of Diao Zhenyun, Wang Dongyu, and the others turned into pools of blood and disappeared in the vast rain. Only the people of the Mu family and the family Qin were left in the field. Patriarch, pack your things. We'll talk about other things later. Mu Qingyu waved his hand and looked a little indifferent. Mu Yun's gaze fell on Mu Qingyu. He carefully sized up his biological father who had not seen him for 10 years. Such a guy is worthy of being a father? Haha. With this thought in mind, Mu Yun raised his hand and punched. The vast power of the stars surged wildly. Even the previous Mu Yun did not feel much familial affection for Mu Qingyu. What he felt was only hatred and loathing. Therefore, Mu Yun attacked because of the resentment in Mu Yun's body. Secondly, he also wanted to teach this disrespectful father a lesson for his former self. However, before the fist could reach Mu Qingyu, Mu Yun's body fell to the ground with a loud thud, and he was no longer alive. Brat, seeing Mu Yun fall to the ground, Mu Qingyu stepped forward and helped him up. Little girl, how long are you going to hide? The moment he helped Mu Yun up, Mu Qingyu looked at the rainy night and spoke without warning. Haha. Uncle Mu, you're also in Baiyun City. What a coincidence, haha, don't laugh at me. Take good care of this brat for the next few days. Mu Qingyu looked at Mu Yun, who had fainted, and said in an indifferent voice and expression. No problem, no problem. Xiao Yuner took Mu Yun with a smile. However, the moment her palm touched Mu Yun, she screamed and threw Mu Yun to the ground. What's wrong? Uncle Mu, he has no signs of life, and his body is cold. He's obviously dead. Dead. Hearing Xiao Yuner's words, the Mu family members stared at Mu Qingyu in disbelief. Whether he's dead or not depends on his fate. Just take good care of him for the next few days, Mu Qingyu instructed calmly. The Mu family's house was completely destroyed in this battle. Using the broken tiles and broken walls, the Mu family members hurriedly built a simple house and placed Mu Yun in it. At this moment, the Mu family members were collectively standing outside Mu Yun's house, quietly guarding their young clan leader. Xiao Yuner stood in the house and looked at Mu Yun on the bed. She was puzzled and asked, Huaner, this brat is clearly dead, but why doesn't Uncle Mu feel anything at all? After repeated confirmation, she was very sure that Mu Yun had no signs of life. During the battle, Mu Yun had used the Great Death Abduction technique. The reason why she could explode with such a powerful force was because she relied on her vitality. After severely depleting her vitality, it was almost impossible for Mu Yun to survive. Chapter 97 Rise from the Dead. At this moment, Mu Yun felt as if her entire body was being disintegrated. Every meridian, every drop of blood, and every cell in his body had been dismembered into tiny pieces. Only one thing had not changed, and that was his consciousness. He could still feel his body. However, his body was not under the control of his consciousness. It was as if it was floating there all by itself. Where is this? Looking at the white space she was in, Mu Yun felt as if she had come to another world. Astral projection? Impossible. He had not even reached the spirit connecting realm, so how could he have a soul? The soul could only be produced after a martial artist had cultivated their physical body to the extreme. As for him, he was still miles away from that. That's a low-grade divine artifact, the Jade-hooked divine spear. Heavens! There's even a high-grade divine artifact, soft silver arc arrow. There's even the 8 desolation god wine fist. Looking at the scene in front of her, Mu Yun was gradually stunned. Even in his previous life, these treasures would have made billions of people go crazy if they were placed in the thousands of macro worlds. But now, they were all in this mysterious space. Not only were there divine artifacts, but there were also many divine beast skeletons, spirit pills, spirit materials, metals, and all kinds of other things. The interior of this paradise was like a treasure vault of its own. It was like a gigantic treasure vault. Mu Yun somewhat understood where he was. The painting of immortal extermination, this was the grotto heaven within the painting of immortal extermination. However, as a celestial king in his previous life, Mu Yun had seen spatial rings of various sizes and storage treasures. But when he saw this huge heavenly abode, he was still shocked. He could feel that what was before his eyes was only the tip of the ocean. There was an even more vast existence that he could not touch at all. Even though she saw all of this, Mu Yun couldn't touch it at all. Those divine artifacts seemed to be swaying in front of him, but they also seemed to be very far away from him. However, those low-level profound armaments were things that he could touch, as well as some low-level spiritual materials. Mu Yun didn't expect that after this life-and-death battle, which had almost exhausted all of his lifespan, he would see a turning point at this moment. Opening the chart of celestial extermination and seeing the treasures within, he was even more surprised than the divine energy that was spread out in the chart of celestial extermination. Now, he could confirm that the painting of immortal extermination had 2 major uses. Firstly, they could radiate divine power. Even in the myriad great worlds, divine power had never appeared before. Secondly, there were so many treasures and all kinds of treasures. Mu Yun had no doubt that even the entire great cosmos combined could not compare to this place. However, although these 2 great uses sounded very attractive, they were not perfect. First, there seemed to be rules for the appearance of divine power. Previously, when Mu Yun broke through, only quintessential essence flowed out, not divine power. The difference between the 2 was like heaven and earth. The second point was the treasures. If one of these divine tools were taken out, the entire heavenly fate continent would be thrown into chaos. Everyone would come to snatch it. However, the current Mu Yun could only take out some ordinary weapons and profound weapons. Furthermore, the number of weapons she could take out was limited by her own strength. These 2 points limited the expansion of the chart of celestial extermination. However, it was a good thing for Mu Yun. Inexhaustible wealth could indeed allow him to travel 1,000 miles in a single step. However, in terms of martial arts, it could paralyze him. Today, he was no longer the mighty and extraordinary immortal king of the past. He was Mu Yun, a disciple of the Mu family in Baiyun City. After thinking about this, Mu Yun was a little embarrassed. At this moment, his consciousness existed in this form in the chart of celestial extermination. However, how could he return to his body and control it? Moreover, he had almost exhausted his vitality. He was afraid that there was no way to live. Could it be that I have to look at these treasures and watch my body be buried? Thinking of this, Mu Yun could not help but shiver. There must be a way. Mu Yun thought. Originally, he should have died after exhausting his lifespan. However, the chart of celestial extermination had wrapped his consciousness in it. It must be doing something. It was just that he had not thought of it yet. There must be a way. Sitting down, Mu Yun began to think hard. The chart of celestial extermination must not have sucked me in just to let me see the treasures inside. There must be something core that I have not observed. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Mu Yun hurriedly stood up. Looking around, Mu Yun still found nothing. He closed his eyes and began to feel seriously. Mu Yun gradually found something strange. In the entire grotto heaven of the chart of celestial extermination, there seemed to be a net. It was a net that he could not see, but it really existed. This net covered the entire chart of celestial extermination. It seemed to be the lifeline of the chart of celestial extermination. Gradually, Mu Yun calmed down. He began to separate his meridians. Although it was a body of consciousness, this feeling was still incomparably painful. It was as if he was dismembering his body. Gritting his teeth, Mu Yun dissected his body bit by bit. Invisible sweat seemed to soak his body. Found it. Suddenly, in an instant, a sound spread in his body. This kind of spread was in his body, not his consciousness. So that's how it is, that's how it is. Suddenly, Mu Yun was so excited that he danced with joy. He finally understood, in the chart of celestial extermination, what firmly trapped these divine artifacts and divine medicines was none other than the invisible net. A network filled with inexplicable power gradually appeared in front of Mu Yun's eyes. It was a long silver line that covered the entire grotto heaven of the chart of celestial extermination. And the final intersection of those silver lines was the trapped divine artifacts, divine pills, and divine medicines. This discovery made Mu Yun pleasantly surprised. He had just disintegrated his body, making his body completely glued to the network of the chart of celestial extermination. It could also be said that these controls had merged with his body. Although he was still unable to control it, there was a hint of familiarity in the dark. The chart of celestial extermination is indeed incomparably powerful. Looking at the chart of celestial extermination, Mu Yun was full of praise. Now, it seems that it's time to go out. After uncovering these, his consciousness could finally return to his body. However, even so, Mu Yun knew that his lifespan was still not much left. What he needed to do next was to raise his realm. Martial artists in the physical body realm could generally only live to 100 years old. They could not resist the aging of time and would rot away. As for the spiritual cave realm used the spiritual cave to nourish the body, doubling their lifespan. They could live to about 200 years old. As for the immanent god realm, they would have at least 500 years of lifespan. Now, he had almost exhausted 100 years of his lifespan. He was afraid that he only had less than half a year left. Therefore, he had to seize the time to advance to the spiritual cave realm and increase his lifespan by a few years. Only then would he not die immediately because of his lifespan. Miss, this guy is completely dead. His body is so cold. Nonsense, can't I see it? Xiao Yun pouted and said, I didn't expect that my fiancé, Xiao Yun would die before being engaged. Sigh. Who said I'm dead? Just as the two were talking, a gentle voice suddenly echoed in the room. Who? Who is it? Hearing that voice, the master and servant were instantly scared silly. There were only the three of them in the room, but Mu Yun was dead. Then, who said that? Of course it's me, your fiancé. Mu Yun suddenly stood up and looked at the two with a smile. These two people were really interesting, ghost. With a shout, the two figures instantly jumped out of the room, not daring to stay for a moment longer. Ghost. Shaking her head with a bitter smile, Mu Yun began to familiarize herself with her body. It felt good to be back again. However, although today's matter had taken a turn for the better because of the appearance of Master Miaoqing and Mu Qingyu, Qin Mengyao was still taken away. Until now, Mu Yun was still not sure whether the sect master of the sacred elixir sect captured Qin Mengyao to cultivate Qin Mengyao or to extract Qin Mengyao's spirit for his own use. Kill me? I'll pay you back tenfold. Saint Wu Yi, North Yiwen Tian. Clenching her fists, Mu Yun's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Qin Mengyao could be said to be the first woman he liked after his rebirth, and also the first woman he wanted to protect. No matter what, he would never allow anyone to hurt her. However, the current him was simply too weak. With a creak, Mu Yun was deep in thought, and the door was pushed open. A figure slowly walked in. Mu Qingyu. It had to be said that Mu Qingyu did not look like the helmsman of a big family at all. He was dressed in simple clothes. His face was as sharp as a knife. His long hair was raised, and his sideburns were meticulously combed. Although he was already middle-aged, he looked even more manly. More importantly, his handsome face, which could make thousands of young girls infatuated, was filled with confidence from beginning to end. Closing the door, Mu Qingyu slowly walked in front of Mu Yun. Staring at Mu Yun, Mu Qingyu's face gradually darkened. Tell me, who are you? As soon as she opened her mouth, Mu Qingyu went straight to the point and asked directly. Exposed? How could it be? Hearing Mu Qingyu's question, Mu Yun was stunned. You are not Mu Yun. Mu Yun is cowardly and stupid by nature. It is impossible for him to reach the 10th level of the physical body realm in this lifetime. Who are you? Looking at Mu Yun, Mu Qingyu's eyes were full of hostility. Haha, in this regard, Mu Yun just sneered. What are you laughing at? I am indeed not Mu Yun. What's so good about that Mu Yun? When she was 6 years old, her leg was broken by a servant. When she went to the elixir room to get pills to treat her leg, her arm was broken again. That Mu Yun went to the kitchen to steal a pastry because she was so hungry when she was 8 years old. She was whipped 100 times by her family. That Mu Yun, because he wanted to practice martial arts and become a warrior like his father, he trained hard day and night. However, he was framed and accused of secretly learning martial arts. He was punished by his father and had to stay in bed for half a year. That Mu Yun's mother died when she was 9 years old. Her biological father sent her to a remote place to enjoy the pain and suffering of the world. That Mu Yun. Enough. Translator, Transin editor, Transin young clan leader. After a long while, Mu Qingyu looked at Mu Yun and said, I've wronged you for the past 19 years. In the beginning, he did suspect Mu Yun. However, these childhood events were not something that could be fabricated by others. Most importantly, he always felt guilty in his heart. Wronged? Not at all. Mu Yun sneered and said, without those 9 years of pain, I wouldn't have been able to pretend to be a fool for the past 10 years. Yuner, please call me Mu Yun. This time, Mu Yun's words did not have a trace of discomfort. He had become one with the previous him. Looking at his father in front of him, he missed and relied on him, but more than that, he felt hatred. If you treated me as your son, you wouldn't have watched me being bullied since I was young. If you treated me as your son, you wouldn't have left me in Baiyun City and ignored me for 10 years. If you treated me as your son, you wouldn't have watched my beloved woman being forcefully taken away by others. I don't know if she's dead or alive. I had no choice. Choice? As the clan leader of the Shepherds, one of the 4 great clans of the Southern Cloud Empire, of course you had no choice. Your choice was to be the Shepherds and your clan leader position. Mu Yun sneered and said, don't think that I don't know what you've done all these years. You've been enduring for the sake of the clan leader position, right? Now, you don't have to endure anymore. You want to find your son back? All right. In the end, Mu Qingyu sighed helplessly. Mu Qingyu slowly turned around and finally left the room. Yuner, it doesn't matter if you hate me. This time, I'm here to take you away. We'll set off for Southern Cloud City in 3 days and get engaged to Xiao Yuner. You have to agree to this matter even if you don't want to. I won't allow you to resist. Mu Yun cursed again when his indifferent words reached her ears. Motherf *Ker, are you kidding me? He did this every time. Back then, it was Mu Linchen who asked him to get engaged to Qin Mengyao. Now, his biological father came and asked him to get engaged to Xiao Yuner. After he was reborn, his luck with women was too frequent. However, Mu Yun was not in the mood to think about these things. Qin Mengyao was taken away. With his current strength, how could he resist? Mu Yuner, Mu Yuner, and Mu Yuner, Mu Yuner, and Mu Yuner, Mu Yuner. This was not about talent, but his foundation. His Mu Yuners. To enter Nangyun City. Am I Mu Yuner? With this thought in mind, Mu Yun immediately stepped out of the courtyard. Clan Mu Patriarch Mu. Patriarch Mu young patriarch. However, as soon as she walked out of the room, 2 respectful voices rang in her ears. Mu Yun was shocked. Upon closer inspection, Mu Yun realized that these 2 people were not from the Mu family. Moreover, their auras were strong and unrestrained. They were at least at LV5 spiritual martial realm. Who are you? Young clan leader, we are under the orders of the clan leader to protect you. Protect me? Mu Yun sneered in her heart. This Mu Qingyu really thought of everything and thought of everything. By the way, what did you call me just now? Young clan leader? Yes, I am the young clan leader. However, I am the young clan leader of Nanyun City, not the young clan leader of the Mu family in Nanyun City. Remember? Young clan leader, the clan leader has given the order of the entire Nanyun Empire to appoint you as the young clan leader of the Mu family. You will inherit the position of the clan leader. What? Upon hearing the news, Mu Yun was dumbfounded. She stood rooted to the ground. Wait, suddenly, Mu Yan's face turned cold. She felt that something was wrong. As the clan leader of the Mu family, Mu Qingyu had many women in the first wife, second wife, and third wife. When there were more women, there would naturally be more children. However, why did Mu Qingyu not appoint anyone else as the young clan leader? Why did Mu Yun have to appoint him as the young clan leader? The young clan leader was the core of a family. It could be said that in a family, besides the clan leader, the first elder, the second elder, and the young clan leader had the most power. Sometimes, when the young clan leader developed, his position was even higher than that of the elders in the family. Being the young clan leader will take up a lot of my time. However, if I don't do it, I have no choice. It seems that I can only determine Yaoer's whereabouts before making any plans. After using the death abduction skill, Mu Yun had a clear understanding of the situation. Now, he was powerless to change the result. However, he needed help. Now that Mu Qingyu had appeared, he needed help. With Mu Qingyu's identity as the clan leader of the shepherds, he could grow. Alright, no matter what you need me to do, I will accept the position of the young clan leader. However, I hope you won't regret it. Turning around and stepping into the house, Mu Yun revealed a smile. The Mu clan was one of the most powerful clans in the Southern Cloud Empire. This young clan leader should be very interesting. Yaoer, wait for me. Wait for me to step on the head of that Saint Martial Elder and get you out. At night, in a simple and crude house in the Mu clan, Mu Linchen and Mu Qingyu stood facing each other. Linchen, I've wronged you all these years. Haha. Big brother, you are treating me as an outsider. For the Mu clan, you have sacrificed as much as I have. Mu Linchen giggled, and the muscles on his face gradually changed. In the blink of an eye, Mu Linchen's face changed completely, and he became a completely different person. Upon closer inspection, his appearance was actually very similar to Mu Qingyu's. Yuner, this child, has also been wronged all these years. You have watched him grow up. Do you know why he suddenly became so incredible? I don't know either. This child sometimes looks arrogant and despotic, and sometimes he looks a little depressed. It's really hard to understand. Forget it. As a father, I am really not a competent one. Big brother. Mu Linchen said softly, you can't be blamed for what happened back then. After all, Yuner's mother came from there. In her eyes, the Mu clan is just an ant. I understand. Therefore, this time I will let Yuner succeed the position of the clan leader. This way, I can also do my own things. However, big brother, Yuner only grew up in Baiyun City. Within the Mu clan, the various forces are complicated. In addition, there are external forces from the Shao clan, Gu clan, Lin clan, and the imperial family stirring up trouble. Can he do it? In the past, I also felt that it was impossible. I only wanted him to live a peaceful life with you. Now, it seems that it is not impossible. Anyway, the Mu clan is now under our control. It's good to let him cause trouble, lest some people have bad intentions. I understand. Mu Qingyu and he were brothers. The reason why he was willing to stand behind Mu Qingyu was because Mu Qingyu could see further than him. He also believed that the Mu clan would become stronger in Mu Qingyu's hands. It was night, and the moon was in the middle of the sky. Mu Yun sat in the house. Around his body, a faint true yuan dissipated. Phew, slowly letting out a breath, Mu Yun frowned and opened his eyes. It still won't work. After the battle, he had already broken through to the 10th level physical body realm. However, to break through to the 1st level spiritual cave realm from the aperture realm, he needed a huge amount of true yuan to break through the Higu acupoint. He could rely on the chart of celestial extermination for this true yuan. However, to increase his realm, he still needed to accumulate it step by step. Therefore, he did not rely on the chart of celestial extermination. Another point was that he had always focused on improving his physical body. Therefore, with his 10th level physical body realm, the strength of a punch was 100,000 pounds. It was even stronger than some first-level spiritual cave realm martial artists. However, it was precisely this point that caused him to encounter a huge obstacle in breaking through to the spiritual cave realm. If his physical body was too strong, he needed to break through the Higu acupoint, which required even more true yuan. I can't become a fatty in one bite. Why am I getting anxious instead? With a bitter smile, Mu Yun stood up. His thoughts gradually rose. After staying in Baiyun City for half a year, he had already developed feelings for this place. In this life, he was no longer an immortal king. He was just a mentor, a son, and a man. Tomorrow, he would leave Baiyun City and head to the imperial capital, South Cloud City. An even greater challenge awaited him. However, there were some people that he should probably meet. Sacred Pill Pavilion. It was already late at night, and the Sacred Pill Pavilion should be closed. However, at this moment, the hall of the Sacred Pill Pavilion was brightly lit. A table of dishes was set. An old figure sat at the table, as if waiting for something. Slowly, a figure stepped in from outside and sat on the other side of the table. Hee, it seems like Master Miao already knew that I would come. Mu Yun said with a chuckle as he picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat. Brat, you always have some questions to ask me. You are really patient. This old me has been waiting for you for 3 days. Miao Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. For some reason, he had been hiding in Baiyun City and no one knew his identity. However, this Mu Yun seemed to have seen through his identity at a glance. Speak, Master Miao. What do you want me to say? Your identity, Master Miao coughed. Looking at Mu Yun, who was eating like a beggar, he said, My name is indeed Miao Qing. However, I am not a 3rd-rank alchemist. I am a 7th-rank alchemist. Oh, seeing Mu Yun's casual manner, Miao Qing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A 7th-rank alchemist. You are only slightly stronger than that Mon. Mu Yun curled her lips and said nonchalantly. Miao Qing was about to get angry. However, she recalled that Mu Yun had seen Mon before. She was able to make Mon, a 6th-rank alchemist, call her brother. She was not surprised to see him and seemed to understand. What about you? Me? Mu Yun did not understand and said, I am Mu Yun. Master Miao, don't tell me you want to take back your sacred pill sex heaven-sealing cauldron? It might be better to give that heaven-sealing cauldron to you. Since ancient times, there have been very few geniuses who are proficient in alchemy and weapon refining. That's good, that's good. Mu Yun patted her chest exaggeratedly and panted. Let's talk about you. Your father was a monstrous genius that caused a sensation in the entire Southern Cloud Empire. I once thought that you would not be mediocre, but I did not expect. You did not expect me to be so monstrous, right? Chapter 99. Arrive at what Mu Yun had done in the past half a year was really amazing. As soon as he made a move, he was able to refine 1st-grade and 2nd-grade pills. Miao Qing even suspected that if Mu Yun wasn't limited by his strength, he would be able to refine 3rd-grade pills. When he struck again, the upper-grade mortal weapon, the Green Palace Sword, was comparable to a supreme-grade mortal weapon. It was also limited by his own strength. Perhaps he could even forge a profound weapon. What surprised him the most was Mu Yun's strength. Dongfang Yu, Diao Yadong, Wang Qingfeng, Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing were all stronger than him. However, they were all defeated by him in an inconceivable manner. Even if he were to face Beiyai Wenchen, he would not be afraid. He knew that Beiyai Wenchun's position in the sacred elixir sect was equivalent to the young clan leader of a large family like the Mu clan. Also, what kind of divine technique was that marvelous great death-snatching technique? Alright. Actually, I've been waiting for you because I have a question for you. Grandmaster Miao finally said helplessly, I never thought that as a 7th-grade alchemist, I would actually ask you a question one day. You can ask questions, but you have to promise me one thing. Oh? Brat, do you know what I want to ask? The answer is on this piece of paper, as long as you promise me one thing. As she spoke, Mu Yun reached out and took out a piece of paper. She shook it and smiled mysteriously. No problem. What are your conditions? Mu Yun smiled and said, the condition is simple. I need you to help me take care of Yao in the sacred elixir sect and ensure her safety for 3 years. Hearing this condition, Miaoqing frowned. With this condition, as a 7th grade alchemist, my status in the sacred elixir sect is indeed extraordinary, but, don't worry. You haven't asked your question yet. You haven't seen my answer yet. With that, Mu Yun picked up a drumstick and turned to leave with a smile. Opening the paper left behind by Mu Yun on the table, the murkiness in Master Miao's eyes gradually dissipated and was replaced by shock. Good lad, you've long seen through this old man's heart. Miaoqing smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect to be tricked by him. However, 3 years. Does he think that he can break into the Saint Pill sect in 3 years to save someone? Miaoqing laughed involuntarily. However, after laughing, a grave expression appeared on Miaoqing's face. For others, it might be impossible, but for him, who can say for sure? The next day, early in the morning, carriages and horses were moving outside the Mu family's house. Now that the Diao and Wang clans had been destroyed, there was only the family Qin and the Mu clan left in Baiyun City. These 2 clans undoubtedly held all the power in Baiyun City. On this day, Mu Yun was about to leave Baiyun City. Outside the gates of the Mu family, numerous fiery red iron-cloud lions stood majestically. Close to 100 martial artists clad in silver armor stood proudly. Upon closer inspection, most of these martial artists were at the spiritual cave realm. There were even some who were at the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm. At the gate of the Mu family, a young man in a black robe stepped out. His long hair was tied up, and a strand of hair covered his eyes. Greetings, young clan leader. Putong, 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 the many silver-armored guards knelt on the ground and lowered their heads. Get up. Waving his hand, Mu Yun walked forward. In front of him was a blood-red gold iron-cloud lion. The gold iron-cloud lion was a mutated species among the iron-cloud lions. The iron-cloud lion was no longer a demonic beast, but a spirit beast. It already had a trace of intelligence. The gold iron-cloud lion was much stronger than the iron-cloud lion. Normally, when a gold iron-cloud lion was born in an iron-cloud lion tribe, it would lead a group of iron-cloud lions, and this gold iron-cloud lion would be the leader. Mu Yun walked forward and discovered that every iron-cloud lion had a silver-armored ancient martial art practitioner standing beside it. Only this gold iron-cloud lion had no one beside it. Oh? Are you testing me? Looking at the mockery in the eyes of the silver-armored martial artists around him, Mu Yun sneered in his heart. Step by step, he walked to the front of the gold iron-cloud lion. Looking at the ferocious face of the gold iron-cloud lion, Mu Yun's hands and his sleeves gradually surged with a chill. Little guy, don't be afraid. Walking forward, Mu Yun's palm gently stroked the gold iron-cloud lion's body. A shocking scene occurred. The gold iron-cloud lion, which was originally covered in blazing flames and filled with a fiery and violent aura, seemed to have eaten a dud in an instant. A hint of fear appeared in its eyes, and its body could not help but tremble. How could it be? Seeing this scene, everyone present was astonished. The iron-cloud lion was a 1st-level spirit beast, comparable to a martial artist at the 1st level of the spiritual cave realm. The gold iron-cloud lion was a 3rd-level spirit beast. How could it be afraid of Mu Yun? They had heard that Mu Yun had not reached the spiritual cave realm. In the future, I don't want such a test to happen to me. After all, I am the young clan leader. Yes. After Mu Yun finished speaking, the scene became solemn. Let's go. With a command, the group of 100 people moved forward in a grandiose manner. The Mu clan and family Qin had already become the overlords of Baiyun City, so he did not need to worry. As for Qi Ming and Moyang, he already had a plan. Great Master Miaoqing also left Baiyun City with Miao Xianyu. As for where they went, others did not know, but Mu Yun knew. It was time to leave Baiyun City and see a true expert. At the same time, in the Mu clan of Southern Cloud City. As one of the 4 major clans of the Southern Cloud Empire, the Mu clan was located in the capital of the Southern Cloud Empire, Southern Cloud City. The Mu clan, which occupied thousands of acres of land, was simply a city within a city in southern Cloud City. Mighty and majestic buildings could be seen everywhere. In the entire southern Cloud Empire, the imperial family, Mu clan, Lin clan, Shao clan, and Gu clan were considered the five major forces. The imperial family said that they controlled the southern Cloud Empire, but everyone knew that the southern Cloud Empire was controlled by these five major forces. At this moment, in a courtyard of the Mu clan's mansion, two figures were sitting at a stone table. One of them was dressed in silk and satin. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and she wore a jade bracelet on her hand. Her every movement gave off a graceful and luxurious feeling. Opposite her was a young man who was about 24 or 25 years old. The young man was dressed in blue martial attire. His figure was vigorous, and his appearance was 70 to 80% similar to the woman sitting opposite him. Father appointed the illegitimate child Mu Yun as the young clan leader and brought her back from a place like Bayun City. What is the meaning of this? The young man suddenly opened his mouth. Jin Ming, how many times have I told you, don't be anxious when something happens? Look at you now. Mu Yun hasn't arrived yet, and you're already so anxious. If she really arrives, I'm afraid you'll become an ant on a hot pan. Mother, how can I not be anxious? Mu Jinming couldn't help but say, Father's meaning is very clear. If Mu Yun is the young clan leader, wouldn't the great shepherds be handed over to her in the future? I'm not willing. You're not the only one who's not willing. The middle-aged woman replied, I'm afraid that the second branch and the third branch can't wait any longer. Why are you so anxious? But mother, you're the first madam. Logically speaking, the young clan leader position should belong to me, Mu Jinming. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman shook her head and said, Your father isn't the kind of person who's bound by formalities. The reason why he could become the Mu clan leader back then was because he didn't stick to one pattern. In less than 20 years, the Mu clan became one of the five major forces in the southern Cloud Empire. Your father's insight and decisiveness are indispensable. Remember, no matter what, don't forget your father's strength. I understand. I know you're not convinced. However, although Mu Yun has been appointed as the young clan leader, she still has a long way to go before she can become the clan leader. The middle-aged woman continued, If he's mediocre, then he can't keep the young clan leader position. If he's a genius, then we're not the only ones who want him dead. If the Lin clan can allow one Mu Qingyu to appear, then they won't allow a second one. Yes. Along the way, Mu Yun and the silver-armored guards mingled almost the same. She also obtained a lot of information that she wanted to know from these people. That cheap father of hers had many wives and concubines. He was not inferior to an emperor. With many wives, there would naturally be many children. In the entire Mu clan, this cheap father had more than 10 children. However, there were only a few that caught Mu Yun's attention. The first madam's branch, the second madam's branch, and the third madam's branch. These three madams all had great backgrounds. Moreover, their sons and daughters were also outstanding. It seems that coming to southern Cloud City will be more interesting. The internal strife within the clan and the external strife are more exciting than northern Cloud City. Mu Yun smiled and said, Moreover, this young clan leader position should be very useful in the Mu clan. It can sound the alarm for those young masters and ladies. It's fine if I, Mu Yun, don't be the young clan leader. Since I become the young clan leader, no one can covet it. They traveled for 10 days. Along the way, they were escorted by the silver-armored guards, so there were no problems. On this day, a towering and magnificent city finally appeared in front of the group. Looking from afar, the city wall, which was dozens of meters high, was like a crouching giant beast that was waiting to devour every warrior that came. When they got closer, Mu Yun discovered that the city wall was actually made of rare black crystal stones. Black crystal stones could be considered as a necessary material in refining weapons. A palm-sized black crystal stone was worth 10 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Mu Yun could not estimate the value of the black crystal stones that surrounded southern Cloud City, which was tens of thousands of acres of land. It's indeed a big place. It's much better than northern Cloud City. Mu Yun patted the city wall and muttered to herself, It's just that this black crystal stone is still a little inferior. If we use the black cloud stone, it will be really powerful. Black cloud stone? Hearing Mu Yun muttering to herself, the surrounding silver-armored guards were all dumbfounded. A piece of black cloud stone was worth 10 pieces of mid-grade spirit stones. How could it be used to build the city wall? However, having said that, along the way, they had passed by big and small cities. Beside them, Mu Yun did not seem like a country bumpkin who came from a small place like Northern Cloud City. Instead, she was experienced and knowledgeable. There were many things that Mu Yun knew clearly without them asking. First time meeting the caravan continued to move forward. However, just as they entered the city on the golden iron cloud lion, Mu Yun felt at least 100 gazes land on her in an instant. Southern Cloud City was the core lifeline of the Southern Cloud Empire. Here, not only were there the Mu family, the Imperial family, and the other top 5 forces, there were also other big and small forces, tangled and complicated. It seems that there are quite a few people who are paying attention to me. That's good too. This also shows that the position of the Mu family's young patriarch is very valuable. Strolling forward, Mu Yun leisurely walked on the main road of South Cloud City. As they walked on the street, the number of gazes that gathered on them grew denser and denser. After a full hour, the group finally arrived at the Mu clan's location. At this moment, outside the gate of the Mu family, many figures stood and watched as the team approached from afar. Welcome back to the clan, young patriarch. Just as the group arrived at the main gate of the Mu family, figures came out in a single file and welcomed Mu Yun and the others into the Mu family mansion. It had to be said that the Mu family's main hall was truly extravagant. At this moment, there were many figures standing in the hall. It was really messy, causing Mu Yun to feel dizzy. Mu Qingyu, who was dressed in a green robe, was sitting at the head of the table. Yuner, this is your first time coming to the Mu clan. These people will be your clansmen in the future. Now, you should get to know them. Hearing Mu Qingyu's words, Mu Yun sneered. There's no need for that, right? Mu Yun replied coldly, Chief Shepherds, don't you think that as the young clan leader of the Mu family, you don't even know a single person from the Mu family is too ridiculous? Impudent. How can you speak to your father like that? Just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a shout suddenly sounded from the other side. He raised his head and saw a middle-aged woman standing up from her seat. She glared at Mu Yun angrily. First Madam, what did I say wrong? The clan leader is the leader of the clan. His prestige is high and mighty, and cannot be offended. Your words are disrespectful. First Madam's almond-shaped eyes were filled with anger as she shouted. TSK. Such a method of intimidation might have worked on Mu Yun in the past, but to the current him, it was child's play. I am the young patriarch. How I talk to the patriarch is none of your business, right? How dare you? The first madam shouted, you just entered the Mu family. I am the first madam. What's wrong with me teaching you? Impudent? You're the impudent one. Mu Yun said bluntly, I, Mu Yun, don't even bow to heaven and earth. Why would I listen to a woman like you? And who do you think you are? My parents gave birth to me and gave birth to me. Did you give birth to me and raise me? What does my current state have to do with you? Mu Yun's words were considered polite. He had long cursed the woman in front of him in his heart. What does it matter to you what I want? Patriarch, all right, that's enough. Mu Qingyu opened his mouth at this moment and said calmly, Mu Yun, it seems that I don't need to introduce you to these people. You already know them? Just now, no one introduced Mu Yun to the first madam, but Mu Yun directly called out the first madam's name. It wasn't difficult for Mu Qingyu to judge that Mu Yun probably had some understanding of the Mu family along the way. No need. I have no interest in understanding these people. Mu Yun waved his hand and said impatiently. Alright, you should familiarize yourself with the Mu family's rules these few days. After a few days, I will bring you to see the young talents of Nanyun City. See the young talents of Nanyun City? Mu Yun was stunned. This old fox obviously wanted her to compete with those guys. What was there to be afraid of? Patriarch, the young patriarch has just arrived at the Mu family. We should let him understand some of the rules. Our Mu family started with martial arts, and strength is respected. I'm afraid that many people will not accept Mu Yun as the young patriarch. Why don't we have a competition? Competition, this time, the one who spoke was not the first madam, but the second madam. Compared to the first madam, the second madam had an additional feminine aura. However, there was no lack of heroic spirit between her eyebrows. After all, the Mu family was a big family. How could this woman, who could firmly hold the position of the second madam in the Mu family, be so simple? Say it. Patriarch Xianxia has been cultivating diligently recently. He has broken through to the second level of the spiritual cave realm and opened the Naguan acupoint. I heard that the young patriarch defeated a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual cave realm when he was at the 10th level of the physical body realm. Now, it should be fine to compete with Xianxia, right? Bitch, seeing the charming smile of the second madam, Mu Yun scolded. This woman was really too bitchy. Sure. Mu Qingyu nodded and did not refuse. All right. Mu Yun smiled and replied, but second madam, I am from the countryside. I didn't know how to control my strength. If I hurt that Mu Qingtian, it's not my fault. Shameless boasting. Just as Mu Yun's words fell, a roar suddenly sounded. A figure walked out of the crowd. This person was dressed in a golden martial robe. His long hair was scattered behind his head. He was 1.9 meters tall and had bulging muscles. The moment he appeared, his powerful aura shocked everyone. Mu Qingtian. The second son of the second madam was quite accomplished in martial arts. At the age of 20, he had already reached the second level of the spiritual cave realm. You are Mu Qingtian? You don't look like Mu Qingyu at all. Mu Yun. Hearing this, Mu Qingyu frowned and suddenly shouted. Bastard, what do you mean by this? Mu Qingtian shouted angrily and stepped forward. Mu Qingtian stretched out his hands. Between his arms, powerful genuine core strength erupted. If one looked closely, they would find that genuine core strength was gushing out between his arms. A powerful aura suddenly erupted. Get lost. With a low shout, Mu Yun took a step forward and punched out. It was an extremely simple action, but it was done in one go without the slightest hesitation. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the two figures collided. Everyone's eyes fell on the two figures. The two figures collided but did not separate. The silent atmosphere did not last long. Suddenly, there was a blood-curdling scream. Suddenly, Mu Qingtian screamed and knelt on the ground with a plop. His arms hung down and he could no longer lift them up. Broken, seeing Mu Qingtian's miserable appearance, everyone in the Mu family exclaimed. This Mu Yun is only at the 10th level of the physical body realm. Is she really so terrifying? Although Mu Qingtian is not a top genius in our Mu family, his talent is not bad. His arms were broken by this guy at the second level of the spiritual cave realm. The Mu family's sky is about to change. Qingtian, in the field, an ear-piercing scream sounded. A figure suddenly rushed out. It was the second madam. Looking at Mu Qingtian's limp arms, the second madam's eyes were red and her face was full of pity. She looked at Mu Yun with hatred. Patriarch, Mu Yun is so ruthless to her own brother. How can she be the young patriarch? Hearing the second madam's complaint, Mu Yun sneered. Did she really think that Mu Yun cared about the identity of the young patriarch of the Mu family? It was Mu Qingyu who forced him to be the young patriarch. Otherwise, he would not have stepped into the Mu family. Enough. Patriarch, I said it. Did you hear me? Mu Qingyu raised his voice. You are at the second level of the spiritual cave realm, but you can't even defeat someone at the first level of the spiritual cave realm. What a disgrace. Mu Qingtian, go into seclusion for a month to reflect on your mistakes. Patriarch, didn't you hear me? Yes. The second madam no longer resisted and lowered her head. In the entire Mu family, Mu Qingyu was the sky and everything. His orders were like the weight of Mount Tai, and no one could resist. However, the others could hear the hidden meaning in Mu Qingyu's words. First level of the spiritual cave realm, Mu Yun had already stepped into the first level of the spiritual cave realm. Didn't he just step into the 10th level of the physical body realm a month ago in Baiyun City? Yuner, you are the young patriarch now, but you have to remember that you are a member of the Mu family. You know clearly what you should do to your family members. I understand. Mu Yun nodded and said, Patriarch, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave first. It's been a bit tiring to travel for a month. Take your leave. You all can leave as well. Gradually, as Mu Yun left, the rest of the people also began to disperse. However, with Mu Yun's ruckus, everyone in the Mu family felt that the sky of the Mu family was about to change. Among the group of people, there was a slender woman followed by a young man. Mother, that Mu Yun doesn't seem to be a simple person. The young man was tall and handsome. His eyes were black in color and he looked extremely charming. Yuner, you saw how the first madam and second madam were today. Even they were defeated. Now, your father is very protective of this Mu Yun. Don't offend him for the time being. It's best if you can befriend him. I understand, mother. The first madam and second madam have been suppressing you all day long. They deserve to be defeated today. That Mu Fengyu from the second madam's branch is really talented. I don't think I'm a match for him. That Mu Zhenying from the fourth madam's branch is a battle maniac. The position of patriarch has nothing to do with him. What we need to do now is endure. Endure, that's right. Seeing her son's deep gaze, the third madam nodded and smiled in satisfaction. Remember, in this world, the strongest person is not necessarily the ruler. The smartest person can dominate everything. I understand, mother. At the same time, the entire Mu family became lively. Some clansmen and servants even spread word of mouth about how arrogant and despotic Mu Yun was during their first meeting today. However, the person involved, Mu Yun, didn't care about all this at all. It had to be said that the Mu family was indeed one of the 5 major forces in the Nanyun Empire. Lying on the spacious bed and feeling the soft mattress beneath her, Mu Yun really felt like she was floating. Chapter 101 Thunder Valley. Sitting up, Mu Yun began to slowly comprehend in her heart. He had indeed stepped into the first level of the spiritual cave stage. Furthermore, he had gained quite a bit. Although he was a celestial king in his previous life, these gains were enough to make him happy and satisfied. This was because they were all obtained from the painting of immortal extermination. He had snatched these 2 martial techniques from the mysterious cave in the painting of extermination of immortality. Snatch, the moment she stepped into the first layer of the spiritual cave realm, Mu Yun had risked her life to snatch these 2 martial techniques. One of them was a profound rank martial technique, but its rank was unknown. Heavenly Thunder Divine Body Technique, Heavenly Thunder Godly Body Art. The name sounded very domineering, and the cultivation method was even more domineering. Logically speaking, a martial artist's body would be tempered to perfection by the 10th level physical body. However, according to the Heavenly Thunder Godly Body scripture, this was only the beginning. The physical body was a martial artist's strongest reliance. There was no limit to it. The so-called fleshly body 10th level was not the end point of a martial artist's fleshly body cultivation, but the starting point. Generally speaking, when a martial artist reached the 10th layer of the mortal body realm, their strength would reach 50,000 genes. In an even more ancient era, the strength of the mortal body could reach a terrifying 1 million genes. The strength of a fist could shatter a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. Naturally, a martial artist at the 10th layer of the spiritual cave stage could do this. However, they would need to rely on the power of the true Yuan and not just the strength of their physical body. That's great. In the spiritual cave realm, I can open the 10 major acupoints while strengthening my physical body, training my physical body to perfection. Just the thought of 1 million gene of strength makes me feel good. In Mu Yun's previous life, it was a piece of cake for her to unleash a force of 1 million gene. However, that was an explosion of vital essence. Now, let her think about it. A simple punch could unleash a force of 1 million gene. It felt so good. However, the heavenly lightning godly body technique was to draw real heavenly lightning into one's body and use it to temper one's body. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. The second martial skill was called the Heartless Sword Manual. This sword manual was very simple. It really lived up to its name. The person who drew this sword manual seemed to have done it casually, without any care. There were only 4 pages in this sword manual. The 4 pages were rough and yellowed parchment, and on the 4 pages, there were only 4 extremely simple pictures. What was depicted in the painting was a simple portrait of a person drawn stroke by stroke. Beside him, there was no explanation or narration. What are you playing at? Looking at this sword manual, Mu Yun was also speechless. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen a battle technique that only described the moves without any explanation. Moreover, it was such a simple drawing. I don't believe that I can't comprehend this puny martial skill of yours. That night, Mu Yun's arrival in the Mu clan, and even the entire southern Cloud City, caused undercurrents to surge. However, the main character who caused the calm southern Cloud City to surge with waves was sitting upright in his room, seriously pondering over the martial technique he had just obtained. Early the next morning, the door was opened. Akiji, Xianxia, you two come in. Looking at the two guards standing outside the door, Mu Yun waved her hand and nodded. Yes. Akiji and Xianxia were the two personal guards that her father had sent to her. Both of them were around 20 years old, and their beauty was even better. However, after seeing a beauty like Qin Mengyao, Mu Yun did not have much thoughts about the two of them. Young Patriarch, what are your orders? I want to ask you, are there any deep mountains or old forests around southern Cloud City? Just like the northern Cloud Mountain Range in northern Cloud City? Reporting to Young Patriarch, outside southern Cloud City, less than 10 miles away, is the largest mountain range in the entire southern Cloud Empire, Cloud-Shattering Mountain Range. The Cloud-Shattering Mountain Range almost traverses the entire southern Cloud Empire, stretching for thousands of miles. The widest part reaches 1,000 miles. There are all kinds of demonic beasts and spirit beasts, and there is no lack of heavenly spirit beasts. Heavenly spirit beasts, demonic beasts were comparable to martial artists in the 10th level of the corporeal realm, while spirit beasts had intelligence, comparable to martial artists in the spiritual cave realm. Heavenly spirit beasts had superior intelligence, comparable to martial artists in the 10th level of the spirit realm. Very good. Then do you know where lightning gathers in the Cloud-Shattering Mountain Range? Thunder and lightning were born from heaven and earth. However, Mu Yun knew that there were some places where thunder and lightning could be stored when thunder and lightning roared during a thunderstorm. In some mountain ranges, there would be lightning all year round. It was extremely strange. Yes, Thunder Sound Valley. Akiji replied. Akiji. Hearing Akiji's reply, Xianxia glared and said, Young Patriarch, don't listen to Akiji's nonsense. Thunder Sound Valley? Mu Yun thought for a while and said, how about this, bring me there. Ah? Hearing Mu Yun's prompt decision, Xianxia was stunned. She and Akiji were sisters. They understood that the Patriarch placed them beside the Young Patriarch. On one hand, it was to protect the Young Patriarch. On the other hand, it was a tacit agreement that the Young Patriarch could enjoy them at any time. After this order was given, Akiji, as the elder sister, had always been dissatisfied. However, she could not disobey the Patriarch's order. What ah? If you don't listen to me, do you believe that I won't bring both of you to bed? How dare you? Ah? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Akiji's face immediately turned pale and she could not help but shout. However, Xianxia blushed and lowered her head. It seems that the personalities of this pair of sisters are very different. With this thought in mind, Mu Yun spoke again, Thunder Sound Valley, right? Bring me there immediately. Seeing Mu Yun's sudden change in expression, Akiji bit her lips. In the end, she snorted coldly and led the way in front. The three of them left the Mu estate and headed towards the Broken Cloud Mountain Range. Along the way, Akiji kept silent. However, Xianxia kept talking. Akiji and Xianxia were only 18 or 19 years old, but their cultivations were frighteningly high. Both of them were at level 5 spiritual cave realm and had opened the Sea of Breath Meridian. They were only one step away from level 6 spiritual cave realm. Needless to say, they were very strong. The two of them were orphans since young and were adopted by Mu Qingyu. Mu Qingyu had been training them and had never given them any missions. What the two sisters did not expect was that their first mission would be to protect Mu Yun. In that case, Mu Qingyu still takes good care of me. Mu Yun curled her lips and said with a piece of grass in her mouth. Young clan leader, how can you address the clan leader like that? The clan leader is very powerful. Moreover, in the shepherds, everyone calls him the clan leader. Even the other young masters can only call him father in private. TSK, that's because they have a favor to ask of Mu Qingyu. What does it have to do with me? Moreover, Mu Qingyu abandoned me after giving birth to me. Why should I call him father? Humph, without the clan leader, you're just a young master of a branch family in Baiyun City. Why are you trying to be a big shot here? Akiji said coldly. Mu Yun was not angry at her words. You're right. I'm a young master of a branch family. In my eyes, the identity of the young clan leader is not an honor, but a trouble. Mu Yun sneered. Didn't you notice that there are more than 10 groups of people following us after we left Baiyun City? Someone is following us? Akiji frowned and swept his gaze behind him, full of murderous intent. Hey, what are you doing? Mu Yun curled her lips. Don't worry. Those people won't dare to kill me. They just want to see what kind of monster this young clan leader of the Mu family is. They're just some spies. Let them follow us. After thinking carefully, Akiji let down his guard. Indeed, no one would have thought that the young clan leader of the shepherds would give the position of young clan leader to Mu Yun, an illegitimate child who had been silent in Baiyun City for 10 years. Alright, let's go. When we reach Layin Valley, I'll see if they still dare to follow us. Mu Yun smiled and walked forward confidently. The cloud-piercing mountain range was like its name. Mountain peaks that pierced through the clouds could be found everywhere. It was truly a place that pierced through the clouds and into the sky. From afar, Mu Yun could see the rolling thunder in the depths of the mountain range. It was as exciting as the tribulation of an ancient almighty. Young clan leader, Layin Valley is just 10 miles ahead. Due to the geographical environment and weather, Layin Valley is covered in lightning all year round. Any spirit beast that enters the vicinity of Layin Valley will die an unnatural death. What are you doing here? What am I doing? Taking a bath. Mu Yun chuckled and walked forward. Boom, 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 boom. As they continued to move forward, the deafening sound of thunder became louder and louder. Looking from afar, Layin Valley was surrounded by 100-meter-tall mountain peaks that covered an area of about 1,000 meters. Above Layin Valley, bolts of lightning struck down, and the sound was deafening. What was most surprising was that the lightning seemed to be of different shapes and sizes. They were all very strange. Boom, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, and the ear-piercing sound made Mu Yun's eardrums buzz. It's so powerful. It's just right for me to cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Divine Body technique. Looking at the lightning, Mu Yun was overjoyed. Without waiting for Akiji and Qing Shuang to speak, Mu Yun took a step forward and arrived at the edge of Layin Valley. Young clan leader, Qing Shuang wanted to say something, but Mu Yun had already stepped into the lightning zone at the edge of Layin Valley. Boom, in the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. However, Mu Yun had already activated the Heavenly Thunder Divine Body technique. When the bolt of lightning struck down, Mu Yun's body trembled, and a sense of pleasure that she had never felt before spread throughout her body. Awesome! In an instant, Mu Yun shouted. Awesome? Seeing Mu Yun's deranged look, Qing Shuang and Akiji were stunned. Ha ha ha. Mu Yun laughed out loud. I didn't expect the Heavenly Thunder Divine Body technique to be so amazing. It's really awesome. Mu Yun had only chosen the outermost area of Layin Valley. Those lightning bolts did not strike down directly here, and the intensity of the lightning here was just right for her to cultivate. Boom, after laughing, the second bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Awesome, Mu Yun opened her mouth again, but before she could finish her sentence, her skin exploded with a plop, and she fell to the ground. Her clothes were torn, and her body was charred black. Awesome, my ass. Lying on the ground in a daze, Mu Yun's eyes were almost filled with tears. Jiuxian Pavilion Young Patriarch, are you alright? Qing Shuang hurriedly rushed over. She looked at Mu Yun who was lying on the ground in a daze and said in a panic. Akiji stood by the side and said coldly, in this thunderclap valley, the power of the lightning is different from each other. The outer region is weaker than the inner region, but there is no pattern to it. It is possible that the previous one only has 1/10 of the power of the previous one. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mu Yun said bitterly as she struggled to open her mouth. You didn't ask. Knowing that Akiji was trying to embarrass her, Mu Yun stood up with difficulty. After adjusting her breathing for a long time, she finally recovered. Akiji, Qing Shuang, you two go and clean up those spies. Warn them first. If they don't leave, kill them directly. Kill? Akiji stared blankly at Mu Yun. She really could not understand what Mu Yun was thinking. He clearly knew that those people were tailing him, but he didn't care. Now, he wanted to chase those people away. Could it be that he had made a fool of himself and did not want those people to leak the secret? Yes. However, although she had doubts in her heart, she still followed Mu Yun's instructions and disappeared in a flash. On the other side, Qing Shuang followed closely behind him. Not long after, the sounds of fighting came from the forest and gradually disappeared. Now, I can cultivate seriously. Seeing that Akiji and Qing Shuang had returned, Mu Yun stretched her body and once again stepped into the lightning-covered area of the Thunderclap Valley. This time, the Heavenly Thunder Godly Body Art was fully activated. A faint green light permeated around Mu Yun's body. Boom, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, and a pillar of lightning fell from the sky. Boom boom, just as the voice sounded, 2 more pillars of lightning descended from the sky. 3 consecutive lightning pillars poured into Mu Yun's body, causing Akiji and Qing Shuang's hearts to palpitate. Just now, they had seen how Mu Yun's body was charred black from head to toe by a single bolt of lightning. This time, there were 3 of them, dong dong dong. Suddenly, 3 bolts of lightning struck down. Although Mu Yun was only standing at the periphery of the Thunderclap Valley, the aftershock of the 3 bolts of lightning, along with the power of lightning, rushed towards Mu Yun. Accompanied by 3 thumping sounds, Mu Yun stood on the spot and endured the power of the lightning. In the end, under the bombardment of the lightning, Mu Yun's body trembled, but in the end, she remained motionless. Nothing happened. Seeing this scene, Akiji and Qing Shuang were dumbfounded. South Cloud City, Mu Family Mansion. First Madam, I saw with my own eyes that Mu Yun tempered her body with the power of lightning. She seemed to be cultivating some secret technique, but she seemed to be trying to show off and was charred black by the power of lightning. Later, I was chased away by Qing Shuang and Qing Ji. I don't know what happened next. In a courtyard, the First Madam was wearing a long dress made of colored glaze, which accentuated her noble temperament. She sat up straight and nodded. This little guy seems to be very ambitious. The First Madam said disdainfully, recently, just pay attention to his every move. The Patriarch has just appointed him as the young Patriarch. It is unwise to touch him now. If there are any changes, report immediately. Yes. At the same time, the various branches of the Mu family, as well as some spies from the Shao family, Yi family, Gu family, and even the Imperial family, were reporting to their masters. Boom, thunder rumbled. The person in question, Mu Yun, was still in the Thunderclap Valley. However, she was no longer standing 100 meters away from the valley, but 50 meters away. Every bolt of lightning struck here, and some of the power of lightning was more than 10 times stronger than before. After half a day, I finally mastered the first level of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Body Technique, Skin Membrane. Looking at the faint green light that appeared on the surface of her body, Mu Yun was secretly delighted. The first level of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Body Technique was to draw lightning into the body and create a kind of lightning membrane on the surface of the body. This lightning membrane would become stronger as one's cultivation improved. At this moment, even a middle-grade mortal weapon would not be able to hurt Mu Yun at all. This was the body that had been tempered by lightning. After forming the skin membrane, it would be even stronger. The first level is the most basic. The second level is to form the bone membrane, which requires even stronger power of lightning. When I reach the third level, my body will contain a trace of the power of lightning. Only then will it be considered a big improvement. With that thought in mind, Mu Yun took a step forward and moved forward again. Outside the Thunderclap Valley, Akiji and Qing Shuang were already dumbfounded. They saw with their own eyes that Mu Yun stepped into the range of the lightning. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. Even with their current realm, it was difficult for them to withstand such a distance. It was hard to imagine how Mu Yun withstood it. For half a month, Mu Yun had been coming to the Thunderclap Valley every day. Akiji and Qing Shuang were in charge of her daily needs, while she only cultivated. Finally, on this day, Mu Yun clenched her fist, and a green light appeared in her palm. She had successfully cultivated the third level of the Heavenly Thunder Godly Body technique. Now, even a supreme-grade mortal weapon would not be able to hurt her body at all. The Heavenly Thunder Godly Body technique is really powerful. Even with my cultivation in my previous life, it was impossible to develop such an exquisite martial technique. In the picture of extermination of deity, there are thousands of such martial techniques. One day, I will find out the secret behind it. After making up her mind, Mu Yun decided to temporarily put aside the cultivation of the Heavenly Thunder Godly Body technique. Her current cultivation was only at the first level of the spiritual cave realm, and she had opened the Higu point. Relying on this realm, she could barely cultivate to the third level. If she continued, her body would not be able to withstand it. Next, she would study the Heartless Sword Manual. For the past few days, Mu Yun had been thinking about the meaning of the 4 extremely simple drawings. However, she did not find anything. Just as Mu Yun was about to take out the Heartless Sword Manual to think about it again, Akiji floated over. Young clan leader. What's wrong? The clan leader has ordered for young clan leader to return to the clan immediately. Oh? Raising her eyebrows, Mu Yun said, what's the matter? Young clan leader, have you forgotten? The clan leader said that he wants to bring young clan leader to see the young talents of Southern Cloud City. Today, there will be a martial arts competition in the Juxian Pavilion of Southern Cloud City. Martial arts competition? What kind of martial arts competition? The Gathering Immortal Pavilion is a rather mysterious power within the Southern Cloud Empire. On the surface, it's just a restaurant, but in reality, it does all kinds of business. Every month, the Gathering Immortal Pavilion will take out a treasure and conduct a martial arts competition. Anyone can go on stage and defeat 10 people in a row to win the treasure. Seeing the disdainful expression on Mu Yun's face, Akiji said again, young clan leader, don't underestimate the Juxian Pavilion. Every treasure in there is extremely precious. Moreover, the competition is only between martial artists of the same realm. Oh? Mu Qingyu wouldn't want me to participate in that kind of competition, right? Young clan leader, don't underestimate this kind of competition. Qing Shuang also said, currently, the young talents of the 4 great clans and the princes of the imperial family are all enthusiastic about this competition. It's because the prize is too tempting. Tempting? Alright, let's go and take a look. The reason why Mu Yun was willing to go was not because of the prize, but because she also wanted to know what realm the cultivation of the geniuses in Southern Cloud City were at. Southern Cloud City was the capital city of the Southern Cloud Empire. It was more than 100 times more prosperous than Northern Cloud City. The Juxian Pavilion was located in the center of Southern Cloud City. It covered an area of thousands of acres. Looking from afar, the 3 words Juxian Pavilion were exceptionally prominent. At this moment, in front of the Juxian Pavilion, there was a large group of people surrounding it. However, when they saw the carriage that Mu Yun was in, they immediately made way for her. The Mu clan was a famous super clan in Southern Cloud City. Naturally, they did not dare to obstruct her. The originally impenetrable passage immediately opened up a path. Mu Yun, Mu Yun. However, just as they passed through the crowd, a shout rang out. Stopping the carriage, Mu Yun narrowed her eyes when she saw the person who shouted through the curtain. Stop the carriage. Yes. The carriage stopped and a figure boarded Mu Yun's carriage like a ghost. Eldest Miss Xiao, you are Mu Yun's fiancée. Aren't you afraid that others will gossip about you getting into my carriage? The person who came was none other than Xiao Yuner. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. This time, I'm here to watch the competition. Don't make a fuss. After Xiao Yuner boarded the carriage, she began to take off her clothes. In the blink of an eye, the charming beauty in front of Mu Yun turned into a handsome young man. However, his towering chest, despite being restrained, still looked very plump, just like strong chest muscles. However, it was hard to believe that such a delicate and pretty man had such strong chest muscles. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Xiao Yuner urged, you're also here for the competition? Uncle Mu made you the young clan leader, so he definitely wants you to perform. Almost all the geniuses in Nanyun City will come to the Immortal Gathering Pavilion's competition. Not to mention the generous prizes, it's also a good opportunity to increase your reputation. However, you're only at the 10th layer of the physical body realm. You haven't reached. First layer of the spiritual cave realm. As expected, Uncle Mu didn't make you the young clan leader casually. However, you just stepped into the first layer of the spiritual cave realm. These first-layer spiritual cave realm warriors who came to participate in the competition are all desperately suppressing their realms and not advancing. It's difficult for you to win 10 rounds in a row. Hearing the little girl beside her chattering nonstop, Mu Yin smiled bitterly as a response. Do you fancy me, your fiancé? Just SOSO. It doesn't matter if I don't fancy you. Anyway, it's just for show. If I really don't want to, I can threaten him with death. My father won't force me. Xiao Yuner wasn't worried about the so-called marriage contract at all. It seemed that this marriage contract was the same as the marriage with Yaoer back then. You don't have to worry too much. I know my father. My father is very narrow-minded. On the surface, the Mu family and the Xiao family seem to be harmonious. However, who knows how many open and secret struggles there are. They kill each other in secret, but they can still be harmonious on the surface. My father and Uncle Mu are both people who don't mean what they say. You don't have to believe much of their words. Chapter 103 Earth Immortal List. He's here. Quick, look. That's Gu Qianyu, the new genius of the Gu clan. He's only 16 years old, and he's competing again. Just as they got out of the car and entered the Immortal Gathering Pavilion, Xiao Yuner chirped. Gu Qianyu? That's right, a disciple of the Gu clan has been the champion of the first layer of the Spirit Cave realm for 3 consecutive months, taking away 3 treasures. Amazing. Xiao Yuner teased, what do you think? Do you want to go up on stage and compete? The first tier of the spiritual cave realm was equivalent to Mu Yan's realm. However, she was 16 years old while he was 19. With a difference of 3 years, Mu Yan really couldn't bring herself to go up the stage to compete. Bang! In the arena, Gu Qianyu threw out a punch and repelled a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual cave realm in front of him. As the martial artist retreated, he spat out a mouthful of blood and even stood shakily. You lost. Young Master Gu's strength is indeed extraordinary. I, Lu Xiaoyi, have lost. After cupping his hands, the man jumped off the arena and left. Every month, there would be such a grand occasion in the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. It was normal for there to be victories and defeats. Next. Gu Qianyu's expression did not change. He stood on the arena and looked at the crowd below. At the same time, there were still people participating in the competition in the other arenas. From the first layer of the spiritual cave realm to the 5th layer of the spiritual cave realm, the battles in each arena were exceptionally exciting. Aren't you going to compete? Seeing Mu Yan's bored look, Xiao Yuner egged her on. Forget about me. Mu Yan mocked herself, these are all geniuses. I can't afford to offend them. Tisk. Pursing her lips, Xiao Yuner's gaze landed on the arena as she continued to watch the match. Look. The Earth Immortal leaderboard is changing again. Earth Immortal ranking? The Earthly Immortal rankings is divided into a total of 5 rankings, and they're respectively the rankings of the genius disciples from the 1st level to the 5th level. Only the top 10 disciples can ascend the arena. Seeing Mu Yan's puzzled expression, Xiao Yuner explained. Just as the crowd was exclaimed, Mu Yan saw Gu Qianyu's name in the 1st row of the Earth Immortal ranking. There were 2 people above Gu Qianyu. Lin Jiu and Gu Qing. Sure enough, Gu Qianyu has really become 3rd this time. If he can challenge Lin Jiu next time and reach 2nd place, he will be able to get another reward. That's right. The Gu family has 2 of the top 3 on the Earth Immortal ranking. That's impressive. The top 10. This time, before Mu Yan could speak, Xiao Yuner hastily said, the Heavenly Immortal ranking is a ranking of the geniuses at the 5th level of the Spirit Cave stage and above. It's based on the top 100 geniuses at the 5th level of the Spirit Cave stage and above. Not everyone can get on this list. Only the geniuses below the age of 25 can get on the list. But now, most of the geniuses in the top 100 are from the imperial family and the four great families, so there's basically no change in the rankings. Those geniuses are the top geniuses in South Cloud City. They're all unfathomable and gifted, stop it. Can you not say that just because you're ranked 10th? Mu Yun rolled his eyes as he looked at the 10th position on the Heavenly Immortal rankings. Shockingly, it was Xiao Yun'er's name. Hee. My father said that I'm not hardworking enough. Otherwise, the first place would be no problem. It's just a title. Why should I care so much? My father is satisfied with the top 10. You're quite open-minded. There's nothing I can do about it. While they were talking, a figure suddenly jumped onto the arena. Gu Qianyu, you're ranked 3rd on the Earth Immortal ranking. Today, you can challenge me, Lin Jiu. But do you have the guts? The young man on the arena was also 16 or 17 years old. He had his hands behind his back and his long hair was tied up. He looked like a proud father. Lin Jiu, you're not a coward. This time, I'll defeat you and take the 2nd place. Come on. While they were talking, the two of them were already gearing up for a fight. With Lin Jiu on the arena, the scene instantly became lively. They also wanted to know if Gu Qianyu, who was ranked 3rd, was a match for Lin Jiu. The Gu family and the Lin family were both famous families in South Cloud City. They had always been at odds with each other, and the disciples of the two families often had conflicts with each other. Red Cloud Palm. Wither Fist. In the 100-meter arena, the two figures immediately broke out into a fierce battle. One fist and one palm, each move was aggressive. At this time, Mu Yun had to admit that Baiyun City and South Cloud City were really incomparable. Martial artists like Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing, who were at LV2 and LV3 of the spiritual cave realm, probably couldn't even take a punch from Gu Qianyu and Lin Jiu. These two geniuses didn't have many requirements for martial skills, but they valued quality. As soon as the two of them went on the arena, they performed their respective fist and palm martial skills. Although it looked like they only performed a few moves, each move was full of changes when they were performed again. Hey, great mentor Mu, who do you think will win? At this moment, Lin Jiu's attacks were fierce, but he looked a little weak. On the other hand, Gu Qianyu's attacks and defense were orderly, and he wasn't in a hurry. It should be Lin Jiu. Ah? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Xiao Yun'er was stunned. Brother, you can't say that. It's obvious that Lin Jiu's attacks are fierce, but he lacks strength. That brat Gu Qianyu can only hide and defend. How can Lin Jiu win? Brother Gufan, don't bother with such an ignorant person. Gu Qianyu will definitely win. He's just waiting for the fatal blow to defeat that brat from the Lin family. Seeing the two figures that suddenly appeared, Mu Yun was at a loss. Hey, Gufan, Qinhe, what does it have to do with you? If that Gu Qianyu is really capable, Mu Yun can tell him that he won't lose. Xiao Yun'er immediately exploded when she heard that. Sister Yun'er. Hearing Xiao Yun'er's words, the two young masters finally saw that the person standing in front of them was Xiao Yun'er. To think that you still recognize me. This is my fiancé and a current young clan leader of the Mu family, Mu Yun. Be more polite in the future. Xiao Yun'er shouted as she glared at the two of them. Yes. Seeing the two of them standing obediently by the side, Xiao Yun'er turned around and whispered in Mu Yun's ear, Sai, I say, no matter how I look at it, that Gu Qianyu is going to win. If I didn't suppress them, you would have embarrassed yourself. Mu Yun was speechless for a while. Xiao Yun'er looked like a top-notch beauty, but no matter how one looked at her, she looked a little big-breasted and brainless. However, she kept mentioning his identity as her fiancé. Something seemed wrong. Qinhe, this is Sister Yun'er's fiancé? This guy looks to be 20 years old, right? 20 years old and only at the first level of the spiritual cave realm. What does he have to be worthy of Sister Yun'er? Gufan said indignantly. What are you angry about? Qinhe replied, the person who is really angry is in the arena. Don't worry. When Qianyu wins the match, he will definitely teach this Mu Yun a lesson. Qianyu likes Sister Yun'er a lot and treats her as his exclusive property. That's right. There will be a good show to watch later. On the other side, Xiaoyuner kept pestering Mu Yun. Although it seemed that Lin Jiyu had the advantage, Gu Qianyu was clearly restraining himself. How could he lose? Stop. Unable to stand Xiaoyuner's repeated pestering, Mu Yun stopped and said, "Did you see Lin Jiyu opening up his palms together?" "I saw it." "What's wrong?" "Lin Jiyu's palms together are full and powerful. It's obvious that he hasn't used his full strength. Everything he did was a feint. Look at Gu Qianyu. The veins on his palms are bulging. It's obvious that he has used too much strength. Most importantly, look at Lin Jiyu. The reason why he hasn't used his full strength is because he's afraid that he won't be able to suppress the true essence in his body and forcefully break through the second level to open up his Neiguan acupoint. It seems that he still wants to stay at the first level to defeat the first place Gu Qing." Listening to Mu Yun's analysis, Xiaoyuner kept nodding. It took her a long time to react. From the looks of it, it seemed to be the case. Bang, at this moment, the battle on the arena had reached its climax. The martial skills that Lin Jiyu and Gu Qianyu used were no longer probing, but real attacks. At this moment, the onlookers completely stopped breathing, afraid that they would miss a moment of the scene. To them, this kind of competition was not only for watching a show, but also to learn from the skills and reactions of these geniuses in battle. "Eye of the Sky Curtain." With a low shout, Lin Jiyu seemed to have completely erupted. He clasped his palms together, and true essence crazily erupted from his Higu acupoint above his head, constantly gathering to form a sky eye. The sky eye rapidly expanded and rapidly grew. In the blink of an eye, it had already grown to a size of 10 feet. "My heart is eternal." At the same time, Gu Qianyu no longer held back and finally began his attack. This time, it was no longer a probing attack, but a real attack. Gu Qianyu bent his body and slammed his palms on the ground. Traces of cracks appeared on the hard surface of the arena. His true essence crazily revolved around his body, forming a tornado. Kill! Kill! Almost at the same time, the two figures collided with a loud bang. The true essence tornado around Gu Qianyu carried sharp wind blades that almost pierced through everything. Before it reached Lin Jiyu, it had already torn his clothes. However, in the face of such a scene, Lin Jiyu did not panic and stood in the same spot. Just when the crowd was puzzled, Lin Jiyu moved. "Lose!" Lin Jiyu roared. His clothes and long hair fluttered, and the eye of the sky curtain that was hanging above his head soared and directly pierced towards Gu Qianyu. Victory and defeat were about to be decided in an instant. Boom, a loud explosion resounded. The two geniuses at the first level of the spiritual cave stage had completely collided. The entire 100-meter arena trembled for a moment. "Do you know your mistake?" Puff. On the stage, a clear pu sound rang out as a figure was sent flying in a sorry state. Gu Qianyu, when they saw the figure clearly, everyone present was in disbelief. Although Gu Qianyu seemed to be defending, Lin Jiyu could not find any flaws in his attacks. Why did he lose now? Damn it, he actually lost. It's all because of your big mouth. Seeing that Gu Qianyu was defeated, Gufan immediately glared at Mu Yun and rushed to the arena. "Qianyu, are you alright?" Gufan asked with concern as he walked to the arena. "It's not a big deal, just one move behind." Gu Qianyu sighed with a helpless look on his face. "Gu Qianyu, you are no match for me, Lin Jiyu. It's better for you to admit defeat early." Lin Jiyu proudly said, "My target is Gu Qing. If I don't defeat him, I will not step into the second level of the spiritual cave realm." "You won't succeed. You will never know how strong Gu Qing is. Loser." After glancing at Gu Qianyu, Lin Jiyu turned around and left indifferently. "Qianyu, don't worry about it. Being ranked in the top 3, not many geniuses in South Cloud City are stronger than you. Gufan, you don't have to comfort me. I, Gu Qianyu, will be number 1. Qianyu, Sister Yuner is here too. Beside her is her fiancé, Mu Yun. Just now, he was the one who said that you would definitely lose. If it wasn't for his crow's beak, you might have won. You almost won." "Fiancé?" Mu Yun, hearing this, Gu Qianyu opened his mouth and swallowed a pill. He said in an unfriendly tone, "Take me there." Standing up, Gu Qianyu's complexion was much better. Sister Yun. Arriving beside Mu Yun and Xiao Yun, Gu Qianyu's eyes were fixed on Xiao Yun. He wished he could melt into Xiao Yun's body and directly ignored Mu Yun. Qianyu, you did well. Although you lost, it's still an honorable defeat. Xiao Yun looked at Gu Qianyu and encouraged him. Thank you, elder sister Yun. Next time I will definitely get first place, so as to avoid some fellows who only rely on their mouths to gossip in your ears. Gossiping? Mu Yun was stunned, but she smiled bitterly in her heart. Qianyu, watch your mouth. Xiao Yun frowned and said, This is Mu Yun, the young patriarch of the Mu family. He is also your big sister Yun's fiancé. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Mu Yun frowned again. This Xiao Yun, it was fine if she said this the first time, but the second and third time, it was obvious that she was drawing hatred to herself. Seeing how this young man was looking at him with admiration, it was obvious that he was a young man who liked mature women. If he said that, he was afraid that Gu Qianyu would explode. Him? Is he worthy? Looking at Mu Yun, Gu Qianyu said bluntly, although I don't know why he is the young patriarch of the Mu family, he looks to be about the same age as you, elder sister Yun. He has not even reached the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm. He is also a piece of trash. How can he be worthy of you? If it was an ordinary person, they would have completely exploded after hearing this. However, Mu Yun remained standing on the same spot with a smile on her face, as if the person Gu Qianyu was talking about was not her. I didn't expect him to be such a thick-skinned fellow. Gu Fin added with a smile, Qianyu, I don't think he is thick-skinned, but thin-skinned. He is so ashamed that he doesn't know what to say. The two of them looked at Mu Yun at the same time, but Mu Yun's gaze was on the competition in the arena. She did not look like she heard what they said at all. After all, Mu Yun was a 19-year-old youth who was about to enter his 20s. He had nothing in common with these 16 or 17-year-old youths. No matter what, he was an old monster who had lived another life. Why would he care about what these two young fellows were saying? Hey! Are you deaf? Seeing that Mu Yun remained silent, Gu Fin finally could not hold it in any longer. He walked in front of Mu Yun and slapped his palm on Mu Yun's shoulder. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, stood on the spot and watched the show without any intention of taking action. Gu Fin's slap could be said to have used all the strength of his first level of spiritual cave realm. It was close to 60,000 kilograms of strength. One could imagine the strength of his slap on Mu Yun's shoulder. However, what was surprising was that when Gu Fin's slap landed on Mu Yun's shoulder, Mu Yun did not do anything. Instead, Gu Fin grinned and immediately moved his palm away. When he looked again, Gu Fin realized that his palm was charred black, and his fingertips were trembling non-stop. He could not feel anything at all. These brats could mock him, but when they bullied him, he would become a tortoise if he tolerated it any longer. Little kid, it's not right to take action. Mu Yun waved her hand and said impatiently, I'm not interested in fooling around with you. Also, let me tell you, I'm the young clan leader of the Mu family. Try touching me again. Gu Qianyu and Gu Fin were stunned when they heard Mu Yun's words. That was right. Mu Yun was the young clan leader of the Mu family. If they really did something to Mu Yun, the Mu family would kill them, and their own family would not say anything. After all, the young clan leader was the future of the family and had a lot to do with. However, a sly smile appeared on Gu Qianyu's face immediately. Without saying anything, Gu Qianyu jumped into the arena and stared straight at Mu Yun. Eh? Isn't that Gu Qianyu? Why is he in the arena again? Yeah, could it be that he has fixed it so quickly and wants to continue challenging Lin Jiu? It can't be. How much can he improve in such a short time? There must be other reasons. Seeing Gu Qianyu jump into the arena, the crowd started to discuss among themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gathering Immortal Pavilion is the place where the geniuses of our Southern Cloud Empire gather. Everyone who comes here has extraordinary means. Today, a genius has come to the Gathering Immortal Pavilion. However, this genius has just arrived in Southern Cloud City. Moreover, he came from Northern Cloud City. Should we welcome him? Genius? Another genius has come, and he's from Bayun City? Gu Qianyu, don't keep us in suspense. Who is it? Seeing the commotion in the crowd, Gu Qianyu chuckled and said, "The young clan leader of the Mu family, Mu Yun." As he spoke, Gu Qianyu's provocative gaze landed on Mu Yun. "Everyone, don't underestimate young clan leader Mu. I've heard that young clan leader is only 19 years old, and he's already able to kill a martial artist in the 3rd tier of the spirit cave realm." "TSK, Gu Qianyu, are you sure? Level 1 of the spiritual cave realm at 19 years old? Genius? What a joke." "That's right. In a place like Baiyun City, I can pick a bunch of martial artists at level 2 and level 3 of the spiritual cave realm." "That's right. I really don't know what Mu Qingyu is thinking by making this person the young clan leader. It seems that the Mu family is going to decline." Hearing Gu Qianyu's words, the crowd burst into laughter. Everyone looked at Mu Yun with ridicule. "Hey, everyone, you can't say that. Young clan leader Mu is talented. Today, I, Gu Qianyu, want to learn from the young clan leader's ability. Is that okay?" As Gu Qianyu spoke, he bent down and looked at Mu Yun. "Yes, of course." Mu Yun smiled and stepped into the arena. At this time, if she could still endure it, she would not be human. Stepping into the arena, Mu Yun looked at Gu Qianyu and smiled. "Young Master Gu, no one can die in the Immortal Gathering Pavilion, right? Don't worry, young clan leader Mu. No one can die. I will be merciful." "Be merciful? Alright," Mu Yun thought to herself, "I will also be merciful." The match between the two began. The reason why Gu Qianyu had done so much was to force Mu Yun to go up on the arena. Now that he saw Mu Yun on the arena, how could he hold back? Doomsday disaster. With a low shout, Gu Qianyu used his ultimate move this time. When he was fighting with Lin Jiu, he could not use this move because he had consumed too much of the vital essence in his body. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated. Now that he had completely recovered, he immediately used this move. What he wanted was to make Mu Yun completely lose. She could not even take one move from him and completely lose the face of the Mu family. Seeing Gu Qianyu's attack, Mu Yun stood on the spot and did not move. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were even more confused. No matter how weak Mu Yun was, she should be able to fight back, right? Why did she have to stand on the spot and not move? Was she going to be defeated by Gu Qianyu just like that? Clang, however, all of a sudden a clanging sound rang out, and the scene instantly became quiet. In the next moment, a scream pierced everyone's eardrums, and a figure retreated in a sorry state. It was Gu Qianyu. Similar to Gu Fin, as soon as he made contact with Mu Yun, his clothes were torn apart, and his palms were scorched black. What was going on? Seeing Gu Qianyu's appearance, Mu Yun only sneered. These days, he had been cultivating the Heavenly Thunder Divine Body technique in the Thunderclap Valley and had already reached the 3rd level. The surface of his body contained the power of thunder and lightning, which violently permeated the surface of his body. As long as he wanted, the power of thunder and lightning would gather in his body. Gu Qianyu, who was at the 1st level of the spiritual cave realm, would not be able to break through even if he sharpened his brain. "Little friend, do you know?" "Know what? Do you know why I am the young clan leader of the Mu family?" Mu Yun laughed and said, "You have to pay the price for doing something wrong." "Your price." After saying that, Mu Yun's figure left an afterimage on the spot. Bang! In the next moment, there was a bang, and Mu Yun's figure appeared behind Gu Qianyu. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Body technique not only had the power of thunder and lightning, but it also had the speed of thunder and lightning. "I originally wanted to ignore you, but you kept looking for trouble." "Looking for trouble? Are you still looking for trouble?" With that said, Mu Yun lifted Gu Qianyu by the collar and punched him again. Punch after punch, Mu Yun did not stop at all. Gradually, Gu Qianyu's head turned into a pig's head. Seeing this scene, the crowd was already dumbfounded. What was going on? How could Mu Yun be so powerful? Although reaching the 1st level of the spiritual cave realm at the age of 19 was a little low, Gu Qianyu was ranked 1st and 3rd on the Earth Immortal leaderboard. Yet, he was beaten up by Mu Yun without any strength to fight back. "Now, do you know your mistake?" Woo woo woo, Gu Qianyu opened his mouth, but he could not say a word. "Mu Yun, that's enough." In the end, Xiao Yuner could not stand it anymore and stopped her. "Alright. Chapter 105 Violation of Rules. Mu Yun sometimes wondered if her temper was too good. In the past, if these fellows were to jump around in front of her, she would have already made them obedient. However, after calming down, Mu Yun roughly understood. One reason was that he had never put down the dignity of his previous life and disdained to argue with these people. Another reason was that he was no longer the person who could summon the wind and summon the rain. Moreover, after merging with the previous Mu Yun's personality, he had a different personality in his heart, and his nature had changed. You're just a useless disciple from Bayun City. Just because you're the young clan leader of the Mu clan, you think you can do whatever you want? However, just as Mu Yun walked down the arena, a dissatisfied voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Take this move from me, Lin Jiu. The moment the voice sounded, a palm shadow had already landed on Mu Yun's back. Mu Yun snorted coldly when she felt the wind coming from the palm behind her. She shook her shoulders and moved her body to the side, dodging the palm. With a flip of his palm, he bluntly sent out a palm strike. Mu Yun had used the power of lightning in her body for this palm strike. Crackling sounds rang out and a burnt smell immediately appeared in the entire arena. A blood-curdling scream followed. Lin Jiu clutched his charred shoulder. His face was deathly pale as he stared at Mu Yun as if he was looking at a ghost. Just where did this guy come from? Was this the power of a first-layer spirit cave realm martial artist? What shocked Lin Jiu was not only the strange lightning power in Mu Yun's body, but also the power that made him unable to resist. True power. He had just seen the battle between Mu Yun and Gu Qianyu. He knew how powerful Mu Yun's thunderbolt force was, so he did not act rashly. Instead, he made his move when he was fully prepared. He used his quintessential essence to dodge Mu Yun's lightning power, then forcefully defended against Mu Yun and defeated her. Who would have thought that he would be the one being forcefully defended? Lin Jiu? Looking at Lin Jiu, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. It seemed that he really had a face that deserved a beating. Otherwise, why would these guys all look like they wanted to kill him? Firstly, I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. After all, I'm the young clan leader of the Mu clan. Secondly, whoever else wants to come, step forward now. However, I'm not responsible for your life or death. I'm sorry, but I, Mu Yun, am really not afraid of the rules of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. Standing in the middle of the ring, Mu Yun looked at the audience below the ring. For a moment, the martial artists at the first layer of the spiritual cave realm lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. What a joke. Lin Jiu and Gu Qianyu, who were ranked second and third, had been killed instantly. If they went up, it could be said that they were courting death. Unless it was the number 1 Gu Qing. This guy had occupied the number 1 spot on the earthly immortal rankings for 3 months and had been suppressing his cultivation realm. Perhaps only he could do it. Gu Qing is here. You came? Just nice, I can teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. That's right. He really thinks that he's invincible in the first layer of the spiritual cave realm. In the crowd, the sound of discussion suddenly rang out. The crowd opened up a path and looked at the figure that was approaching from afar. The person who came was wearing a green robe. He had a fair complexion and wasn't very tall. He looked very approachable. You're Mu Yun? Looking at Mu Yun, Gu Qing asked in a magnetic voice. His expression remained the same, causing others to be unable to see his emotions clearly. It's me. Come on stage and fight with me. Without waiting for Mu Yun to say anything, Gu Qing walked towards the ring. Fight with you? Why should I? Because I'm the pathmaster of the first layer of the earthly immortal rankings. If you want to challenge the second layer, you have to step over me. Do you understand? I understand. Mu Yun waved his hand and smiled. It's just that I'm not interested in the first or second layer. I'm also not interested in the Pathmaster. Therefore, I'm even less interested in you. If you're a beauty, maybe I can fight with you. Didn't you just say that whoever wants to come should come forward now? Now that I've come forward, why are you afraid? Gu Qing frowned. He had never seen someone as unreasonable as Mu Yun. Sorry. I changed my mind. I'm tired now and don't want to fight. Mu Yun waved his hand and turned around. He was really going to leave. Stop. What do you think the Jushan Pavilion is? Is it a barbarian place like your Baiyun city? Gu Qing raised his voice and said coldly, I forgot. I heard that your fiancé in Baiyun city was taken away by the first direct disciple of the sacred pill sect, Beiyai Wenchen. Maybe she has become his fiancé now. Maybe your fiancé has already jumped into someone else's bed after seeing an even more powerful genius. When these words came out of Gu Qing's mouth, the scene became silent. Looking at Gu Qing, the silent atmosphere was broken by a laugh. It was Mu Yun. Haha. Gu Qing, right? Mu Yun said with a smile on her face, if you said these words to provoke me to fight with you, then congratulations, you've succeeded. Step by step, Mu Yun stepped onto the arena. However, when she saw this scene, a wisp of a sense of danger arose in Xiao Yun'er's heart. Things seemed to have gone out of control. I know that you came from Baiyun City and were appointed as the young patriarch by the shepherds. But these are not the qualifications for you to be arrogant here. Gu Qing's voice was cold. The Jushan Pavilion, the Earth Immortal ranking, is the embodiment of the ranking of the genius disciples in Baiyun City. It has extraordinary significance and is not something you can taint. You will pay the price for your actions. Oh. Are you done? What? I asked you if you're done? If you're done, you can go to hell. With a swoosh, Mu Yan's figure disappeared again. Bang, with a bang, Mu Yan punched directly at Gu Qing's face. Mu Yan did not show mercy in this punch. What? It was just that Gu Qing's complexion turned deathly pale after forcefully receiving this punch. He knew that Mu Yan had defeated Lin Jiu and Gu Qianyu. He also knew that Mu Yan was not easy to deal with, but he did not expect Mu Yan to have such a powerful explosive force. Humph, you're just physically strong. Ding, 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 Gu Qing snorted coldly. Ding 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 sounds rang out as a series of metallic lights flashed on his face. Short swords of different shapes appeared in front of him. This sword formation is enough to prevent you from getting close to me. With a flick of his arm, dozens of short swords flew out. These dozens of short swords were all supreme-grade mortal weapons. Each of them shone with a cold light and were of extraordinary quality. Gu Qing firmly believed that Mu Yun could dodge the sword formation formed by these short swords, which was enough for him to be battered and exhausted. You call this a sword formation? He raised his hand, and crackling sounds could be heard. In an instant, those short swords fell to the ground the moment they touched Mu Yun's body. Lowering his head, he saw that all the short swords had been completely deformed. At this moment, lightning seemed to have gathered around Mu Yun, completely surrounding his body. Do you dare to repeat what you just said a second time? Why not? Gu Qing snorted. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? You have a way? It's a pity that you can't use it. Mu Yan's figure flashed, and he rushed forward again. His speed was extremely fast, and the surrounding people could not see his trajectory clearly. However, he could suddenly appear beside Gu Qing inexplicably. This time, Gu Qing did not have time to react. His body was suddenly paralyzed, and all his vital essence became a power that could not be mobilized at this moment. Remember to speak cleanly next time. Mu Yan leaned close to Gu Qing's ear and whispered, Oh, I'm sorry. There won't be a next time. Bang, immediately after, a bang sounded. Everyone saw that Mu Yan's hand had turned into a blade, and he struck Gu Qing's chest. With a plop, Gu Qing's body fell to the ground, and he instantly breathed his last. The surface of his body was unharmed, but his heart had already been crushed by the terrifying power of lightning. Mu Yun, who was at the 10th level of the physical body realm, was able to kill martial artists at the 2nd and 3rd level of the spiritual cave realm. Although Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengjing's strength could not be compared to Gu Qing and the rest, the current Mu Yun was no longer the same as a month ago. After stepping into the spiritual cave realm, his strength had doubled, and with the power of the heavenly thunder divine body art, no martial artist at the 1st level of the spiritual cave realm was his opponent. Dead, Gu Qing was dead. The moment Gu Qing fell to the ground, the entire arena was in an uproar. What kind of place was the Immortal Gathering Pavilion? It was the place where the geniuses of the entire Southern Cloud Empire gathered. Furthermore, the Immortal Gathering Pavilion clearly stated that killing was not allowed in the competition. However, Mu Yun killed someone on the first day he arrived. No one had ever dared to cause trouble in the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. Mu Yun's actions were simply audacious. Mu Yun, you killed Gu Qing. My Gu family will not let you off. Seeing Gu Qing's death, Gu Fan pointed at Mu Yun with a trembling finger and shouted. I already said that I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of causing trouble either. He should pay the price for his foul mouth. He can only blame himself for having a foul mouth at the wrong place. After being reborn, meeting Qin Mengyao could be said to be the place that made Mu Yun feel at ease the most. Qin Mengyao was like his harbor. No matter when, he could always feel at ease. Insulting Qin Mengyao, he deserved to die, swish, swish, swish. However, as he spoke, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly resounded. 4 figures had already appeared on the arena. The 4 of them were all dressed in black and had black veils covering their faces. Their bodies emitted a sharp aura that enveloped Mu Yun. Young master. In an instant, Akiji and Qing Shuang jumped onto the arena and stared at the 4 people around them. Mu Yun did not know these 4 people, but the 2 of them did. Although the Immortal Gathering Pavilion had strict rules, there would still be people who would violate them. These 4 people were in charge of rectifying the rules. Once someone violated them, the 4 of them would immediately attack and kill without mercy. I've violated the rules. I'd like to see who can kill me. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Qing Shuang and Akiji could only smile bitterly. This young master really did not care about her life when she cultivated. When she did things, she did as she wished and did not care about her life. Soul Force kill. In the next instant, the 4 black-veiled individuals rushed out. Their 4 swords pierced toward Chu Feng from all directions. At the critical moment, Qing Shuang and Akiji joined hands to protect Mu Yun. 5th layer of the Spirit Cave stage. The surrounding people saw the cultivation of the 2 sisters and immediately exclaimed. Akiji and Qing Shuang were not old, but their cultivation was at the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm. It was truly shocking. At such a young age and cultivation level, he definitely had the strength to be ranked in the top 10 of the Earthly Immortal rankings. On the Earthly Immortal board, LV1 Spiritual Cave Realm was the first ranking, LV2 Spiritual Cave Realm was the second ranking, and so on. The first ranking of each ranking was called the Tao Lord. As for the geniuses above the 5th level of the spiritual cave stage, they were ranked on the Heavenly Immortal rankings. The Heavenly Immortal rankings, on the other hand, didn't differentiate cultivation realms, only rankings. After all, both the Heavenly Immortal rankings and Earthly Immortal rankings had age restrictions. Those who were over 25 years old could not be ranked on the rankings. In the entire South Cloud City, those who were able to enter the Heavenly Immortal rankings before the age of 25 were all outstanding geniuses. At this moment, Mu Yun's name had shockingly appeared at the first position of the Earthly Immortal leaderboard. He had clearly become the Tao Lord of the first law rank. However, at this moment, the Path Master was being surrounded and killed by the Immortal Gathering Pavilion's martial artists. Looking at the 4 people, Mu Yun pondered calmly. Akiji and Qing Shuang were at the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm, while the other 4 were at the 6th level. However, these 2 people were sent by Mu Qingyu after all. Their strength was indeed extraordinary. Even when facing the 4 people besieging them, they didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Instead, they had the upper hand. However, as time passed, the upper echelons of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion would find out, and it would be troublesome. However, it won't be that easy to kill me. After making up his mind, the power of thunder and lightning surged on the surface of Mu Yun's body. He looked at the 4 people and prepared to attack. Stop. However, just as Mu Yun was about to attack, a shout suddenly sounded. This shout sounded full and mellow, with a hint of hoarseness. However, Mu Yun vaguely felt that this voice was somewhat familiar. Master Mo. Hearing the shout, the 4 black-cloaked men stopped and bowed respectfully to the old man in front of them. Old man Mo? No, turning around and looking at the person in front of her, Mu Yun shook her head. This person looked very similar to Mo Wen, but he was not Master Mo. What are you all doing? Seeing the 4 of them, the old man called Master Mo frowned. Grandmaster Mo, this person has violated the rules of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion and intentionally killed people here. According to the rules, he should be executed. Oh? Hearing that, the old man called Master Mo looked at Mu Yun with a look of surprise on his face. In the past few years, no one had dared to violate the rules of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. What's your name? Mu Yun. Mu Yun? The old man was stunned when he heard Mu Yun's reply. Immediately, a pondering expression appeared on his face. He waved his hand at the four of them and said, "All of you can withdraw first. I will handle this matter." Yes. Hearing the old man's words, the four of them immediately dispersed without any hesitation. Staring blankly at the old man before her, Mu Yun had already roughly guessed who the old man before her was. "You, follow me." Looking at Mu Yun, the old man opened his mouth and said. Looking at the back of the old man as he left, Akiji and Qing Shuang originally planned to stop Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun shook her head. "Don't worry, I definitely won't die." Following the old man's few turns, they arrived outside a room. The old man suddenly turned around and looked at Mu Yun. He said in a low voice, "You should know who I am, right? The only 7th-rank alchemist in the Southern Cloud Empire, Master Mo Qing Tian. It seems that Brad Mo has chatted quite a lot with you. If you hadn't helped him once, I would have already killed you on the spot." "Thank you, Master Mo. You don't have to thank me. I didn't say that I would spare your life now." Mo Qing Tian snorted and said, "Do you know that the Immortal Gathering Pavilion was established by the Empire's 7 Virtues College? No one can violate the rules here. Those who violate the rules only have 2 outcomes." "Oh? It seems that there is another choice other than death. It's just that this choice is scarier than death. Master Mo, please speak your mind. Enter the Immortal Gathering Pavilion's Immortal Cauldron. As long as you can endure for 2 hours, you won't die." "No problem." Hearing Mu Yun agree so readily, Mo Qing Tian was surprised. "Aren't you going to ask what the Immortal Gathering Cauldron is for?" "Do I need to ask?" Mu Yun smiled and said, "Other than death, I can only enter the Immortal Gathering Cauldron. With Master Mo's status, if you want to kill me, Mu Qingyu won't be able to stop you. Then, I can only enter the Immortal Gathering Cauldron and endure for 2 hours. You thought it through. Then, you still dare to kill. I was forced. What a good forced. I hope you still have the strength to say this later." After saying this, Mo Qing Tian didn't say anything else. He brought Mu Yun into the room. The room's furnishings were very simple. It was square with a table and a bed. After entering the room, Mo Qing Tian didn't say a word. He turned around and left, leaving Mu Yun on the spot. "If you don't die after staying here for 2 hours, you can come out alive." After Mo Qing Tian's voice sounded, the door of the room was heavily locked. "The Immortal Gathering Cauldron, is it here?" Looking around, Mu Yun discovered that the surrounding scenery had started to change slowly. Outside the house, Mo Qing Tian stood in a hall with his hands behind his back. "Big brother, why did you look for me in such a hurry?" "I've discovered another pill formula, and I'm currently researching it." Looking at his younger brother, Mo Qing Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mo was over 60 years old this year, but he looked like a child. Also, he had a crazy obsession with pills. However, it was also this obsession that allowed Mo to improve step by step and become a 6th-grade alchemist. Mo Qing Tian understood that with his younger brother's talent, he could only stop at the 6th-grade alchemist realm in this lifetime. "Look, who's there?" Mo Qing Tian pointed at the wall of the hall and said with a smile. "Who is it?" Looking in the direction Mo Qing Tian was pointing, Mo opened his eyes and saw a familiar figure. Mu Yun. Looking at the figure displayed in the image, Mo rubbed his eyes and was immediately stunned. The figure in the image was Mu Yun. However, why would Mu Yun appear here? The Immortal Gathering Cauldron. This is the inside of the Immortal Gathering Cauldron. Looking at the image, Mo said in a daze, "Big brother, why did you bring Mu Yun into the Immortal Gathering Cauldron?" Seeing Mo's questioning tone, Mo Qing Tian was a little unhappy. All along, Mo had treated him with the respect of an elder brother. This time, he actually showed such an expression. He only has 2 choices for killing people in the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. One is to be killed, and the other is to enter the Immortal Gathering Cauldron. You and I should be clear about this. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Do you know that if Mu Yun is brought to Seven Virtues College as a mentor, she will definitely be a top genius mentor? Our Seven Virtues College will definitely be able to nurture exceptional alchemists and weapon refiners. Mo Wen, ever since you came back from Bayun City, you have been talking about Mu Yun and praising him endlessly. What did this guy do to you? He didn't teach me anything, but he taught me a lot about alchemy. I even begged him. Begged him? Hearing this, Mo Qing Tian was dumbfounded. Although he knew that his younger brother was crazy about alchemy, he didn't expect him to be crazy to such an extent. Big brother, do you know where I got the prescription for the spirit gathering pill from? Could it be him? That's right. Mo Wen said seriously, this guy has exceptional talent and understanding of alchemy. Almost any alchemy pill in front of him is like a peeled lychee. There is nothing hidden from him at all. Also, do you know that I am about to break through to become a 7th grade alchemist? 7th grade, hearing Mo Wen's words, Mo Qing Tian was stunned. What was a 7th grade alchemist? He himself was a 7th grade alchemist. Naturally, he understood that concocting a 7th grade alchemy pill was countless times more difficult than concocting a 6th grade alchemy pill. And all of this seemed to be because of Mu Yun's guidance. Isn't it just killing one person? Those guys outside, which one of them isn't fishing for fame? It's better if they die, Mo Wen said discontentedly. This guy, in Bayun City for 10 years, was unknown to the public. However, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat and soared to the sky. Such endurance and perseverance is hard for ordinary people to compare to. Hearing this, Mo Qing Tian looked at Mu Yun in the picture scroll and felt a tinge of regret in his heart. Such a genius was indeed hard to come by in 100 years. Big brother, why aren't you letting him out? The Immortal Connecting Cauldron is an earth-level weapon that tests the soul power of an ancient martial art practitioner. Moreover, it is a superb grade earth-level weapon. It is rather spiritual. Mu Yun has not even reached the spirit cave realm. How could she have soul power? He is already at the first tier of the spirit cave realm. What? Mo Wen said in surprise, oh my god, when I first saw him, he was just a piece of trash at the first tier of the physical body. After that, he broke through to the 3rd tier. I didn't expect that in less than half a year, he would be at the first tier of the spirit cave realm. What? This time, it was Mo Qing Tian's turn to be surprised. It was not that he had not heard Mo Wen introduce Mu Yun. However, he did not expect that Mu Yun was actually so heaven-defying. Quickly stop. Mo Wen said. Hurriedly. I can't stop. Mo Qing Tian said helplessly, you also know that the Immortal Connecting Cauldron is a superb grade earth-level weapon. It already has a tinge of spirituality. Also, it is impossible for even a strong practitioner at the 9th tier of the Soul Ascension realm to forcefully break a superb grade earth-level weapon. How can I stop? Sigh. Big brother, do you know that by doing this, you are destroying a genius? Looking at Mu Yun in the picture, Mo Wen was conflicted. He wished that he could rush in and replace Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun, who was in the Immortal Connecting Cauldron, was facing her greatest challenge. Originally, he thought that the inside of the Immortal Connecting Cauldron was a test of the ancient martial art practitioner's ability and combat power. That was why Mo Qing Tian had described it to be so terrifying. However, he was wrong, this Immortal Connecting Cauldron did not have any substantial attacks at all. It only had a powerful soul power attack. It was impossible for a spirit cave realm ancient martial art practitioner to have soul power. Only a Soul Ascension realm ancient martial art practitioner could produce soul power. Moreover, the stronger a Soul Ascension realm ancient martial art practitioner was, the higher his realm, the more his soul power would continue to increase. Finally, he would cross the Soul Ascension realm and cultivate the soul. To open up a new path back then, if the Sacred Elixir sect master, Xing Wui, had directly used a soul attack, Mu Yun wouldn't have been able to block it even if she burned her life for the rest of her life. This old thing is really sinister. Mu Yun cursed inwardly and sat cross-legged on the spot. It was a good thing that the Immortal Ascension Cauldron's initial soul attack was extremely weak. Otherwise, he would have died instantly. I can't panic. I understand the cultivation of soul force. what I lack now is the realm. I might not necessarily die here. After sitting down, Mu Yun calmed down. Gradually, he realized that the soul power was like a net that surrounded him, trying to enter his body and tear his meridians apart. And this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. And this was only the beginning. For 2 hours, the increase in soul power was enough to turn him into an idiot. Soul force is a special kind of energy that flows through a warrior's entire body after he opens his 10 acupoints. It is produced within the warrior's body and has nothing to do with the world. It is only related to the warrior's body. In the secular world, it is believed that only after opening the 10 acupoints in the body can one produce mental energy. But why can't I take a different path and walk the path that no one else dares to walk? Why can't I use my body as a vessel to develop my soul power? Muttering to herself, Mu Yun seemed to have found a path that belonged to her. His state of mind became clearer and clearer. Why should I resist such a powerful mental force? I might as well absorb it into my body. After making up her mind, Mu Yun relaxed every strand of her tensed nerves, allowing the mental energy to enter her body without any hindrance. Pain, the heart-wrenching pain, continued to spread throughout his body. Bear with it. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. When you reach your limit, there might be a chance for a turn for the better. Mu Yun was testing. She was testing how she could control her soul power in her current realm. However, this time, he was using his own life as a stake in this test. If he lost, he would die. In ancient times, who decided that the birth of soul force required the opening of the 10 acupoints? In the ancient times, there were divine beasts that were born with powerful soul force. Generally speaking, the human body is too weak. Gradually, the soul power in the immortal ascension cauldron entered Mu Yun's body drop by drop. The sound of her heart being torn apart could be heard clearly from Mu Yun's ears. Soul force is gathered in the mind. But now that I have the picture of extermination of deity in my mind, I wonder what will happen. With such a thought suddenly appearing in her mind, Mu Yun no longer hesitated. She guided the soul power and rushed it into her mind. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar almost pierced Mu Yun's eardrums. Mu Yun couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Cursing inwardly, Mu Yun wanted to struggle, but at this moment, the picture of extermination of immortality underwent a tremendous change. The scroll that hadn't been opened for a long time finally opened to a page. It was a page, not a corner. There are 9 levels of talent. In ancient times, the wilderness was turbulent. Humans were lowly. Humans thought that they were the last branches of heaven and earth. There was a picture in the ancient times that descended from the sky. It killed thousands of demons and destroyed millions of lands. The human race used the picture in the ancient times to practice supreme divine techniques and finally stood at the top of the sky. For hundreds of millions of years, the ancient times were fought over by the human race warriors. Blood flowed like rivers. 1,000,000 years ago, a son of heaven appeared in the human race. He practiced supreme divine techniques and finally became immortal. He was called the Supreme Divine Emperor. After that, the Supreme Divine Emperor disappeared. The ancient times passed to the human race. After thousands of years, no Supreme Divine Emperor appeared. The heavenly laws were vast and mighty, and the human race was in dispute. The ancient times passed through several times and finally became the picture of extermination of immortals and demons. It created the world. However, there was only one Supreme Divine Emperor. No one in later generations used the picture of extermination of immortality to cultivate supreme divine techniques and become the Supreme Divine Emperor. Sparse words appeared on the first page of the picture of extermination of immortality. This time, the picture of extermination of immortality didn't show any martial techniques or elixir recipes, but this paragraph. 9 levels of talent, ancient times, the picture of extermination of immortality. Looking at the majestic words, Mu Yun was a little stunned. In front of this vigorous brush, he was like a speck of dust in the thousands of great worlds. He was so small that he couldn't be noticed. Even if it was him in his previous life, at this moment, he was almost insignificant. The picture of extermination of immortality and demons, the picture of extermination of immortality. Mu Yun muttered to himself. Slowly, after half a day, he woke up from the shock. At this time, he was surprised to find that the soul power in the immortality cauldron was still rushing into his body. However, the soul power had completely become the activation power of the picture of extermination of immortality. But this was only the beginning. Gradually, Mu Yun inexplicably found that there was an additional black power the size of a sesame seed in his mind. That power was not vital essence, nor was it the divine power in the picture of extermination of immortality. It was soul power, the soul power that only immortal realm warriors could possess. I didn't expect the picture of extermination of immortality to help me at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was still filled with piercing pain. But at this time, this pain was something that he enjoyed. Although he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead, he was very happy. Because the soul power that was the size of a sesame seed had already become the size of a green bean. Soul power, this was soul power, although it was only a very small portion, it was enough for him to instantly kill first and second tier spirit cave realm warriors. The picture of extermination of immortality, the picture of extermination of immortality, lived up to its name. At this moment, in the hall, Mo Qingtian and Mo Wen both stared blankly at the screen. The two of them had already stared at the picture scroll for a long time. In the end, their expressions were only dazed. 2 hours had already passed, but Mu Yun still had not come out. Moreover, the key was that Mu Yun was still staying inside well. This was simply a miracle. Mo Wen, are you sure that this Mu Yun is an alchemy and weapon refining genius? Yes. Could it be that he is also a cultivation genius? Mo Qingtian opened his mouth and said helplessly, this is the first time I've seen anyone below the immortal realm who can stay in this immortality cauldron for 2 hours without any problem. Big brother, I've told you long ago that this Mu Yun is really not ordinary. Now, I probably believe it. Mo Qingtian said again, such a genius can totally become a mentor in the Seven Virtues College. How about it? The Seven Virtues College was the strongest college in the empire. Its other name was Southern Cloud College. It could be said that in the entire Southern Cloud Empire, there were countless genius warriors who wanted to enter the Seven Virtues College. Moreover, this college was established by the imperial family in name. However, after 100 years of development, this Seven Virtues College's power was intricate and complicated. It had already far exceeded the control of the imperial family of the Southern Cloud Empire. Big brother. You almost killed him just now. Now that you're recruiting him into the Seven Virtues College, how could he be willing? That's not necessarily true. Although he did not understand how Mu Yun could stay in the immortality cauldron for more than 2 hours, Mo Qingtian was very sure that such a person could only be on good terms with. With a creak, the door was opened. Mu Yun frowned and opened her eyes. 2 hours have passed. Mu Yun, you can leave now. Leave? Looking at Mo Qingtian, Mu Yun said mockingly, I'm not leaving. I haven't stayed here long enough. Haven't stayed long enough? Mo Qingtian really wanted to slap Mu Yun to death. This fellow was really too shameless. Brother Mu, long time no see, haha. Mo Wen, who was standing behind Mo Qingtian, could not hold it in. He laughed loudly and went forward to give Mu Yun a big hug. Brother Mo, long time no see. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Explanation? Mo Wen did not understand. I was almost killed by your big brother. You still have the nerve to call me brother? Mu Yun waved her hand and snorted, I came to Southern Cloud City. It's fine if you didn't come to welcome me, but you almost let your big brother kill me. You're really something. Not at all, Mo Wen smiled bitterly and said, my big brother is just following the rules. This is also something that can't be helped. Otherwise, you wouldn't have found such a good place, right? As he said this, Mo Wen winked and laughed. Good place? Mu Yun pursed her lips and said, don't say these empty words. How are you going to compensate me? Well said, well said. You can eat and choose any restaurant in Southern Cloud City. That's all? Not only that. Mo Qingtian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, in the future, you can come in whenever you want to. How about that? All right. But you have to promise me one thing. Condition? What condition? It's simple. Go to Seven Virtues College to be a teacher for 3 years. You only need 3 years. You can stay in this immortal ascension cauldron for as long as you want. Deal. Without any hesitation, Mu Yun agreed to it. This reaction stunned Mo Qing Tian and Mo Wen. It was as if Mu Yun was worried that she would lose an incredible treasure if she agreed a little later. Alright, report to the college in 3 days. Mo Qing Tian laughed and said, you can stay here for as long as you want. As he said this, Mo Qing Tian laughed and left the room. Seeing that his elder brother had left, Mo Wen returned to his normal self and pulled Mu Yun along as he laughed and said, let's go, brother Mu. I'll bring you to have a good meal. Alright. After 2 hours of soul power tempering, Mu Yun's meridians had already been tempered by the soul power to the point that they had lost some feeling. After all, it was her first time absorbing soul power. She indeed needed to rest. After walking out of the main hall, the competition in the challenge ring was still ongoing. There were constantly people challenging and people being challenged. Seeing that Mu Yun had come out alive, everyone was shocked. Looking at everyone, Mo Wen explained, Mu Yun violated the rules of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion and killed without permission. The Immortal Gathering Pavilion has already given her punishment. She can either die or enter the Immortal Ascension Cauldron. Mu Yun has chosen to enter the Immortal Ascension Cauldron and persist for 2 hours. Persist for 2 hours? How is that possible? That's right. Last time, I saw a genius in the 5th tier of the Spirit Cave realm from the Lin clan. Because he violated the rules, he was locked in for an hour and bled to death from all his orifices. That's right. I heard that the Immortal Ascension Cauldron is a superb great earth weapon. How did Mu Yun survive? Could it be that you all think I'm lying? Restaurant assassination, you don't believe his words, but you should at least believe mine. Right at this moment, Mo Qing Tian walked in and said, the rules of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion state that no one is allowed to break them. If anyone doesn't believe me, you can go to the inner hall to investigate. If there's any falsehood, then I, Mo Qing Tian, will never touch medicinal pills again in my lifetime. For an alchemist, not touching pills for a lifetime was worse than death, let alone a 7th grade alchemist. Mo Qing Tian's words made everyone quiet down. However, they were still unable to accept the fact that Mu Yun had lasted for 2 hours in the Immortal Connecting Cauldron. Mo Wen did not care about all this. He pulled Mu Yun and left directly. In his eyes, these people who fished for fame were really unbearable. South Cloud City, Heavenly Pavilion. The Heavenly Pavilion could be said to be one of the most luxurious restaurants in Southern Cloud City. There was no need to mention the service and delicacies within. Inside, all the recipes were made from the meat of spirit beasts. Not only was the taste delicious, but it also had miraculous medicinal effects. It could be said to be a great supplement for martial artists. However, the cost of living here was also frighteningly high. A single meal would cost at least 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and that was only the lowest cost. A mid-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. It contained 100 times more Jin Yuan, so it was needless to say how valuable it was. The annual net income of the Mu family in Baiyun City was only a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If converted to mid-grade spirit stones, they would only be able to enjoy a delicious meal here. Brother Mu, this is the most delicious place in the entire Southern Cloud City. If you want to eat, I will bring you here every day to eat. Mo Wen was very happy. Eat it every day, only alchemists could eat and drink here every day. As for others, even if it was a big family like the Mu family, they would have to sit and eat until there was nothing left. Old Mo, why are you in the Jushan Pavilion? What power does the Jushan Pavilion belong to? You don't have to ask about this. Even I am not too sure. In any case, don't underestimate the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. Hee, this is perfect. Once you enter the 7 Virtues College, you can see me every day. I can also ask you questions about medicinal pills. Recently, I have been tormented by the pill formula of a 7th grade medicinal pill. A 7th grade pill recipe. Old Mo, you're really something. It's all thanks to your advice and guidance last time that I was able to touch the door. Otherwise, in this lifetime, it would be impossible to step into the realm of a 7th grade alchemist. Actually, Mo Wen's words were a little exaggerated. This guy was just too stubborn and could not see through some problems. What Mu Yun said to him before was just to guide him on the path. However, Akiji and Qing Shuang, who were standing behind Mu Yun, were dumbstruck when they saw how familiar the two of them were. Who was Mo Wen? In the entire Southern Cloud Empire, he was an illustrious, high and mighty 6th-grade alchemist. But at this moment, he was actually addressing his young master as his brother. What was going on? Elder Mo, how do you know Mu Yun? In the end, Xiao Yun'er, who was sitting at the table, could not help but ask first. Mu Yun dared to call him Old Mo, but she didn't. Haha, these are all in the past. There's no need to mention them. Mo Wen laughed and said, anyway, I'm very happy to see Brother Mu again today. I knew that Brother Mu was a genius. How could you be buried in Baiyun City? The two of you, sit down too. The dishes were gradually served. Mu Yun looked at Akiji and Qing Shuang and instructed them. Seeing that the two of them did not move, Mu Yun said with a sullen face, this is an order. Mo Wen had ordered a large table of dishes. How could the three of them eat? Even Akiji and Qing Shuang would find it extremely difficult to taste such dishes. It was better to let them sit down. Moreover, from the lowest level to the immortal king, Mu Yun had risen step by step. She was not used to the feeling of being served by others. Yes. In the end, Akiji and Qing Shuang could not dissuade Mu Yun and sat down to eat. It had to be said that the dishes of Heaven Pavilion were really delicious. Akiji, who was originally a little reserved, also let go of himself and ate. As for Xiao Yun'er, she was so full that she could not even stand straight. Old Mo, can you tell me about the 7 Virtues College now? Of course. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Mo Wen said drunkenly, the 7 Virtues College was originally established by the royal family. However, as time passed, the various factions in the college became tangled and complicated. The royal family gradually lost control. Now, the 7 Virtues College is clearly controlled by 5 big factions. I don't need to say which 5 big factions are. Actually, the 7 Virtues College was originally called Southern Cloud College. The reason why it was renamed to 7 Virtues College was because of the division within the college. The 7 Virtues College is divided into 7 colleges. Each college can be said to be secretly controlled by a big clan. The 5 big factions control the 5 colleges. Don't underestimate these 5 colleges. 80% of the talents in the 5 big factions came from the 7 Virtues College. What about the other 2 colleges? As for those 2 academies, it's even harder to explain. Those who enter those 2 academies, be it instructors or students, all have a messy identity. They don't seem to belong to any faction, but they also seem to be related to any faction. Hearing Mo Wen's drunken introduction, Mu Yun nodded. Agreeing to enter the 7 Virtues College seemed to be a casual agreement by Mu Yun, but it was not the case. When he first arrived in Southern Cloud City, the position of the young clan leader of the Mu clan was not enough for him to establish himself. Moreover, what he wanted to do was not only to break away from Mu Qingyu's control, but also to understand the Sacred Pill sect. 3 years was enough. After all, the Southern Cloud Empire was a big empire. Southern Cloud City was the capital of the Southern Cloud Empire. The scale and information of the Sacred Pill Pavilion set up by the Sacred Pill sect in Southern Cloud City far surpassed the Sacred Pill Pavilion in Northern Cloud City. Mu Yun's plan was to completely destroy the Sacred Pill Pavilion set up by the Sacred Pill sect here. The 7 Virtues College had a complicated network of factions. It was the best place for him to show off. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Mu Yun wanted to relieve himself and walked out of the private room. The Heaven Pavilion was a 3-story restaurant, and Mu Yun was on the 3rd floor. At this moment, the private rooms were all full. However, the soundproofing was very good. Mu Yun walked down the long corridor without making a sound. In an instant, a sense of danger engulfed Mu Yun's entire body. Bang bang, the next moment, a series of bangs sounded. In the corridor, the wall of a private room suddenly exploded. 4 figures with daggers in their hands pointed at Mu Yun. Cloud-splitting sword stratagem. 4 low shouts came from the mouths of the 4 people at the same time. The 4 daggers were like 4 short swords. Each of them was aimed at Mu Yun's vital points. Humph. The moment Mu Yun entered the corridor, he felt a murderous intent. The moment the 4 people appeared, Mu Yun immediately retreated. After missing their first attack, the 4 people did not hesitate and attacked again. The 4 of them were all at the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm. Their movements were the same. It was obvious that they had undergone intensive training. When the 4 of them worked together, it was easy for them to kill a 6th-level spiritual cave realm martial artist. Kill. The low shouts sounded. The 4 figures controlled all the blind spots that Mu Yun could hide in, making it impossible for Mu Yun to dodge. Seeing that he could not dodge, Mu Yun took a step forward instead. With a low thundering voice, a light green lightning energy slowly gathered on the surface of Mu Yun's body. Ding ding, the palm collided with the dagger and produced a ding ding sound. Mu Yun retreated, and 4 bloody wounds appeared on his arms. One had to know that after cultivating the Heavenly Thunder Divine Body Art, his body had reached a terrifying level. Even supreme-grade mortal weapons would not be able to harm him. Break them one by one. Relying on the strength of his body, Mu Yun directly ignored 3 of them and turned to the person on his left to attack crazily. That person did not expect that Mu Yun would still dare to counterattack in such a situation. He stabbed his sword towards Mu Yun's heart. With a puff, Mu Yun moved his body to the side, and the dagger sank into his chest. However, it was not at his heart, but slightly off. Obviously, he did not expect that Mu Yun would choose to fight him head-on in such a way. That assassin clearly showed a trace of panic. Just this trace of panic was enough to be fatal. At the crucial moment, the lightning energy on the surface of Mu Yun's body shone with a faint green light, and the electric blade crackled. Without hesitation, the soul power that was the size of a mung bean in his mind was unleashed. The soul power turned into a thin line and charged towards the black-clothed man. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed man only felt his vision turn black, and he lost all consciousness. Mu Yun threw a punch towards the black-clothed man's chest. A low thud sounded. The black-clothed man was obviously wearing a defensive mystic weapon. Otherwise, this palm was enough to take his life. All this happened in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the attacks of the other 3 people had arrived. However, Mu Yun was already defenseless. The 4 assassins at the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm came prepared, but he did not have a suitable profound weapon. Puff puff puff, 3 daggers stabbed into Mu Yun's abdomen, thigh, and back, and blood spurted out. However, when the 3 mystic weapons stabbed into Mu Yun's body, the 3 assassins were shocked to find that they could not pull them out. The lightning energy had a strong attraction to divine weapons. The surface of Mu Yun's body was filled with the lightning energy. She circulated the lightning energy and forcefully absorbed the 3 daggers on the surface of her body. If you want to kill me, you have to kill me in one blow. Didn't your master tell you? Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. She raised her palms, and lightning seals appeared between her palms. Rumble, the sound of an explosion reverberated. The 3 figures were instantly blasted away, and a trace of blood could be seen at the corners of their mouths. Young master! Suddenly, exclamations sounded. Akiji and Xianxia immediately rushed over. Originally, they did not care about the fight outside. After all, they were in the pavilion of heaven. However, when they saw that Mu Yun had not returned, they came out to investigate when they heard the fight. They did not expect that someone would actually dare to assassinate their young master in the pavilion of heaven. They were really bold. Keep them alive. Seeing Akiji and Xianxia attack, Mu Yun shouted coldly. At the same time, Xiao Yuner also rushed over. Master Mo followed closely behind. Brother Mu. Seeing the 4 daggers stabbed into Mu Yun's body, Mo Wen's chest burned with anger. Behind the scenes, today, none of you 4 can leave. As Elder Hiroshi spoke, his aura skyrocketed. He looked completely different from the crazy old man from before. When they saw Akiji, Xianxia, and Mo Wen, the 4 of them looked at each other. They gritted their teeth and instantly fell to the ground, spitting out black blood. These 4 people did not hesitate to commit suicide by swallowing poison. Seeing the 4 people commit suicide, Mu Yun was shocked. In the entire Southern Cloud Empire, There were no more than 2 forces that could train such well-trained assassins. Who could it be? Swish swish swish, the 4 of them committed suicide by swallowing poison. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people had gathered in the corridor. The dozen or so people were all dressed in silver robes, and their cultivation levels were all above the 4th layer of the spirit cave realm. Looking at the scene before them, astonishment appeared on their faces. There was actually someone who dared to attempt an assassination in the Heaven Pavilion? Was he courting death? What's wrong, what's wrong? An anxious voice sounded as a meatball dashed over. Xianxia, I think it's time for your Heaven Pavilion to close down. Looking at the meatball, Emowen shouted, Today, I am entertaining guests here, and an assassin has appeared in your Heaven Pavilion. What a coincidence. Misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding. When he saw the person before him, Xianxia hurriedly shouted, Master Mo, if I had known that you were here, how could there have been so few guards? This matter has nothing to do with me. Xianxia was the boss of Heaven Pavilion. He was rather famous in southern Cloud City. However, no matter how famous he was, he did not dare to be impudent in front of Mon. Humph, Heavenly Extreme you better give me an explanation for this matter. Mon did not want to be entangled with her and hurriedly investigated for Muyun. Don't pull. Seeing that Mon was about to pull out the 4 daggers, Muyun shouted, The 4 daggers are all poisoned. If you pull them out, I will die immediately. Even the divine pills won't be able to save me. Carry me back first. Brother Mo, carry me to the alchemy room where you concoct pills. Okay, no problem. Mon did not dare to delay, nor did he reprimand Xianxia. He hurriedly circulated his vital essence and slowly lifted Muyun up. Xianxia, there is no conclusion to this matter. I, Mon, swear that I will make your Pavilion of Heaven disappear from southern Cloud City completely. Hearing this, Xiaoyuner, Akiji, and the others were dumbfounded. Although Great Master Mon was a 6th-rank alchemist and had a high status, he did not fight for anything. In the entire Nanyun city, everyone knew that Great Master Mon was famous for his good temper. But today, Mon had said such ruthless words. Emperor Extreme Yu's face instantly turned pale. It's over. What's going on? However, just as Mon was about to carry Muyun away, the door of a private room opened. A figure walked out shakily. Sir Lin. When he saw the drunken figure, Xianxia bowed even deeper. The smile on his face was indescribably flattering. Manager Tian, what's going on? I am in the mood to drink. Are you here to disturb me? This person was dressed in brocade and had a precious jade at his waist. His hair was tied up and he had the temperament of a mad scholar. It's a misunderstanding. Something happened in the pavilion today. I'm really sorry to disturb Sir Lin. Xianxia wished he could lower his head to the crotch of his pants. He said tactfully, Sir Lin, please continue drinking your wine. Drink my foot. I've lost my mood because of you. Lin Xianyu's face was red. He scolded, I think you don't have to come to Pavilion of Heaven in the future. You are looked down upon in the clan. You won't even feel good drinking outside. As Lin Xianyu spoke, his gaze landed on Muyun. Who is this? Is she from the circus? She has so many daggers in her body. How is she not dead? Lin Xianyu laughed as he looked at Muyun. He walked forward unsteadily. Looking at Muyun who was lying on the stretcher, Lin Xianyu extended his finger and flicked the dagger. Get lost. Suddenly, Akiji and Qing Shuang revealed murderous intent. Their genuine vitality dispersed. With a bang, Lin Xianyu's figure actually retreated. He crashed into the wall of the corridor. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. Huh? Seeing Lin Xianyu kneeling on the ground, Muyun's expression froze. This guy actually didn't have a trace of genuine vitality in his body. As a disciple of the Lin clan, he was actually an ordinary person who didn't practice martial arts. It was really strange. Hee hee. Standing up, Lin Xianyu laughed bitterly, as expected, I am a complete trash. Anyone can step on my head and ruthlessly step on me. Lin Xianyu's tone was filled with indescribable despair and self-mockery. Lin Xianyu, I won't argue with you. Get lost quickly. Master Mo Wen snorted coldly. He lifted Mu Yun and left quickly. After a long time, Mo Wen brought Mu Yun to his residence in Seven Virtues College. He placed her on the bed and didn't dare to move. In his eyes, Mu Yun's understanding of her own injuries was 100 times clearer than his. Now, he would do whatever Mu Yun asked him to do. Young clan leader, are you alright? Seeing that there were still 4 daggers stuck in Mu Yun's body, Qing Shuang looked worried. The 2 of them were sent by the clan leader to protect the young clan leader. At this moment, Mu Yun had almost lost her life. It was completely their negligence. I'm fine. Mu Yun laughed bitterly. With a puff, she pulled out the dagger in her thigh. Fresh blood spurted out. Seeing that Mu Yun had suddenly pulled out the dagger, Qing Shuang and Akiji both cried out in shock. Puff, puff, puff. Immediately after, Mu Yun pulled out the remaining 3 daggers consecutively. Fresh blood stained her clothes. It was extremely terrifying. Brother Mu, are you alright? Seeing that Mu Yun's face was pale, Mo Wen asked worriedly, didn't you say that there was a strong poison in the dagger? There was before, but not now. Circulating the vital essence in her body, Mu Yun drew out the divine power from the picture of extermination of immortals. Bit by bit, it spread around the wound. The blood gradually coagulated. Just now, the blood was flowing non-stop. Now, it had already formed a scab. This recovery ability was too terrifying. Mu Yun did not want to expose the wonders of the divine power, so she did not explain too much. Akiji, go and investigate the origin of these daggers. Daggers of medium-grade profound-level weapons. To equip an assassin, this assassin organization is not simple. Yes. Qing Shuang, go and investigate the identities of those 4 people. From when they were born to when they died. Yes. Rubbing her head, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, I haven't even started, and there are already people who want my life. Assassins of the 5th tier of the spirit cave realm. 4 of them. They really think highly of me. In my opinion, I haven't seen enough. Xiao Yuner sneered and said, for assassins of the 5th tier of the spirit cave realm. With such skilled methods, they actually couldn't kill you in a short period of time. It really surprised me. Everyone has their own life-saving methods. I am no exception. Mu Yun did not say much. Oh right, Xiao Yuner, what's the situation with that Lin Xianyu? Mu Yun asked doubtfully. Lin Xianyu should be a disciple of the Lin family, right? He doesn't have a trace of vital essence in his body. It's really strange. He is also a pitiful person. Xiao Yuner sighed and said, Lin Xianyu is a direct descendant of the Lin family. He has shown outstanding talent since he was young. However, he was unlucky. He has an even more powerful brother, Lin Ben. Lin Ben is a famous genius of the Lin family. The 2 of them have been rivals since they were young. Unfortunately, Lin Ben was almost torn to pieces by a spiritual beast during a trial. In the end, he had to use a secret method to transplant another person's bloodline into his body. Bloodline transplant. As expected. Lin Xianyu and Lin Ben are biological brothers. In the end, the Lin family decided to abandon Lin Xianyu and protect Lin Ben. Therefore, the current Lin Xianyu does not have any meridians in his body. However, he has miraculously survived. He is just an ordinary person. After Lin Xianyu's bloodline was transplanted, he completely became an ordinary person. He spends his days indulging in debauchery. Lin Ben has always protected Lin Xianyu because he owes this younger brother of his. The Lin family's patriarch, Lin Zhentian, even protects this son of his. Owes? Protects? Haha, Mu Yun sneered in her heart. This kind of protection and guilt was not what Lin Xianyu needed at all. He originally had the opportunity to become a famous genius. However, because of someone who was more talented than him, everything was taken away from him. Lin Xianyu was indeed an incredible person to have suffered such pain. After remembering Lin Xianyu's name, Mu Yun had already made a decision in her heart. Was it impossible to cultivate without meridians? It was true for others, but not for Mu Yun. By the way, Xiao Yuner, do you know the young man standing beside Lin Xianyu? Just call me Yuner in the future. I'm your fiancé. Xiao Yuner smiled and said, the young man standing. Oh, you're talking about Meng Guangling. This person is not simple. This guy isn't a member of the four great clans, nor is he a member of the imperial family. He's just a nobody, but in South Cloud City, he's extremely famous. Xiao Yuner said excitedly, there are many things about him. However, no one knows where he comes from or which force he belongs to. However, his relationship with Lin Xianyu doesn't seem to be that good. Okay, I know. Nodding, Mu Yun lowered her head. Looking at the wounds on her body, Mu Yun's face became more and more gloomy. Since someone had already made a move, she did not need to be polite. For 10 days in a row, Mu Yun stayed in the Mu family and did not come out. Under the treatment of the divine power, the bloody holes on her body gradually healed. Her body was covered with a layer of green light, as if she had never been injured. Young clan leader. On this day, Akiji and Qing Shuang stepped into the courtyard. We didn't find out where the 4 profound weapons came from. Because, we stopped when we found out about the Mu family. Do you mean that the 4 profound weapons came from the Mu family arsenal? Yes. Qing Shuang also said, young clan leader, from the birth of the 4 people to the day you were assassinated, all of their resumes have been investigated. These 4 people once entered the Mu family but were later chased out by the second madam. Their whereabouts were unknown until you returned to the Mu estate. The second madam? Shock and awe in the Mu family. In a slightly quaint study, Mu Qingyu was sitting in a chair, staring at a scroll of calligraphy and painting on the table in a daze. Xinyao, Yuner, this child, has a deep grudge against me. How hateful, dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Father. Mu Yun, who was dressed in a long black robe, walked into the house. She looked at Mu Qingyu and said, Father, I have something to ask. Oh? Since you're willing to call me father, then ask away. I'm the young chief of the shepherds. Does that mean I have some authority? That's right. Logically speaking, he is only second to me, the patriarch, and a few of the elders with high authority in the clan. Mu Yun nodded and said, in that case, this son will take his leave. Wait. Mu Qingyu frowned. What do you want? Nothing much. I'm just exercising my authority as the junior patriarch. As the junior patriarch of the shepherds, I was almost killed in the heavenly pavilion. If I don't use some methods to intimidate them, how can I convince the masses in the future? Just fire will do. Hearing Mu Qingyu's words, Mu Yun was stunned. Obviously, Mu Qingyu knew what Mu Yun wanted to do. It seemed that Mu Qingyu already knew the truth of the matter. In this way, she was even more certain of Mu Yun's thoughts. Since that's the case, let's do it. After leaving Mu Qingyu's courtyard, Mu Yun led Akiji and Qing Shuang to another courtyard. This is second madam's residence. Mu Yun, what are you doing here? Outside the courtyard, 2 guards stopped Mu Yun and shouted. Slap him. 2 slaps were heard, and the 2 guards' cheeks immediately swelled up. They looked at Mu Yun with fear in their eyes. Is young patriarch's name something you all can address directly? Qing Shuang's voice was ice cold. You, scram. Mu Yun shouted coldly and stepped straight into the courtyard. In a room in the courtyard, the second madam and Mu Qing Tian sat opposite each other. Mother, the assassins we sent this time were trained by ourselves. The profound level weapons were also selected from the Mu estate. What of Mu Yun? What are you afraid of? Second madam snorted coldly. She looked at her youngest son and said, could it be that Mu Yun dares to kill her way into my residence? Looking at her youngest son, the second madam felt a little discouraged. Mu Qiantian was not talented enough and lacked magnanimity. Compared to his eldest son, Mu Fengyu, this youngest son did not have any merits at all. Originally, I thought that Feng, Yu, Lei, and Dian would be able to assassinate Mu Yun with their cultivation at the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm. I didn't expect that Mu Yun would be able to evade them. Second madam said in annoyance, next time, I won't let him be so lucky. Next time, it seems like second madam wants to assassinate me again. At this moment, a mocking voice was heard. The door of the house was suddenly pushed open, and a figure appeared outside the house. Mu Yun. Mu Yun, what are you doing? I'm your second madam. How can you barge into my courtyard? Seeing Mu Yun suddenly appear, second madam shouted in a low voice and glared angrily. Haha. Second madam? You're really good as a second madam. Only Mu Yun responded to her with a sneer. You sent people to assassinate me, and now you have the nerve to say that you're my second madam? Mu Yun, don't slander me. What evidence do you have? Evidence? Ding ding ding, 4 profound level daggers appeared, and Mu Yun shouted, this is the evidence. Second madam, now that things have come to this, there's no need to hide it anymore, right? Looking at the 4 profound level weapons on the ground, second madam's expression changed. However, she had stayed in the Mu family for more than 10 years. She was proficient in dealing with people and matters. These profound level weapons are from the Mu family, but how can you be sure that they were made by me? Second madam, the Mu family's martial pavilion has always been under your control, right? Mu Yun continued, now, you want to wash your hands of it. You're framing me. Even if the martial pavilion is under my control, the Mu family's disciples can claim the profound level weapons inside. How can you blame me? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Since I decided to come today, of course, I don't want you to confess. Mu Yun smiled and said, I'm here today to ask for an explanation. What explanation? It's simple. Since I've suffered 4 swords, of course, I have to return the 4 swords. Mu Qingtian, take my place. How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Qing Shuang, Akiji, help me invite young master Mu Qingtian out. Yes. Akiji and Qing Shuang's figures flashed and appeared beside Mu Qingtian. Before Mu Qingtian could resist, the 2 of them dragged him out. Mother, save me. Mu Yun, what are you doing? What? You'll know in a moment. How dare you? I will report this matter to your father and ask him to revoke your status as the young clan leader, the second madam said angrily. Go, it's best if you go now. Let's see if Mu Qingyu will punish you or me. For some reason, when the second madam saw Mu Yun's murderous eyes, she suddenly froze and became helpless. She suddenly felt that the young clan leader in front of her did not seem to be as calm as she appeared to be. What do you want? Just watch. After dragging Mu Qingtian into the courtyard, Akiji and Qing Shuang tied him to the wall so that he could not move. Mu Yun took out a black cloth and covered her eyes. She said, Akiji, Qing Shuang, you will interfere with my judgment. I only need to throw out 4 daggers. As for whether the 4 daggers will stab young Master Tian's body, it will all depend on luck. Mu Yun, oh, by the way, keep an eye on the second madam. Don't let her disturb me. Otherwise, she will stab young Master Tian to death. That would be terrible. Yes. With her eyes covered, Mu Yun held the 4 daggers tightly in her hands. Akiji watched the second madam closely, while Qing Shuang spread out her vital energy to confuse Mu Yun's judgment. Swish, 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 in an instant, 4 daggers were thrown out. Poochie, poochie, 4 stabbing sounds rang out as the 4 daggers pierced into Mu Qingtian's hands and feet with unerring accuracy. A blood-curdling scream sounded instantly. Mu Yun, taking off the blindfold, Mu Yun looked at Mu Qingtian's limbs that were stabbed with daggers. She said regretfully, I didn't hit his vital points. I miscalculated. Turning around and looking at the second madam, Mu Yun replied, Second madam, I will keep my word. I will return the 4 daggers to you. But next time, Mu Qingtian might not be so lucky. Having achieved her goal, Mu Yun turned around and left coolly. In the courtyard, a blood-curdling scream sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Young master, are you going to let Mu Qingtian go just like that? Akiji was puzzled when he saw the smile on Mu Yun's face. Since the second madam wanted to harm me so openly, it means that she was sure to succeed in one try. She didn't expect that there would be an accident. It's just that she was so careless. The second madam still lacks patience and insight. She is no match for me, so I just need to teach her a lesson. Mu Yun said confidently, if I really kill Mu Qingtian, your boss will beat me into a pulp. After all, Mu Qingtian is his son. Boss, hearing this, Akiji and Qing Shuang lowered their heads. That's right. They were sent by Mu Qingyu to protect Mu Yun. Therefore, their boss was Mu Qingyu. On one hand, they were to protect Mu Yun. On the other hand, they were to monitor Mu Yun and prevent him from doing anything out of line. Oh, right. That Lin Xianyu, find out when and where he often appears. I want to talk to him. Talk to him? Young master, Lin Xianyu's flesh and blood has been taken away. He's a cripple. What do you want to talk to him about? A cripple? Mu Yun sneered. Don't you know that I have a heaven-defying ability to turn trash into treasure? I used to be a cripple too. Night fell, in the second madam's courtyard. Mu Qingtian was lying on the bed with his limbs wrapped in bandages. His face was pale. The second madam sat beside him with red and swollen eyes. Tian, it's my fault. I didn't expect Mu Yun to be so reckless. When your father comes out, I will teach him a lesson. The second madam said fiercely, next time, I won't let him be so lucky. Mother, Mu Qingtian said with a long face, Mother, I always feel that Mu Yun is terrifying. He's really terrifying. Since he wants to be the young patriarch, let him be. It's good that he can lead the Mu family to glory. Bastard. The second madam's face turned cold. She shouted, What do you know? The young master position belongs to your elder brother. Only Fang Yu is the young master. Mu Yun is not worthy. I think you are the bastard. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room. Mu Qingyu was dressed in a green robe and was dressed elegantly. Second brother, you are really promising. You want to kill the person I chose as the young master? Mu Qingyu frowned. You are not as thorough as Tian in this matter. Do you know why Yun didn't kill Tian today? That's because he cares about my feelings as a father. To tell you the truth, Yun, I forced you to be the young master. If you have any other thoughts in the future, I will cripple you even if you are from the imperial family, let alone the Kong family behind you. The Kong family was also a famous family in the southern Cloud Empire. However, their status was not as high as the four great families. The second madam was from the Kong family. Young master, this is a bone detachment pill. Give it to Tian. Mu Qingyu walked to the bedside and looked at his son. He said, I owe Yun, so I have to make it up to him. Now, I'm the one in charge of the Mu clan. It wasn't easy for the Mu clan to move from division to unification. Whoever wants to destroy it will be my enemy. Understand? I understand. In the end, the second madam lowered her head and stopped talking. Mu Qingyu was the sky of the Mu family. If Mu Qingyu was gone, the Mu family would fall and could no longer be one of the four great families. Therefore, even the second madam did not dare to go against Mu Qingyu. After saying this, Mu Qingyu left the courtyard. He turned around and said, Don't leave the Mu estate for the next few months. Have a good rest. What? To the pavilion of heaven in the past, the four madams of the Mu family had fought over the position of the young clan leader. The four madams all had powerful backgrounds, but Mu Qingyu just turned a blind eye to them even if there were sparks between them. But who would have thought that today, because of Mu Yun, Mu Qingyu was actually putting her under house arrest? Ever since she entered the Mu clan, such a thing had never happened before. After all, she was backed by the Kong clan, one of the top clans in the southern Cloud Empire other than the four major clans. But this time, he didn't expect that Mu Qingyu would say such harsh words for Mu Yun. This was something she had never thought of before. Mu Yun, second madam's heart was filled with hatred. After returning to the courtyard, Mu Yun began to recover. He only wanted to teach second madam a lesson and had no other intentions. After coming to South Cloud City, there were too many people who had designs on him. The Mu clan was the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, this incident was a wake-up call. In the future, if anyone wanted to deal with him, they would have to think about his identity as the young clan leader of the Mu clan. For half a month, Mu Yun stayed in the small courtyard. From time to time, she would go to the Broken Cloud Mountain range to cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Divine Body scripture and refine her body with Heavenly Thunder. In this half a month, he had also cultivated the Heavenly Thunder Godly Body technique to the 4th level. The 4th floor was much stronger than the previous 3 floors. The first level of the Heavenly Thunder Godly Body technique was to cultivate a membrane of lightning that covered the surface of the body. The second level was to cultivate a membrane of bone that covered the bones with lightning. The third level was to contain lightning within the body, greatly increasing the strength of the body. The fourth level allowed one to transform the lightning in one's body into electric arcs and unleash powerful attacks. Lightning, it could be said to be the most ferocious existence in the world. In front of the thunder and lightning, all kinds of evil and unorthodox methods and false appearances could not withstand a single blow. Xian Arc Slash. Mu Yun was in the Cloudbreaker mountain range. Her palm was like a saber as she slashed out with a saber. There was a miserable shriek as a rank 3 spirit beast in front of Xiaochen burned all of its fur. There was a burning smell as it died. Green Crescent Slash was a move that Mu Yun came up with after cultivating to the fourth level of the Divine Thunder Body technique. He used the power of lightning to form a saber and launch a powerful and fast attack. He used the destructive power of lightning to kill his opponent. This move was extremely powerful. Mu Yun pondered over it a few times and completely integrated it. But now, the Xian Crescent Slash he used was only 2 fingers wide and an arm long. It could still be considered weak, but its attack power was astonishing. However, if it was cultivated to the 5th level, Mu Yun believed that the power of this Xian Arc Slash would be absolutely astonishing. Last time, when he was attacked by 4 martial artists at the 5th level of the Spirit Cave realm, he would have died if he had not cultivated to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Thunder Godly Body technique. However, this also made him realize that his cultivation level was too low. The current him could easily kill a martial artist at the 1st level of the Spiritual Cave realm. A martial artist in the 2nd layer of the Spirit Cave realm was not a threat to him. He would need to use some methods to deal with some powerful martial artists at the 3rd level of the Spirit Cave realm. A martial artist at the 3rd level of the Spirit Cave realm would open up the Zhusanli acupoint. At this time, the acupoints in the martial artist's hands, arms, and legs would be completely opened. The martial artist's cultivation level would reach a perfect level. In the previous assassination, the 4 of them were trained as assassins. They were good at concealment and sudden attacks, but their ability to fight head-on was indeed a little weak. Furthermore, Mu Yun fought with his life on the line and received the attacks of the 4 daggers. In addition, he caught one of them off guard with his soul power attack, which gave him an opportunity. If it were the other 4 martial artists at the 5th level of the Spirit Cave realm, he would have died long ago. It seems that I need to raise my cultivation level as soon as possible. The cultivation of my soul power and the Divine Thunder Godly Body technique cannot be neglected. These 2 methods can be used as trump cards. Actually, what gave Mu Yun the most headaches was the Heartless Sword Manual. This sword manual was too simple. There were only 4 pictures, but Mu Yun could not forget it. There was no other reason other than the fact that this sword manual was very powerful. It even far surpassed the Divine Thunder Godly Body technique. Mu Yun firmly believed that if he comprehended a move or half a move, his combat power would increase by another level. Young Master, I have already investigated Lin Xianyu's rest schedule. If nothing goes wrong, he will appear in the Pavilion of Heaven in the afternoon. Pavilion of Heaven? Looks like I have to make a trip there today. The essence of Lin Xianyu's bloodline was extracted just to complete his elder brother Lin Bin's path to becoming a god. Mu Yun did not believe that he was willing to become a cripple. No one would have high hopes for such a waste whose meridians and bloodline were extracted. No one had the ability to conquer him, but Mu Yun did. After rushing back to Nanyun City from the broken Cloud Mountain range, Mu Yun brought Akiji and Qing Shuang directly to the Pavilion of Heaven. When the shopkeeper of the Pavilion of Heaven, Tian Jiyu, saw Mu Yun appear again, he hurriedly came forward to welcome her. Last time, Master Amo Wen did not pursue the matter because Mu Yun did not die from the disaster. Otherwise, his Pavilion of Heaven would most likely close down. The connections of a 6th-rank alchemist were enough to make his Pavilion of Heaven disappear from Nanyun City. There was also a saying in the entire continent. Even if you offend an empire, you must never offend a powerful alchemist or weapon refiner. If you offend an empire, you can escape the empire. But if you offend an alchemist or weapon refiner, you will find that you have nowhere to run. Young Master Mu, the incident last time was really my negligence. Don't worry. This time, if something like that happens again, I will bring my own head to you without Master Mo Wen's help. Tianjiu said politely, I don't know what young Master Mu wants to eat this time. In the future, when young Master Mu comes to my pavilion of heaven, all meals are free. Boss Tian, you are too polite. I am here this time to find someone, Lin Xianyu. Young Master Lin? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Tianjiu frowned. Why, is there a problem? Of course there is no problem. It's just that. Tianjiu mocked, it's just that young clan leader Mu may not know. Lin Xianyu was a genius before, but after his bloodline was taken away, his temper became worse. So I am worried. This has nothing to do with you. You just need to tell me where he is. The third room of the third floor of the Heaven Pavilion. Alright, you can go now. Bring some good wine and dishes to serve him. No problem. Seeing that Mu Yun did not care about the previous incident, Tianjiu was in a good mood and hurriedly gave the order. At this moment, in the third room of the Heaven Pavilion, Lin Xianyu was sitting in a drunken stupor. Opposite him, Meng Guangling was looking at this former genius with a smile. I wonder what Brother Lin has thought about the matter we talked about last time. Meng Guangling suddenly said, I think Brother Lin has had enough of this drunken stupor, right? Heh, hearing Meng Guangling's words, Lin Xianyu sneered, Meng Guangling, don't think I don't know you. In the entire Southern Cloud Empire, Southern Cloud City is where 80% of the major forces are gathered. You, Meng Guangling, have no family behind you, nor do you have any strong sects to rely on. Do you think I am a fool to be able to do so well in Southern Cloud City? Although I don't have any cultivation, I still have a brain. Lin Xianyu continued, the reason why you value me is because you want to use me. I, Lin Xianyu, am not stupid. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Brother Lin, are you saying that you refuse to cooperate? Cooperate? Don't say such words in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to drink with you again. Lin Xianyu smiled, I don't care what you, Meng Guangling, want to do. However, if you want to rope me in, don't worry about it. At this point, Lin Xianyu's meaning was clear. Meng Guangling's face was ugly. Although Lin Xianyu was a cripple now, the one behind him had given a death order. He wanted to rope Lin Xianyu in at all costs because that person seemed to be very curious about Lin Xianyu. It seemed that the negotiation had failed this time. If it didn't succeed, it would only be a failure. However, the price of failure was Lin Xianyu's own life. The one behind him had said that if he couldn't rope him in, he would kill him. If that's the case, then Brother Lin, I'm sorry. After saying that, Meng Guangling suddenly stood up. The short sword in his hand emitted a cold light. Want to kill me? With a sneer, Lin Xianyu stood up, I knew this day would come. If you can't rope me in, you will kill me. Do it, I'm a cripple anyway. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. Heh, it's good to die. It's better to die than to live like this. Lin Xianyu didn't resist at all. Resistance was meaningless. Bang bang, however, just as Meng Guangling raised his sword and was about to stab down, two bangs suddenly sounded. The wall was penetrated. Two figures suddenly barged in and blocked in front of Lin Xianyu. Ayaya, Meng Guangling, you look so sanctimonious. Why are you so stupid to want to kill a cripple? A sigh sounded. The door of the private room was opened and a figure slowly stepped in. It was Mu Yun. It's you? It's you. Seeing Mu Yun, Lin Xianyu and Meng Guangling were shocked. It's me. Both of you seem to know me. Mu Yun sat down, picked up a piece of pork rib, and gnawed on it. Naturally, both of them knew Mu Yun. Previously in the restaurant, they saw Mu Yun being stabbed 4 times with their own eyes. They thought that Mu Yun was dead for sure. However, they didn't expect Mu Yun to come back to life. Both of them didn't know much about this new young patriarch of the Mu family. What are you doing here? Looking at Mu Yun, Lin Xianyu said in an unfriendly tone. The Mu family and the Lin family had always been at odds. Everyone in the Southern Cloud Empire knew that. Young Master Lin, if I didn't come, you would have died. Mu Yun exclaimed. I helped you when I saw injustice. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you're blaming me. Do you want to die that badly? Sigh. Mu Yun suddenly sighed. It's a pity that you're going to die just like that. That would be a waste of a spot to become a famous powerhouse in the continent. Hearing Mu Yun's words, not only Lin Xianyu, even Meng Guangling looked at Mu Yun in surprise. What did Mu Yun mean by that? Solicitation at the very least, Lin Xianyu was still full of hope for martial arts. Oh, right, young Master Meng Guangling, you can leave now. Mu Yun turned around and said, I'm here today. I definitely won't let you kill him. If you want to kill him, choose another day. In that case, goodbye. Unexpectedly, Meng Guangling did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately left. He had witnessed Mu Yun's strength with his own eyes. Facing 4 assassins at the 5th layer of the spirit cave realm who were proficient in assassination, he managed to escape. Furthermore, the 2 personal maids behind him were inseparable and could not be underestimated. With his strength, he would not be able to get away with it. He's not stupid at all. Seeing Meng Guangling leave, Mu Yun sat down without saying a word. Akiji and Qing Shuang appeared outside the door. One of them stood behind Mu Yun while the other kept pouring wine for Mu Yun. After a full hour, Mu Yun didn't say a word. Lin Xianyu also sat down and just sat there quietly. In the end, Lin Xianyu couldn't help but stand up. What do you mean by that? I thought that you had long lost your desire to become a strong person. I didn't expect that a piece of trash like you would still have such thoughts. Mu Yun spoke bluntly. If you're here to continue humiliating me, then congratulations, you've succeeded. Did you succeed? Mu Yun shook her head. No. Insulting you is secondary. Don't you know that in order to recruit people, you have to give them a slap and then rub them? Only then will they be loyal. You're quite direct. Isn't it much better to talk to someone like you directly than to beat around the bush? Otherwise, Meng Guangling wouldn't have failed and tried to kill you. Tell me, what do you want? It's simple. If you promise me one thing, I can make you one of the most famous experts in the entire Heavenly Fate continent. As a man, he would be filled with passion for powerful martial arts. Needless to say, Lin Xianyu was once a heavenly talent. Expert? Heavenly Fate continent? Lin Xianyu sipped a mouthful of wine and sneered, young patriarch Mu, don't you think this is ridiculous? If you have this kind of ability, why don't you do it yourself, instead of helping me? I naturally have this ability, but my goal is not to become a powerhouse of the Heavenly Fate continent, but to conquer the 3,000 small worlds, the 10,000 great worlds, and even an even greater world. Lin Xianyu was stunned when she heard Mu Yun's words. He did not know about the 3,000 small realms or the 10,000 great realms, but Mu Yun's tone was very similar to his in the past. You sure are ambitious. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? I won't. Mu Yun laughed and said, if I do, I won't accept the position of the young patriarch of the Mu clan. Then tell me your conditions. Great. Mu Yun clapped her hands and said, for someone like you, with your bloodline stripped away, there is not a single meridian in your body. You can be said to be a cripple, but have you ever thought about why you can survive? Lin Xianyu was instantly shocked when he heard Mu Yun's words. That's right, although meridians were necessary for a martial artist's cultivation, it was also necessary for a person to survive. How did he, who had no meridians, survive these few years? This seemingly simple question, why did no one care about it after so many years? Forget it, let's not talk about this first. Let me tell you my conditions first. Seeing Lin Xianyu in a daze, Mu Yun continued, I can let you step into the spirit cave realm in 1 month, the illuminating god realm in 3 years, and the illuminating god realm in 10 years. And you only need to agree to one condition. What condition? It's simple. Be my bodyguard, my personal bodyguard, for 3 years. Bodyguard? 3 years, it was that simple? You don't have to think about it. It's that simple. Mu Yun continued, moreover, you are only responsible for protecting me. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. In other words, whatever I ask you to do, if you are willing to do it, then do it. If you are unwilling, then forget it. This, Lin Xianyu was stunned again. How could this be called a personal bodyguard? In South Cloud City, the disciples of the powerful clans would be accompanied by martial artists as bodyguards. Those bodyguards had to protect the safety of their masters. If anyone betrayed their master, their fate would be worse than certain death. However, Mu Yun's request, "Alright, I promise you." Looking at the faint smile on Mu Yun's face, Lin Xianyu was extremely calm as he spoke. "Alright, since that's the case, let me first talk to you about the problem with your body." Mu Yun poured another cup of wine and began to explain. Martial artists gather the vital essence of heaven and earth to train their bodies. The 10th level of the physical body realm is to use vital essence to refine the body and temper it. The 10th level of the spirit cave realm is to use vital essence to open the acupoints. In the end, it is to strengthen the martial artist's body. Illuminating God realm martial artists cultivate soul power. Not only are their bodies strong, but their soul power is also domineering. They can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They are omnipotent. This is the true step to becoming a martial artist. The 10th level of the illuminating God realm was the step to becoming a martial artist. Listening to Mu Yun's almost completely nonsensical remarks, Lin Xianyu's expression gradually turned solemn. In the end, he was just a disciple of a family in South Cloud City. He knew nothing about the Mu family's knowledge. Seeing Lin Xianyu in a daze, Mu Yun coughed and said, You don't quite understand? Then you can treat my words as nonsense. However, you have to remember the following. Meridians are the foundation that runs through a martial artist's body. Strictly speaking, bones are the base of a martial artist's body. Meridians are the base of a martial artist's body. Meridians are the base of a martial artist's body. Flesh and blood are the towering towers that fill the base. All three are indispensable. However, you have lost your meridians for nearly 6 years, but you are still alive and well. It's not that you don't have meridians in your body, but you have formed another meridian. A meridian that is completely different from the meridians of ordinary martial artists. What? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Lin Xianyu's heart surged with shock. He already had a meridian? However, your meridian, to be precise, cannot be considered a real meridian. However, as long as you cultivate it, you can form a meridian that is 100 times more powerful than a real meridian. How was this possible? Hearing Mu Yun's words, even Akiji and Qing Shuang were dumbfounded. It was already a miracle that Lin Xianyu could survive, but he could still cultivate a special meridian? Why are you looking at me? I'm not a gorilla. Pursing her lips, Mu Yun said helplessly, let's put it this way. Let me ask you. Do you feel pain all over your body for a period of time every day? During that period of time, you wished you could die, so you drank to drown your sorrows. At the same time, you also numbed yourself. It has been like this ever since you lost your bloodline. How do you know? Even his parents did not know about this matter. How did Mu Yun know? One had to know that he had always been proud in his heart. Therefore, after his bloodline was stolen, he had been enduring all the pain and ridicule. Every afternoon, the blood in his body would flow rapidly like a fountain. During that period of time, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Therefore, every day, he would use alcohol to numb himself. Waving her hand, Mu Yun continued, however, after the pain, you will feel your blood flow return to normal again, and even more smoothly than before, right? That's right. At this moment, Lin Xianyu looked at Mu Yun with anticipation instead of contempt. He was looking forward to what else Mu Yun would say that would surprise him. As expected, seeing Lin Xianyu nod affirmatively, Mu Yun was overjoyed. Then it's easy. Mu Yun's expression did not change as he continued, the universe is vast and boundless. The place we are at is merely a corner of it, a speck of dust. You don't know how many miraculous things there are. Once, there was an almighty like you who was hunted down by his enemy. He was teased by his enemy and his divine meridians were stolen. From then on, he became a cripple. However, this person had great willpower. Not only did he not die, he actually hid and created a cultivation technique. He completely refined his meridians and became more than 100 times stronger than before. Then, his strength soared and he broke his enemy's meridians and bones. He finally became a powerful person. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Lin Xianyu was completely shocked. His bloodline was stolen, and he created his own bloodline. That cultivation technique is called the heaven-defying divine meridians technique. This cultivation technique can not only restore one's meridians, but the more profound the cultivation, the stronger the power of the bloodline. In the end, it can even be comparable to the bloodline of a divine beast. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I have it." Seeing Mu Yun's evil smile, Lin Xianyu gritted his teeth. Ever since he became a cripple, everything had changed. His fatherly love and brotherly love had disappeared. He was just a useless person who was mocked by others. Today, an opportunity was placed in front of him. He couldn't help but be moved. Meng Guangling found him because of his crippled body. However, he knew Meng Guangling's methods very well, so he wouldn't cooperate with him. Mu Yun in front of him also had a purpose. However, 3 years of being his bodyguard in exchange for a chance to rise up was worth it. "Young lord." Lin Xianyu bowed slightly, cupped his hands and lowered his head, and called out respectfully. Seeing Lin Xianyu's expression, Mu Yun smiled. It was extremely difficult to subdue such a genius. He had his own pride and couldn't be violated. However, Mu Yun didn't want to subdue him. He just wanted to borrow him temporarily. Being in Nanyun City, he needed help. Lin Xianyu was the first helper he recruited. "All right. It's enough for you to call me young lord." Mu Yun laughed and said, "Now, I will teach you the first stage of the heaven-defying divine meridians technique. You have to break through to the spiritual cave realm within a month. Otherwise, all the agreements between us will be invalid. Even if you succeed in cultivating it and don't reach the first stage of the spiritual cave realm, I don't need you. I need a genius, not a useless person. You will understand the power of the heaven-defying divine meridians technique in a month." After saying that, a scroll of paper appeared in Mu Yun's spatial ring. It was densely packed with small words. 7 Virtues College, what are you waiting for? Mu Yun urged, "Aren't you going to catch it? You are giving it to me just like that? Don't tell me you want me, the young master, to kneel and hand it to you?" Mu Yun rolled her eyes. "This is a divine skill. Aren't you afraid that after I master it and pass it on to the Lin clan disciples, then, haha?" Hearing Lin Xianyu's words, Mu Yun laughed out loud and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think that just anyone can cultivate this godly veins formula? A person like you might not even appear once in 1,000 years. The requirement to practice the heaven-defying divine veins art is extremely harsh. Just take it out and see who would be willing to endure the danger of having their tendons and veins broken and give up their cultivation to practice this martial technique from the beginning." Lin Xianyu nodded in understanding. However, there was one thing that he couldn't figure out. Where did this Mu Yun obtain this mystical ability? "Oh, by the way, my handwriting is a bit ugly, but you can understand it. Just bear with it." Mu Yun waved her hand and turned to leave. "In this 1 month, find a place to cultivate. After a month, when you reach the spiritual cave realm, come and find me. From then on, you will be Mu Yun's #1 golden guard." Lin Xianyu could only smile bitterly at the cheap voice coming from outside the door. This fellow. Is it a handwritten copy? But it doesn't matter. Lin Xianyu picked up the first cultivation method of the heaven-defying God vein method and began to read it quietly. Lin Xianyu subconsciously thought that this was a divine skill that Mu Yun had obtained through a fortuitous encounter and that she had not passed it to him. If he knew that the real original was in Mu Yun's head, who knew how he would feel? After leaving the heavenly pavilion, Xianxia finally could not help but ask, "Young master, that divine skill, you just gave it to him like this? What happened? Young master, are you trying to trick us? Do I look like that kind of person?" Seeing Qing Shuang and Akiji nod at the same time, Mu Yun was speechless. Lin Xianyu is a genius. I don't want to waste his talent. Moreover, that divine veins art is useless to me. Just give it to him. It's that simple. Mu Yun smiled and said, 3 years. This guy might be able to break through to the spirit realm within 3 years. Divine connection? Akiji and Qing Shuang were suspicious. Lin Xianyu's blood meridians were broken. Mu Yun had described the heaven-defying Shin Meridian's secret art as miraculous as a god. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a street stall product. Only a fool like Lin Xianyu would believe it. It would be a miracle if that guy could break through to the spiritual cave realm in a month's time, from the time when all the blood vessels in his body were severed to the first layer of the spirit cave realm, 1 month. You can't even brag so quickly. You don't believe me? Looking at the two little girls' doubtful expressions, Mu Yun laughed and said, "Why don't we make a bet?" Bet on what? If Lin Xianyu comes to find me after a month, it proves that he has stepped into the first layer of the spiritual cave realm. I don't need you two to do anything. You just need to serve me, the young master, for 1 night. If you fail, I will report to my father and transfer you two away. How about it? I see that you two are not happy to be by my side. Serve you? Bah. Why? You don't dare to bet? Why wouldn't I dare? Akiji raised her snow-white neck and puffed out her chest. Let's bet. If you don't keep your word, I will kill you with my own hands. Okay. Seeing Akiji's flushed face, Mu Yan's heart throbbed. Once upon a time, Yaoer was also like this in front of him. She was a little shy, a little arrogant, and a little cute and naughty. Thinking of Qin Mengyao, Mu Yan's face suddenly became gloomy. He lowered his head and walked forward. Yaoer, don't worry. I will come to find you soon. He had received a reply from Master Miao. Qin Mengyao was in the Saint Pill sect and was fine. This was the news that made Mu Yun feel the most at ease. Sister. Seeing Mu Yun's somewhat desolate figure, Qing Xuan tugged at the corner of her sister's clothes and said, "Don't treat young master like this. Actually, he's quite a good person." He's a good person? Akiji looked at her sister and widened her eyes. Don't you know? When young master was in Baiyun City, he had a fiancée called Qin Mengyao. At that time, young master fought with a phantom of the Saint Pill sect master for her. He did not hesitate to sacrifice 100 years of his life. Although young master lost in the end, it was enough to see young master's feelings for his fiancée. Bah. Hearing this, Akiji snorted. Then why did he say those words to tease us? I think he's just a playboy. Sister, the patriarch has ordered us to obey the young patriarch, even if it's that kind of thing. Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten. Akiji said unwillingly. It's just that I don't want to let this guy get away with it so easily. Even if there's a day when he wants us to sleep with him, before that, I want him to suffer. After returning to the Mu family, Mu Yun returned to her courtyard and focused on cultivating. The injuries on her body had basically recovered. Next, she would report to the Seven Virtues College. Mu Yun had done some research on the Seven Virtues College recently. The Seven Virtues College was divided into 7 faculties. Each faculty had a dean. It could be said that the Seven Virtues College could be regarded as 7 faculties separately. Together, they were a powerful force. These 7 faculties were named according to metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. The current Seven Virtues College had 5 faculties: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were controlled by the Lin, Shao, Mu, Gu, and the imperial family respectively. As for the wind and thunder faculties, the forces involved were intricate and complicated. However, it was as if there was always a pair of invisible hands secretly controlling them, causing the 5 major forces to be unable to take over the 2 faculties. Don't underestimate the Seven Virtues College. To outsiders, the Seven Virtues College was a college managed by the Empire. Almost all the geniuses in the Southern Cloud Empire wanted to enter the Seven Virtues College. Therefore, it was a talent export center. It was also a place that the great clans valued the most. Geniuses were the most important to the rise of a clan. In the beginning, the Mu family was not considered one of the 5 major forces. The reason why they rose so quickly was because Mu Qingyu used some unknown method to control the earth faculties of the Seven Virtues College. The Seven Virtuous Academy was one of the 7 great academies. Among them, there were too many unknown competitions. The most unpredictable ones were the last 2 faculties, Leifeng faculties and Virtuous Wind faculties. In these 2 faculties, the instructors, students, and some alchemists and blacksmiths were mostly people who were not part of the 5 major forces. Only a small portion of them were from the 5 major forces. However, they were still ostracized. It seems that Leifeng faculties and virtuous wind faculties are not simple. After carefully thinking about the various aspects of the Seven Virtues College, Mu Yun finally made up his mind and chose the faculties that he wanted to enter. Virtuous wind faculties. Mu Yun did not choose the virtuous wind faculties randomly. Although the Mu family controlled the earth faculties, those fellows were definitely under Mu Qingyu's command. He could not command them. Since that was the case, he might as well enter the virtuous wind faculties and turn it into his talent base. With a steady flow of talents, his team would gradually take off. Time was of the essence. After making up his mind, Mu Yun came to the Seven Virtues College to report. It had to be said that the vastness of the Seven Virtues College was far beyond Mu Yun's expectations. Standing at the entrance of the faculties, he could clearly see the seven symbols representing the Seven Virtues College on the faculties' gate. They were connected into one and gave off a majestic aura. The gate, which was 100 meters wide, occupied an entire street. The Seven Virtues College was originally built in the center of the imperial capital. It was only a few streets away from the imperial capital's imperial palace. It could be said to be a place blessed by outstanding people. Moreover, what made Mu Yun feel the most extravagant was the towering mountain that stood in the Seven Virtues College. The mountain was 1,000 meters tall and surrounded by mountains. Even if he stood at the entrance of the Seven Virtues College, he could still see it clearly. The Seven Virtues College occupied a vast area. Among them, there was an ancient forest. It was a real forest through and through. It was said that an old monster of the Seven Virtues College had forcibly uprooted a mountain range from the cloud-piercing mountain range and transplanted it into the Seven Virtues College. Moreover, the college would capture spiritual beasts of a certain level every year and rear them in captivity so that the students could undergo real killing and training. Such a college that had gathered the top strong practitioners of the five major influences as instructors not only had the martial arts techniques of the five major influences but also had alchemy masters like Mo Qing Tian and Mo Wen. There was no lack of divine pills and divine weapons. It was also a holy land that countless geniuses yearned for. It would be strange if it did not nurture some famous strong practitioners every year. Nanyun College, Seven Virtues College, hee. Looking at the entrance of the Seven Virtues College, Mu Yun could not help but laugh when he thought of the Beiyun College that he used to stay in. After going around in circles, he did not expect to run back to the same place and become an instructor. However, this time as an instructor, what Mu Yun wanted to do was not as simple as just teaching the students. The most important thing was to strengthen his own student group and recruit them one by one to become his own Mu clan army. The bastard in front, get lost. However, just as Mu Yun was thinking about his grand and glorious goal, a reprimand pulled him back to reality. Turning around, his eyes lit up as a tall carriage appeared. The carriage was more than 3 meters tall and about 5 meters long. It looked like a moving room with a gorgeous appearance and luxurious decorations. Especially the spiritual beast that pulled the carriage. 5th level spiritual beast, Unicorn. The unicorn was a spiritual beast that understood human nature. Its attack power was not strong, but it had a strong physical strength and a loyal sense of ownership. Hence, it was deeply loved by the rich children of the imperial capital. You dare to reprimand me? Turning around, Mu Yun simply stood in the middle of the entrance. He did not move as he looked at the luxurious carriage. Brat, you are blocking the 9th prince's carriage. I think you are courting death. When the carriage driver saw that Mu Yun did not dodge and was even standing in the middle of the road and looking at him provocatively, he was instantly furious. He rode the unicorn and charged directly at Mu Yun. Although the unicorn's attack power was not strong, its horn was extremely tough. After all, it was a 5th level spiritual beast. Its strength was not weak. Elder Seat Tisk. Mu Yun snorted inwardly when he saw the carriage pulled by the unicorn speeding over. He stood still on the spot, as if he had no intention of retaliating. The manservant on the carriage was even more excited when he saw this. Little Jew, beat this bastard to death. The unicorn sped up at his command. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. The 9th prince's carriage had been blocked by some reckless fellows in the past. They refused to give way and were all crippled by the horned horses. There were even a few who died. In the end, they were all reduced to small matters and small matters into nothing. Therefore, no one in Seven Virtues College dared to block a carriage in public. This fellow was obviously a newcomer, and he was dressed shabbily. He definitely did not have any background. He was simply courting death. Get lost. Suddenly, Mu Yun bellowed. He didn't seem to have done anything, but the unicorn suddenly stopped and raised its front hooves high in the air. Crack, the unicorn's body was huge. When it raised its head, it was almost at a 90-degree angle, and its entire body pressed against the carriage behind it. The luxuriously decorated carriage shattered into pieces with a loud cracking sound. 2 figures fell from the carriage, their clothes disheveled. One of them was dressed in a silver robe. He had handsome eyebrows and sharp eyes, and his face was pale. He looked like he had overindulged in debauchery. The other person was a woman. At this moment, the woman only had a few undergarments covering her obvious places. There were 2 scarlet spots on her chest, and with the scratches on her neck and body, it was not hard to imagine what the 2 of them were doing in the carriage just now. Car sex, Mu Yun looked at the 2 of them in disdain and turned to leave. Little geezy, I think you're courting death. How did you drive the carriage? The pale-faced man slapped the manservant who had just stood up. The manservant immediately lost his balance and sat on the ground again. Huang Xianxia was extremely furious. He was having sex in the carriage just now, and when he was extremely excited, little geezy drove faster and faster, almost causing him to float into the sky. However, who knew that before he could float into the sky, the carriage suddenly overturned and slapped him down from the sky. How could he not be angry? Ninth Prince, you can't blame me for this. Little geezy covered half of his swollen cheek and said miserably, it's him. It's this fellow who blocked our carriage. Stop. Seeing that Mu Yun wanted to leave, Huang Xianxia was furious. Despicable commoner, you dare to block my path and overturn my carriage. You still want to run? Seven Virtues College, where can you run to? Are you calling me? Seeing Huang Xiangyu's flustered and exasperated expression, Mu Yun waved her hand and said, what does your carriage overturned have to do with me? How is it unrelated? You're the one who did it. Little geezy suddenly said. Alright, since you said that I was the one who did it, then may I ask if you saw me do it? Little geezy shook his head blankly. Then did you see what kind of divine weapon I used to drive the carriage? Little geezy shook his head again. That's it. That's not right. You shouted just now and scared the unicorn. Little geezy suddenly reacted. Oh? According to this little brother, it was me shouting all my life and scaring the unicorn to the point that it peed its pants. That's right, that's it. Haha, seeing that Mu Yun suddenly burst into laughter, Huang Xianxia asked, what are you laughing at? You don't believe me, do you? Look at my realm, I'm only at the first layer of the spirit cave realm, and the unicorn is a 5th grade spirit beast. How could I scare it with a shout? What kind of joke is this? Even if the unicorn isn't good at attacking, could it be so easily frightened? Hearing Mu Yun's explanation, Huang Xiangyu's face darkened as he looked at his manservant. You dare to lie to me? How would I dare? Master, how would I dare to lie to you? Little geezy knelt on the ground with a plop and kowtowed. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He clearly knew his master's temper. There were too many cases where he would kill someone just because of a disagreement. Ninth Master, little geezy is loyal and devoted to you. I think it's most likely this brat's doing. Suddenly, the seductive woman beside Huang Xianxia swayed her slender waist and moved closer. The woman looked at Mu Yun and said, look at this person's shabby appearance. I'm afraid he's also the scum of the Seven Virtues College. Why don't we just kill him? I didn't enjoy myself just now. As she spoke, the woman leaned her huge weapon against Huang Xiangyu's shoulder. In an instant, a warm current surged in Huang Xiangyu's body, ready to move. Baby, since you said so, then let's kill him. Huang Xianxia smiled slightly as if he was announcing the life and death of an ant. Oh? I'm dead? Mu Yun smiled and shook her head. He didn't expect such a troublesome thing to happen on the first day he arrived at the Seven Virtues College. He had already tolerated being treated as a dog blocking the way. But now, this guy announced his death as if he was announcing the death of a dog. First of all, I just arrived at the Seven Virtues College and don't want to cause trouble. Secondly, I didn't offend you. I'm sorry. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Huang Shengyu interrupted her. My unicorn has always been gentle. Today, it suddenly became irritable. Perhaps it was angry because it saw you and it disturbed me. Naturally, I won't punish my unicorn. But you have to pay the price for this. The price is death? That's right. Mu Yun chuckled. This fellow's brain was full of shit. I didn't want to argue with you. But today, it seems like I'm going to cause trouble as soon as I arrive at the college. Huang Shengyu closed his palms slightly and looked at Mu Yun. His eyes were filled with a mocking smile. Crimson. Gold blade. With a low shout, a trace of golden light appeared in Huang Shengyu's hand. The golden light carried a sharp aura and rushed towards Mu Yun. Interesting. This time, Mu Yun didn't bring a Qiji and Qing Shuang with her. These two people looked at her as if she was a prisoner every day. They weren't really loyal to her and were very annoying. She took a step forward and faced Huang Shengyu head-on. A green electric arc appeared in Mu Yun's hand and instantly attacked. After cultivating the heavenly thunder godly body technique to the 4th level, the power of thunder and lightning accumulated in her body was quite dense. The 4th level allowed her to transform the thunder and lightning according to her will. An electric arc shot out in an instant. Crackling electric light scattered in all directions. Huang Shengyu's attack had the sharpness of the metal attribute. However, no matter how hard metal was, it was as fragile as paper in front of the invincible thunder and lightning attribute that suppressed all evil. Boom, a low rumble sounded. Crackling electric fields surrounded the area, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Huang Shengyu's body trembled and fell to the ground. Thunder and lightning crackled all over his body. His body was trembling as if he had epilepsy. You. Xiao Gizi was flabbergasted and said incoherently, you dare to hit the 9th prince? You're courting death. He knew that the 9th prince was at the 2nd level of the spiritual cave realm. His strength was astonishing. He did not expect that he would be defeated by Mu Yun in one move. TSK, you didn't kill him again? Mu Yun curled her lips and said, however, your lives shouldn't be that precious, right? Seeing Mu Yun shift her gaze to them, Xiao Gizi and the seductive woman trembled. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Tell this fellow that I'm Instructor Mu Yun from Leifeng Academy. If he wants to take revenge, he can find me at Leifeng Academy. After saying this, Mu Yun swaggered off. Leifeng Academy. You're dead meat. Xiao Gizi said fiercely as he watched Mu Yun leave. Then, he hurriedly pulled his master and ran towards Jin Academy. Jin Academy was one of the 7 Virtues College that was controlled by the imperial family. As long as he could find an instructor loyal to the imperial family at Jin Academy, Mu Yun would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. On the other side, Mu Yun started to walk around the entire 7 Virtues College. It had to be said that the 7 Virtues College was vast. There was even a small mountain range in it. It was simply a city within a city. Moreover, the 7 Virtues College was divided into 7 parts. There was a clear distinction between the 7 parts. Just by walking on the road, Mu Yun saw many disputes and even fights. They're really young and hot-tempered. Seeing those people fighting, Mu Yun shook her head. The 7 Virtues could be said to be the 5 great academies controlled by the 5 great forces. The people in the 7 Virtues College were also the future martial artists of the 5 great forces. If they fought at this time, they would be the ones getting hurt. They were doing it for the sake of the 5 great forces. They were all blinded by greed. Hey, brother Mu. Suddenly, Mu Yun, who was walking on the road of the college, was shocked by a shout. She had goosebumps all over her body. Old Mo, can you not be like this every time? After all, you are a 6-star alchemist. No matter what, you should have the demeanor of a master. It's fine, it's fine. I can't be bothered with those people who seek fame and power. If they come to bother me, I will chase them all away. I will just be like this in front of you. Master Mo laughed loudly. He was rather happy to see that Mu Yun had really come to the college. I knew that you wouldn't stay in Bayun City for long. Gold will always shine. I just want to be with you every day. Be with him every day. Upon hearing Master Mo's words, Mu Yin pushed Master Mo's hand away and stared at him. What are you trying to do? Huh? Ayaya, don't say so much. You are not familiar with the Seven Virtues College. Let me show you around. You show me around? Mu Yin sized up Mo Wen and said, Old Mo, I saw a lot of fighting just now. This college is chaotic. Can you handle it? Don't worry. The 7 great forces control the 5 great forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. The other forces are Leifeng Courtyard and Fengxian Courtyard. However, I am an elder of the 7 great forces. If they don't listen to me, they will get lost from the 7 great forces. Elder of the Elders Courtyard? Don't underestimate the position of Elder of the Elders Courtyard. This college elder can directly appoint a disciple of the college. I don't care whose disciple they are or what they do. I can appoint whoever I want. There should be very few elders like this, right? Not much, not much. The 5 great powers have taken up 5 spots. However, these 5 elders don't have as much authority as I do. The other 5 all have very high statuses. Oh, my big brother is the leader of the other 5 elders. Leifeng Courtyard Mu Yun reckoned that the other 3 elders were probably also famous great masters in South Cloud City. However, this wasn't something he should be thinking about right now. Old Mo, tell me about the situation in Leifeng Courtyard. Okay. Mo Wen opened his mouth and said, 7 Virtues College has 7 big colleges, with a total of 70,000 students. Each college has about 10,000 students, and among them, they are roughly divided into more than 200 classes. These 200 classes are further divided into advanced classes, intermediate classes, and beginner classes according to their overall ability. There are the most beginner classes, and the least advanced classes. There are about 10 advanced classes, and the least advanced classes are not advanced classes, but special classes. Special class? That's right. The special class is where the core geniuses of each great courtyard gather. There are only 2 classes with a total of 100 people. These 100 people are all extremely talented and powerful. Mo Wen continued to introduce, every big college has a ranking list. Students of the special class, as long as you are strong enough to defeat the one in the 100th place, you can become a special class student. Also, you can only challenge from the one in the 100th place. This kind of challenge can only come from the advanced class students. This can also be considered a form of stimulation. It was not difficult for Mu Yun to understand this. With such a rule, the students of the junior class would work hard to become students of the intermediate class, and the students of the intermediate class would work hard to become students of the advanced class. Only after becoming a student of the advanced class could they challenge the students of the special class. They could only challenge from the top 100. This would also stimulate the students of the special classes to become even more aggressive. After all, it was too dangerous to be ranked in the top 100. You could be pushed down at any time. In this way, the competition in the entire academy would become greater and greater. In order to maintain their rankings, the students would also work harder and harder. This ranking is called the spirit ranking. It's the spirit ranking of each college. The ranking is also to stimulate the college. The 7 Virtues College also has a ranking called the Dragon Ranking. There are only 100 people on the Dragon Rank, but all the disciples who are on the Dragon Rank are geniuses. All the clans will do their best to rope them in. Besides, teaching a disciple on the Dragon Rank is incredibly important to a teacher. Master Mo laughed and said, of course. Brother Mu, you came here to experience life. Who cares about the cultivation of those lousy students? Just focus on refining pills with me. I guarantee that you will be one of the elders of 7 Virtues College in the future. Tisk, I'm not interested in that. Haha. That's right. For a genius like Brother Mu, how could those things attract you? After Mo Wen finished laughing, he suddenly turned his head and said, Brother Mu, there's something that I'm not sure if I should say. Glancing at Mo Wen, Mu Yun said helplessly, tell me, what's the problem again? Brother Mu, wait for a moment. I'll go and get the herbs for you to take a look. My place is a mess. I'll let you go after I've tidied it up. Forget it for now. As Mo said this, he ran away swiftly. This old fellow, although Mu Yun seemed to hate Master Mo, she actually admired him from the bottom of her heart. This person was truly obsessed with alchemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated her in such a manner back in the Bayun Academy. Even now, because of his profound attainments in alchemy, he was willing to put down his pride and treat him like a junior. This kind of person was very cute. It's him. Just as Mu Yun was strolling in the same spot, an angry reprimand suddenly sounded behind her. Huh? Turning around and looking at the few people behind her, Mu Yun couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. Little Gizi, looking at the few people beside Little Gizi, Mu Yun already understood that the 9th prince had been beaten up. They had found someone to take revenge. Behind them, the 9th prince was covered in bandages. He stared at Mu Yun with a venomous gaze. It's this fellow who beat the 9th prince to such a state. Go and kill him. Little Gizi shouted arrogantly. Kill him? Mu Yun burst into laughter. Hey, hey, hey. The 7 Virtues College has a rule that we can't kill people. Just now, outside the school gate, you can kill me. Now, you can't. Then cripple him for me. Make sure he can't even stand. The 9th prince shouted at the top of his lungs. With this shout, he pulled on the wounds on his body again. Immediately, he grimaced in pain. Ah? That's not good. Mu Yun looked as if she had been shocked. She said, 9th prince, right? If you do this, I reckon you will regret it. Regret my ass. Go and kill him. Seeing Mu Yun's despicable appearance, the 9th prince couldn't wait to tear him apart. He immediately roared. Under the 9th prince's command, the few people in front of him immediately surrounded him. It's you, right? Mu Yun? Which courtyard are you from? Thunder Peak Courtyard? Of all the people you could provoke, you had to provoke our 9th prince. You're really courting death. When we beat him up, he didn't say that he was the 9th prince, Mu Yun said helplessly. You're still here with your glib tongue. You'll die miserably. One of the black-shirted youths sneered. Let me tell you. My name is Xianxia. I'm ranked 93rd on the spirit roll of the Golden Courtyard. I'm at the 1st level of the spiritual cave realm. If you fall into my hands, I'll make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead. Xianxia, right? You're expelled. However, just as Xianxia finished speaking, an indifferent voice sounded from the other side. Who the F***ck are you? How dare you expel me? I'm the 9th prince. Turning around, Xianxia was about to scold, but when he saw Master Mo's silhouette, he choked on his words. He couldn't continue speaking, but he couldn't swallow them either. Instantly, his face flushed red. Mo. Elder Mo. Xianxia, Golden Courtyard Spirit ranking 93rd. You're so famous. The Academy rules forbid killing, but you still want to kill. You're rebelling. Mo was very angry. He almost roared, get lost, all of you get lost. 9th prince? Huang Shangyu, right? You're expelled. There's no place for you in the Golden Courtyard. Get back to your palace and enjoy your life. Ah? Elder Mo, this has nothing to do with me. If you say another word, I'll let your father break your legs. Once Mo shouted, Huang Shangyu, Xianxia, and the rest immediately choked on their words. They couldn't say anything, and their faces flushed red again. Why aren't you getting lost? What are you doing here? Mo was really angry. What was this? Ever since Mu Yun came to Southern Cloud City, he and Mu Yun had only met twice. The first time, he invited Mu Yun to Heaven Pavilion for a meal, and Mu Yun was almost killed. This time, Mu Yun had just arrived at the academy, and someone was already looking for trouble. This made him very unhappy. Elder Mo, he was scared away by you. I was still intending to practice my skills. How am I going to practice now? Mu Yun said helplessly. Ah. Alright, quickly tell me your problem. I still want to see what's different about this so-called Leifeng courtyard. Also, I want to meet my class. When the class was mentioned, Emma Wen's expression became a little unnatural. What's wrong? Brother Mu, don't be angry. Some of the arrangements were made by my elder brother, so I don't understand. Emma Wen said, this time, your class is said to be the beginner class. You also know that the arrangement of the instructors is based on the realm. The students in the beginner class are mostly in the first tier of the spirit cave realm. Their talents are not very good, but they are ambitious. Don't be unhappy. My elder brother arranged it this way for the sake of fairness. He was afraid that people would gossip. The instructors of the beginner class are at least in the first tier of the spirit cave realm. Your current realm is only suitable for the instructors of the beginner class, that's it? That's it. Mu Yun was speechless. So be it if it was the beginner class. He came to Seven Virtues College to understand the influences in the Seven Virtues College. It was just nice to start from the lowest level. In Seven Virtues College, the division of classes was based on one's ability, and the other was based on one's talent. In the advanced class and even the special class, there were students who were not in the spirit cave realm. However, those people were all famous geniuses. The beginner class was relatively weaker, not only in terms of ability, but also in terms of talent. However, this was not a problem for Mu Yun. Talent was not good. Pills were thrown. Ability was not high. Pills were thrown. Even if it was a good for nothing, Mu Yun could guarantee that he would enter the soul conduit realm. Moreover, which one of those who entered Seven Virtues College was a good for nothing? It was just that in comparison, their talent was slightly weaker. She helped Mo Wen guide the problems that arose when he was concocting pills. Mo Wen brought Mu Yun to walk around again. Only then did the two of them leisurely arrive at Leifeng Courtyard. Leifeng Courtyard and Fengxian Courtyard were not controlled by any of the five big influences. Regardless of whether it was the instructors or the students, their identities were confusing. However, this was also the reason why Mu Yun had chosen it. Thump, 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 the two of them stood outside the instructor's office. Mo Wen knocked on the door. Swish, 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 immediately, dozens of gazes focused on the two of them. Elder Mo. Upon seeing Mo Wen, all the instructors in the office stood up uniformly. Their gazes were filled with respect. Actually, Mo Wen's reputation in the entire Seven Virtues College, and even in the entire Southern Cloud Empire, was extremely resounding. He was respected by more than half of the alchemists in the empire. However, in front of Mu Yun, he did not put on any airs at all. It was not that he did not want to put on airs, but in front of Mu Yun, he really could not produce a shred of arrogance as a six-star alchemist. All the instructors have worked hard. Today, I will introduce a new member to all the instructors. Mu Yun will be the instructor of the beginner class in Leifeng Courtyard in the future. Everyone, welcome. As Mo Wen finished speaking, a voice sounded. A silhouette strode over. Great Master Mo, you have not come to Leifeng Courtyard for a long time. When will you start giving lectures to the disciples of Leifeng Courtyard? They all treat you as their idol. This person's hair was oily, and his face was also covered in oil. His body was full of fat. As he walked, he jiggled. He was simply a living human-shaped meatball. Well said, well said. You just have to take good care of Brother Mu. Mo Wen laughed and said, Songli, I have handed Brother Mu over to you. If there are any problems, you will be responsible. If there are problems that you cannot solve, come and look for me directly. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. Definitely, definitely. Seeing that Great Master Mo was taking care of Mu Yun, Song Li's eyes fell on Mu Yun. You can't lose. Seeing that Master Mo had come, Song Li pulled Master Mo back for a long time. If it wasn't for taking care of Mu Yun, Master Mo would have been impatient long ago. Mo Wen hurriedly left after much difficulty. He let Song Li bring Mu Yun around to familiarize her with the Thunder Peak Courtyard. Brother Mu, I'll call you that from now on. Nice to meet you. I'm Song Li, the chief instructor of the 100 primary classes in Leifeng Academy. From now on, we'll be brothers. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. Blood brothers? Mu Yun smiled awkwardly and nodded. No problem, Brother Song. Good, you came at the right time. The instructor of beginner class 9 was recently promoted to an instructor of the intermediate class. They are lacking a main instructor, and you can take the position. I'll take you there now. All right. Mu Yun was also very curious about the students she was going to lead. Although they were assigned to the beginner class, it didn't mean that they didn't have any good seedlings. If they could find good seedlings like Qi Ming and Moyang, then they would have profited greatly. Passing through the tutor's office, Xianxia arrived at the teaching block. Passing through a spacious area, he looked up and saw tall buildings all around him. At this moment, in the teaching area surrounded by tall buildings, a group of students were gathered together, seemingly arguing about something. Tai Feng, you're all trash in class 9. You're at the bottom of the class. Your leader left because he couldn't lead you. How dare you be the class monitor? Haha. In the crowd, a mocking and sarcastic voice was clamoring like an old duck. Ku Ming, don't think that you can say whatever you want just because you're the class monitor of class 10. Our main teacher is doing this because he wants to level up, not because he abandoned us. Tai Feng's face turned red as he shouted, elementary class 9 is not the lowest class in Leifeng Academy. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't go easy on you. Tai Feng was tall and sturdy and looked like an honest man. Facing the provocation of the youth named Ku Ming, he really couldn't say anything to refute. The two groups of people were clearly at odds with each other. One group was full of arrogance and looked at the other group with disdain. Tisk. Ku Ming said disdainfully, Tai Feng, don't force yourself. You've been stuck at the 10th level of the physical body for almost 2 years. I, Ku Ming, am at the 1st level of the spirit cave realm. As the class leader of the 10th class, I'm much stronger than you. If you're not convinced, we can have a fight. Ku Ming had a provocative look on his face as he looked at Tai Feng, who was trembling with anger. Class 9 and Class 10 were very close to each other, and there had always been friction between the two classes. However, as the class monitor of Class 9, Tai Feng had always been stuck at the 9th level, unable to make any progress. Therefore, Class 9 had always been suppressed by Class 10. Moreover, beginner Class 9 was at the bottom of the 100 or so beginner classes in the Seven Virtues College's Leifeng courtyard. The main instructors changed one after another, and some instructors were not willing to teach this class. Teaching in Leifeng Academy, the promotion of an instructor was related to one's own strength and the reputation of the students they taught. The best manifestation of a student's fame was the spirit ranking. However, in Leifeng Academy, there were more than 100 beginner classes. The spirit ranking only accepted the top 100 students, so in private, everyone in the beginner class made an Earth Spirit ranking. The top 100 of the Earth Spirit ranking was the ranking of the beginner class students. Almost every beginner class had 1 or 2 spots, but Class 9 did not have a single spot. Those instructors were naturally unwilling to put their focus on this class that had no effect on their own improvement. Therefore, Class 9 had a bunch of instructors, and another bunch of instructors had left. Class 9's results were not good to begin with, and with the frequent changes of instructors, it caused Class 9's results to get worse and worse. Looking at Tai Feng, Ku Ming laughed out loud, Tai Feng, I'm ranked 99 on the Earth Spirit ranking. You want to fight with me? Are you my opponent? Yeah, Class Monitor Tai, don't forget how pathetic you were last time. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. It seems like Class Monitor Tai didn't even have the chance to kneel and beg for mercy in our Ku Ming's hands. Don't say that. No matter what, he's still the class monitor of Class 9. You, being mocked by the surrounding people, Tai Feng's face turned red. This kind of thing was a small conflict between students. Usually, the academy would not care about it. Class 10 had a main instructor, but Class 9 did not. In the end, they were the ones at a disadvantage. They couldn't beat him, and it was useless to report it to the chief instructor. Class 9 had always been the target of bullying. What are you doing? Seeing all this, Songli naturally would not ignore it. Today was Mu Yun's first day in the Thunder Peak Academy. How could he let him see such a bad side? Director Song. Seeing Songli, the group of students immediately quieted down. Songli was the chief instructor of more than 100 classes in the beginner class. He was also the chief instructor. All the matters of the beginner class were under his control. When these students saw him, they were naturally like mice seeing a cat. Director Song, Class 9 said that their hands have been itching recently and they want to find someone to spar with. Class 10 just so happens to have such plans. Director Song, our class lacks a mentor. Without anyone to guide us, everyone's cultivation can't increase, so. Tai Feng hurriedly said. So, I can guide you, class monitor Tai. Kuming chuckled, his eyes full of contempt. The academy treats every class equally. Who said that class 9 doesn't have a main instructor? Today, I'm here to bring the main instructor. Songli stepped aside and pointed at Mu Yun behind him. This is the new main instructor of class 9, Instructor Mu Yun. Him? It can't be. He looks less than 20 years old. Becoming an instructor? Does he have any qualifications? What qualifications can he have? Which instructor with qualifications would be willing to go to class 9? Sigh, it seems that the academy has randomly arranged another instructor for class 9. Yes. Whoever is assigned to elementary class 9 is simply unlucky. Seeing Mu Yun's slightly young appearance, the surrounding people discussed animatedly. The students standing around the teaching building also whispered. Cough cough. Hello everyone, I'm Mu Yun. From today onwards, I'm your new main instructor. Mu Yun coughed and introduced herself. It was really awkward to introduce herself in this situation. It was obvious that class 9 didn't have a good reputation. She didn't expect that this old fox Mo Qing Tian would secretly set her up. However, since she had chosen Leifeng Academy, Mu Yun wasn't willing to give up. Like this class monitor Tai Feng, he looked very honest and was worth nurturing. Hey, Tai Feng, did you hear that? There's a new main tutor in your class. Let me guess, how long will this young tutor Mu last? Ku Ming said exaggeratedly, a month? No, I see that class 9 hasn't improved at all. It probably won't even last half a month. Ku Ming, Director Song and Instructor Mu are here. Shut up. Tai Feng was anxious and couldn't help but roar. This Ku Ming was too much. Why, am I wrong? If you have the ability, you and I have a competition. If you can win, I'll call you father. If you lose, you'll kneel down and say that you're all trash out of class 9. How about that? Tai Feng was about to refuse when a teasing voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Sure. The voice didn't come from anyone else but Mu Yun. Instructor Mu. I'm no match for him. Tai Feng was only a 16 or 17-year-old youth after all. Seeing that Mu Yun wanted to stand up for him, he blushed. Aren't you at level 10 physical body? He's only at level 1 spiritual cave realm. What are you afraid of? No, haha. Everyone heard it. Ku Ming was overjoyed at this moment. He laughed and said, Instructor Mu has already agreed. As the main instructor of class 9, you still want to refuse? Instructor Mu, don't worry, you'll definitely win. Now, you just need to sit down and recall the martial arts techniques you've learned before. That's all. As Mu Yun spoke, she placed her palm on Tai Feng's shoulder. From her palm, a faint trace of divine power flowed into Tai Feng's body. In the next moment, Tai Feng wanted to say something, but he was suddenly so shocked that he couldn't speak. The moment Mu Yun placed her palm on his shoulder, he felt as if his body was undergoing an earth-shattering change. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people around, he would have shouted out in surprise. Tai Feng sat down cross-legged and ignored everyone's surprise. He began to seriously feel all the subtle changes in his body. Gradually, the vital essence in his body gushed towards the He-Gu point on both his hands. The vital essence bombarded his acupoints as if it was going to break open the He-Gu point. Boom, with a loud boom, Tai Feng felt that his entire body was undergoing a complete transformation. The vital essence in his body gathered crazily at the He-Gu point on both his hands. There, the dense vital essence came from all directions and stimulated the He-Gu point step by step. Buzz, Tai Feng's mind became clear. He stood up abruptly and the aura of his entire body changed completely. Level 1 Spiritual Cave Realm. The Level 1 Spiritual Cave Realm, which had troubled him for 2 years, was completely unlocked at this moment. It was simply a miracle. Typhon was so excited that his hands trembled. He looked at Mu Yun with gratitude. He knew that if it weren't for Mu Yun, he wouldn't have been able to break through. That mystical power was still lingering in his body. "Thank you, Mentor Mu." Typhon cupped his hands and his face flushed red. This feeling was indescribable. What was the most painful thing for a martial artist? The slow advancement of one's realm. What was more painful than this was the stagnation of one's realm. As for him, he had been stuck at level 10 physical body realm for 2 years. What did 2 years mean? For a martial artist who was 14 or 15 years old, 2 years was the best time to polish the body and open the acupoints. He couldn't afford such a delay. "What are you thanking me for? You broke through by yourself. I didn't help you with anything. Moreover, don't be too anxious to thank me. If you lose the competition, you will have to kneel down." Mu Yun smiled. "Don't worry, Mentor Mu. That's my brother." Previously, Typhon had felt inferior because he had not been able to break through to the physical body 10th level. Therefore, when he faced Ku Ming's provocation, he was also timid. But now, it was completely different. He had already broken through to the first layer of the spiritual cave realm. With his Higu acupoint opened, the strength of his hands increased explosively. His strength had reached an unprecedented level. This was the strength of a spiritual cave realm martial artist. With the opening of the Higa meridian, the strength in the body was not something a 10th level physical body realm martial artist could compare with. "Ku Ming, didn't you want to fight me? Come on." Typhon's fighting spirit was high as he looked at Ku Ming, eager to fight. In the past, he might have been a little afraid of Ku Ming. However, at this moment, that fear had turned into a seed that exploded completely. Class 9 had been bullied by Class 10 for a long time. As the class monitor, he couldn't stand up straight. Today, he could finally fight to his heart's content. "You're not worthy." Seeing Typhon suddenly step into the first layer of the spirit cave realm, Ku Ming was also very surprised. However, he was merely surprised. Typhon had been stuck in the 10th layer of the mortal body realm for nearly 2 years and had not made any progress. Today, he had inexplicably broken through, but after all, he had just broken through. Compared to Typhon, he had already stepped into the first layer of the spiritual cave realm. More importantly, he was an expert on the Earth Spirit list, ranked 99th. This was enough to show how powerful he was in the first level of the spirit cave realm. This Typhon was so silly that it was cute. He thought that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with him just because he had reached the spirit cave realm. That's good too. It's not a bad idea to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you'll think that you can compete with me just because you've entered the first level of the spiritual cave realm. Ku Ming smiled, and the playful expression on his face became more and more obvious. It wasn't that he was looking down on Typhon, but the gap between the two of them was just too big. The Earth Spirit list was the Thunder Peak Academy's own ranking list. Although it could not be compared to the Spirit list, it was still very valuable. Typhon had just stepped into the spirit cave realm, yet he dared to speak such arrogant words. He was truly courting death. Class monitor Ku Ming, teach him a lesson. Show him the strength of our class. That's right. He really thinks that he's an incredible genius just because he stepped into the first level of the spirit cave realm. He doesn't even have a spot on the Earth Spirit list. Beat him until he kneels down and calls for his father. Trash Class 10. Immediately, some of the students from Class 9 could not bear to watch any longer. They were all beginner classes. Class 10 was actually not much stronger than Class 9, but their class monitor, Ku Ming, was ranked 99th on the Earth Spirit list. This was also where Class 10 could hang their heads. Typhon had just broken through to the spirit cave realm, yet he was already speaking such arrogant words. Let's fight then. Typhon's body shook. His aura spread out from his body, which shocked Ku Ming. This fellow had just stepped into the spiritual cave realm, so why was his aura so powerful? However, at this moment, there was no time to think. Typhon was like a huge boulder, smashing towards him. Falling stone palm. Typhon chopped down with his palm, and a loud explosion was heard. Scram. The Earth Spirit list was a reflection of the strength of more than 100 beginner classes. Ku Ming was, after all, an expert on the Earth Spirit list. Facing Taifeng's powerful attack, he did not panic. With an uppercut, Ku Ming pushed Taifeng's palm away. At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked Taifeng's lower abdomen. Now, do you think this move will still work on me? Taifeng sneered. The palm that was originally extended suddenly hooked back. Kacha, a low cracking sound rang out, and a cracking sound entered everyone's eardrums. Following that, a heart-wrenching scream echoed in everyone's ears. My leg. My leg, Ku Ming fell to the ground with a plop. His leg was raised high, but he did not dare to move. Ku Ming, from today onwards, the 99th place on the Earth Spirit list is me, Taifeng. You, Ku Ming, are the real trash. Taifeng laughed and said, now, shouldn't you kneel down and call me father? You. Ku Ming flew into a rage out of humiliation. Coupled with the pain from his broken leg, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood and fainted. Awesome, at this moment, Taifeng only had this word in his heart, increasing his strength, awesome. Defeating Ku Ming, he could hold his head high, even more awesome. Greetings, Instructor Mu. Looking at Mu Yun, Taifeng bowed respectfully. His eyes were filled with reverence. He did not look down on Mu Yun because she was only at the first level of the spiritual cave realm. He also did not look down on her because Mu Yun looked like she was only 19 years old. Because if it was anyone else, Mu Yun's actions just now would not have allowed him to break through to the first level of the spiritual cave realm in an instant. Taifeng even thought that perhaps, because of Mu Yun's arrival, Class 9 would become especially exciting. You're the class monitor of Class 9, right? Then bring me to the classroom to take a look. Yes, Instructor Mu. Instructor Mu, hearing this familiar name, Mu Yun's heart was filled with all kinds of feelings. She wondered how Qi Ming, Moyang, Miao Xianyu, and the others were doing. Seeing Mu Yun leave with Taifeng, Song Li stared at their departing backs. The corner of his eyes revealed a trace of an inexplicable smile. At the same time, the students who were watching the show in the surrounding teaching buildings were already in an uproar. Taifeng, who was stuck at the 10th level of the physical body realm, actually broke through today after being unable to break through for 2 years. What was even more shocking was that Taifeng challenged Ku Ming and actually defeated him in an instant. Any one of these two matters was enough to shake the entire Thunder Peak Academy's beginner class. Ku Ming was an expert on the Earth Spirit list. In the entire Thunder Peak Academy, there were about 100 beginner class. A class with 100 people meant that there were close to 10,000 people. Among these 10,000 people, there were at least a few hundred spiritual cave realm warriors. For Ku Ming to be able to enter the 99th place on the Earth Spirit list, it was enough to show that his strength was not weak. But he was actually defeated by Taifeng, who had just broken through to the first level of the spiritual cave realm. It was simply inconceivable. It's really inconceivable. On a floor, two figures stood and watched everything that was happening in the teaching area. Mu Fingxing, that guy is Mu Yun. Is he from your Mu family? One of the youths, who was wearing a light yellow robe, could not help but ask. Ah. Yes. The youth who was being questioned had fair skin and a pair of eyes that were surprisingly black. They were like a pool of spring water, tranquil and deep. Being asked this question, the youth's fair face revealed a trace of impatience. He said in boredom, "That's my brother." Your brother? Hearing the youth's answer, the yellow-robed youth opened his mouth in shock. Haha, he is the main instructor of the beginner class 9, which is the class you are in. Your brother is your instructor, this is interesting. Boring. Seeing the yellow-robed youth laughing, Mu Fingxing curled his lips and said, Huangli, don't provoke him in the future. My father has appointed him as the young patriarch. What? Young patriarch? Huangli smacked his lips and said, Ayaya, Fingxing, I'm not being sarcastic. You could have entered the Earth Academy's special class, but you came to the Thunder Peak Academy's beginner class and wasted your time. Even if you want to hide from your brothers, you don't have to do this, right? What do you know? Hearing Huang Li's words, Mu Fingxing's frown deepened. The Mu family is much more complicated than the imperial family. Sometimes, I have to rely on myself. So you're pretending to be stupid? Pretending to be trash? Isn't this good? At least, I have a good brother like you to accompany me. Looking at Huangli, Mu Fengxing gave a rare smile and said, Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. This is the second time I've seen this brother. I'll go back to class first. Otherwise, it won't be good if I embarrass him. Saying this, Mu Fengxing left. Looking at his good brother's back, Huangli shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. In the entire Seven Virtues College, it could be said that no one knew Mu Fengxing better than him. As long as this guy wanted to, there would definitely be a place for him on the spirit ranking of the Seven Virtues College. You brat, when will you be able to walk out of that matter and pull yourself together? Huangli smiled bitterly and turned to leave. After entering the beginner class 9, Mu Yun was also shocked by the scene in front of her. There were a total of 10 rows in the huge classroom. Each row had 10 seats. The entire classroom was 10 meters long and wide. It looked very spacious and not crowded at all. The design of the entire classroom made it so that the students sitting at the side wouldn't be distracted by the light. It had to be said that this Leifeng Academy had left Beiyun Academy in the dust with just this point alone. After taking a closer look, Mu Yun could also see that this classroom was inlaid with many profound weapons by a blacksmith to achieve this effect. Students, please be quiet. Taifeng stood in front of the podium and said loudly, This is our beginner class 9's main instructor from today onwards, Instructor Mu Yun. Everyone, please welcome her. Sparse applause sounded around the classroom. Some students drooped their heads and looked at Mu Yun. Late. Suddenly, a voice came from the classroom door. Turning around and looking at the person in front of her, Mu Yun was stunned for a moment. She wasn't familiar with this person, but it wasn't the first time they met. Mu Fengxing, it was said that he was a child that her father brought back from outside. Her mother seemed to have passed away. Mu Yun had some impression of him when she first met him at the clan meeting. Mu Fengxing, right? Come in. Looking at Mu Fengxing, Mu Yun smiled and said. However, Mu Fengxing was expressionless as he dragged his feet and slowly walked into the classroom. He found a seat in the corner and sat down. Mu Yun had some understanding of this Mu Fengxing, but she was too lazy to care about him. Today is the first time I'm meeting everyone. I'm too lazy to be polite. My name is Mu Yun, the young master of the Mu family. I don't want to hide this identity from everyone. Anyway, you will know it sooner or later. As the main instructor of beginner class 9, I only have 2 requests. Mu Yun raised her voice and said, First, in my class, you are only allowed to listen actively. You are not allowed to be passive. Second, as long as it's my students, only I, Mu Yun, can beat and scold them. No one else can. First guard what to do, Mu Yun smiled and said, I think class monitor Taifeng is the most suitable person to answer this question. Taifeng raised his voice and said excitedly, Don't worry, everyone. This time, Instructor Mu is different from the other principal instructors. He will definitely lead us to greatness. Taifeng was, after all, the class monitor of junior class 9. He had some prestige in the class. Hearing his words, some students looked at Mu Yun with doubtful gazes. How could such a young instructor do it? I know that everyone is suspicious of me. I'm not worried because there will be plenty of opportunities to get to know you in the future. You will slowly realize that Mu Yun is the best mentor for you. Mu Yun said this rather proudly. She originally thought that there would be a burst of applause from the classroom and that the crowd would be excited. However, at a glance, there were a lot of students who were doing what they were supposed to do. Taifeng, on the other hand, was clapping with a face full of encouragement. Forget it, I won't argue with them, Mu Yun sighed helplessly in her heart. Looks like it's going to be another big challenge. However, it was not easy to find good seedlings in the beginner class. How could there be so many undiscovered geniuses in the beginner class, waiting for him to discover them? After a brief self-introduction, Mu Yun began to get to know the students in the class. After all, it was the first time they had met. Mu Yun wanted to remember these students so that it would be convenient for her to teach them in the future. As expected, from the looks of it, only that little brother Mu Fengxing has some talent. The others are all mediocre. Although she had already expected this, Mu Yun was still a little disappointed when she saw this scene. After class, Taifeng followed Mu Yun all the way down the long corridor. "Teacher Mu, don't be disappointed. Actually, our class 9 isn't that bad. It's just that because of some reasons, the academy's teachers have changed over and over again, and everyone has been somewhat abandoned. It's hard for them to accept it in their hearts, so they've become lazy in learning martial arts. Actually, there are quite a few students in our class with decent aptitudes. For example, Mu Fengxing, Su Xinran, Ling Wuyue, Lin Ji, Gu Yufan, Xiao Qingyu, and Huang Wuji are all prodigies." Listening to Taifeng's words, Mu Yun felt that something was wrong. Why did these people sound like they were from the 5 great clans? Other than that Su Xinran, everyone else was. Then why do I only see Mu Fengxing today? Where are the others? Oh, them? They felt that without a mentor, they might as well cultivate on their own, so they all went to cultivate on their own. Cultivate by himself, on the path of cultivation. It was true that one could learn a lot by cultivating on their own. However, there were times when it was not advisable to build a cart behind closed doors. Call all of them next time. Taifeng, make sure that all of them are present in the next class. Mu Yun had already made up her mind. The only way to reignite the passion of these students who had lost their passion was to urge them on with the strength of a martial artist. This was something he was very good at. Moreover, his knowledge of alchemy, smithing, and cultivation was unparalleled in the entire Seven Virtues College. With such a good resource, these students would be conquered by him sooner or later. He was not worried about this. However, after conquering, he needed to do even more. As soon as she left Taifeng, a figure blocked Mu Yun's path. "It's you?" "It's me. Why are you here?" "I'm here to protect you. I won't leave your side for 3 years." After a short conversation, Mu Yun smiled. "Lin Xianyu, you are indeed a genius. I gave you a month's time, and you succeeded in less than a month. The heaven-defying divine pulse technique is tailor-made for you. Young lord is right." Lin Xianyu bowed slightly and said without changing his expression. From his face, Mu Yun could see the sincerity from the bottom of his heart. Mu Yun was not surprised by Lin Xianyu's appearance at all. The heaven-defying divine pulse technique was a godly technique. It happened to be suitable for a martial artist with Lin Xianyu's physique. There was no other one in the entire Nanyun Empire. 3 years as a bodyguard was more than enough. "All right, from today onwards, you will always be by my side." Mu Yun nodded. "However, you have just recovered your cultivation. You haven't used martial arts for a few years, so you lack some experience. You should train well." Mu Yun thought carefully and finally thought of a good place. She smiled. "Let's go." "All right. You don't even ask me where we are going? As a guard, you only need to follow young lord's orders. You don't need to ask anything." Lin Xianyu smiled and said, "Moreover, you promised me that you will not go against my wishes. You believe my promise?" Mu Yun laughed and said, "Let me tell you. The heaven-defying divine pulse technique is divided into 9 levels. However, if you only cultivate the first level, your cultivation will reach the spiritual cave realm. However, if you don't cultivate the second and third level, your cultivation will drop rapidly. Then, you will suffer the pain of thousands of insects eating your body, and you will explode and die." Hearing Mu Yun's words, Lin Xianyu frowned slightly. "So, if you don't listen to my orders, you will die." "No, you will suffer a fate worse than death." Seeing the change in Lin Xianyu's expression, Mu Yun chuckled and said, "Why? Are you afraid?" "Haha. Actually, you don't have to be afraid. Because I made this up." Looking at Mu Yun's self-directed performance, Lin Xianyu smiled bitterly. As for Mu Yun, he had investigated him after he returned. The illegitimate son of the Mu family, who had been bullied when he was young. He was sent to a corner of Baiyun City and returned 10 years later as the young lord of the Mu family. In the past 10 years, he had been a celebrity in Baiyun City. Trash, idiot, cerebral palsy, and all the words that could be used to call people stupid or stupid fell on him. However, it was such a person who had stirred up a storm in Baiyun City in the past year. Lin Xianyu was an extremely meticulous person. After investigating everything about Mu Yun, he suddenly felt that everything this seemingly frivolous guy did seemed to have a deeper meaning. When he came to Baiyun City and became the young lord of the Mu family, he first taught Mu Qingtian a lesson and established himself in the Mu family. Then, he entered the Seven Virtues College. He could have chosen the Earth Courtyard in the Mu family's headquarters, but he chose the Thunder Peak Courtyard. From entering the Immortal Gathering Pavilion, becoming the first Pathmaster of the Earth Immortal Leaderboard, to meeting him and imparting the heaven-defying Divine Pulse art to him, Mu Yun seemed to be planning something. Gradually, he became more and more interested in Mu Yun. He wanted to see what Mu Yun could do in 3 years as a bodyguard. When geniuses met geniuses, they would always be curious about each other. Obviously, Mu Yun had piqued Lin Xianyu's curiosity. Immortal Gathering Pavilion. Looking at the 3 ethereal words in front of him, Lin Xianyu understood why Mu Yun had brought him here. I am the first Pathmaster. Now, you can start challenging the top 10 on the Earth Immortal Leaderboard. I am busy. Go ahead. After arriving at the Immortal Gathering Pavilion, Mu Yun left after saying this. With Mo Qingtian's promise, Mu Yun would come here every once in a while to enter the Immortal Cauldron to cultivate. Last time, in the Heaven Pavilion, if it was not for his soul power that confused his opponent at the crucial moment, he would have died. No one would have thought that he had soul power in the spiritual cave realm, and no one would have believed it. And this just so happened to be his trump card. After entering the Immortal Cauldron, Mu Yun began to cultivate his soul power again. Compared to the first time, the soul power in his mind was only the size of a mung bean. Now, his soul power had become the size of a broad bean. It had increased by several times. Immersing his mind, Mu Yun began to slowly operate the picture of extermination of deity to steal the soul power in the Immortal Cauldron. Now, he was mainly cultivating the Heavenly Thunder Divine Body art. At the same time, he was also comprehending the 4 moves of the Heartless Sword Manual. In addition to the increase in his soul power, a level 2 spiritual cave realm martial artist was no match for him. After calming himself down, time passed by slowly. Mu Yun felt that the soul power in his mind had reached its limit. Only then did he stop cultivating. Lin Xianyu should have succeeded by now, right? Mu Yun took a step forward and came to the front of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. Look, isn't that Lin Xianyu? Yeah, wasn't his blood meridian extracted 6 years ago and he became a useless person? How did he regain his strength today and stand at the top of the Earth Immortal Leaderboard? That's right, he has already challenged 9 people. Now, he is ranked 2nd on the Earth Immortal Leaderboard. He is simply godly. Just as he walked out of the hall, Mu Yun heard the discussions around him. His brows relaxed. Success. This Lin Xianyu is indeed a genius. It was not a loss to recruit him. Lin Xianyu, why are you here? Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the crowd. Lin Jiu was ranked 2nd on the Earth Immortal Leaderboard. The last time he met Mu Yun, he was forcefully pushed to the 3rd place. However, later on, he challenged Gu Qing and defeated him. Originally, he planned to challenge Mu Yun and take back the title of the first Pathmaster. However, who would have thought that he could not suppress his cultivation level and broke through to the 2nd level of the spiritual cave realm and opened the Neguan Meridian. However, after entering the 2nd level, he began to challenge the 2nd Pathmaster of the Earth Immortal Leaderboard. Now, he had successfully advanced to the 9th place on the Earth Immortal Leaderboard. This time, he was prepared to challenge the 8th place. However, he happened to meet Lin Xianyu. Lin Xianyu, although you are my cousin, there are some things that I have to make clear to you. Lin Jiyu's expression was ugly. Your blood meridian has been extracted by brother Lin Bin. You are now a useless person. The family is still supporting you and letting you get drunk in the Heaven Pavilion every day. This is already a great blessing. However, look at you now. You actually came to the Immortal Gathering Pavilion to make a fool of yourself. If the Patriarch and brother Lin Bin know that you have come here to make a fool of yourself, they will probably deduct all your funds and make you unable to even become a useless person. Lin Jiu had just arrived at the Immortal Gathering Pavilion and did not know what had happened. He spoke in a lecturing tone. Let's fight. After Lin Jiu lectured Lin Xianyu, he looked at Lin Xianyu with an arrogant expression. I'm talking to you, are you mute? Seeing that Lin Xianyu actually ignored him, Lin Jiyu disdainfully snorted. In the past few years, Lin Xianyu had already aroused the displeasure of many of the clan members. He was a piece of trash, yet he still spent his days in the Heaven Pavilion, wasting large amounts of the Lin family's spirit stones. If not for the clan leader and Lin been forcefully holding on, he would have been kicked out long ago. Hey, you brat, you're really tough now. I asked you a question, and you still dare not answer. I think you're courting death. Lin Jiyu was thoroughly enraged. If it was the previous Lin Xianyu, he would not have dared to offend him. But now, Lin Xianyu was just a piece of trash. Yet, he still dared to put on such airs. He was simply courting death. Stop. Right at that moment, a shout was heard. Mu Yun walked out and looked at Lin Jiyu. Lin Jiyu's body trembled when he saw Mu Yun. He clearly remembered Mu Yun's strength a few days ago. However, when he thought about how he was already at the second layer of the spiritual cave realm, he mustered up his courage and became unyielding once again. Mu Yun, it's you again. Seeing Mu Yun, Lin Jiyu was infuriated. This is my Lin clan's business. It has nothing to do with you. What, do you want to get involved? As the young clan leader of the Mu clan, you're reaching too far. How is it none of my business? Looking at Lin Jiyu, Mu Yun said with interest, Lin Xianyu is now my, Mu Yun's, #1 bodyguard. His matters are naturally my matters. Just now, you were the one who called him trash, right? I hate the word trash the most. What? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Lin Jiyu felt a headache coming on. Lin Xianyu, this trash, actually became Mu Yun's #1 bodyguard? Right, you said my personal guard is trash, but this trash is ranked second on the earthly immortal rankings. He's even stronger than you, right? I remember that you were only ranked third or second. How could this be? At this moment, Lin Jiyu walked around the crowd and looked at the display on the wall. First Dao Master, Mu Yun. Second Dao Master, Lin Xianyu. Lin Xianyu was ranked second on the first path. Didn't that mean that Lin Xianyu was in the first layer of the spiritual cave realm? This trash had actually reached the first layer of the spiritual cave realm. Lin Jiyu only felt that the whole world was beginning to spin. What the hell is going on? Fake, this must be fake. Lin Jiyu snorted and said, Mu Yun, last time, you were able to walk out of the immortal cauldron. I suspected that the immortal cauldron was a top-grade earth artifact. Although it was damaged, it was still an earth artifact. In the entire Tianyun continent, it was an extremely mysterious earth artifact. I don't know how many people were buried in it before. And now, you've become the first Dao Lord, and you've even pushed Lin Xianyu to second place. You must have been the one behind all of this. Hearing Lin Jiyu's words, the surrounding people revealed dissatisfied expressions. How fair was the Earth Immortal leaderboard? Behind the Jiuxian Pavilion stood Master Mo Qing, the only 7-star alchemist in the empire. How could Lin Jiyu question him? Humph, Lin Xianyu, since you're already at the first layer of the spiritual cave realm, do you dare to compete with me? Lin Jiyu snorted and said, I'm now ranked 9th in the second layer of the Earth Immortal leaderboard. If you defeat me, you'll be ranked 9th. How about it? Do you dare to compete with me? Every layer of the Earth Immortal leaderboard was ranked according to the level of the spiritual cave realm. Once one was promoted to the second layer of the spiritual cave realm, one could no longer stay on the first layer of the leaderboard. However, martial artists at the first layer of the spiritual cave realm were geniuses who could challenge the second layer. After all, in the Southern Cloud Empire, there were many examples of people defeating those at a higher level. This rule was also to show that those geniuses were different from the rest. Lin Xianyu was just about to refuse when Mu Yun's voice rang out. Fight, let's fight. What's there to be afraid of? Mu Yun waved his hand and said, I'm not called the first guard for nothing. It's easy to defeat you. Seeing Mu Yun's arrogant look, the surrounding people really wanted to beat him up. This guy didn't want to go up himself and asked Lin Xianyu to do it, but he agreed so quickly. Young master, what? You can't defeat him? I believe you can definitely defeat him. He's only at the second layer of the spiritual cave realm. It's not a big deal. It's only at the second layer of the spiritual cave realm. It's not a big deal. Hearing this, Lin Jiyu's lungs were about to explode. In the past month, he broke through to the second layer of the spiritual cave realm in one fell swoop. He even concentrated on cultivating and finally rose to the 9th place in the second layer of the leaderboard. His talent was only second to those monsters in the Lin family. Mu Yun actually looked down on him and asked a piece of trash to fight with him. Please. Lin Jiu elegantly turned around and went to the arena. He smiled at the two of them. Although defeating Lin Xianyu was nothing, letting this piece of trash realize his incompetence was also a kind of enjoyment. Go. Mu Yun nodded and found a place to sit down. He sipped his tea leisurely. In response, Lin Xianyu could only shake his head helplessly and walk to the arena. Humph, Lin Xianyu, in the past, I only knew that you were a piece of trash in the Lin family. I only felt sorry for you. But now, you're the scum of the Lin family. You're actually a lackey for the Mu family. You've completely disgraced the Lin family. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. The only response he got was Lin Xianyu's indifferent reply. Nothing to do with you? How is it nothing to do with me? Lin Xianyu sneered. It's fine if you embarrass yourself, but since you're related to the Lin family, it has something to do with me. As he finished speaking, Lin Jiu bent his body slightly and clenched his hands into fists. Thick true essence accumulated in his hands and arms. After stepping into the second layer of the spiritual cave realm and opening the Naguan meridian, his current realm and strength were no longer the same as before. Even Mu Yun was definitely not his opponent now, not to mention Lin Xianyu. Golden rock spreading wings. With a loud shout, Lin Jiu spread out his hands. Thick true essence accumulated in between his arms and body, forming a thin true essence membrane. Lin Xianyu, even if you use all your skills, you won't be able to break my golden rock spreading wings. How can you? Bang, however, before Lin Jiu could finish his sentence, a figure charged towards him like lightning. With a loud bang, the two figures collided with each other. Lin Jiu spat out a large amount of blood and rolled down from the arena to the ground. He spun a few rounds in a sorry state before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. In an instant, the surroundings of the arena were extremely silent. One move, Lin Xianyu defeated Lin Jiu in one move. This was Lin Xianyu's strength. How did the Lin family's genius from a few years ago, who was now a piece of trash, become so strong? Young master. Lin Xianyu walked down from the arena and did not even look at Lin Jiu. He went behind Mu Yun and stood straight like a javelin. Let's go. Seeing Lin Xianyu's name appear on the second list of 9th place, Mu Yun smiled slightly and got up to leave. Looking at the departing figures of the master and servant, the crowd was in an uproar. Wasn't Lin Xianyu's bloodline extracted? How did he suddenly become so powerful? Isn't that so? He defeated Lin Jiu in one move. What a joke. Did you see how he attacked just now? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything either. As for these, Mu Yun, who had left, did not care. Walking on the road, Mu Yun suddenly said, Do you know why I asked you to do this? I don't know, and I don't need to know. Lin Xianyu was always so concise and not sloppy at all. I like you like this. Although you're a little stiff, it suits my taste. Every time Mu Yun saw Lin Xianyu, the figure of that shadow from her previous life would always appear in her mind. Big brother, you're an immortal king, but I'm still not convinced by you. Big brother, I'll do whatever you say. I don't care what's right or wrong. Big brother, one day, I'll let all the cultivators in the great worlds know that no one can violate your dignity. Those hot-blooded and sonorous words echoed in her mind, making Mu Yun's heart soar with passion. Lin Xianyu, you're a genius. You should understand your value. Throwing away the thoughts in her mind, Mu Yun said again, Today, you defeated Lin Jiu at the Jiuxian Pavilion and let everyone know that you're already my servant. In the future, how will the Lin family tolerate you? So, for 3 years, you're my person. This is your choice. 3 years later, you're still my person because you have no choice. Lin Xianyu was slightly stunned when he heard Mu Yun's words. I only know that I'll do what I promised you. My duty is to protect you. At the very least, I have to make a name for myself as the #1 guard. Moreover, 3 years later, perhaps I won't need the Lin family anymore. Hearing Lin Xianyu's words, Mu Yun opened her eyes, revealing a trace of astonishment. Here, this is the cultivation method for the second level of the heaven-defying divine veins technique. Previously, I was worried that if you cultivated too quickly, it might cause harm to your body. Now, it seems that I was overthinking. She opened her palm, and another handwritten book appeared. Lin Xianyu nodded and took the secret manual. The last time he saw the first level of the secret manual, he was shocked for a long time. Although the handwriting on the seemingly simple handwritten book was not very nice, the content was shocking. It was simply beyond the purpose of all the martial arts that he had come into contact with in his life. Most importantly, the handwriting on the side of the pages of martial arts was even more detailed than the other martial arts. Lin Xianyu even suspected that Mu Yun had also cultivated this martial arts technique. Otherwise, how could a person who had never cultivated this divine skill make such a clear note of it? Alright, let's get down to business now. You've made a name for yourself and vented your anger. It's time to do my business. Oh, by the way, you don't have to be so tolerant in the future. You can make your own decisions on some matters. How could you tolerate a situation like today? If it were me, I would have beaten him up until his own father couldn't recognize him. I understand. Chapter 120. Try to touch me. Now, Mu Yun did not care about the gazes and opinions of the people around her. The only thing he cared about was the person he fancied. Lin Xianyu was the first, but she would definitely not be the last. At the same time, in the Mu estate, Mu Qingyu, who was dressed in a green robe, was standing in the courtyard. He looked at Mu Yun, who was slowly approaching from afar. Father. Yes, I heard that you recruited Lin Xianyu from the Lin clan and even cured him? Mu Qingyu's face was expressionless as she spoke. That's right. This matter could not be hidden, and Mu Yun did not intend to hide it. Alright, I got it. Mu Qingyu only threw out these words and turned to leave. Whatever you want to do, go ahead and do it. My Mu clan was able to consolidate our position as one of the 5 great clans in South Cloud City in these 10 years. I'm afraid that we will not be afraid of anyone. I understand. Your younger brother, Feng Xing, is in the Thunder Peak courtyard. Take care of him. After all, you're his elder brother. I will. Mu Yun naturally would not give up on such a rare talent. After returning to her small courtyard, Mu Yun closed the doors and windows and began to cultivate. Now, he did not slack off on his daily cultivation, and his cultivation base was gradually moving towards the second level. The second layer of the spirit cave realm was the opening of the Naguan acupoint. Once the Naguan acupoint was opened, the strength of both arms would increase by 20,000 jin, which was more than 2 times stronger than the Higu acupoint. If Mu Yun wanted to, she could break through at any time. But he was waiting, they were waiting for an opportunity. There was a saying among martial artists, water overflows when it's full. This sentence might not be suitable for every realm, but it was extremely suitable for spiritual cave realm cultivators. When the true yuan in one acupuncture point was completely filled, the true yuan would automatically disperse and flow to the next acupuncture point. At this moment, a martial artist was borrowing the overflowing true essence to make a breakthrough, achieving twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, he had yet to arrive. Lin Xianyu, come in. What are your orders, young lord? Swallow this drop of spirit liquid. After you consume it, you can experience the taste of it yourself. Yes. With that, Lin Xianyu left the room. Closing her eyes and pondering, Mu Yun began to sort out the recent events. The imperial family claimed to be the imperial family, but they did not have absolute control over the entire southern Cloud Empire. The other 4 great clans stood in opposition to each other. Regardless of whether it was in front of the stage or behind the scenes, all sorts of methods were used to compete with one another. The 7 Virtues College was the best example. Lei Feng's courtyard was a miniature version. Now that he had suddenly appeared in the Lightning Peak, it was likely that some factions were already unable to hold themselves back and were preparing to attack. Now, it was time to think about how to control beginner Class 9. At the same time, in South Cloud City, the Lin family was one of the 5 great families in South Cloud City. Their strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the Mu family. The entire Lin mansion was also not the slightest bit less luxurious than the Mu family. At this moment, a few figures were standing in the main hall of the Lin family. Clan leader, Lin Xianyu's actions are simply disrespectful to our Lin clan. He actually ran over to the Mu clan's young clan leader as the #1 guard. This is simply a disgrace to our Lin clan. The Lin family's grand elder, Lin Kaihuai, shouted at the top of his lungs. He couldn't wait to skin Lin Xianyu alive. Today, when he returned to the Lin mansion and saw his grandson, Lin Jiu, still breathing, Lin Kaihuai's heart bled. After finding out the ins and outs of the matter, Lin Kaihuai immediately went to find the clan leader. Lin Zhentian was also having a headache at this moment. Lin Xianyu was his son. However, for the past 6 years, he had never cared about Lin Xianyu. As for Lin Xianyu's monthly expenses, Lin Zhentian directly took them out of the Lin mansion. Because of the incident 6 years ago, he had always felt guilty towards his youngest son. However, in that situation, after weighing the pros and cons, he had no choice but to choose Lin Ben and give up Lin Xianyu. Clan Chief, although Lin Xianyu is your son and you owe him for what happened back then, it's been 6 years now. It's time for you to repay what you owe him. If he continues on like this, wouldn't he become lawless? This, Lin Zhentian was in a dilemma. If the clan leader can't bear to do it, I am willing to do it on behalf of the clan leader. Lin Kaihuai said resolutely. If that's the case, father. Just as Lin Zhentian was about to speak, a voice sounded from outside the main hall. The person who came was wearing a white short martial shirt and a black muslin robe. His face was handsome, but there was a trace of viciousness between his eyebrows. Benner, father, this incident happened because of me. I will settle it and bring my brother back. If he is unwilling, I will punish him according to the clan leader's rules. After saying this, Lin Ben turned and left. Seeing Lin Ben leave, Lin Zhentian's face revealed a trace of uneasiness. Great Elder, Xianyu's bloodline was completely destroyed. How did he rise to the first level of the spiritual cave realm again? I heard that it was done by the young clan leader of the Mu family, Mu Yun. I don't know what method he used. Oh? Young clan leader of the Mu family? That Mu Yun? Lin Zhentian was slightly taken aback. This kid has been quite active recently. He entered the Mu family and became the young clan leader. Moreover, he entered the Leifeng courtyard of the Seven Virtues College. It seems that his ambition is not small. Then should we get rid of him? Great Elder, you are getting more and more muddle-headed as you age. Haha. If the young clan leader of the Mu family was so easy to get rid of, then the 5 great clans would not be the 5 great clans. I am muddle-headed. Don't worry. Benner will handle this matter well. Lin Zhentian waved his hand and turned to leave. On this day, Mu Yun and Lin Xianyu had just stepped into the Leifeng courtyard when they felt a cold gaze staring at them from behind. That person was dressed in a long white robe with a black veil on the outside, revealing a cold and handsome face. You know him? Seeing that Lin Xianyu was obviously stunned, Mu Yun spoke. My big brother, Lin Ben. Oh? Is he the one who stole your bloodline? It seems that he is doing well. He is at the 3rd level of the spiritual cave realm. Mu Yun joked. Let me make a bet. He is definitely looking for you to ask you to return to the Lin clan and lock you up for half a year. If you are not obedient, he will use force. After locking you up in the Lin mansion, he will interrogate you about the heaven-defying god bloodline art. He won't. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Lin Xianyu looked unhappy and shook his head. My big brother is not that kind of person. Lin Xianyu denied. For the past 6 years, he has been the one to pay for the spirit stones I spent every day. He has always felt guilty towards me. Oh? Seeing that Lin Xianyu had a trace of respect for Lin Ben, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. What was the most ridiculous thing in the world of martial artists? Family, friendship, and love, these were the most precious and ridiculous feelings of a martial artist. Lin Ben's face was indifferent, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. He walked step by step towards the two of them. Big brother. Come back with me. Looking at Lin Xianyu, Lin Ben said, do you know that your actions yesterday already made father unable to give an explanation? What you are doing is ridiculous. Big brother, I have my reasons, you have your reasons? For the past 6 years, you have been depressed. You only know your own reasons, but how would you know that because of your extravagance, father and I have our reasons? Big brother, hearing Lin Bin's words, Lin Xianyu was stunned. After a while, he gradually sneered. 6 years of extravagance and self-indulgence? Why did I become like this? Why? Because you are not as good as me. Because you are not as good as me. Hearing these words, Lin Xianyu's heart felt like it had been hit hard. Dong, 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 he only felt pain in his eardrums. Just because of these? For the past 6 years, you have been running amok for so long. The Lin family has protected you. Isn't that enough? Now that you have the strength, you can disregard the family? Lin Bin questioned. Does my recovery of strength have anything to do with the Lin family? Nothing to do with it? The Lin family gave birth to you and raised you. Everything you have is inseparable from the Lin family. Don't forget that you were willing back then. Willing, what a good willing. Lin Xianyu's face was pale, and his heart was dead. Huh, willing? I didn't know that there was someone as foolish as you in this world, my number one bodyguard. During the conversation, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded. Mu Yun inserted herself between the two and looked at Lin Bin, sizing him up. Let me see how shameless you are to be able to say such sanctimonious words. TSK, TSK, TSK. My younger brother sacrificed his own bloodline for me, and all he got was heartless words from his elder brother. My number one bodyguard's heart is about to die. You are Mu Yun, right? Yes, nice to meet you. Regarding my younger brother, I hope that you will not interfere. Otherwise, even if you are the young patriarch of the Mu family, I will make you regret it. Threat? Mu Yun hated threats the most. Huh, are you threatening me? Mu Yun chuckled. Since that is the case, Lin Bin, aren't you the genius of the Lin family? Then I am standing here now. You, try to touch me. Try to touch me, arrogant. After extracting your younger brother's bloodline, you are only at the 3rd level of the spiritual cave realm. Opening the Zusanli acupoint is just SOSO. Your younger brother is more powerful than you now. He is at the 2nd level of the spiritual cave realm. It won't be long before he surpasses you. Mu Yun spoke without holding back. It wasn't that he didn't want to hold back, but that he couldn't. He had never seen such a shameless person. Lin Xianyu passed on the power of her bloodline to him, as if Lin Xianyu took advantage of him. The 2nd level of the spiritual cave realm, hearing Mu Yun's words, Lin Bin was also stunned. In such a short time, Lin Xianyu actually skipped the 1st level and reached the 2nd level. He clearly understood that for the spiritual cave realm, it would take at least a month for the top geniuses in Nanyan City to break through each level. If one was stuck in a realm and didn't move forward, it was possible for 1 year, or even 5 or 10 years. Lin Xianyu, you actually chose to believe him in order to improve your realm. You have to remember that this kind of improvement is consuming your own life force. You are digging your own grave. Lin Bin shouted at the top of his lungs. He looked nervous and worried for Lin Xianyu, completely different from before. Ioyo, let me see. Who is this? If you covet my younger brother's martial skills, just say it directly. Why do you have to say such high-sounding words? Chapter 121 Commitment. You, looking at Mu Yun's shameless appearance, the anger in Lin Bin's heart gradually rose. Am I wrong? When you first appeared, weren't you worried that Lin Xianyu and I were cultivating some strange technique? When you heard that he had reached the 2nd layer of the spirit cave realm, you immediately shifted your attention to the technique he was cultivating. You said that everything he has belongs to the Lin family, but as his elder brother, have you paid any attention to him all these years? All you care about is how many spirit stones he spends today, and how much spirit he spends tomorrow. All you care about is that you took his bloodline and gave him enough compensation. But have you ever thought about it? He's your younger brother, and you stole his bloodline. No amount of compensation can make up for that. Faced with Mu Yun's doubts, Lin Bin's face gradually turned cold. You deserve to die. Even if Mu Yun was the young clan head of the Mu family, he, Lin Bin, was one of the strongest contenders for the position of clan head of the Lin family. If he killed Mu Yun, the Lin family would still protect him. Right after Lin Bin spoke, he gathered quintessence at his fingertip and pointed. Ding, however, just as that finger was about to hit Mu Yun's cheek, a ding sound was heard. Lin Xianyu's figure blocked in front of Mu Yun. Lin Xianyu, you, Lin Bin, Mu Yun is my master. You can't hurt her unless you kill me first. Lin Xianyu's words were sonorous and unquestionable. Mu Yun, you are very good. Looking at Lin Xianyu's resolute gaze, Lin Bin was furious. When had Lin Xianyu ever treated him like this? It was all because of Mu Yun. I know I'm good. You don't have to praise me. Mu Yun smiled and said, Young Master Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I'm a mentor of Leifeng Academy. I'm not like rich kids like you who only care about cultivating. I still have to teach the students. Unlike rich kids like you guys, Lin Bin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Yun was obviously the eldest son of a rich family. She was the young patriarch of the Mu family. Was there any other rich family disciple with a greater reputation than her? This guy was simply shameless to the extreme. Seeing Lin Xianyu following closely behind Mu Yun, Lin Bin's eyes turned cold. Lin Xianyu, your bloodline is completely destroyed, but you can actually start cultivating. Furthermore, you reached the second level of the spirit cave realm in such a short time and opened the Naguan Meridian. I want to see what kind of mysterious martial skill you are cultivating. Generally speaking, if a martial artist lost their bloodline, they would never be able to step onto the martial path again. However, the world was so big that there was no lack of such mysterious and unfathomable methods. It seemed that Mu Yun had definitely used such a divine method to attract Lin Xianyu and make use of him. My good little brother, when you decided to contribute the power of your bloodline 6 years ago, you should have known that you would be a piece of trash for the rest of your life. Killing intent rose in Lin Bin's heart. Your elder brother is only 17 years old, and he's already in the third level of the spiritual cave realm. He's very powerful, but compared to you, he's a bit lacking. Furthermore, his temperament is lacking. I really didn't understand what your father was thinking back then. Mu Yun muttered as she walked with a piece of grass in her mouth. Do you regret it now? Regret? Lin Xianyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. I have to bear the consequences of my own decision. Just like now, since I've decided to cultivate the heaven-defying divine meridian art, it means that I've decided to submit to you. I will be loyal to my own decision and will not go against it. Yes, although it sounds a bit rigid, I like it. Mu Yun nodded. Oh, right. Today is my first lecture. You should also come and listen. It shouldn't disappoint you. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Lin Xianyu's eyes widened. He had always heard news about Mu Yun. She was the #1 retard in Bayun City, the #1 trash, and so on. As for Mu Yun's identity as a teacher in Bayun Academy, he had never truly understood it. Furthermore, the current him was at the second level of the spirit cave realm and had opened the Naguan Meridian. What use would Mu Yun's lecture be to him? With a hesitant attitude, Lin Xianyu followed Mu Yun and walked into beginner class 9. However, as a guard, he just stood at the entrance of the classroom like a door god. He was extraordinarily mighty. Seeing that less than half of the 100 seats below the podium had come, Mu Yun's face darkened. Tai Feng, what's the matter? Don't you know that I'm the one teaching today? Seeing that Mu Yun was angry, Tai Feng stood up with a bitter face. Teacher Mu, many students still don't know that a teacher is here, and some of them heard that I'm a new teacher and didn't want to come. They feel that it's a waste of time, right? Yes, Tai Feng had actually tried his best. Ever since he saw Mu Yun for the first time, he felt that Mu Yun was still very powerful. However, no matter how hard he tried to persuade them, those students were unwilling to believe him. After all, they had been tricked too many times before. Good, very good. Mu Yun clapped her hands and said, Today, the teacher will take attendance first. Students who come, report to me. 1 month later, I will let each of you break through 1 level. If you can't do it, I, Mu Yun, will stand at the entrance of the 7 Virtues College, kneel down, and shout 3 times that I, Mu Yun, am a good-for-nothing. What? Hearing Mu Yun's promise, more than 50 students were dumbfounded. Break through 1 level in a month? What kind of joke was this? Not to mention 1 month, even if it was 3 months, it was impossible to guarantee that everyone would break through. After all, every martial artist had their own bottleneck. If any student happened to be at the bottleneck, they might not be able to break through within half a year. Mu Yan's move sounded quite crazy. In fact, this was already a huge concession by Mu Yan. He knew that beginner class 9 had been deceived by some teachers too many times and had already lost confidence. That was why he said this, to encourage them. Otherwise, he would have dragged all the students who dared to skip class and beaten them up. TSK, what an arrogant guy. Under his seat, Mu Fengxing snorted and leaned on the table, looking down at the book in his hand. So handsome. Teacher Mu, you're too handsome. However, just as Mu Yan finished speaking, a voice that almost made everyone feel numb reverberated in the classroom. Mu Yan almost lost his balance and fell on his butt beside the podium. At a glance, a girl stood up. She was wearing a long black dress, and her pair of long black legs were exposed in the air. Looking up, the girl exuded a youthful aura of 16 or 17 years old. Her long hair fluttered, emitting a faint fragrance. When she smiled slightly, her crescent-shaped dimples were very cute. Black dress, enchanting figure. Mu Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The first time, he met Miao Xianyu's lethal weapon at Baiyun Academy. This time, he actually met such an exquisite girl in his first class at Seven Virtues College. Could it be that as a teacher, he was destined to meet such a demonic beauty? Su Xinran, is the teacher very handsome? He's just SOSO. Mu Yan coughed and continued Su Xinran's words without blushing and his heart skipping a beat. Teacher Mu, I want to refine pills, but I haven't been successful. My father has invited many masters, but I can't learn it. What should I do? Simple. Mu Yan snapped his fingers and said confidently, I'll let you refine a mid-grade first-grade pill in a month. How about it? Pfft. Mu Yan made a move that he thought was elegant, but some students below the stage couldn't help but burst out laughing. Teacher Mu, are you sure? Haha. One of the students couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Xinran is the precious daughter of Su Xing's shop. But when she learns alchemy, every time she refines, her furnace explodes. Even Master Mo is helpless. Suddenly, the entire classroom was filled with laughter. Oh? Is that so? Mu Yan didn't care about this at all. He roughly understood why Su Xinran's furnace kept exploding. Does Teacher Mu really have a way? There was a strong desire in Su Xinran's eyes. It was a desire to become an alchemist. Don't worry, I'll ask old Mo later. As a 6 stars alchemist, he can't even do anything. He's really an idiot. Gulp, hearing Mu Yan's words, a pair of students below the stage widened their eyes. They looked at Mu Yan as though they were looking at an idiot. Old Mo? Idiot, in the entire Nanyun Empire, even Master Mo's elder brother, Mo Qing Tian, didn't scold him like this. Mu Yan had said it out loud. Teacher Mu, be careful. Trouble comes from careless talk. Typhon couldn't help but remind him. Whoever wants to snitch can go ahead. I really want him to know. This old thing has spent his brain on alchemy. He's become an idiot from alchemy. Silence. After Mu Yan finished speaking, the entire classroom was silent. In the entire Nanyun city, in the entire Seven Virtues College, Mu Yan was the first person who dared to talk about Master Mo when like this. Hee. Younger brother Mu is right. I've become an idiot from alchemy. See, I'm here to trouble younger brother Mu again. Just as Mu Yan finished speaking, a giggling voice sounded from outside the classroom. Master Mo1. Old Mo, I'm in class. Seeing Mo1 appear, Mu Yan frowned. Okay. You continue with your class. I'll wait for you outside. Mo1 nodded his head and laughed. He left with an apologetic look. What's going on? The students of the class were already dumbfounded. Just now, was that Master Mo1? I'll settle some things first. We'll talk later. Mu Yan didn't want to make Mo1 wait for too long. Seeing Mo1 leave, she followed him out. At this moment, the entire class was in an uproar. Wu Yue, did you see that? Just now, it was Master Mo. Su Xinran sat down excitedly. Her body moved up and down. Her pair of weapons shook up and down continuously, dazzling people's eyes. So what if it is? Beside Su Xinran, a young girl in a long white dress turned her head and said with a frown. The young girl had an exquisite oval face. Her pair of big eyes blinked. She was very charming. Ling Wuyue, that's Master Mo. Su Xinran exclaimed. Last time, in order to get Master Mo to give me some pointers, my father spent a lot of his connections and begged Master Mo for a month. Is that so? Ling Wuyue still had an indifferent attitude. Chapter 122 in full detail. A mistake. Look, Master Mo actually treats Mentor Mu like this. Don't you think Mentor Mu is very powerful? Su Xinran continued, I know that Master Mo doesn't even give face to the 5 big families. How could he treat Mentor Mu like this? He is the young clan leader of the Mu family. What? Su Xinran almost jumped up in excitement upon hearing Ling Wuyue's indifferent voice. The young patriarch of the Mu family? Wow, I know that Mu Zhenming, Mu Fangyu and Mu Zhaning are all first-class geniuses. Mu Qingyu unexpectedly made Tutor Mu the young patriarch. Moreover, Master Mo is so enthusiastic about Tutor Mu. Tutor Mu must have some unspeakable legendary experience. Perhaps? Ling Wuyue's expression remained unchanged as she looked out the window. Wuyue, you don't have to look so sad all the time. You are the daughter of the leader of the Lingbao Hall. You look so ugly all the time. Hehe, I know why you're doing this. Isn't it because of the marriage between the imperial family and the spiritual treasure sect? That 9th prince is not a good person. He's a pervert. I've heard that he has slept with countless women. If you can work for Master Mo, I'll see if the royal family dares to force your father. Master Mo, huh? A wry smile appeared on Ling Wuyue's face. Master Mo was a 6-star alchemist in the empire, and his elder brother, Mo Qing Tian, was the #1 alchemist in the empire, a 7-star alchemist. Mo Qing Tian had already said that he would never accept a disciple. As for Mo Wen, wanting to learn alchemy under his tutelage was simply wishful thinking. Since Teacher Mu is so easy to talk to, I'll look for him to explain this matter in a while. Seeing how close he is with Master Mo, there should be no problem. Su Xianran's face was full of smiles, her face brimming with the feelings of a young girl. After a short while, Mo Wen left and Mu Yun returned to the classroom. Sorry for the delay, students. Mu Yun returned to the podium and looked down with a smile. The feeling of being a teacher was really not bad. Since today is the first lesson, I'll talk to everyone about the world of martial artists. Mu Yun said, according to what you know now, martial artists are divided into 10 physical body 10 layers, spirit cave 10 layers, and soul ascension 10 realms. The refinement of each of these 3 major realms can't be neglected. The corporeal body is to train the body and strengthen the physique. The spirit cave realm is to open the acupoints and accumulate true essence. The spirit realm is to open the sea of consciousness and awaken the power of the soul. If a martial artist's path of cultivation is to cross mountains and seas, then the 10 layers of the fleshly body are like a martial artist building a boat, the 10 layers of the spirit cave are like raising the sails, and the 10 layers of the spirit realm are like paddling. There are 3 great realms in a cultivator and each realm is extremely important. If you do not have a solid foundation for the sake of a short moment of rapid improvement, then I'm sorry to tell you that you are destined to stay in these 3 realms for the rest of your lives. Instructor Mu, according to what you said, there are other realms beyond these 3 realms? A student couldn't help but ask. Naturally, it's useless for you to know this now. Tisk. According to my understanding of beginner class 9, you have entered the 7 Virtues College's Leifeng Academy for less than half a year, but you have changed 7 main teachers. From today onwards, I, Mu Yun, will lead you on the path of the strong. In the future, the entire 7 Virtues College's dragon ranking will be filled with your names. The top 100 are prepared for you. Top 100 on the dragon ranking. Hearing this, many students below the podium had infatuated gazes. However, it only lasted for a moment before those gazes completely disappeared. Dragon ranking. Hearing those 2 words, Mu Fengxing, who was below the podium, muttered, and his voice became a little low. The dragon ranking was an extravagant hope for the students of beginner class 9. In the entire beginner class, only their class monitor, Tai Feng, had broken into the Earth Spirit ranking, not to mention the Leifeng Academy Spirit ranking. That was the entire class of Leifeng Academy students. And the dragon ranking was the strongest 100 people among all the geniuses of the Seven Virtues College. Each and every one of those 100 people possessed extraordinary talent and strength. Furthermore, they possessed countless tricks up their sleeves. Wanting to become a student of the dragon ranking could be said to be harder than ascending to the heavens. One must know that even the 100th place on the dragon ranking was much stronger than the first place on the spirit ranking. Looks like you don't have much confidence. Mu Yun curled her lips and said, since that's the case, how about I let everyone enter the spiritual cave realm a month later? What? Hearing Mu Yun's words, a commotion broke out in the entire class. Breaking through to the spiritual cave realm within a month? What kind of joke was this? Mu Yun did not even have a clear understanding of their situation, yet she spoke so carelessly. This teacher was simply too unreliable. You don't believe me? Then record your respective realms and hand it over to the class monitor. I will pay attention and guide you. A month later, you will see the results. However, I also have a condition. What condition? It's simple. If I do it, all of you will advance to the first level of the spiritual cave realm. Then, a month later, all of you will begin to challenge the students on the Earth Spirit ranking. I want all the students on the Earth Spirit ranking to be my students. All right. As Mu Yun's words fell, cheers sounded one after another. Most of them thought that it was impossible for Mu Yun to raise all of their realms to the spiritual cave realm within a month. Since this condition could not be met, then it was even more impossible for the 100 students on the Earth Spirit ranking to be from the elementary class 9. So what if they agreed? Seeing the group of students below the stage being encouraged, Mu Yun's eyes gradually narrowed. Little guy, you want to fight with me? Alright, class dismissed. As her words fell, Mu Yun left under Lin Xianyu's protection. You can't do it. Lin Xianyu said as they walked on the road. You also think that I can't do it? I thought you would believe me. Mu Yun picked up another blade of grass and chuckled. Most of these students' talents are not very good. Furthermore, they are all at the 7th or 8th level of the physical body realm. How is it possible for them to break through to the spiritual cave realm in a month? Oh? Since that's the case, it's impossible for me to let you, a person with a broken meridians, cultivate again. Logically speaking, it shouldn't happen? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Lin Xianyu was stunned. That's right. According to his thoughts, it was impossible for Mu Yun to let him cultivate again. However, things still happened. Could it be that this guy still had some tricks up his sleeve? Alright, there's no use thinking so much. I recently comprehended a sword move. Accompany me to cultivate. No problem. Lin Xianyu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Ever since he met Mu Yun, he always felt that Mu Yun was very mysterious. However, he had never experienced Mu Yun's strength. Instructor Mu. Just as the two of them were about to leave, a bone-melting voice came from behind them. Su Xinran. Instructor Mu, you promised to help me refine a mid-grade first-grade pill. When are you going to teach me? Su Xinran asked coyly. Ahem. Well. How about this? Instructor Mu needs to cultivate now. Can you wait for a while? Otherwise, I'll help you after I'm done cultivating? Okay. Su Xinran clapped her hands and said excitedly, I also want to see how powerful Instructor Mu is. Your Instructor Mu is naturally powerful. After praising herself confidently in her heart, Mu Yun brought Lin Xianyu, Su Xinran, and Ling Wuyue to the training field. After choosing a remote place and taking out the Azure Edge sword, Mu Yun's aura instantly changed. Xianyu, this is a sword move that I recently comprehended. I can't figure it out myself, so you have to be careful if it hurts you. I understand. Lin Xianyu took a deep breath, and her expression calmed down. If Mu Yun could even obtain such a miraculous skill like the divine bloodline art, Lin Xianyu really wondered if there was anything that Mu Yun couldn't take out. Seeing Mu Yun's cautious attitude, this sword move was most likely very valuable. Wind Cloud Slash. With a low cry, Mu Yun drew her sword. clang, a low sword hum erupted from the azure-edged sword. Under that sword, the wind and clouds instantly swept up, and yellow sand gradually rose around Mu Yun. However, the yellow sand gradually rose up. As the yellow sand danced in the air, the azure-edged sword in Mu Yun's hand drooped down powerlessly. The yellow sand didn't seem to be enough, and it instantly drifted to the ground. Seeing this, not only Lin Xianyu, but Su Xinran was also stunned. What the hell? Only Ling Wuyue chuckled coldly and shook her head. The sword move that originally seemed to have a violent momentum suddenly had its aura drop. In an instant, it vanished into thin air. What kind of martial skill was this? Looking at their stunned expressions, Mu Yun scratched his head and smiled bitterly. A mistake, a mistake. Sweat, looking at Mu Yun, Lin Xianyu, and Su Xinran really couldn't describe it. The wind cloud slash was originally a sword move in the Heartless Sword Manual. Even though Mu Yun had comprehended sword intent now, he still couldn't grasp it. Originally, he already had some understanding of it, but who knew that when he used it, it would be like this? Again. Mu Yun wasn't discouraged, and she swung her sword again. The same sword move, the same starting point, and the same result. The sun was setting in the west, and Mu Yun had been standing in the training field for an entire day. However, on this day, that move of his didn't improve at all. It's done. Suddenly, just as Lin Xianyu and the others were about to fall asleep, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. It's done? Looking at Mu Yun, Su Xinran immediately stood up excitedly. He finally succeeded. Ling Wuyue had wanted to leave a long time ago. If it weren't for her, she would have left long ago. Fortunately, this instructor Mu didn't keep waiting aimlessly. Although it took almost an entire day, they didn't wait in vain. That's right, it's done. I finally understand the true meaning of the Heartless Sword Manual. Mu Yun said confidently. What? However, hearing Mu Yun's words, the three of them were stunned. To draw out one sword, it's okay, let's do it again. Mu Yun maintained her enthusiasm. Ignoring the three of them, she continued to swing the sword in her hand. 7 Virtues College, Leifeng Courtyard. A group of people passed through the corridors of Leifeng Courtyard and headed towards the beginner class. Qi Xian, I believe that you should understand why I invited you here this time. At the front of the crowd, the 9th prince spoke viciously with a gloomy face. This subordinate understands. Mu Yun dares to humiliate the 9th prince in public. She will definitely die. This time, even if she is punished by the academy, this subordinate will still kill her. In front of the 9th prince, a young man with gauze on his face bowed and replied. Very good. You are ranked 96th on the spirit roll of Jin Academy, and you are at the 3rd layer of the spirit cave realm. This prince believes that you will definitely succeed. Even if it means breaking the rules, this prince will do his best to prevent you from receiving any real punishment. Thank you, Lord Jiao. With that, the crowd dispersed. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun had been cultivating for an entire day. Ever since he said that he seemed to have understood the sword technique, Su Xinran had counted 1,973 moves out of boredom, but Mu Yun was still unable to move an inch. Let's go, Xinran. It's already very late. Ling Wuyue had already lost her patience. She felt that Mu Yun was testing their patience, which made her lose her patience. Let's wait a little longer. I have a feeling that Teacher Mu will be able to do it very soon. Alright. That's Mu Yun. Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures rushed out from the corner of the training field. The leader of the group had 7 or 8 bandages wrapped around his face, making it impossible to see his face clearly. The auras of 7 to 8 people behind him were faintly discernible as they approached Mu Yun and the others. Ling Wuyue. The 9th prince faltered slightly at the sight of Ling Wuyue. Why are you here? Ling Wuyue's expression naturally darkened at the sight of the 9th prince. My being here has nothing to do with you, right? Nothing to do with me? What a joke. You are my, Huang Shangyu's, fiancé. How can you say that your presence here has nothing to do with me? I'm not in the mood to deal with you now. This time, I'm here to look for that bastard Mu Yun. After I teach that bastard a lesson, I'll look for you. Don't leave, otherwise, Huang Shangyu tossed out these words, flicked his sleeves, and left. Xian, that's him. Kill him immediately. Yes. Clang, but just as Xian was about to make a move, the sound of a sword rang out. Lin Xianyu stood in front of everyone. Lin Xianyu? I've heard about you these past few days, but you think you can stop me? In your dreams. The ninth prince waved his hand, and the people behind him immediately surrounded Lin Xianyu. What do you want? Seeing that Huang Shangyu was prepared, Su Xinran shouted, "This is the Lightning Peak courtyard, don't mess around." Fooling around? This Mu Yun has humiliated me time and time again. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Go. Huang Shangyu didn't care at all. He was going to kill Mu Yun today. In the entire South Cloud City, no one dared to humiliate him. Mu Yun was the first. Unfortunately, because he was the first, he had to die. He didn't care if Mu Yun was the young clan leader of the Mu family. He was a prince of the royal family. Even if he killed Mu Yun, he would at most be punished. Go. For a moment, Lin Xianyu was surrounded by a few people. He couldn't escape in a short period of time. As for Xian, he was already charging forward with his spear, heading straight for Mu Yun, who was still practicing sword moves. Instructor Mu, be careful. This guy, seeing that Mu Yun was still practicing sword techniques, Su Xinran shouted. Ling Wuyue frowned and was speechless. I understand. The Heartless Sword Manual. The sword moves without intention. The sword moves without intention, but the sword moves with intention. Suddenly, Mu Yan's face lit up. This was the true meaning of the creator of the Heartless Sword Manual. Die. At the same time, Xian had already arrived in front of Mu Yun. He moved his hand and struck with his spear. The spear roared with an unparalleled aura. Xian was at the third level of the spiritual cave realm. If he couldn't kill Mu Yun under such circumstances, he wouldn't have the face to see the ninth prince. Sword, heartless. At this moment, Mu Yun raised his sword and stabbed out. Yellow sand rose into the air as the longsword flew out. This sword was as violent as before, seemingly unstoppable. However, after the sword stabbed out, it stopped in midair and then calmed down. It can't be. It's like this again, no. Seeing Mu Yun's strange sword move, Su Xinran, Ling Wuyue, and the others suddenly felt that the scene was very strange. Xian, what are you doing? The ninth prince immediately shouted when he saw Xian standing on the spot and not taking the opportunity to attack. If you don't attack, I'll let you die without a burial ground. Hurry up and kill him. Kill him. I'll take care of everything. However, before Huang Shangyu could finish his sentence, a bloody line appeared in midair and blood splashed everywhere. Plop, Xian's body fell to the ground. There was a sword mark on his neck that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Blood gushed out. Xian was dead. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What was going on? What was going on? Mu Yun was clearly immersed in cultivation just now and didn't notice at all. How did she suddenly swing her sword? Moreover, she killed Xian with one strike. Xian was at the third level of the spiritual cave realm, while Mu Yun was only at the first level. Kill me? You're going to take it on alone? Can you take it? Mu Yun raised her sword and looked at Huang Shangyu. A strange gray light flickered in her eyes. Those who kill will be killed by others. If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. If people humiliate me, I'll kill them 1,000 miles away. This was Mu Yun's style of doing things. This was Mu Yun's method. However, you don't have to take it anymore because you will die today. You. Huang Shangyu's legs had already turned to jelly. You dare to kill me? Why wouldn't I? You've tried to kill me time and time again. Can't I kill you? I'm a member of the royal family. Don't use your status as the ninth prince of the royal family to suppress me. Since you dare to kill me, it must be because of your status as the ninth prince of the royal family. However, I dare to kill you because of my status as the young master of the Mu family. When you decided to kill me, you should have known that this day would come. She raised her sword and swung it. Blood splattered. Mu Yun didn't give Huang Shangyu any chance to speak. She raised her sword and used the wind cloud slash. Huang Shangyu couldn't dodge at all. Blood flowed as the sword passed. Killing was just a simple action. In an instant, the entire martial arts field fell into a dead silence. Su Xinran, Ling Wuyue, Lin Xianyu, and the few people that Huang Shangyu brought were all dumbfounded. Killed just like that. You actually dared to kill the ninth prince. You're courting death. Finally, a guard's teeth chattered and he couldn't help but shout. However, when she turned around and Mu Yun looked over, that person's legs immediately turned to jelly and he fell to the ground. This person even dared to kill the ninth prince. What else did he not dare to do? Go back and tell your higher masters or this idiot's father that I killed him. If they want to come and find me, they can come and find me. Mu Yun held back her anger and shouted. Scram. Mumbling sounds could be heard. Those people immediately didn't dare to stay. They left Huang Shangyu's corpse and fled in a hurry. You killed him. It'll be very troublesome. Troublesome? Not necessarily. Mu Yun smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. She said with a smile, all right, I've comprehended the sword move. I'm in a good mood. Let's go. This time, Mu Yun was really annoyed by the pressure. These hedonistic disciples who relied on their family's power usually ate, drank, and gambled. Now, they even wanted to trample on him. He had already given Huang Shangyu a warning, but this guy was still stubborn. Killing might be a game to him, but to Mu Yun, it was true anger. Perhaps it was because he had been too low-key after coming to South Cloud City. Everyone thought that he, a young master from Bayun City, was just a country bumpkin who could be bullied by anyone. After today, there might be a lot of trouble. However, Mu Yun knew that forbearance would bring even more trouble. You've forgotten about your two students. Ah, cough cough. Su Xinran, Ling Wuyue, I'm sorry. I've shown my bloody side in front of you. I'm really sorry. Whoosh, however, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, Ling Wuyue suddenly drew her sword. Ling Wuyue stabbed her sword one after another into Huang Shangyu's dead body, and more blood flowed out of his body. Oh my god. What kind of hatred do you have? You're so ruthless. Mu Yun felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Ling Wuyue, who was such a quiet young girl. Teacher Mu, Ling Wuyue is the daughter of the pavilion master of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion was pressured by the imperial family to betroth Wuyue to the ninth prince. This ninth prince, a look of enlightenment appeared on Mu Yun's face, and he nodded. When a woman went crazy, she was simply a gluttonous beast. Cough cough. Wuyue, that's enough. Don't go too far. Mu Yun heaved a resigned sigh at the sight of Ling Wuyue getting more and more excited. In the end, Ling Wuyue stopped stabbing the long sword in her hand. She stood on the spot and stared blankly into space. Thank you, Teacher Mu. Ling Wuyue dropped her longsword and bowed respectfully with a sincere expression. You're welcome. I don't reject scum like him. Mu Yun laughed heartily. He didn't look guilty in the slightest for killing Huang Shangyu. Indeed, he didn't reject scum like him. Oh, by the way, Su Xinran, you said you wanted to refine pills, right? Why do you keep failing? Mu Yun changed the subject and paid no heed to Huang Shangyu. It's like this, Teacher Mu. Su Xinran hurriedly explained, every time I refine pills, I always explode the pills at the final step. Explode pills? Mu Yun faltered slightly upon hearing this. It wasn't uncommon for pills to explode, but there could only be one explanation for this. How about this, come with me and let me see how you refine pills. All right. The four of them departed from the scene. Huang Shangyu's body lay on the ground by itself, and it was already riddled with holes. In the middle of the night, a few hundred figures silently arrived at the dojo of the Thunder Peak courtyard under the moonlight. Spiritual flame dead. He's been dead for half a day. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the leader said in a low voice. Damn it. What is the young master of the Mu clan trying to do? Is he trying to start a war between the Mu clan and the Huang clan? Another dark golden-scaled feather guard couldn't help but curse. What's the point of saying this now? The leader said, quickly inform the emperor. This matter isn't something we can handle. There's no need. At this moment, a figure moved lightly and arrived beside Huang Shangyu's corpse in a few flashes. Sixth Master. Seeing the newcomer, the hundreds of dark golden scaled feather guards knelt down and lowered their heads. The sixth prince of the imperial clan, Huang Xianxia. How did he die? Huang Xianxia was expressionless as he asked coldly. Reporting to sixth master, this is little Gizi by ninth master's side. He understands everything. The guard pulled a person up and bowed. Speak. If there's a single lie, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yes, yes, yes. Little Gizi knelt on the ground and said everything without missing a single word. At this moment, he didn't exaggerate. He deeply understood how terrifying the sixth master was. Although the sixth master looked amiable, his actions were terrifying. Mu Yun? The young master of the Mu clan? Sixth master, this Mu Yun is the successor of the Mu clan's young master, Mu Qingyu. She grew up in Bayun City and recently came to South Cloud City. Heh. She just arrived and she dares to kill a member of the imperial clan. She's really fearless. Bring some men and take her down. I'd like to see what the Mu clan has to say. Huang Xianxia sneered, although ninth master likes women and messes around, it's not up to him to teach her a lesson. Even Mu Qingyu has nothing to say. Yes. Hearing Huang Xianxia's words, the hundreds of people spread out in the courtyard to search for Mu Yun. Looking at Huang Shangyu's corpse, Huang Xianxia said expressionlessly, Old Ninth, if you're dead, then you're dead. However, if you can find an excuse to make the Mu clan bleed, then it's worth it. Report this matter to Imperial Father immediately. After capturing Mu Yun, bring her to the palace and let Imperial Father deal with her. I want to see how the Mu family will explain this matter. Meanwhile, Mu Yun had led Su Xinran and Ling Wuyue to the pill refinement room in the Lightning Peak courtyard. The Seven Virtues College was the #1 college in the Southern Cloud Empire. Each of the 7 colleges had its own alchemy room and blacksmithing room. These alchemy rooms and weapon rooms were guarded by a few people. If students wanted to enter these rooms to cultivate, they had to pay enough spirit stones in exchange for some alchemy equipment and metal. Young man, it's already past midnight. You can't enter the alchemy room. Mu Yun and the others had just appeared outside the alchemy room when a stooped figure stood at the door. He looked at the 4 of them and raised his eyes slightly. Old mister, I'm an instructor who just arrived at the Lightning Peak courtyard. These 2 are my students. I don't know much about alchemy. I'm not too clear about the rules of the college. Please make an exception. It won't take too long. All right. The wrinkles on the black-robed old man's face trembled as he said, but you have to hurry. All right, thank you, old mister. Instructor Mu, hurry up. On the other side, Su Xinran couldn't wait any longer. Don't be rude. The old mister is willing to wait for us. We should treat him with respect. All of you, bow and thank him. Mu Yun suddenly shouted. Seeing Mu Yun suddenly lose her temper, Su Xinran and Ling Wuyue were stunned. In the 7 colleges like the Lightning Peak courtyard, there were many old men guarding the blacksmithing room and alchemy room. They had long been used to it. Why would they need to bow? However, seeing Mu Yun's gloomy expression, the 2 of them didn't dare to be rash. In the end, they still bowed to the old man. May I know your name, old mister? I'm an old man. What name? Just call me Old Man Gone. The old man sighed. Old Man Gone, Su Xinran was instantly unhappy. Hey! You old man, Instructor Mu is so polite to you. How can you take advantage of him, Old Man Gone? Why don't you call him your god-grandfather? Su Xinran, if you continue to be rude, I won't teach you today. Instructor Mu, haha. This student has misunderstood. The old man chuckled and said, it's sweet, not dry. Mu Yun said apologetically, I'm sorry, Elder Gone. This student is young and doesn't know anything. Please forgive her. Aren't you very young too? Elder Gone laughed and said, all right, hurry up and go in. There's not much time left. All right. With that, Mu Yun led the few of them into the alchemy room. Interesting, interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen such a polite junior. 7 Virtues College strives for profit. Such young people are becoming rarer and rarer. Looking at the backs of the few of them leaving, Elder Gon smiled slightly. He entered the alchemy room and began to check the rooms one by one. On the other side, Su Xinran pouted and looked unhappy. Instructor Mu, there are countless old men like this in the 7 Virtues College. Why are you so humble? Do you have to bow to each one of them? Little girl, you have to respect the old and love the young. Do you understand? Mu Yan smiled bitterly and said, you almost got into big trouble. Mu Yan didn't explain further. She led the 3 of them to an alchemy room and began to let Su Xinran refine pills. An ordinary old man, the 7 Virtues College didn't lack such ordinary old men. However, this old man wasn't ordinary at all, he had lived for thousands of years. Although he didn't have any cultivation, he still had a discerning eye. The old man's aura seemed weak, but it was orderly. It was obvious that this old man wasn't an ordinary old man. Instructor Mu, I'm starting. On the other side, Su Xinran had already prepared the ingredients. She began to ignite the fire in the cauldron to refine pills. Su Xinran chose a mid-grade first-grade pill, Energy Opening Pill. The Energy Opening Pill was to help martial artists in the physical body 4th realm to expand their inner core and condense more vigorous qi. It was very famous among the first-grade pills. Su Xinran's every step was abnormally standard. It was so standard that it was almost impeccable. But in the end, the instant the pill was produced, the inside of the pill furnace exploded with a bang. An explosion. Do it again. Seeing Su Xinran's actions, Mu Yan didn't say anything. She only asked Su Xinran to do it again. However, she took the waste pill dregs and pondered over them. All right. Seeing Mu Yan's serious look, Su Xinran nodded. Bang, the second explosion. Bang, the third explosion. Bang, the pills exploded again and again. Every time, Mu Yan didn't say anything. She only asked Su Xinran to refine pills again. Ling Wuyue finally couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled Su Xinran up and said, Xinran, I think he's just fooling you. Even Master Mo can't do anything. How could he? Oh. Seeing Ling Wuyue's angry look, Mu Yan smiled. You don't believe me either? Instructor Mu, don't be angry. Wuyue didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Mu Yan smiled and said, Ling Wuyue, I came to beginner class 9 to teach my students well and let each of them improve. I will do my best to satisfy my students. However, if you don't believe me, please leave my class. At this point, Mu Yan also lost her temper. This little girl didn't have any patience at all. In the future, even if she was taught well, she probably wouldn't be a good person. Alright, I'm a 2nd-grade alchemist, the young mistress of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. My dream has always been to have Master Mo Wen as my master. If you can do it, I, Ling Wuyue, will definitely regard you as my mentor for life. A teacher for a day is a father for life. What? Hearing Ling Wuyue's request, Mu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Have Mo Wen as her master? That's simple. Tomorrow, Mo Wen will come and take you as his disciple. Mu Yan said regretfully, however, I advise you that it's better to have me as your master than that old thing Mo Wen. You will definitely regret it. TSK. We'll see tomorrow. Alright, but today, Su Xinran's problem hasn't been solved. Mu Yan continued, Su Xinran, refine the Qi aperture pill again. Again? Ling Wuyue's almond-shaped eyes widened. Again, but this time, do as I say. Don't use the furnace fire below the alchemy furnace. Use the vital essence as a gravitational force and gather it in your core, Mu Yan continued to explain, indicating for Su Xinran to follow her step by step. This time, Ling Wuyue didn't say anything. This was because she was surprised to find that as Su Xinran followed Mu Yan's instructions, a red flame appeared in the middle of her palm, even though she didn't activate the furnace's fire. There was a flame in her body. How was that possible? Even Su Xinran was shocked by the scene. She had just followed Mu Yan's instructions in a daze. How could she have known that such a change would happen? Continue. In order to prevent Su Xinran from being distracted, Mu Yan continued to give orders. On the other side, Lin Xianyu was also dumbfounded. Ancient martial art practitioners had flames in their bodies. He also knew what such flames were called. Spiritual fire. The world of ancient martial art practitioners was vast and endless. Countless legends were played out every day. Lin Xianyu had some understanding of spiritual fire, but he had always thought that it was just a legend. He didn't expect to see it with his own eyes today. Finally, following Mu Yun's instructions, the qi aperture pill was completed. After the pill refinement was completed, a fragrance came from the alchemy furnace. Taking out the pill, Su Xinran looked at the pill in her hand excitedly. It was done. She actually succeeded. She had worked hard for a few years, and she had been exploding pills. She didn't expect to successfully refine a qi aperture pill today, and it was even a mid-grade first-grade pill. Mentor Mu, I did it, I did it. Su Xinran was too excited. She hugged Mu Yun directly, bent her legs, and kept shouting. Cough cough, being pressed down by a pair of weapons, Mu Yun coughed awkwardly. Su Xinran's face was red, and only then did she come down. Nightkill spiritual fire. Su Xinran and Ling Wuyue were both perplexed by Mu Yun's explanation. Spiritual fire, I've only seen records of it in some interesting stories. I didn't expect it to really exist in this world, Lin Xianyu said from the side. Oh? I didn't expect you to know about spiritual fire. Mu Yun was taken aback and said, spiritual fire does exist. However, this kind of existence is really rare. It only appears once every few hundred years or even 1,000 years. Moreover, some warriors might not be able to discover it even if they have a spiritual fire physique. Heavenly fire and earthly fire are naturally produced after countless years of accumulation. They require a powerful martial artist to collect them. However, spiritual fire is produced within a martial artist's body. Generally speaking, it is born at the time of the purest yang, and it requires many special circumstances. You are very lucky. Mu Yun smiled as she looked at Su Xinran. When Su Xinran said that the pills she refined were always exploding, Mu Yun already had this thought in her mind. However, she didn't expect it to be true. It could be said that the grade of the pills refined by an alchemist who possessed a spiritual fire might not be comparable to those alchemists who had subdued earth fire or sky fire, but the quality of the pills refined by them would definitely be higher than those refined by high-grade alchemists. Because the spiritual fire was contained within the martial artist's body, it could be said to be connected to the martial artist's mind. The grade of the medicinal pills refined by this kind of alchemist would only be high and not low. Teacher Mu, this means that I can become an alchemist. Of course. That's great, that's great. Su Xinran's face was filled with joy. Why are you so happy so early? Was the spiritual fire so easy to control? If you're not careful, your core will explode. Swish swish swish, just as Mu Yun's voice fell, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Outside the alchemy room, silhouettes flickered back and forth. Bang 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 bang, following a series of explosions, the door of the pill refining room was smashed open, as over 10 figures barged into the room. Dozens of people flashed in. All of them were dressed in dark golden robes. They quickly surrounded the 4 of them. Who are you? A member of the royal family. Lin Xianyu coldly said as he looked at the dark golden martial clothes. His long sword was already in his hand. Royal family? You found me so quickly. Mu Yun shrunk her neck and stood behind Lin Xianyu when she saw the martial artists dressed in dark golden martial robes. These guys are all in the first and second layer of the spirit cave realm. I'm not interested, so you can practice with them. Lin Xianyu was speechless. Although these dozens of people were all at the first or second layer of the spiritual cave realm, there were also some at the third or even fourth layer of the spiritual cave realm. Furthermore, the 2 commanders with the flower plume on their heads at the back were clearly at the 5th level of the spirit cave realm. Go. The 2 men looked at the 4 of them and immediately gave the order without hesitation. Clang, unsheathing his sword, Lin Xianyu slashed out. Slash, slash, slash. Blood flowed. However, looking at Lin Xianyu's sword, Mu Yun narrowed her eyes. Wind rising cloud chop, Lin Xianyu's move actually contained the meaning of the wind rising cloud slash. Stinking brat, you dare to steal my sword moves? How long did it take me to learn them? How dare you steal them? Mu Yun cursed when she saw Lin Xianyu's moves. Su Xinran and Ling Wuyue's faces darkened. What kind of situation was this? Others were already at their doorstep, and this instructor Mu was still fussing about whether or not he stole them. It's fine if you steal them, but you don't learn them well. Let me show you. Mu Yun didn't care about this. At this moment, more than a dozen people bypassed Lin Xianyu and directly arrived in front of Mu Yun. She raised her green tower sword and used the wind-rising cloud slash. Slash, slash, in an instant, bloody wounds appeared on the necks of more than a dozen people and they fell to the ground. One slash, dead. Did you see that? This is the real wind-rising cloud slash, do you understand? Lin Xianyu's face darkened when he saw Mu Yun's appearance. He really didn't know if it was right or wrong to agree to be his guard for 3 years back then. Damn it. Jinyu, kill him. Seeing Mu Yun kill more than a dozen guards with one slash, the last two commanders finally couldn't take it anymore. All right. As they spoke, a warrior in his 30s rushed out from beside the two of them in the blink of an eye. Big brother, this kid has some skills. He's only at the first level of the spiritual cave realm, but his swordsmanship is so superb. Yes, but the sixth master said to keep him alive. We can't act rashly. After all, he's the young master of the Mu family. Yes. The two of them looked at Jinyu with admiration on their faces. It was obvious that Jinyu didn't rush towards Mu Yun directly. Instead, he shuttled back and forth in the crowd, looking for an opportunity. This is the time. Seeing that Mu Yun was exhausted after swinging her sword, Jinyu finally made his move. His hands were like two vines that wrapped around Mu Yun's back. He was very confident that with his third level of the spiritual cave realm, it would be very easy for him to capture Mu Yun directly under the sneak attack. However, in the next moment, a smiling face appeared in front of him. In front of the smiling face was a sword. Slash, blood splattered out, and Jinyu saw his hands flying into the sky. Immediately after, pain spread from his arms to his heart. How was this possible? Seeing this scene, the two commanders, Jin Jiu and Jin Zhiji, were shocked. They were very confident in Jinyu's concealment technique. Among so many people, Mu Yun was still able to catch Jinyu with a glance. How did he do it? They didn't know that although Mu Yun was only at the first level of the spiritual cave realm, he had soul power. Jinyu's every move was already under his control. Tisk, do the royal guards only know how to be sneaky? So many people came to catch me. Can't they do it openly? Mu Yun curled her lips and said disdainfully. Damn it. Damn it. Seeing Mu Yun's arrogant look, Jin Jiu and Jin Zhiji were furious. Trash, get lost. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out. Immediately after, hundreds of figures rushed in from outside the courtyard. In front of the hundreds of people, a young man stood with his hands behind his back. It was Xianxia. Sixth Master. Sixth Master. Trash, you can't even catch a person. Xianxia's voice was neither warm nor angry, but it sent chills down their spines. Sixth Master, I'll catch him now. Men, go. Exhaust him to death. Yes. With a command, hundreds of people rushed into the alchemy room and completely surrounded the four of them. However, the weapons of the hundreds of people were all aimed at Mu Yun, Lin Xianyu, and Jin Jiu. They were just trapped. The price to pay for catching me is very high. With a long sword in hand, Mu Yun said indifferently, anyway, it's just practice. Swoosh, with a long sword in hand, Mu Yun moved left and right, and instantly killed her way into the crowd. Interesting, Mu Yun's young clan head isn't trash. Seeing the hundreds of people surrounding Mu Yun still used a sword move. Sixth Master, if this goes on, our brothers will die, shut up. Xianxia snorted. What's the point of raising you people? Training is always sloppy. Now that some of you have died, you will learn from your mistakes. Jin Jiu felt aggrieved. It wasn't that his subordinates were too stupid, but that Mu Yun was too powerful. After half an hour, Mu Yun was still shuttling through the crowd. At this moment, there were already more than 100 corpses lying on the ground in the alchemy room. However, Mu Yun was still shuttling back and forth in the crowd. First-level spiritual cave realm, but her true origin is denser than a third-level spiritual cave realm martial artist. Her swordsmanship is superb. She's simply a master of swordsmanship. This young clan head is not simple. Looking at Mu Yun's every move, Huang Xianxia judged in his heart. Swish, in the next moment, Huang Xianxia suddenly attacked, and his figure disappeared. Bang, immediately after, a loud bang sounded. The long spear in Huang Xianxia's hand pierced towards Mu Yun's back. However, that spear was blocked by an old figure. That old figure's body was half curled up, and one of his legs was on tiptoe. A piece of floorboard straightened up and was grabbed by the old man. It was the broken corner of that piece of floorboard that completely blocked Huang Xianxia's spear. Humph. Old Gon, he didn't expect Old Gon to appear. This old man was not simple. After his spear was blocked, Huang Xianxia immediately retreated without hesitation. Young man, you are a 5th-level spiritual cave realm martial artist. Furthermore, you are a prince of the imperial family. Isn't such a sneak attack beneath your status? Who are you? Looking at the old man, Huang Xianxia's face was gloomy. I'm just an old man guarding the alchemy room. This is the alchemy room of the Thunder Peak courtyard. If you destroy something, you have to pay for it. Don't worry. Not a single thing will be missing. I just need to catch him. Then please go out and catch him. If he doesn't go out, I won't catch him? Of course. Old man, I think you are courting death. Huang Xianxia's anger gradually rose. He just wanted to catch Mu Yun, but he didn't expect so much trouble. He really didn't put the Thunder Peak courtyard in his eyes. Uncle Qin, kill him. As Huang Xianxia retreated, a figure shrouded in a black robe appeared with lightning speed and charged towards Old Gon. That person directly threw out a punch. The speed was so fast that it caused the air to explode. Dong, a deep sound of collision rang out. Old Gon's body trembled. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he retreated 3 steps. This black-robed person was so strong, Mu Yun was shocked. She wrapped her soul force around her mind and didn't dare to be careless. This person was at least a super expert of the imminent god realm. Old Gon. Mu Yun immediately went up and supported Old Gon. However, with this support, Mu Yun suddenly realized that the aura in Old Gon's body was in chaos. None of the meridians in Old Gon's body had a smooth flow of true essence. Old Gon, are you alright? I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm old and useless. Old Gon coughed out a mouthful of blood and sighed helplessly. Anyway, I don't have many years left to live. Helping you is also a good thing. Old man, you are just a guard dog. I thought you were strong. You are just an old cat in tiger skin. Huang Xianxia's face turned cold. He looked at Old Gon on the ground with a disdainful expression. Uncle Qin, kill him for me. Cripple Mu Yun's cultivation and take her away. Yes. The martial artist called Uncle Qin bent his body and looked at the two. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What are you doing? Master? Master M.O. Old M.O. What happened? Looking at the mess on the ground, M.O. Wen's expression turned cold. He snorted and said, What kind of place is the Thunder Peak courtyard? You all are fighting and killing here. You all, Master. However, before M.O. Wen could finish his sentence, he looked at the silhouette on the ground. Immediately, he glared angrily at the silhouette on the ground. In his body, there was a faint anger that was accumulating. Master, Master, upon hearing M.O. Wen shout, everyone present was stunned. Master, are you alright? M.O. Wen didn't care about everyone's surprise. He didn't even see Mu Yun. He went straight to Elder Gon's side and bent down, looking worried. Seeing Gon Lao spit out blood, M.O. Wen felt worse than if he had been injured himself. Master. However, at this time, before the shock in everyone's hearts had faded, another exclamation sounded out. Master M.O. M.O. Qing Tian. The figure that appeared once again really made everyone completely dumbfounded. If M.O. Wen's appearance here was already enough to surprise them, then M.O. Qing Tian's appearance simply shocked them. Who was M.O. Qing Tian? She was one of the 10 great elders of the Seven Virtues College and the only 7th-rank alchemist in the empire. In the Empire, she was even more famous than Mo Wen. However, at this moment, both Mo Qingtian and Mo Wen were actually addressing the elderly figure in the hall as master at the same time. "Master, how are you? Who hurt you to this extent?" Mo Wen's face was full of regret. He wished that he could take Elder Gon's place and be punished. "Master, I've let you down." Mo Qingtian knelt on the ground with a thud, his face full of shame. "You too, you're not young anymore. Why are you still crying here? I've already told you that I'm already a bag of old bones." Looking at the two of them, Elder Gon smiled bitterly. "Master," at this moment, even the stupidest person understood that this Elder Gon was obviously Mo Qingtian and Mo Wen's master. "It's over." The sixth prince, Xianxia, was stunned. This time, he had touched the tiger's butt. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that this old man, who looked like he had one foot in the grave, would be Mo Wen and Mo Qingtian's master. "Xianxia, you're really running amok." Mo Wen reacted. He looked at Xianxia and shouted, "You are really bold to bring your royal guards to the Thunder Peak courtyard in the middle of the night. Seems like your father, Huang Jitian, has not taught you well enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Wen extended his palm and grabbed at Xianxia. "How dare you?" Uncle Qin, who was standing beside Xianxia, made his move. "You dare to stop me? You think you're worthy?" Mo Wen laughed coldly. He ignored Uncle Qin and continued to lock onto Xianxia. However, Mo Qingtian suddenly attacked and stopped Uncle Qin. "Save me, Uncle Qin." At this moment, Xianxia was like a doll in Mo Wen's hands. He had no ability to resist at all. "Save you? You hurt my master. Even your life is not enough to pay for it." Mo Wen was really angry. Mu Yun realized that ever since she had known Mo Wen, she had never seen him so angry. "Just kill him. I'd like to see what Huang Jitian has to say." Mo Qingtian said mercilessly at this moment. "Nonsense." Suddenly, Elder Gon couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. "You two are old fools. Why are you killing the innocent for my old life? Let him go." "Master, you were too kind back then. That's why, I said, let him go." Elder Gon shouted. "Am I going to die? You don't even want to listen to me." "We don't dare." Seeing that Elder Gon was angry, Mo Qingtian's words immediately weakened. "We can let him go. However, while he can be spared from death, he can't escape punishment." Mo Wen was already beside himself with anger. Crack, 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 in an instant, for cracking sounds could be heard. Xianxia's face turned pale and he couldn't help but cry out loudly. His 4 limbs were all broken. These broken limbs could be recovered. However, for the current him, it was painful to the bone. "Get lost." Looking at Xianxia, who couldn't get up from the ground, Mo Wen shouted, "Go back and tell your old man, Huang Wuji, that from today onwards, if I see you in the 7 Virtues College again, I will kill you. Let's go." Being pulled by Uncle Qin, Xianxia only managed to utter this sentence after a long while before he completely fainted. "Master, let me treat your injuries." "There's no need for that. Have you forgotten that all the pills that I eat are poison?" "Master." Mo Wen dragged out his voice and said sadly. "All right, I have already said that I am a person who has 1 foot in the coffin. Look at the two of you. Both of you are famous alchemists in the Empire. Now, you are like children." Elder Gon struggled to stand up and said, "After all, the royal family is one of the 5 big clans. Now that the 7 Virtues College is in chaos, the two of you shouldn't cause any trouble. After all, Xianxia is Huang Wuji's son. Furthermore, he is young and ignorant. Young people always make mistakes." "Yes, master." Mo Qingtian and Elder Gon bowed and replied. "All right, after being tormented by the two of you, I am afraid that I will become a public figure." "Sigh, master, all right, all right. Since this is the case, I will also become a public figure for once. Today, I have seen many interesting things." Elder Gon revealed a smile on his face. He looked at Mu Yun and said, "You are Mu Yun, right?" "Yes." Mu Yun bowed respectfully. The person in front of her was the master of Mo Qing Tian and Mo Wen. It was reasonable for her to show some respect. You are quite a good young person. As a mentor, you are good at discovering the problems of your students. Furthermore, you are very patient. Not bad. The Seven Virtues College lacks young people like you now. Originally, Mo Qing Tian was a little unhappy that his master was implicated in the dispute that Mu Yun had caused. However, now that he saw his master's praise for Mu Yun, he put away the dissatisfaction in his heart. However, this student, you have the spiritual fire in your body. Since you want to concoct pills, I feel that I have some ability. I wonder if I can teach you how to concoct pills. Elder Gon changed the topic. He looked at Su Xinran and said with a smile. What? Hearing this, the few of them had different thoughts. Ling Wuyue was only envious. She had long wanted to be Great Master Mo Wen's disciple, but she had not been able to do so. Now, Great Master Mo Wen's master actually wanted to take Su Xinran as a disciple. On the other side, Mo Qing Tian and Mo Wen were also dumbfounded. Their master actually wanted to take in a disciple? One had to know that their master had not appeared in the world for 100 years. He did not show his skills, and now he actually wanted to take in a disciple. However, Mu Yun was not surprised. What a joke. Although spiritual fire could not be compared to heavenly fire or earthly fire, it was still an alchemy genius that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. It would be strange if Elder Gon was not tempted. Actually, Mu Yun had underestimated the attractiveness of people who had spiritual fire. Regardless of whether it was earthly fire or heavenly fire, they were very rare in the entire Tianyun continent. They had not been seen in 10,000 years, let alone 1,000 years. It was precisely because of the rarity of earthly fire and heavenly fire that the emergence of spiritual fire geniuses was rare. Such rarity had a fatal attraction. Any alchemist who was crazy about concocting pills would want to take in such a disciple. For a moment, everyone's gaze fell on Su Xinran. Everyone was waiting for her answer. Do you agree or not? I'm sorry, Elder Gon. I want Mentor Mu to be my master. What? Hearing Su Xinran's answer, Ling Wuyue and Lin Xianyu were stunned. Actually, Su Xinran was also very shocked by the power of this elder in front of her. However, the person who discovered all the secrets of her body was Mentor Mu, not Elder Gon. From the bottom of her heart, she trusted Mentor Mu more. Cough cough, hearing Su Xinran's choice, Mu Yun coughed awkwardly and looked at everyone. That. I'm really sorry. This girl is not sensible. Although he said that, Mu Yun was overjoyed. Damn it, this is my true charm. Even if he was now a small martial arts practitioner in the first tier of the spirit cave realm, the vast knowledge hidden in his mind could not be hidden. Only a genius like Su Xinran could smell the explosive power that was gushing out. I see, Elder Gon's face revealed a look of disappointment. However, it's true that this young Mentor Mu can teach you more. Cough cough. How about this? Elder Gon, why don't you come to my beginner class 9 and teach my students about alchemy? This way, Su Xinran will definitely listen to your lessons. What do you think? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mo Qing Tian was a little displeased. Didn't Mu Yun mean that she wanted his master to be an instructor in beginner class 9? This girl did not know how powerful his master used to be. How dare she insult him like this? That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Suddenly, Elder Gon slapped his head and said happily, okay, it's decided then. However, I'm afraid that I can't teach for long. I hope Chief Mentor Mu Yun will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Don't, you haven't finished listening to me. Mu Yun chuckled and said, Elder Gon, your body should have been ravaged by medicinal pills before, that's why it's like this now. To put it bluntly, in less than half a year, you're going to die. Mu Yun, watch your words. Mo Qing Tian said in an unfriendly tone. You don't want to hear it? If you don't want to hear it, I don't want to talk about it either. I originally wanted to find a way to cure your master. What? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mo Qing Tian was shocked. Haha, Qing Tian, you don't have to be like this. Mentor Mu is right. I know my own time. Master, let Mentor Mu finish speaking. Elder Gon waved his hand and motioned for Mo Qing Tian to be quiet. Casting a glance at Mo Qing Tian, Mu Yun continued, because you swallowed the 8th grade 10,000 Crow Fairy pill, the 8th grade red refined heart pill, and the 9th grade black-yellow limitless pill, the vital essence in your body was completely disrupted and your meridians flowed in the opposite direction. Moreover, every time the medicinal effect of the pill spreads, it is a kind of enjoyment for you. However, when the medicinal effect dissipates, it will always be the pain of your meridians being pierced. Mu Yun smacked his lips and said, Gan Lao, I really admire you. Right now, from head to toe, every part of your body is hurting like a broken bone, but you can still laugh. This, I, Mu Yun, am convinced. End of chapter 126. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.